Chapter 1. Drink. Drink. Within the confines of a martial arts dojo, a young boy sweats profusely as he strikes a punching bag before him. This youth possesses a resolute countenance, his physique exquisitely muscular. With his legs bound by weights totaling several dozen pounds, each punch he delivers against the bag resonates powerfully in the air. After a brief interval, the boy steadies himself in a horse stance, relentlessly launching his fists, his attire thoroughly drenched in perspiration. Upon completing his regimen of punches and kicks, he bends down to perform 200 push-ups, only pausing when every ounce of strength has been utterly expended. The boy flips around, gasping for breath. 2 years have passed. I have undergone a remarkable transformation and can now accomplish certain feats. Originally an ordinary individual from Earth, his sole specialty lay in his profound understanding of the two-dimensional realm. Following a fateful accident that led to a car crash, he found himself transported to this new world. The identity he assumed upon his arrival was that of Tang On, whose family met a tragic end during a monster attack shortly after relocating to the city of Shidu, thereby allowing a certain otaku from another universe to traverse into this one. On the very next day after Tang An's arrival, he discerned the nature of the world he had entered. Indeed, it was the Dragon Ball universe, teetering between the mundane and the nightmarish. After a fleeting moment of shock and doubt, the king of the head nation on the television confirmed to him that this was no mere dream. One must ponder, aside from the Dragon Ball realm, which other world features a monarch that is a colossal feline? Excitement? Undoubtedly. For who would not relish the prospect of becoming a glorious traveler after death? However, after the initial exhilaration, Tang En began to harbor deep concerns about his future. He understood that in the Dragon Ball universe, even ordinary individuals could lead relatively peaceful lives. Barring the imminent threat of Earth's destruction, most people managed to survive quite harmoniously, and even death could often be reversed on a grand scale. Of course, excluding the parallel universe of Trunks. Nonetheless, as a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Tang En was resolutely unwilling to merely exist as a background character. After all, who would not wish to experience the kind of devastating power that could obliterate worlds? Upon extensive research, Tang En discovered that unlike many other travelers, he possessed no extraordinary advantages. There was no system, nor any guiding elder to impart martial arts, and his physical form was entirely that of an earthling, irrefutably so. This spoke volumes. Setting aside any notions of advantageous powers, even if Tang En had merely inherited the body of a lowly scion, he would not be discouraged, even if his initial strength was a mere one. He believed that with his knowledge of scions and their training methods, he could at least contend with the likes of Yajirobe, if not surpass the likes of Goku and Vegeta. However, reality proved to be ruthlessly harsh in the Dragon Ball universe. The issue of bloodlines weighed heavily upon all Earthlings. In the later stages, the spotlight belonged entirely to the scions, leaving Earthlings devoid of even the right to play a minor role. After resting for a moment, Tang En executed a somersault and stood up, stretching his limbs with a series of satisfying cracks. He then placed a hand on his stomach. He was hungry. Exiting the room, he ascended to the second level of the dojo, the designated dining area. Upon entering this world, Tang En had noticeably experienced a significant increase in appetite. Consuming copious amounts of food, he was unsure if it was due to his rigorous training regimen or simply his natural constitution. This peculiarity led him to fantasize that he might actually be a scion thus. Every full moon, he would gaze at the moon and check his reflection in the mirror for any signs of a tail, nearly resorting to jumping off a building to test if he could attain strength through the brink of death. It was not until 6 months later that he fully accepted his identity as just an ordinary earthling with a hearty appetite. "Maslow, please fetch me a lunch," the usual. "Of course, Brother Tang En, I will be right back." Having spent 2 years in this world, Tang En was now 15 years old. When he first joined this dojo, known as Channy Martial Arts 2 years ago, he was merely a frail child. However, since commencing his training, he had gradually become stronger without even realizing it. Had he not inadvertently thrown a stone over 100 meters away a year prior, he might never have recognized the significant transformation he had undergone. Tang Yin lacked a combat power detector and could not sense energy levels. Yet this did not hinder his ability to assess the changes in his own strength. He observed that while the Dragon Ball universe was replete with formidable power levels, the ordinary Earthlings within it were utterly oblivious to the concept of training, relying primarily on their innate qualities to determine their strength. Few endeavored to cultivate their abilities. Recall how Krillin, after merely a year of training under Master Roshi, achieved a power level in the dozens, while Tang and would not claim to surpass Krillin's progress under the same tutelage. After 2 years of diligent training, he too sensed a monumental change within himself. At the very least, his power level must now be in the double digits. As of 6 months ago, no one in the Tianyi dojo could best him in combat. Tang Yin lowered his gaze and bit into a massive ham hock, swiftly devouring 2 large bowls of rice before finishing off a meat pie crafted from some unknown beast. Today marked his departure from this place, and as Tang Yin contemplated his plans, he hummed a cheerful tune while making his way to the old master's room. The old master, known as Mu'er, had often provided guidance during Tang Yin's early training. Upon learning of Tang Yin's orphan status, he had graciously waived his meal fees, for which Tang Yin was immensely grateful. Knocking on the door, Tang Yin entered the old master's chamber. No one. The old master, having sustained injuries in his youth, was left with a lasting ailment that rendered one of his legs immobile. Thus he rarely ventured far. Consequently, Tang Yin seated himself nearby, awaiting the old master's return. Feeling a bit restless, Tang Yin casually practiced a few sets of punches and performed some push-ups before flipping over and lying on the ground, pondering whether he should return tomorrow instead. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, causing Tang Yin to squint as he instinctively turned his head to evade this dazzling radiance. Once the light faded, he focused on its source, which appeared to emanate from chandelier above. He recognized that the orb within the chandelier seemed oddly familiar. As his scattered gaze sharpened upon it, a jolt of realization surged through him, prompting him to leap to his feet. Dragon Ball, orange, spherical, adorned with stars, and glowing. Was this not the Dragon Ball itself? Tang Yin immediately leaped up and seized the orb from the chandelier. Indeed, 1, 2, 5 stars. This is the 5-star ball. He could scarcely believe that a Dragon Ball was hidden within the old master's room. Right? I recall that in the manga, when Bulma first encountered Goku, she already possessed 2 Dragon Balls. Bulma is now 16. The plot is only half a year away from commencing. If memory serves, Bulma's first Dragon Ball was the 2-star ball, which she discovered in her family's storage. Thus, this Dragon Ball must be the second. Yet, I distinctly remember this Dragon Ball being found by Bulma in a valley. Is it possible that it has traversed the valley in the past few months? Unable to unravel the mystery, Tang Yin opted to cease his contemplation. Previously, he had been pondering how to meet the heiress of the Capsule Corporation upon his initial arrival. Being in Shidu, he naturally wished to seek out the genius girl, Bulma. However, upon reaching the Capsule Corporation, he found it entirely inaccessible, as a multitude of artificial intelligences barred his entry, leaving him helpless outside. Now, with this Dragon Ball in hand, there was no need to go seeking. Bulma herself would surely come to find him. Tang and had initially intended to venture to Baozi Mountain today to meet his childhood idol. With this Dragon Ball, the possibilities before Tang Yin had multiplied significantly. The sound of wood striking the ground echoed as the old master ambled toward his room. Tang Yin, is there something you wish to discuss? The old master Mu'er pushed the door open, leaning on his cane, and regarded Tang Yin seated within. Upon seeing the old master approach, Tang Yin spoke up. Grandfather, I have come to bid you farewell today. I shall be departing from the dojo. I may soon leave Shidu as well. I am deeply grateful for your care during my time here, and I promise to visit you again. The old master, leaning on his cane, slowly entered the room. Leaving, is it? In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed since you arrived here. How swiftly time flies. The old master set his cane down and slowly took a seat. Indeed, these past 2 years have been greatly enriched by your guidance. Grandfather, I now possess the capability to pursue my ambitions. The old master smiled, his expression radiating warmth and wisdom. Very well, It is good to venture forth. Young people ought to explore the world. Grandfather, I have a request. Tang addressed the old master. Would you be willing to part with this orb? I find myself in dire need of it. Oh. This bead, I recall having found it quite some time ago. It occasionally emits a glow, so I placed it atop the chandelier. If you wish to take it, feel free to me. It is merely a decorative item. Tang was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude promptly. Thank you, dear grandfather. I shall certainly visit you when I have the time. The old curator, Mu Er, was unable to move one of his legs, reportedly due to tissue necrosis caused by an impact. Determined, Tang resolved to present the old curator with a celestial being whenever he acquired one, as a gesture of gratitude for the past 2 years of meals. Upon returning to his rented room, Tang realized that the inheritance left by the parents of this corporeal form had nearly been depleted, yet fortunately, it had sufficed thus far. He shifted one of the tables in the room and uncovered a hidden compartment he had crafted himself. Opening it, he retrieved a universal capsule. Inside the capsule lay 2 notebooks, one chronicling various narratives from the Dragon Ball world using simplified Chinese characters from his previous life. A record made out of fear of forgetting the other contained a simple plan he had devised over the past 2 years. Tang opened the planner, reflecting on how he had meticulously pondered his developmental path during his spare time. Firstly, he established a clear self-assessment. He was no match for Sun Wukong, for he could not conceive how to dominate the later forms of various Super Saiyans with merely an Earthling's physique. Perhaps the Earth Dragon Balls could assist, but he did not believe they held the solution to everything. As for the Super Dragon Balls, he would first need to obtain them. In his notes, he listed 2 aspirations. One was an exceedingly high battle power, and the other was a life filled with excitement. It goes without saying that upon entering this world, no one desires anything less than the ability to annihilate planets with a mere gesture if given the chance. Tang would certainly wish to confront the impending ultimate antagonist. The second aspiration, however, was what he truly yearned for. Compared to this, he was less fixated on the necessity of becoming the strongest in the universe. He was not a scion, brimming with fiery combativeness. He had no desire to strive tirelessly to surpass Sun Wukong and thereby resolve all calamities for Earth. Leaving aside the feasibility of such a feat, even if it were achievable, it was uncertain whether he could surpass Sun Wukong's accomplishments. Thus, why should he become entangled in such a dilemma? Moreover, in a world as wondrous as that of Dragon Ball, the paths to becoming a formidable entity were countless, yet the journey of the strong had no end. Beyond the Kaioshin, there were the gods of destruction beyond them, the angels, and further still, the Grand Minister, with the Omni King Huo, could fathom what lay beyond. Tang mused that having a circle of companions who genuinely cared for him, willing to exert themselves to resurrect him after death, was a rather blissful prospect. In his previous life, Tang had perused numerous Dragon Ball novels, and he firmly believed that even without a golden finger, and even as a scion, his current mental acuity did not grant him the confidence to completely surpass Sun Wukong. Unless that golden finger was so outrageously crude, it was unbearable to behold. Nevertheless, from an initial perspective, the gap between Earthlings and Scions was not insurmountable. Resolute, Tang decided that at least before Raditz arrived on Earth, he must position himself within the foremost ranks of the Z warriors. After all, compared to others, Tang greatest advantage was his unique perspective. He could leverage the Dragon Balls for his own benefit. With a playful expression directed at the mirror, Mu Yang flashed a broad smile. Reflected in the glass was Mu Yang's visage, black hair and eyes, with well-defined and bright features. His face, however, appeared somewhat gaunt, and his spirit seemed slightly diminished, a consequence of having just recovered from a serious illness. Yet, this did not detract from his handsome appearance. With proper care, he could easily be deemed a striking young man. Mu Yang nodded at his reflection, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction with his current state. He possessed commendable martial skills, good looks, and was a senior disciple of a prestigious school, which afforded him a respectable status. With such attributes, he believed he was on solid ground, a promising starting point, indeed. Even if he did not enjoy the privileges of a protagonist, as long as he avoided tragic events or the perils of becoming an antagonist. He could live a life of complacency. However, Mu Yang's aspirations were far grander than mere survival as a transmigrator. He felt compelled to accomplish something worthy of his identity. Yet, these ambitions would have to wait until he fully understood the dynamics of this world. That would be the moment for him to truly spread his wings. Senior brother, just as Mu Yang was daydreaming about a bright future, a melodious call echoed from afar, responding to the sound. Mu Yang stepped into the courtyard, and shortly thereafter, the petite figure of Mei Xia appeared before him, accompanied by a robust man. The man sported a scruffy beard, disheveled hair, and wore simple clothing. Yet he emanated an undeniable aura of authority. His piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk's, made it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes directly. Instantly recognizing the individual before him, Mu Yang recalled that he was Isifu, the leader of the Tianxin School of Martial Arts, and also the master of the body he currently inhabited. Master, Mu Yang bowed slightly, greeting him earnestly. Isifu nodded in acknowledgement and inquired with concern, "How do you feel? Having just awakened, is there any discomfort in your body?" Mu Yang shook his head. Observing this, Isifu pressed various points on Mu Yang's body to ensure there were no major issues. Satisfied, he advised, "Your body has largely recovered, but you must remember to nurture it well after such a severe depletion. When practicing martial arts in the future, do not overexert yourself. Our Tianxin school emphasizes solidifying the foundation and nurturing the inner energy. The body is of utmost importance. Reckless training will only lead you astray from our principles. You were fortunate this time. The damage was merely physical. But next time, luck may not favor you." Mu Yang, of course, could not recall the intricate teachings of the Tianxin school, but he was determined not to let Isifu see his confusion. So he nodded vigorously. "I will have Mei Xia supervise your training. Our school has few disciples, and it is essential for you to carry on the legacy. As the senior brother, you must lead by example." "I understand, Master," Mu Yang replied, nodding obediently, while Mei Xia smiled dreamily beside him. After ensuring Mu Yang's well-being, Isifu departed, having other disciples to attend to. Once Isifu left, Mu Yang finally felt a sense of relief. Although Isifu had merely stood there, the overwhelming pressure he exuded had left Mu Yang feeling quite anxious. This must be the aura of a martial artist. Raising an eyebrow, Mu Yang bit his lip and turned to see Mei Xia grinning widely. Her mouth slightly crooked in a silly smile. "You seem quite happy, little one." "Not at all. I'm not smiling. Senior brother, you must be seeing things," Mei Xia quickly retorted. Her expression turning serious. Mu Yang shot her a few glances without responding, causing her to appear somewhat disheartened. "All right, I did smile for a moment," she finally admitted. Mu Yang grunted softly, choosing not to press the matter further. In the following 10 days, under Mei Xia's attentive care, Mu Yang gradually restored his health. Once he felt fully recuperated, he resumed learning the Tianxin school techniques from Mei Xia. With his mind already filled with fragmented memories, Mu Yang swiftly grasped the essence of the Tianxin school. Thus far, both he and Mei Xia had been practicing foundational techniques. According to Isifu, the early stages of Tianxin school training were about building a solid base. Only after strengthening the body could one delve into more advanced teachings, making it a progression from difficulty to ease. Thanks to the foundation laid before, Mu Yang found it relatively effortless to integrate his prior knowledge. A month later, fully attuned to his physical condition, Mu Yang began his regular training. As a martial arts school, the Tianxin school disciples lived a semi-reclusive lifestyle, nestled within the Great Qing Mountain, far removed from the clamor of the mundane world. Behind the Qing Mountain lay a vast expanse of uncharted wilderness, rife with perilous creatures. The outskirts could serve as a training ground, but without a master to guide them, disciples were strictly forbidden from venturing deep into the wilderness. One day, under a brilliant sun and gentle breeze, in the small courtyard, Mu Yang was drenched in sweat, diligently practicing his martial forms. Repeatedly he executed basic movements, striking and withdrawing fists, lifting legs, and delivering side kicks, while continuously adjusting the power of his muscles with each motion. Every training session bestowed upon him a sense of rebirth, and the visible progress fueled his enthusiasm. Sweat trickled down his nose, and as he spun, a whirlwind of energy erupted around him, creating a series of booming sounds as the air currents clashed. Mu Yang moved with remarkable speed, whirling his body to create several blurred afterimages, reminiscent of Mei Xia's display of speed, yet seemingly even faster. After a while, he calmed the swirling energies and stood still to regulate his breath. The early training of the Tianxin school felt akin to mastering a martial arts manual. which he found utterly captivating, as a warm energy began to form within him. This energy, said to be the inner vitality cultivated through Tianqin school martial arts, was believed to nurture the body and unlock latent potential. Mu Yang was uncertain of its authenticity, but the results thus far indicated that Tianqin school indeed possessed unique advantages if he were to find himself in a martial arts world. His current strength would stand shoulder to shoulder with innate level warriors. This was merely the fruit of a month's training. He was destined to grow even stronger. The glimmer of determination sparked in Mu Yang's eyes. His gaze stealing with resolve, he felt as if he were on the brink of soaring to new heights. The sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds, and the azure expanse above resembled crystal-clear waters. Exceptionally bright and clear. Mu Yang's small courtyard was perched upon a hill in the Qing mountain range, surrounded by several other similar peaks where other disciples of the Tianqin school resided. To avoid interfering with one another's training, each disciple was afforded a relatively independent environment for their practice. These residences occupied merely a fraction of the vast Qing mountain. On this day, dressed neatly in a somewhat coarsely woven robe, Mu Yang laced up his shoes, reflecting on the backwardness of the era before hastily descending the mountain. Today marked the occasion when Master Isifu and several elders would impart martial teachings to the disciples. A rare opportunity that came only once every 7 days, and Mu Yang was eager not to miss it. As he walked, the path gradually widened, and he encountered fellow disciples converging from various small trails. Spotting Mu Yang, they greeted him warmly, and he returned their salutations with a smile. The closer he drew to the Tianqin School Martial Arts Hall, the larger the throng of people became. Among the crowd, some older youths appeared, some of whom seemed to be on the brink of adulthood. However, these slightly older individuals were not genuine disciples of the Tianqin school, but rather practitioners from nearby villages. Renowned as the most illustrious martial arts school in the region, the Tianqin school attracted countless aspiring martial artists, yet its actual number of disciples remained limited, including Master Isifu and several elders. There were only 16 true disciples. Beneath the great Qing mountain lay the villages where the crowd congregated. Although the Tianqin school was a martial arts sect, it could not remain aloof from the world. The daily necessities of such a large group required sourcing from the nearby villages. At the foot of the mountain, the Tianqin school boasts a martial arts dojo that is open to the general public. This dojo, aside from providing the disciples with their daily necessities, also imparts basic martial arts skills to the villagers, recruiting those with potential. As the sound of the gong resonates, all the arriving disciples step into the building, which instantly transforms into a cacophony of voices. However, tranquility soon prevails as everyone awaits the teacher's arrival. Mu Yang sits confidently at the forefront. Beside him is the mischievous Mei Xia, who persistently scratches his arm with her small hands. "Be quiet," he admonishes softly. Mei Xia pouts, casting him an annoyed glance. Mu Yang feels a bit exasperated. This girl has always been so fidgety, a habit surely cultivated by his indulgence. He notices her lost in thought. Gazing up at the ceiling adorned with a brilliantly illuminating light source. It is an electric lamp, powered by a form of energy known as electricity. A remarkable phenomenon. It is said to be a technology developed and popularized by the outside world. The presence of electric lights in the martial arts building is thanks to an elder who brought a generator and cables from beyond. The dazzling bulb emits a gentle light, unlike the harsh, oppressive heat of a burning candle, leaving the disciples from nearby villages in awe at this novel sight. Only Mu Yang remains composed, having encountered electric lights frequently in his past life. Yet, witnessing them in this world brings him some solace, indicating that the realm he inhabits is not entirely backward. The other disciples, unfamiliar with the outside world and having never ventured into large cities, find Mu Yang's calm demeanor quite admirable. After a brief interlude, Teacher Isifu and several elders emerge from the back hall. Mu Yang sits upright, attentively regarding the elders. There are few elders in the Tianqin school, only 6, making the line of succession exceedingly rare. Even with the increase in new disciples during Mu Yang's generation, the total number in the Tianqin school has only reached 16. It is not for lack of desire to expand the disciple count, but rather the staggering resources required for training. This distinguishes Tianqin school from other sects, as they merely teach martial arts, leaving the disciples to hone their skills independently based on their potential. Conversely, Tianqin school adheres to an ancient tradition with a philosophy that diverges significantly from others. It does not prioritize sheer strength and ferocity, but emphasizes nurturing the body, cultivating vital energy, and sustaining one's life force. This approach necessitates considerable initial investment in resources, particularly one-on-one instruction, rendering the limited teaching staff incapable of supporting a vast number of disciples, thus compelling a focus on an elite path. Once the martial arts instruction concludes, Mei Xia chirps excitedly, "Brother, is it true, as Uncle Carl said, that the outside world is like a massive village called the city? What she referred to as a large village is, in fact, a city." Mu Yang pauses to respond. "Isn't it just many people living together? What's the difference from a village?" Mei Xia tilts her head, unable to grasp the distinction between a village and a city. "You can think of it as a large village if you like." Mu Yang ponders, realizing he struggles to explain it to Mei Xia. Much like trying to elucidate nuclear energy to someone from ancient times, such concepts simply do not exist in their minds. Mei Xia, still young and lacking Mu Yang's memories from Earth, finds it natural to be confused about the differences between a city and a village. According to Uncle Carl, Isifu's disciple, the outside world is undergoing a monumental transformation, with a force called technology gradually awakening. And many regions are beginning to feel its impact. By the way, brother, will you still be training in the primitive mountains this afternoon? Yes, Mu Yang nods, as maintaining a daily training regimen has become a habit since his arrival in this world. While the primitive mountains are teeming with beasts, the creatures in the outer regions are generally weak, making them ideal for trials. Upon receiving confirmation, Mei Xiao's eyes instantly brighten, and she gleefully exclaims, "I want to go too." "Of course, you're welcome to join. Little one, don't call me little one," Mei Xiao protests, playfully lunging at him. "Then I'll call you she baby." Mu Yang sidesteps a few paces, evading her playful assault, chuckling. With his significant power advancement, he is no longer someone Mei Xia could defeat. "Humph, I'm not happy now." Mei Xia stamps her foot, floating half a meter above the ground, turning to say, "Brother, don't forget to wait for me this afternoon. I found a beautiful crystal ball yesterday. If you go into the mountains without waiting for me, I won't show it to you." With that, Mei Xia darts off into the thicket, her small figure disappearing among the trees. She actually flew again. Watching the direction Mei Xia vanished, Mu Yang chuckles in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated this girl not only excels in martial arts, but also possesses extraordinary abilities. He recalls the first time he saw Mei Xia soar through the air, which had startled him immensely. Martial arts, extraordinary powers, and the budding force of technology. This world seems rich and vibrant. In the afternoon, the shaded areas of the primitive mountains remain cloaked in a light mist. At the entrance to the outer perimeter, Mu Yang has been waiting for a considerable time without sight of Mei Xia. He begins practicing basic movements in place, his muscles tightening as he focuses. After a while, Mei Xia finally arrives, soaring from a distance, her dark green hair billowing in the wind, her simple long robe rustling audibly in the air. "Brother, I'm here. Look, this is the crystal ball I found yesterday. Isn't it beautiful?" Mei Xia lands, gleefully presenting Mu Yang with an orange-red glass sphere. The sphere, only the size of a fist, is entirely glassy and exudes a warm orange-red hue, within which 6 golden red stars are arranged beautifully. Wow! Upon seeing the orb Mei Xia handed him, Mu Yang feels as though struck by lightning, momentarily rendered speechless. "How did you come by this?" He quickly inquires. "That I found it by the stream yesterday," Mei Xia replies, beaming with pride at her brother's astonished expression. Hearing her innocent response, Mu Yang's eyes widen in disbelief. "No way, Mei Xia. What you have is a Dragon Ball." Grasping the glass sphere from her hands, Mu Yang scrutinizes the design on its surface, his eyes ablaze with excitement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 stars inside. Good heavens, he had long suspected this world was extraordinary, but never could he have imagined it to be the Dragon Ball universe. Could it be that he is a mere weakling in this realm? In that moment, a flood of thoughts cascades through Mu Yang's mind, as if the entire world were playing a grand jest upon him. As for the dangers of the Dragon Ball universe, they vary depending on the location. There are indeed planets that resemble paradises amidst the cosmos. However, without a doubt, as the homeland of the Dragon Ball warriors, Earth is unequivocally perilous, with ordinary people facing the fate of mere cannon fodder. Gazing at the 6-star Dragon Ball before him, Mu Yang is convinced he is indeed on Earth, as only here could such a delicately crafted Dragon Ball exist. At this moment, Mu Yang feels a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, his heart swirling with a tumult of emotions. If one were to see his expression, it would undoubtedly be quite a spectacle. Calm down. However, how could one remain composed in matters of life and death? The Dragon Ball universe is no trivial affair. In this world, obliterating a planet is as effortless as popping a balloon. Who knows when a certain deity might take offense, exhaling a breath, and a planet could vanish from existence. Countless lives have been buried alongside their demise, leaving no room for reasoned discourse. I had previously believed that I had arrived in a wondrous world, one where I could grasp powers unattainable in my former life. Yet, I now realized that I had envisioned the future far too idyllically. Although this realm is not devoid of opportunities, they may not be within my capacity to assimilate in the world of Dragon Ball. With my diminutive stature, I fear I might only be able to serve as a mere bystander. Fortunately, it appears that the technological prowess on Earth has only just begun to germinate, suggesting that a significant duration remains before the original storyline commences. The early stages of Dragon Ball are relatively stable, devoid of cataclysmic events that I wonder if it is still feasible to pivot towards becoming a chef. After all, culinary delights can be a lifeline in critical moments. Or perhaps I should venture out to seek out Satan and forge a friendship. Alas, what am I thinking? First, I must ascertain the era I find myself in. I remind myself this moment. Meisha gazes at her senior brother's shifting countenance. Blinking as she inquires, "Brother, what troubles you? Is there an issue with this crystal ball?" Casting a deeper glance at the six-star Dragon Ball, Muyang regains his composure, placing it back into Meisha's embrace. Shaking his head as he replies, "It's nothing. You should keep this safe and do not misplace this crystal ball of great significance. Perhaps it would be better placed with you." "Brother," Meisha exclaims in a flurry. Fearing she might Muyang shakes his head. "It's fine. It can stay with you. While it possesses a modicum of mystery, it holds little utility for us at this moment. Without the Dragon Radar, a solitary Dragon Ball is merely a decorative object. Moreover, for the foreseeable future, this so-called six-star Dragon Ball will not serve any purpose." "Very well, Meisha. Let us proceed into the primitive mountain range for training. Once inside, you must heed my commands. Although we are merely entering the periphery of the mountains, we cannot afford to be complacent," Muyang cautions her, setting aside his worries momentarily. "Understood," Meisha nods vigorously, her fair visage reflecting a serious demeanor as she clenches her fists to signify her determination. Seeing this, a flicker of a smile finally graces Muyang's previously troubled expression. He then gestures to Meisha, and the two make their way towards the realm of the primitive mountain range. The primitive mountain range extends for over 100 kilometers, with towering peaks embraced by lush greenery, teeming with countless ferocious beasts, standing resolutely for untold years. The imposing mountains and their savage inhabitants serve as a natural barrier, hindering human progress, confining humanity's footprints to the outskirts, rarely delving into the interior. Muyang and Meisha proceed at a leisurely pace. Yet the surrounding scenery shifts dramatically with each step they take. Soon, the atmosphere becomes oppressive. The dark green branches obscure the sunlight, creating an almost subterranean gloom, while the menacing roars of wild beasts echo ominously in their ears. Roar, the deep growl reverberates through the forest, startling a multitude of birds into flight. "Be cautious." A beast approaches. Muyang halts, his expression turning grave, his eyes glistening with intensity. Oh. Meisha's eyes brighten with excitement, rubbing her fists together as she stands shoulder to shoulder with Muyang, carefully surveying their surroundings. Before long, a massive creature adorned with spots materializes before them, its sharp fangs and fierce visage marking it as a common predator of the primitive mountain range. The colossal beast strides menacingly towards them, its forefoot striking the ground and causing a crater to form beneath its claws. Suddenly, it lunges forward, charging directly at Muyang and Meisha, seeking death. Muyang's eyes gleam with a cold light as he steps forward, thrusting his fist towards the beast. With a resounding impact, Muyang's hardened fist collides with the creature's skull. A grin spreads across his face as his arm tingles with a slight numbness, and he is forced to take a few steps back. The beast, too, is staggered, emitting a series of low growls. Exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration, Muyang nods, somewhat pleased with his attack. If a typical adult's combat power ranges between 3 to 4, then Muyang's current display of strength likely reaches a value of 15. Yes, 15 combat power. It may seem meager, yet it is Muyang's rough estimation of his capabilities. The formidable beast before him appears intimidating, yet it is manageable. "Meisha, you should also give it a try." Muyang, ever mindful of her growth, encourages Mei Xiao to join in the exercise. In that moment, Mei Xiao becomes exuberant, letting out a wild cry akin to a frenzied beast. She narrows her eyes, her dark green irises flashing with ferocity. Then, raising her delicate arm, a shimmering green light radiates from her being as she twists her wrist, her fingers appearing to grasp an unseen object. And with a forceful flick, she hurls it towards a towering tree. Aru, the giant tree sways, its leaves cascading to the ground amidst a mournful wail. The massive beast, nearly the height of a person, crashes into the trunk, landing with a thud that leaves it half dead. Telekinesis. Witnessing the practical application of Mei Xiao's psychic powers, Mu Yang's half-closed eyes snap open wide, and with a furrowed brow, he admonishes Mei Xia, when training, "You must focus your mind that if you rely solely on your powers, where will you find the opportunity to hone your skills?" Mei Xiao's telekinesis bears resemblance to the abilities of Jiaozi. While her powers are indeed formidable, they do not contribute to the cultivation of Tianqin Lu, prompting Mu Yang to issue a warning. "Understood," Mei Xia replies, nodding, though her small nose crinkles in mild defiance, leaving Mu Yang to wonder how much of his advice she truly absorbed. Mu Yang, acknowledging that he cannot constantly monitor her actions, refrains from further commentary and leads Mei Xia onward into the depths of the primitive mountain range. The primitive mountain range, a veritable no-man's land for countless generations, soon subjects the duo to a series of encounters with various ferocious beasts. However, in the face of the siblings' formidable prowess, each challenge is swiftly overcome. As time slips away and the sun begins its descent, casting a blood-red hue across the horizon, the pair emerges from the primitive mountain range, their clothes tattered and their stomachs growling in hunger after half a day's training. Having concluded their meal, Mu Yang bids farewell to Mei Xia and returns to his modest abode. Immersed in the warmth of the pool, the weariness that had weighed upon him seems to dissolve entirely, allowing his mind to contemplate the current circumstances. It has become evident that this world is indeed the realm of Dragon Ball. After grappling with initial shock and disbelief, tranquility gradually envelopes his heart. If I were to buy a lottery ticket, I could surely win the grand prize, he muses, resting his hands on the edge of the pool. To have traversed into the Dragon Ball universe was beyond his wildest imaginings. Here, only the mightiest of races are afforded the opportunity to shine. The ordinary races lack even the privilege to serve as mere supporting characters, rendering the hierarchy of the Dragon Ball world brutally evident. Might reigns supreme, the strong command respect, Science, Namekians, the Frieza race, and Majin Buu, each one a harbinger of destruction. The mere thought sends a pang of discomfort through Mu Yang's mind. The sole consolation lies in the relative stability of the early Dragon Ball narrative. At least until the Scions arrive, Earth will remain unscathed by formidable foes. Yet, as the storyline evolves, particularly in its latter stages, a plethora of formidable adversaries will emerge, transforming Earth into a veritable powder keg, far more perilous than any celestial body in the cosmos. When that time arrives, aside from the powerful Scions, who else will remain active on the battlefield? Even the elite Earthlings, like Krillin and Yamcha, who once played pivotal roles, may find themselves relegated to mere spectators. Clearly, Mu Yang is but an ordinary Earthling, devoid of any extraordinary lineage. Must I truly resign myself to being a mere backdrop? As a traveler from another world, Mu Yang finds this prospect utterly unacceptable. What am I fretting over? There remains an indeterminate number of years until the storyline commences. By then, I could very well be in my twilight years. And whether I will witness those events remains uncertain. Mu Yang shakes his head, chuckling at his own self-deprecation. According to the news brought by Uncle Carl from the sect, it appears that the technological innovations in contemporary cities are merely in their infancy, distinctly distant from the advanced era depicted in the original narrative, where jet aircraft filled the skies. At this juncture, contemplating such matters seems rather premature. One must be cautious not to succumb to the passage of time before the plot even unfolds, lest one become a mere jest. Therefore, let us establish a goal to endure until the narrative commences. Of course, when Mu Yang speaks of surviving until the story begins, he does not imply mere existence. Rather, he envisions thriving in optimal health and peak physical condition. Prior to that, he must fortify his physique and maintain his prime. This endeavor necessitates formidable strength, much like Master Roshi, Master Crane, and Tao Pai Pai, who have lived robustly for centuries. Mu Yang resolves to embark on a more rigorous training regimen starting tomorrow, now that he has entered the Dragon Ball universe. His racial identity is immutable. Thus he shall invest additional time in accumulation, for he is determined to prove that Earthlings can indeed grow stronger. Mu Yang has formulated his initial plan, Fortunately, the Tianqin style of martial arts, of which he is a disciple, places great emphasis on nurturing the body. Although the prowess of this style may not rival that of the Kame or Crane schools, the teachings it offers are precisely what Mu Yang requires at this stage. As the foremost disciple of Tianqin, he is privy to the most profound methods of cultivation. Step by step, he shall lay a solid foundation. Once he has grown stronger, he will explore other training grounds on Earth. There are numerous places for cultivation on Earth, such as the Korin Tower, the Five-Element Mountains, and even the temple suspended in the clouds, all shrouded in mystery and beckoning for Mu Yang's ascent to greatness. However, for Mu Yang in his current state, pondering such matters feels rather premature. Lost in thought, he noticed the water in the pool had cooled. He stepped out, damp, and turned towards his bedroom. The night was cool. With the twinkling stars shimmering across the Milky Way, and with myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Mu Yang gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, Mu Yang awoke early, taking advantage of the dim light before dawn to practice fundamental movements in the yard. As his muscles began to ache, he realized that continuing would be counterproductive and potentially harmful. So he sat down to contemplate his training, but he constantly reminded himself of the experiences this body had endured prior to his awakening. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Mu Yang diligently followed the guidance of his teacher, Isafu, steadily increasing his physical strength. Now at the age of 14, he had entered a critical phase of physical development. Thanks to his rigorous training and proper nutrition, he appeared taller and more robust than his peers, while he may not yet be considered muscular. Every fiber of his being contained remarkable explosive power, and his strength had nearly doubled compared to a year prior. Even his teacher, Isafu, praised him, believing Mu Yang had the potential to reach a rare upper echelon within their school. Yet, despite his significant progress, Mu Yang remained remarkably humble. There was no room for arrogance. His current strength, a mere 30+ in battle power, was inconsequential compared to true warriors who could extinguish him with a mere breath. After all, Sun Wukong possessed a battle power of 120 at the age of 12, and even Krillin had a battle power of 113 at that time. In comparison, Mu Yang felt little to be proud of. As dawn broke, the morning light bathed the earth, and a faint mist lingered in the depths of the great green mountain. In a valley formed by two peaks, verdant branches swayed in the breeze, and the leaves rustled softly in the air. In this expansive clearing, any dispute seemed trivial. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a sound reminiscent of popping beans, accompanied by the low thrum of displaced air. Breaking the serene ambience of nature, in a clearing within the woods, a tall youth exerted himself, his feet firmly planted on the ground, body bent forward as if enduring immense pressure, the popping sounds emanating from the hard earth beneath him. Above him, hovering at a height of over 3 meters, was a girl with dark green hair. Her curls framed a youthful face, illuminated by a radiant emerald glow that surrounded her. The pressure the boy felt emanated from that very aura. Meixia, increase the pressure, Mu Yang gasped, his expression resolute as he commanded her. Meixia, observing Mu Yang drenched in sweat, hesitated momentarily before softly suggesting, "Senior brother, this should suffice." "Not at all. Increase the pressure." His voice remained unwavering. "Okay." Realizing she could not dissuade her senior brother, Meixia pouted and raised her hand to exert more pressure. As her entire being radiated a soft green light, the weight upon Mu Yang intensified. With a tremendous force bearing down upon him, Mu Yang felt himself sink, gritting his teeth as his legs trembled. Yet, he managed to endure. Despite the overwhelming weight, he stood firm in this era of underdeveloped technology. If one did not adopt practical methods, even years of effort might yield little progress. Mu Yang recognized his own talents. Decent among Earthlings, but far from genius status. Moreover, the potential of Earthlings could not compare to that of the formidable cosmic races. If he were to train methodically and without haste, he would inevitably be swept away by the currents of time. Thus, a year ago, he had consciously begun training with weights, after discovering that Meixia's supernatural ability was telekinesis. He ingeniously had her apply her powers to him, thereby increasing the pressure on his body through her abilities. With patience akin to water carving stone, he aimed to gradually enhance his physical strength. While he acknowledged the simplicity of this method, he found it reliable. There are no shortcuts to honing the body. Initially, he worried that his developing physique might suffer from excessive external pressure, but he understood that one must embrace a degree of risk in pursuit of success. After all, there are no bargains in life. Observing the original narrative, neither Sun Wukong nor Krillin seemed adversely affected by training with weighted bags from a young age. Upon reflection, he noted that Krillin ended up rather short. Whether due to genetics or the pressure during his developmental years remained a mystery. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong, with his scion bloodline, exhibited no such issues. Mu Yang resolved to invest some time in this approach. Ready to cease if any adverse reactions arose, that he certainly did not wish for his handsome physique to dwindle below 6 feet. As months passed, Mu Yang discovered that aside from an increased appetite, he was growing taller and stronger, with no negative effects from the additional weight. Alleviating his concerns, he then transitioned into even more extreme training. He exhaled deeply, feeling the familiar ache throughout his body. Glancing at Meisha, he declared, "That's enough for today." He understood the principle of moderation. To believe his body was indestructible would be a hubristic folly, potentially leading to harm. He gestured for her to stop. Upon receiving the signal, Meisha immediately retracted her powers, and as the green glow dissipated, her floating hair fell softly around her. Mu Yang stood still, regulating his breathing until the soreness gradually subsided. Turning to his most valuable ally, he smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work today. What reward do you desire?" Meisha beamed, her voice bright and clear. "Really? Then I want you to prepare a barbecue for me, with plenty of delicious food." The thought of golden, crispy meats and the unknown seasoning sprinkled atop made her stomach protest, and she couldn't help but drool. Such a simple-minded little girl. Mu Yang looked at Meisha and readily agreed. "All right, today your senior brother will personally cook for you, ensuring you have your fill." Yum. Meisha squinted her eyes and smiled. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meisha's father, Isaf, concealed himself behind a sea of trees, quietly observing the training of Mu Yang and Meisha. Occasionally, he nodded with a look of satisfaction, before swiftly vanishing from sight. A few days later, within the martial arts building of Tangxinliu, several elders were gathered, discussing the cultivation of their disciples. The stock of medicinal herbs was dwindling, and if arrangements were not made promptly for someone to enter the primitive mountain range to gather more, the children's medicinal baths would be interrupted starting next month. The speaker was a middle-aged woman with black hair. Appearing to be around 40, she was one of the 6 disciples of Isaf's generation, responsible for the internal resource allocation of the sect. "It had already gone so soon," exclaimed a man beside her. Astonished, with a dozen disciples consuming resources together, how could it not deplete quickly? The middle-aged woman retorted, her eyes widening in indignation. The man cleared his throat, embarrassed, and fell silent. This rapid consumption of resources set their sect apart from others. However, the benefits were equally evident, laying a more solid foundation for the disciples. "Yura, how many more days can the remaining resources last?" Isaf, as the leader of Tangxinliu, inquired. The middle-aged woman named Yura opened the warehouse records and replied, "If we conserve, it can last for about 10 days, but the pressure will be heavy afterwards. More than half of the resources will run out in a month." Upon hearing this, Isaf lightly tapped his fingers and said solemnly, "We cannot afford to halt the cultivation of the children. How about this? In 2 days, Shishi and Kar will take charge and lead a team into the depths of the primitive mountain range to replenish our resources." He glanced at Shishi and Kar as he spoke. "All right, sure." Shishi and Kar exchanged glances and agreed without hesitation. "Those children are our future. We must not delay their progress due to resource issues." The remaining members had no objections either. As the sect's administrators, they understood that once the leader made a decision, it was essentially set in stone. "Very well, let us discuss another matter." After the simple matter was settled, Isaf's expression turned serious. "Regarding the cultivation of disciples, I believe we can allow Mu Yang to be exposed to some internal martial arts practice earlier." "Isaf, you mean to let Mu Yang engage with internal martial arts ahead of time?" The others were taken aback by his suggestion. Although they had convened to discuss the sect's legacy, none had anticipated Isaf would propose such an idea. The transmission of the sect's legacy was of great importance. Although Tangxinliu was merely a mid-tier sect in the martial arts world, they could not afford to be negligent about such matters. The methods of internal martial arts cultivation constituted the very core of a sect's transmission. Mastery of these techniques was essential to become a pillar of Tangxinliu. Regrettably, for several generations, few disciples of Tangxinliu had made significant progress in internal martial arts, leading to a considerable weakening of their foundational strength. "Is it not too early for Mu Yang to begin?" A man named Shishi hesitated. "He is only 14. The requirements for internal martial arts are exceptionally high. Can his body withstand it?" The early stages of Tang Xinliu's training were all about building a solid foundation. As only with a strong base could one attain success in internal martial arts. The individuals present had only begun their internal martial arts training after the age of 30 without a robust physique. It was impossible to harness the internal energy, and one could even be harmed by its unique properties. Not everyone possesses a physique as extraordinary as Sun Wukong. Thus, Shishi harbored concerns regarding Isaf's intent to impart the internal martial arts legacy to Mu Yang at this stage. It is not too early. Mu Yang has established a very solid foundation that I believe he is ready, Isaf asserted confidently. Isaf was exceedingly pleased with his disciple, who was resilient, tenacious, and indomitable, coupled with commendable talent. He had observed Mu Yang's recent progress and regarded him as a true successor. Particularly over the past year, Mu Yang's advancements had revealed the emergence of a martial arts prodigy, since you. Isaf, believe it is feasible. I have no objections. Carr stated. Mu Yang is quite remarkable. I concur, Yura added. Agreed. Absolutely. The others expressed their unanimous support for allowing Mu Yang to engage in the sect's internal martial arts practice at this juncture. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Shishi shrugged and said resignedly, All right, I suppose I am in agreement as well. TSK, engaging with the internal martial arts legacy at 14. This must be the earliest on record. With full consensus among the 6 elders, Isaf smiled and announced, Then it is settled, we shall arrange a time tomorrow to formally impart our sect's internal martial arts to Mu Yang. Following the establishment of this decision, a smile graced Isaf's face. By the way, there is also the matter concerning Bejita. I have just received a response from the Superpower Academy in the southern region. Oh, what was the outcome? Did she get accepted? Upon hearing that Isaf had received a reply from the Superpower Academy, Carr and the others were filled with curiosity. The Superpower Academy was an enigmatic institution on Earth, existing for an unknown number of years. It was said to be the cradle of superhumans, and it also housed a renowned transformation kindergarten. When Mei Xiao awakened her superpowers, Isaf had contemplated contacting the academy on her behalf, and now, a response had finally arrived. She has been accepted. Isaf, observing the expressions of those around him, nodded with a smile. Starting from the second half of the year, Mei Xiao will be a student of the Superpower Academy. Wonderful. With this, our sect has suddenly produced 2 prodigies. Once Mu Yang and Mei Xiao mature, perhaps Tang Xinli can once again ascend to greatness. Indeed, at this moment, both Yura and Shishi were in high spirits, seemingly envisioning a day when their sect would rise to prominence. The following day, after receiving his teacher's notification, Mu Yang arrived early at Isaf's residence. That moment, Isaf had just finished breakfast and was rejuvenating himself in the backyard, while Mei Xiao was still being urged by her mother, Alice, to wash up. Upon seeing Mu Yang, Mei Xiao quickly splashed water on her face and rushed out, her dark green hair still dripping, with a few strands clinging to her porcelain-like cheeks. Brother, you're here. Mei Xiao exclaimed exuberantly. But Mu Yang smiled and nodded, wiping the droplets from her hair tips before turning to greet his teacher's wife. Although Alice was an ordinary person without martial arts skills, she often helped care for the disciples' meals, earning their deep respect. Teacher, where is he? Alice approached with a smile. Your teacher is in the backyard. Please wait here while I go to call him. With that, Alice set down her tasks and headed to the backyard to summon Isaf. Soon, Isaf emerged. Just as Mu Yang was about to greet him, he suddenly felt a shiver run through him upon noticing something different about his teacher today. Compared to usual, Isaf exuded a chilling aura that permeated the air. Mu Yang stared in bewilderment at Isaf. Isaf laughed heartily, nodding in approval. Come, let us head to the training ground at Dakingshan. Your elders are already waiting there. He cast a glance at his daughter Mei Xiao and added, Mei Xiao, you should come along as well. It will be a good opportunity for you to broaden your horizons. The training ground at Dakingshan? Mu Yang paused, unsure of what his teacher had in mind, but nodded nonetheless. Mei Xiao leaned in and asked, Brother, do you know what father is planning? Mu Yang shook his head. If you don't know, how would I? Mei Xiao pondered for a moment, letting out a soft hum, and followed closely behind Isaf and Mu Yang as the 3 of them ventured towards the rear of the Great Qing Mountain. The martial arts training ground that Isaf spoke of was nestled within a remote gorge behind the Great Qing Mountain. Mu Yang recalled visiting this place a few times during his childhood. He knew it was originally a fracture zone formed by the rupture of the mountain's rock, which had been slightly modified by human intervention to create a vast flat area designated for training. This site had long served as a sanctuary for the elders of their martial arts sect to hone their skills that as they followed Isaf's lead. The trio gradually arrived at the secluded training ground behind the Great Qing Mountain. With their view expanding, they were met with a striking array of uniquely shaped peaks. These mountains were lofty yet narrow, their summits a deep emerald green, while their midsections exhibited a tapestry of light and dark greens. Resembling an inverted parabola, rising dramatically from the ground, the towering peaks resembled stalagmites, showcasing a stark vertical drop that was quite formidable, based on the knowledge from his previous life. Muyang found it incomprehensible how such formations could arise under natural conditions. Yet, in the world of Dragon Ball, such peculiar mountains were commonplace. We have arrived, Isaf announced, his deep voice resonating in the air. Is this the place? Muyang collected himself, surveying the surroundings. They had reached their destination, which unfolded before them as a broad expanse of flat land, bordered by an assortment of bizarre stones that, when gazed down upon, seemed to lead to a perilous abyss, where a moment's carelessness could result in dire consequences. Muyang, you are here. Oh, even Meixia has come. It is good for you to take a look, Isaf called out, and soon, 6 elders, Eula, Shishi, Carl, Clarissa, and Bayaluos, of the Tianqin sect had gathered. Greetings, esteemed uncles. Muyang stepped forward to pay his respects. Haha, no need for formality, the cheerful Carl responded, his voice ringing with warmth. Devoid of any airs of superiority, Muyang smiled, stepping aside after bowing, feeling that the day's events were of great significance given the presence of the elders. He stood quietly, awaiting his teacher to divulge the news. Aunt Eula, what is the matter? Meixia, in contrast to Muyang's decorum, approached and clung to Eula's arm, playfully pressing her cheek against it, as if indulging in childlike affection. Eula gently stroked Meixia's silky hair, her eyes narrowing as she admonished, behave. Today's focus is on Muyang, and you are merely here as an observer though, Meixia replied, promptly ceasing her antics and obediently retreating to the side. Observing his seemingly perpetually young daughter, Isaf shook his head inwardly, yet his expression brightened at the sight of the dignified Muyang. Without comparison, there would be no pain. His daughter appeared somewhat stunted in her martial journey. However, Isaf was pleased with Muyang as a disciple, finding him satisfactory in every regard. The future burden of the Tianqin sect would likely rest upon his shoulders, and given his current performance, Isaf was confident he would not disappoint. Clearing his throat, Isaf beckoned Muyang. Muyang, the reason I called you here today is to impart an important matter. Please, teacher, go ahead. Indeed, Isaf, who held a profound admiration for Muyang's humility, smiled broadly as he continued. This matter is of great importance to you. After discussions with your esteemed uncles, we have decided to formally begin your instruction in the ultimate secret of our Tianqin sect's martial arts, the cultivation method of Qigong. The cultivation method of Qigong. Upon hearing Isaf's words, Muyang was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain his composure. Qigong. What a familiar term. It was indeed the most renowned and representative form of power in the Dragon Ball universe. In the realm of Earth, there were few martial arts schools with a genuine legacy of Qigong cultivation, the most notable being the Turtle School and the Crane School. Both of these schools trace their roots back to the legendary martial arts master Wu Tai Dou. Could be said that only the top-tier sects possessed the secrets of Qigong cultivation, that Muyang never anticipated that the Tianqin sect, a mid-sized martial arts school, would also harbor a lineage of Qigong cultivation. When he first realized he was in the Dragon Ball universe, Muyang had resolved that if given the opportunity to venture outside, he would certainly learn the techniques of Qigong. Little did he expect that before he could step out, Isaf and the others would bestow upon him such a monumental surprise. The very fact that his own sect possessed the methods of Qigong cultivation was simply exquisite. Daddy, what is Qigong? Is it different from our usual training? Meixia's eyes lit up at the mention of her sect's ultimate secret. Isaf regarded his daughter with a serious expression, explaining earnestly, of course. It is different. The previous training methods, be it boxing techniques or martial maneuvers, are fundamentally about laying a foundation. At best, they are sophisticated combat skills preparing one for advanced practices. However, Qigong transcends all that. It represents the sublimation of martial arts and is the true path to martial mastery. With a hint of pride, Isaf continued, let me tell you, in the entire martial arts world, there are but a handful of sects that possess the Qigong lineage. And our Tianqin sect is among them. Despite our small numbers and modest standing, we command many techniques that other sects envy. At your age, you shouldn't be exposed to Qigong cultivation this early. However, considering your well-rounded physique and unwavering dedication to practice, we have decided to make an exception for you, Isaf concluded. That's incredible, Mei Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, her chest puffed out with pride. Although she did not fully grasp the true significance of Qigong, it did not deter her from boasting about her sect's prowess. Look, other sects don't even have this. She resolved that when her father began teaching her brother the Qigong cultivation, she too would study diligently to master this secret of their sect. Seeing her reaction, Eula and the other elders exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their smiles. They understood her thoughts well. The cultivation of Qigong was not something that could be comprehended through mere observation. Without a special cultivation method, it would be impossible to grasp its intricacies. If Qigong were so easily learned, it would not have become a legendary technique in the martial arts world, nor would it enjoy such high esteem. Thus, when Isaf and the others brought Mu Yang here, they had no qualms about allowing Mei Xia to accompany them to observe, because understanding it or not was a separate matter. Especially since Mei Xia had not yet reached the level required to condense Qigong. Unbeknownst to Isaf and the others, outside of Earth, energy attacks like Qigong waves were prevalent throughout the universe. In fact, for any notable strongman, energy attacks were as easy as breathing. However, wealth dictated quantity while poverty dictated quality. The methods and applications of affluent individuals were often rather crude. The environment shapes its inhabitants. Only on Earth, practitioners like Master Rashi, who devoted decades to relentless training to cultivate even a modicum of Qigong, would delve so deeply into the nuances of Qigong waves, eager to explore every subtlety. In comparison to other planets in the universe, Earth's level was still too low, and the innate quality of its people was not particularly high. Just as shallow waters cannot nurture a dragon, they can still cultivate efficient loaches. This is the essence of the matter. As the ultimate secret of the Tianqing sect, the cultivation method of Tianqing Qigong had always been our sect's highest secret. Therefore, it is imperative that you do not disclose it. Your fellow disciples are not yet ready for cultivation. Teaching them prematurely would only harm them. This is something you must remember well, Isaf cautioned Mu Yang with a serious demeanor. Qigong cultivation, being intangible and elusive, demands utmost caution. Even Isaf would not dare claim to have mastered it fully. I understand, Master, Mu Yang responded loudly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Isaf watched his disciple's reaction with satisfaction and nodded to his fellow elders. Words alone cannot compare to first-hand experience. It is far better for you to truly feel the power of Qigong to deepen your impression. Our Tianqing sect's Qigong is called Tianqing Qigong. I urge you to observe carefully. With that, Isaf stepped back several paces, creating a distance of over 10 meters from Mu Yang, then closed his eyes and focused, adjusting his entire aura. It begins now. Brother, prepare to gather energy. Look at brother's stance. He seems even stronger than before. Shishi, Carl, and the others commented, attentively observing. This is a rare opportunity. Mu Yang, you must pay close attention, and Mei Xia should also watch earnestly. Amidst the 6 elders, apart from Eula, the other female elder, Clarissa, spoke. This was a point that required no reminder, as Mu Yang was already intently focused. He was finally about to engage with Qigongs, the most renowned technique in the Dragon Ball universe. With his spirit heightened to its utmost, he felt a tumult of emotions. Not far away, Isaf, after a period of adjustment, gradually completed his brewing aura. As he continued to cultivate, Isaf's formidable physique became apparent. Every muscle on his robust frame began to quiver, the solid muscles stretching the martial arts uniform he wore, each tremor seemingly a manifestation of burgeoning power. Compared to earlier, Isaf now resembled a beast on the verge of unleashing its full might, surrounded by an aura of ferocity. Due to their proximity, Mu Yang could distinctly sense the transformation in his teacher. The overwhelming pressure enveloped him like a suffocating aura. The sheer intimidation of Qigong was truly daunting. The tangible shudder that coursed through him instilled both reverence and a fervent yearning. Simultaneously, as Isaf slowly cultivated the Kamehameha wave, Mu Yang's mind involuntarily conjured images of Master Rashi's first demonstration of the Kamehameha, which obliterated an entire mountain. Compared to that moment, Isaf's current aura was certainly less imposing. Yet it did not diminish Mu Yang's fascination. Sweat dripped from his cheeks as Isaf growled. His aura intensified, veins bulging at the surface of his skin, coiling prominently. This moment, Isaf had elevated the activity level of all his internal energy to its zenith, prompting nods of approval from his fellow disciples. Indeed, Isaf was proving himself, mastering the heavenly heart Qi Gong with increasing finesse. Seeing Isaf's display, Zeiss could not help but express admiration when he unleashed his technique. Its power would surely be extraordinary, Karl observed intently. How could he not be called a senior brother? With such prowess, we might not catch up even after years of practice. Eula glanced at a few individuals. They paled in comparison to Isaf. Look, Isaf's Qi Gong attack is about to be unleashed. Mu Yang. Mei Xia, pay close attention. With a powerful roar from Isaf, all his energy converged into his right arm, his left hand pressing against his right shoulder. His right arm stood erect, fingers poised like a sword as a swirling aura began to flow between them. The preliminary preparations were now complete, and the energy between his fingers continued to gather, ultimately glowing with a brilliant, ethereal blue light. It's about to appear. As the radiant light burst forth, the emotions of everyone present were stirred, their expressions transforming into excitement. Kamehameha. Mu Yang trembled, staring at AWE.IT actually emitted light. Mei Xia gasped, her adorable eyes widening in astonishment. That moment, Zeiss and the other elders suddenly realized, laughing heartily. Indeed, this is the long-cherished heavenly heart, Qi Gong of our lineage. Isaf, you truly embody the essence of this remarkable energy. Just the brilliance alone overwhelms me with exhilaration. Yes, this momentum may well rival the legendary master Matato's Kamehameha. The pride in their powerful lineage shone brightly on their faces. Just then, after a long period of brewing, Isaf was poised to strike, his voice soaring as he bellowed, "Heavenly Heart Qi Gong." Accompanied by this cry, his bent arms suddenly straightened outward, the direction of his fingers indicating his target, a smooth rock cliff that had withstood the elements for countless years. Now facing its moment of destruction, a beam of radiant blue energy shot forth from his fingertips. It surged like a laser, piercing through the air and striking the distant rock face. Instantly, it unleashed a force akin to a cannonball's impact. The ground trembled violently, a deafening roar assaulting the eardrums. The thick dust and flying debris erupted like bullets, and as the smoke gradually cleared, a scene of devastation unfolded, revealing a sizable, dark crater resembling a basin, approximately a foot deep, blasted into the cliff. Impressive. Such power was truly rare in this world. It stirred a fervor within me. Yet alas, I cannot manifest such strength. Cheers erupted around him, a sensation akin to earth-shattering astonishment. Mu Yang, however, gazed with a complex expression at the gaping hole created by his teacher Isaf, his lips twitching slightly. To be honest, the power displayed did not meet Mu Yang's expectations, without even comparing it to the Kamehameha of Goku and others, or Master Roshi's mountain-shattering prowess. It paled in comparison. Yet, the elders around appeared to be in rapturous applause. But then again, Master Roshi was known as the god of martial arts on Earth, and few could attain his level of mastery. One could count them on one hand. How could he possibly compare his teacher with Master Roshi? In this era, where technological advancements had yet to awaken, the ability to split mountains and shatter stones with mere personal strength was enough to captivate hearts and provoke admiration. At this moment, Isaf, having unleashed a Kamehameha, was clearly exhausted, his body swaying unsteadily. Had it not been for Karl's swift support, Isaf would have surely collapsed. Rest for a moment, senior brother, Karl advised. The energy consumed in releasing Qi Gong is immense. Isaf took a couple of deep breaths, the pallor of his face returning to a healthier hue. If it were me, I doubt I could have sustained it. Karl shook his head. Do you see? This is our school's secret technique, the Heavenly Heart Qi Gong. If you dedicate yourself to practice for decades, you too could achieve such power. Isaf turned to Mu Yang and said, "Decades of practice." Mu Yang's eyelids twitched slightly, unsure of how to respond. He could only nod awkwardly yet politely. Noticing Mu Yang's momentary daze, Isaf smiled gently, recalling his own first encounter with the Heavenly Heart Qi Gong. Reflecting on the past, one realizes how moving those days were. Time, like an elegant dancer, unfurls the myriad experiences of life, and before one is aware, there is so much worth remembering. In his youth, he too had been awestruck by the might of the Kamehameha wave. Just as Mu Yang was now, could one truly believe that such a powerful offensive technique existed? It was indeed astonishing. Mu Yang, your potential is commendable. Perhaps you need decades. Just a decade will suffice. Uncle Karl said heartily. Isaf nodded gently, deeply in agreement. What more can I say? At this moment, Muyang found himself at a loss for words. He was already aware of the immense difficulty for Earthlings to unleash the Kamehameha wave. However, if what teacher Isaf stated was true, that it required decades or at least 10 years of practice, then by the time he mastered the technique, the plot would likely have already commenced. Decades from now, the storyline will probably be well underway. By that time, even if he mastered the Kamehameha wave, what use would it be? To put it bluntly, he would merely be a slightly larger grasshopper. Easily slaughtered. For someone like Muyang, who was well-versed in the future narrative, this was evidently unacceptable, given that Krillin could master the Kamehameha wave in just a few short years in the original story. Muyang had reason to believe that there must be some crucial insights unknown to Isaf and the others. It was akin to understanding and summarizing a certain physical phenomenon. Different schools of thought had varying interpretations of Qi, leading to distinct methods of unleashing the Kamehameha wave. In this regard, the Turtle School and Crane School undoubtedly led all other factions. Of course, theory alone is but a foundation. Whether one can ultimately release the Kamehameha wave depends not on the quantity of theoretical knowledge acquired, but on the demonstration of strength. The universe does not concern itself with complexities. Their understanding of Qi may be rather rudimentary. However, it does not hinder them from executing the Qi Gong wave with finesse, drawing attention and admiration. Such a formidable racial talent is certainly something to be reckoned with. It seems that once I grasp the principles of releasing the Qi Gong wave, I must venture out swiftly. Only through extensive experience and exposure can I grow stronger. As the saying goes, the stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. In his heart, Muyang silently resolved to explore the vicinity of the Kailan sacred land after mastering his skills, hoping to expedite his breakthroughs. After a brief respite, Isaf's demeanor had notably improved. Observing that Muyang had recovered from his momentary daze, he nodded inwardly in approval. He glanced at Yura, signaling her to dismiss Meixia, and then began imparting the principles of the heavenly heart Qigong to Muyang. Muyang, after years of training, your body is now remarkably refined. The next step is to learn to harness the energy within you, which we refer to as Qi. The exact source of Qi remains a mystery. It may originate from the organs of the body or from each individual cell. In the Heavenly Heart School, we believe Qi is the amalgamation of essence, spirit, and vitality. The refined essence produced from the fusion of mental and physical strength is what we call Qi. Chakra. Upon hearing Isaf's description, Muyang's mind immediately conjured images of the chakra, the energy source utilized by the protagonists in the world of Naruto. Given that both worlds are creations of island comic artists, it is not surprising that certain concepts share similarities. However, in the Dragon Ball universe, Qi represents a deeper manifestation of energy. Isaf, noticing Muyang's earnest attentiveness, continued, since Qi is a combination of spirit and strength, the first stage of cultivating Qi involves meditative stillness, using mental power to sense the Qi within. Once you can perceive the Qi, you will have completed the first stage. Then you will begin to attempt to circulate it within your body. This initial process may be quite arduous, possibly accompanied by intense mental discomfort, which is entirely normal. It indicates that the Qi is beginning to strengthen within you. Once you navigate this phase, the subsequent steps will unfold naturally. At this point, the Qi will coalesce into clusters distributed throughout your body, nurturing and accumulating over time. When the total amount reaches a certain threshold, combined with specific techniques, you will be able to unleash the Qi Gong wave. Much like your teacher. Of course, each school has its own interpretation of Qi, resulting in varied cultivation methods, yet the fundamentals should remain consistent. Isaf elaborated on the Heavenly Heart School's understanding of Qi with utmost seriousness. Muyang listened intently, comparing this understanding with his own knowledge. Clearly, the original text did not mention the necessity of incorporating mental strength in Qi cultivation. It appeared that neither the Turtle School nor the Crane School had such requirements. In fact, in the entire Dragon Ball universe, Qi was merely equated with strength. One simply needed to know how to release it. Muyang remained unaware whether the Heavenly Heart School's profound interpretation of Qi was a misguided obsession that led them into a narrow alley of meticulousness, or if it was indeed a distinguishing feature setting them apart from other schools, a shining point of difference. He lacked the capacity to judge which approach was superior. Thus, he meticulously committed every word to memory, preparing for in-depth research in the future. After providing a comprehensive overview of the key points in cultivating Qi within the Heavenly Heart School, Isaf paused, allowing Mu Yang ample time for contemplation. Observing his disciple deep in thought, Isaf nodded in satisfaction, eventually resuming his explanation. Approximately an hour later, Isaf concluded his description of the methods for cultivating qi. Well, you have retained the key points. Upon returning, take the time to reflect and strive to refine your first trace of qi. The beginning is always the most challenging. Once you surpass this stage, the rest will follow suit. Isaf smiled at Mu Yang, estimating that his first disciple would require at least a month to refine that initial qi. After a brief pause, he comforted him, but there is no need for undue haste. Compared to other schools, our bodies have been nourished by countless medicinal materials, making it relatively easier for us to produce our first trace of qi, master. I have taken note of everything. I will certainly devote myself to training once I return. Mu Yang responded earnestly and solemnly. Isaf chuckled, patting Mu Yang on the shoulder with genuine warmth. Moderation is key. Everything in due measure. You are still quite young, so there is no need to pressurize yourself too much. Indeed. Mu Yang nodded in compliance, yet his mind was already formulating plans for his upcoming training. With his introduction to a higher realm of cultivation, Mu Yang was acutely aware that his days ahead would be filled with rigorous endeavor. The Heavenly Heart School's interpretation and cultivation of qi had opened a new door for him, ushering him into a fresh stage of training, while Isaf was imparting the qi gong teachings to Mu Yang. Mei Xiao was engaged in discussions with Yura and several elders regarding the Superpower Academy in the southern region. Upon learning that she would soon be departing for a place called the Superpower Academy for an extended period, Mei Xiao's mouth fell agape, filled with anticipation for the future but at a loss for words. Before long, the sun rose majestically over the mountain, casting warmth upon the earth. Once the teachings on qi cultivation concluded, the group hastily dispersed. Due to a shortage of stock materials, Sis and Carl planned to team up and venture deep into the primitive mountains in search of resources, a perilous undertaking that Isaf and the others needed to prepare for. As they made their way back, Mu Yang and Mei Xia walked side by side. Perhaps due to the significant impact of the day's events, the usually exuberant Mei Xia seemed somewhat subdued. They continued until they reached a fork in the road, where Mei Xia suddenly halted, her emerald green eyes fixed upon Mu Yang. Senior brother, Aunt Yura mentioned that I will be heading to the Superpower Academy in the southern region for an extended period. The Superpower Academy, what kind of place is that? Mu Yang asked, momentarily taken aback, stopping in his tracks. I don't know. I've heard it's a place dedicated to training superpowers. Mu Yang nodded gently, confirming that he had indeed never heard of such a name. He inquired, how long do you expect to be gone? I don't know either. Mei Xia shook her head, her expression somewhat downcast. For Mei Xia, who had never ventured beyond her nearby village, the prospect of going to an unfamiliar southern region was understandably daunting. Mu Yang was uncertain of what to say at that moment. Although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of the Superpower Academy, the notion of it as a training ground for superpowers stirred some memories within him. In the original text, it seemed that Oolong and others had also attended a Superpower Academy during their youth, but they ultimately did not enter the main institution, possibly due to insufficient qualifications or other reasons. Instead, they graduated from the affiliated Transformation Kindergarten and left directly thereafter. The decision to send Mei Xia to the Superpower Academy was made by Master Isaf, and Mu Yang felt he lacked the standing to question it. Perhaps for Mei Xia, who possessed superpowers, studying there would enhance her abilities. However, this meant that Mei Xia would be away for an extended period, disrupting Mu Yang's established training plans. Suddenly, a sharp clap echoed, jolting the pensive Mei Xia back to reality. Mu Yang had clapped his hands together forcefully, and then rested a hand on Mei Xia's dark green hair, playfully patting her head. This is a rare opportunity. I just acquired the teachings for cultivating Qigong, and you are about to enter the Superpower Academy. How about we have a friendly competition to see who becomes stronger in the future? Just remember, if you can't defeat me, don't start crying. I wouldn't. Mei Xia shot Mu Yang a playful glare, swatting his hand away from her head. I'll definitely become stronger than you. Senior brother. Not necessarily, Mu Yang replied confidently, shaking his head with a smile at the adorable girl before him. I'm certain I will win, just like now. If I were to use my superpower, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. As she spoke, Mei Xia confidently swung her fist. Mu Yang found himself at a loss for words. Her logic was undeniably sound, leaving no room for rebuttal. Indeed, during their usual sparring sessions, Mei Xia had never been his match. Yet, once she unleashed her superpower, Mu Yang found himself utterly helpless against her. Mei Xiao's abilities were akin to the telekinesis associated with dumplings. An insurmountable force at this stage. This topic was somewhat embarrassing, so Mu Yang decided to refrain from further discussion in the ensuing days. Mu Yang adopted a minimalist approach, diverting his attention solely towards the news concerning the two elders, Cici and Carl, as they ventured deep into the primitive mountains, while immersing himself in cultivating his inner energy atop his secluded hill. At long last, fortune favored the diligent. On the 7th day of his training, Mu Yang sensed a gentle warmth coalescing within his chest. This milestone was achieved a full 20 days ahead of Isaf's initial prediction of a month. Evidently, he was not lacking. The first step had been preliminarily accomplished, and now it was essential to nurture this energy until it flourished. With a heart brimming with joy, Mu Yang closed his eyes, attuning himself to the burgeoning energy. Whoosh! A hollow tremor reverberated through his being, as the newly formed energy surged uncontrollably within him. His complexion paled suddenly, nearly choking as he struggled to subdue it. That energy was indeed exceedingly difficult to control. Fortunately, no mishap had occurred that it seemed mastering it would require additional time. Perhaps this was the crux of qi cultivation. Seated in a meditative posture, Mu Yang gradually acclimated to the sudden rise of heat within him. Subsequently, he rose and leapt down the mountain with haste. Today marked the day Mei Xiao would depart from the Great Green Mountain to attend the Superpower Academy in the southern region. Escorted personally by Aunt Clarissa, one of the 6 elders, given Mei Xiao's affectionate demeanor towards him, Mu Yang felt compelled to bid her farewell. On that day, at the mountainside of the Great Green Mountain, all disciples of Taiying Zhenliu gathered. As Mei Xia turned back every 3 steps to glance at those seeing her off, she appeared as if abandoned, reluctantly waving goodbye. With Aunt Clarissa's gentle urging, she departed from the Great Green Mountain. Observing her increasingly indistinct figure, Mu Yang sighed, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Mei Xiao's absence left a void in his training companionship. Without her incessant chatter by his side, he found himself momentarily disoriented, primarily due to the lack of a sparring partner. Ordinarily, thanks to Mei Xiao's superpower, which enhanced the pressure of his training, he had not needed to burden himself with weights. Now that she was gone, he had to devise alternative methods. However, it soon became apparent that even when he strapped his limbs with sandbags, he could not replicate the comprehensive effect he had previously experienced. After several lackluster training sessions, he grew increasingly dissatisfied. Removing the cumbersome weights, he dropped several sandbags to the ground, feeling a sense of dismay. These bags were large and unwieldy, proving ineffective in aiding his cultivation. It seemed he would have to venture down the mountain to have someone craft a set of specialized bracers designed to augment weight. Gazing at the discarded sandbags, Mu Yang recalled the scene of Sun Wukong training with immense weights on Planet King. Lacking such sophisticated equipment, he had no choice but to settle for iron as a substitute. Although the technology in this world was still in its infancy, with many areas lacking even electricity, ironworking techniques should be available. Days later, a complete set of dark, metallic gear, gleaming with a cold sheen, appeared in Mu Yang's hands. Together, the metal contraptions weighed over 100 kilograms, more than sufficient for his current training. Adorned with these implements, Mu Yang eagerly immersed himself in rigorous training. He practiced punches, lunges, and leg extensions, sweat pouring from him in torrents. Training was a monotonous endeavor. Without the ability to find joy amid hardship, it could easily become a torturous process. Yet Mu Yang reveled in it, knowing that true strength is forged through adversity. In this world of Dragon Ball, where power reigns supreme, without extraordinary perseverance, he would never grasp the opportunity to rise above. Furthermore, with the continuation of his training, he felt tangible changes within himself. His physical fortitude was steadily enhancing, his strength increasing, and the once delicate thread of qi was gradually thickening, now coalescing within him to the thickness of a chopstick. Though still modest, it marked a promising beginning. Today's training persisted, and unbeknownst to him, that slender thread of energy, resembling a worm, began to circulate ceaselessly within Mu Yang's body. This energy emanated from his heart, traversing through his internal organs, and then along an indistinct pathway, surged towards his brain. Everything appeared normal until an unexpected occurrence transpired. As the energy reached the vicinity of his brain, it seemed to respond to an unseen force, abruptly breaking free from his meridians, entering the cerebral cortex, and establishing a residence within his consciousness. Oh no, something has gone awry. A searing pain radiated from the depths of his consciousness, jolting Mu Yang awake from his meditation. At this moment, The energy was no longer under his dominion. Bang, bang. It pulsated like a heartbeat, yet the sound did not originate from his heart, but from the depths of his awareness. His expression turned from shock to pallor, ultimately shifting to a ghastly hue. As though he were suffocating, that he struggled to regain control over the energy within him. Yet it was futile. That thread of energy clung to his consciousness like a sapling taking root. Thin as a filament, meandering through the sea of awareness, gradually breaking free. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion resonated. Akin to the creation of the universe, it seemed as though something had been shattered, yet simultaneously, nothing had occurred. The violent tremors left Mu Yang dizzy, nearly fracturing his consciousness. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself jolted awake, his awareness manifesting within a grayish-white space. This peculiar realm had low visibility, obscuring everything beyond a mere 10 meters. Where was this place? Mu Yang stared, bewildered, at the scene before him, uncertain why he had arrived here. Had he inadvertently shattered the void while training? But that seemed implausible. He pinched his arm forcefully. Pain. Wait, something felt amiss. Suddenly, Mu Yang realized that it was not his consciousness that had entered, but his physical form. And this space was indeed tangible. He hurriedly confirmed his body, ultimately concluding that he had truly arrived. He could still discern the distinction between consciousness and physical form. What on earth was happening? As a seasoned fan of Dragon Ball, he understood that such an occurrence was not part of the established lore. Determined to investigate, he surveyed the confined space. Due to its diminutive size, Mu Yang had barely taken a few steps before reaching its boundary, where an invisible barrier obstructed his path. And no matter how hard he pushed, he could advance not even an inch. It appeared this space measured only a 10-meter diameter. With his palm pressed against the edge of the spatial barrier, Mu Yang pondered inwardly. He needed to swiftly discover a means of escape. Otherwise, he would be trapped here indefinitely. But how could he leave? Frustrated, Mu Yang sank down to the ground. This diminutive grayish-white space was devoid of any features. Besides the monotonous hue, it resembled an empty gray box, reminiscent of the hyperbolic time chamber, yet distinctly different. This space was far more desolate, evidently lacking any provisions. This 10-meter expanse was unmistakably a cage, and he was ensnared within. Cursed fate. In other novels, protagonists encountering such situations often signaled the emergence of a golden finger. Yet here, it had devolved into something altogether different. Was there a bug in his life? As time ticked by, this grayish space remained unchanged, as eternal as the starry sky. Soon, 6 or 7 hours had elapsed, and Mu Yang still had not uncovered a method to escape. Strangely enough, despite the passage of such a long time, he felt not the slightest pang of hunger, as if the consumption of his body had come to a complete standstill. To be more precise, it was not that his bodily functions had ceased. Mu Yang was acutely aware that all his physiological processes were functioning normally. The reason lay within this peculiar space, saturated with an ethereal gas that continuously replenished his bodily consumption. But a sudden realization struck him. If he could freely enter and exit, this would indeed be an exceptional place for cultivation. With a deep sigh, Mu Yang pondered the futility of his thoughts. After such an extended period, he had concluded that this space would not spontaneously release him. There were no accompanying elders or systems to assist him. Fortunately, he was spared the sensation of hunger. At least, he would not starve to death, given the absence of any life-threatening concerns and the fact that he could not exit for the time being. Mu Yang resolved to cultivate here, contemplating that perhaps as his strength increased, he could shatter the confines of this space and return to his original world. With this thought, his demeanor transformed entirely. He began to calm his mind, assuming a stance to practice his martial arts according to the Tianxin style. Indeed, the efficacy of cultivation in this space was remarkable, as the ethereal gases adhered to the surface of his body. He practiced without any substantial energy expenditure. After practicing the Tianxin martial arts for half a day, Mu Yang felt his limbs become limber. He then proceeded to cultivate his internal energy, finding that the results here were remarkably efficient. If the effectiveness of cultivation in the outside world was rated at 5, then here it was at least 15, an astounding threefold increase. What a splendid place this was, the only drawback being his ignorance of how to depart. With a wistful sigh, Mu Yang continued to refine the energy within his body. That moment, a warm current surged through him, circulating through his organs before tracing along his meridians to every bone. The sound of cracking resonated as each muscle quivered slightly. This energy then departed from his muscles and bones, returning to his internal organs, settling like a fledgling returning to its nest, nourishing every cell within his body with a rhythmic vitality. Mu Yang found himself immersed in this exquisite sensation, feeling his internal energy gradually heighten. Suddenly, a flash of insight ignited in his mind that he recollected that his entry into this mysterious space had been triggered by the stimulation of his internal energy, which had reached the depths of his consciousness while cultivating, thus opening this realm that he need not dwell on whether this space was a manifestation of his consciousness. Following this line of thought, if he were to once again use his energy to stimulate the depths of his awareness within this space, it was unlikely that he would open another realm. With this revelation, Mu Yang's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Although this endeavor might be somewhat perilous, it was certainly preferable to being trapped here indefinitely. He resolved to take the risk. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture, adjusting his mindset and carefully controlling a thread of energy to mimic the previous process, directing it toward his brain. With a resounding bang, the energy he controlled burst into the realm of consciousness as if a solid projectile had shattered a thick wall. The mysterious space where his physical body resided suddenly warped in an uncanny manner, and a dark fissure appeared out of nowhere, exuding a powerful force of absorption that drew Mu Yang's body within. When he regained his senses, Mu Yang found himself back in his dwelling at Dakingshan. He had truly returned. He could enter and exit that space at will. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, almost bursting into exclamations of joy. However, a wave of profound fatigue suddenly washed over him, rendering his complexion pale, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. What was happening? His body felt strong, yet he was so exhausted. In a moment of clarity, he realized that while the space had not drained his physical strength, it had indeed consumed his mental energy. Given his current state, it seemed he could not remain in that space for too long. Otherwise, he would end up feeling utterly depleted. That moment, he glanced at the sky, now cloaked in darkness, with stars twinkling like beautiful pearls against the night. It was indeed nighttime. He distinctly remembered entering that mysterious space during the morning, having been trapped for approximately 20 hours. It was perplexing that he emerged in the evening. Could it be that the flow of time in the two realms differed, akin to a time dilation phenomenon? This tantalizing speculation ignited his curiosity, momentarily overshadowing his fatigue. If the flow of time within that mysterious space was indeed different from the outside world, it would provide him with significant leverage. Mu Yang felt compelled to test this hypothesis, but he decided to rest first and regain his strength. He fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. The next morning, to be precise, the third day at dawn, he awoke to discover that he had slept for an astonishing 2 consecutive days. Luckily, Mei Xiao was not present. Otherwise, her habitual visits would have caused quite the uproar upon finding him in a deep slumber. But on this bright morning, as the sun rose, Mu Yang retrieved 2 incense sticks of equal length. Igniting one and holding the other in hand, he inserted one stick into a crevice in the ground and, after a moment of contemplation, opened the passage back into the mysterious space. With a whoosh, Mu Yang's body vanished. Approximately half the duration of the incense passed before he reappeared, only to discover that the stick he held had burned almost entirely to ash. Comparing the 2 sticks, he observed the one in his hand, reduced to a mere stick, and the other, still smoldering on the ground, igniting a profound glimmer of joy in his eyes. The flow of time in both realms was indeed different. The mysterious space on the other side of his consciousness operated at double the rate of the outside world. A twofold increase in the passage of time, coupled with the ability to cultivate without feeling fatigued, rendered it a veritable sanctuary for training. If Mu Yang had harbored any doubts about establishing himself in the Dragon Ball world, the existence of this acceleration space instilled in him the confidence to carve out his own destiny. With a hearty laugh, he decided to name this space Acceleration Space, a title that succinctly encapsulated its essence. Deep down, Mu Yang sensed that the potential of this space extended beyond mere time acceleration. Its resemblance to a time dilation phenomenon was likely just a fraction of its capabilities. In the days that followed, Mu Yang continued to hone his martial arts during the day within Dakingshan, while at night, he would enter the acceleration space, utilizing its benefits to alleviate physical fatigue and diligently pursue his training. Through experimentation, he discovered that, under his current mental state, he could sustain the activation of the acceleration space for approximately 3 hours, equating to 6 hours within. Exceeding this limit would lead to mental exhaustion. leaving him feeling as if he were treading on cotton, rendering the effort counterproductive. In general, martial artists in this world typically had only a few hours each day for training, with the more industrious perhaps reserving a bit of time at night, yet adequate rest remained essential. However, Mu Yang was different. Leveraging the acceleration space allowed him not only to train during the day, but also to squeeze in additional practice at night. It could be said that, within the limits of his mental capacity, the judicious use of the acceleration space for cultivation effectively equated to resting. This back-and-forth arrangement significantly increased his actual training time, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. In July, under a cerulean sky unmarred by clouds, the vast expanse of Dakingshan flourished in greenery, with distant mountains cloaked in azure hues. Within the Tianxin Martial Arts Building, Isafe and several elders of the Tianxin style leisurely sipped tea. Shishi and Karu were also present, having returned from their expedition to the primordial mountain, which had consumed over 10 days of their time. After traversing numerous mountain peaks, the two returned with a sufficient supply of medicinal bath materials, alleviating their worries regarding herbal matters for the time being. Once the ingredients were neatly stored, a few individuals gathered together to listen to Shishi and Karu recount their experiences from the mountain expedition. Punctuated by bursts of laughter, the tea set was elegantly arranged in the center, and as Alisai skillfully brewed the tea, a small spoonful of freshly roasted green tea was infused in the crystal-clear spring water, soon releasing delicate tea blossoms and wafting an ethereal fragrance as the steam rose. Glancing at the time, Mixia should have nearly arrived at the Superpower Academy by now, accepting a cup of fragrant tea from his wife. Isafu began to miss his adorable daughter. Alisai looked at the calendar on the wall, noting that it was about time, wondering how she was faring and if she had been admitted to the advanced class. With Mixia's intelligence, she surely would succeed. Biaros, a handsome man with golden hair, remarked with a smile, "Let us hope so." Alisai responded with a gentle smile. The Superpower Academy comprises junior, intermediate, and advanced classes, each tailored to the varying potentials of superpowered individuals. Gaining admission to the advanced class would provide a significant advantage, not to mention the distinction of a different graduation certificate. For the superpowered individuals themselves, it represents a golden opportunity, particularly conducive to the development of their abilities. As a mother, Alisai naturally wished for her daughter to enter the advanced class. However, she did not impose this desire, for Mixia was supported by the Tianxin lineage. Even if her daughter were to remain an ordinary girl like herself, she would not be subject to bullying in the future. You two need not worry. Clarissa should be sending back a reply soon, Shishi said with a smile, taking note of Isafu and Alisai's worried expressions. He understood their feelings as parents, for it is only natural to be anxious about one's children when they are away. With Clarissa accompanying her, there was indeed little to be concerned about. The conversation gradually shifted from Mixia to discussions about several disciples within their sect, evaluating their strengths and weaknesses one by one. In theory, all disciples belong to the sect leader in the Tianxin lineage. However, in practice, each elder typically mentors one or two disciples, establishing a deeper understanding. Despite the absence of formal titles, regular exchanges regarding the disciples' conditions have been a long-standing principle, enabling the formulation of more precise developmental plans. As they reminisced about Mu Yang, the group expressed their sentiments. Just a short while ago, Mu Yang had visited and raised several questions regarding his training process. Mu Yang's progress has been astounding. I initially thought he would not pose such questions for years, yet here he is, asking them now, Karu remarked, glancing at the others with a hint of nostalgia. Yulin nodded in agreement, by the look of him. He must have grasped the nuances of Tianxin Qigong. Perhaps soon, our Tianxin lineage will witness the emergence of the youngest disciple to master it. Turning to Isafu, Yula smiled. Here, we must congratulate senior brother Isafu. Isafu basked in the praise, feeling a sense of pride in his accomplished disciple. To be honest, this disciple seemed to have transformed completely in recent days, making rapid advancements and leaving the others far behind. As the eldest disciple, he indeed set a commendable example, which proved beneficial for the sect. Isafu nodded lightly, offering generous compliments. Given Mu Yang's current pace, he might have the potential to participate in the 11th World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years. If he can break into the top 8, it would be a significant achievement for our Tianxin lineage. Biaros interjected enthusiastically. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a grand competition jointly organized by various martial arts sects. Held every 5 years this time. The tournament was not yet officially hosted by the Earth government as depicted in the original work, but instead was organized in turn by renowned martial arts sections. Historically, the Tianqin lineage had participated in the tournament only a few times, primarily due to their limited number of disciples, which made it challenging to find suitable candidates, although there was no age limit for participation. In practice, it was often the promising new talents who took the stage, as the future of each sect rested with the younger generation. The elder martial artists were often reluctant to compete alongside the youth. Moreover, it ultimately boiled down to strength. Even if a suitable disciple were available, the Tianqin lineage's performance tended to fall short, having not placed in the top 8 for several tournaments. Indeed, as Biaro stated, achieving a spot in the top 8 would, in some respects, elevate the reputation of their sect. Isifu placed great importance on Mu Yang, which is why he had imparted the secrets of Qigong training to him early on. However, Isifu was also keenly aware of the reality that there are always stronger individuals beyond one's own capabilities. After all, this was the World Martial Arts Tournament, set to gather the most exceptional martial artists from around the globe. Even if Isifu himself were to participate, he might not secure the best results. For Mu Yang to compete in the tournament at such a young age and aim for a top 8 finish would be exceedingly challenging. Of course, Mu Yang was oblivious to Isifu's thoughts, as he currently trained alone in the secluded area of the back mountain. Time flowed swiftly and silently. It had been a month since Mu Yang discovered the acceleration space. During this month, with the aid of the acceleration space, the energy within him had been steadily growing and was now able to condense to the thickness of a thumb. This was a remarkable advancement, as achieving such a level under normal training circumstances would typically require at least 3 to 4 months of diligent practice. Although this energy was still feeble compared to his teacher Isifu's, it had significantly boosted Mu Yang's confidence in the future, motivating him to train with even greater diligence. One day, as the energy within him continued to surge, Mu Yang became capable of sensing the flow of heat circulating within his body. He decided to attempt to replicate Isifu's movements to unleash the Tianqin lineage's Qigong. With a solemn expression, he held his breath, focused his mind, and assumed the stance, forming a sword with his fingers. Channeling all his strength to gather the heat between his right index and middle fingers, Tianqin Qigong. As the energy coalesced, it gradually generated intense heat, and a glimmer of light began to emanate from his fingertips, signaling the imminent release of the Qigong wave. Whoosh! A faint current of energy shot forth from his fingertips, but it barely traveled half a meter before dissipating into a wisp of mist. A dud, Mu Yang awkwardly gazed at the thin veil of fog before him. Thankfully, no one witnessed this. Otherwise, his first attempt would have been quite embarrassing. Releasing a Qigong wave requires a formidable momentum, aimed at a specific outlet, unleashing a powerful impact akin to a tidal wave. The Qigong wave Mu Yang just released lacked substance and quality, failing to meet the standards of explosive or penetrating power. This was due to the insufficient strength of the energy within him. Nevertheless, despite the failure to successfully release the Qigong wave, Mu Yang silently noted his experience and did not succumb to discouragement, resolving to train even more earnestly in the heart of the primordial mountain range. The inner circle extends for hundreds of kilometers, vast and largely unexplored. Even the forebears of the Tianqin lineage, who have resided near the primordial mountain range for years, have not thoroughly explored the entire inner circle despite numerous expeditions. At this moment, Mu Yang wandered aimlessly at the junction between the inner circle and the periphery. In the distance, the forest was lush and verdant, with robust trees soaring into the sky, obscuring visibility. As the terrain undulated, these towering trees rose and fell in a rhythmic pattern. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted swiftly past, vanishing like a fleeting wisp within the forest. Mu Yang had been in this vast forest for several days now. Given his recent training achievements, he felt confident enough to venture alone into the inner circle of the primordial mountain range, provided he remained cautious about his surroundings. Throughout his time there, Mu Yang maintained a heightened state of alertness. The threats in the inner circle were markedly different from those in the periphery. While he could navigate the latter with ease, he must be vigilant here. After all, he lacked the strength of Isifu and the others. Thus, while traversing, his eyes and ears remained attuned to the sounds around him, ready to react at the slightest disturbance. This process continued for several days, as Muyang consistently traversed the boundary between the inner circle and the periphery. As the terrain shifted, a vast valley gradually unfolded before my eyes. This valley, with its undulating crescent shape, featured towering peaks on either side that stretched outward, creating the impression that this moon-shaped expanse had been forcefully carved from the earth. Continuing along the elongated canyon, I suddenly encountered an open expanse strewn with jagged stones. Among the rubble, some glimmering objects caught my attention. These were scattered metallic fragments, substantial in size, their surfaces cloaked in a layer of green moss, revealing hints of mottled rust that suggested they were quite ancient. These metallic pieces do not resemble anything from Earth. I mused silently, a sense of wonder swelling within me as I strode forward. Quickly reaching the vicinity of the larger components, bending down for a closer inspection, I confirmed that these were remnants of a large mechanical apparatus, their corroded surfaces indicating they had likely lain here for several centuries. Undoubtedly not of terrestrial origin. With this conclusion in mind, I began to scour the area for additional remnants. The valley was not extensive, and I soon stumbled upon a half-buried spacecraft near a stream. Astonishingly, it was a spaceship. Approaching the craft, I gazed intently at its structure, lamenting the extensive oxidation and corrosion that rendered any restoration impossible. This vessel measured approximately 7 to 8 meters in length. With half of it ensconced beneath the soil, it appeared that the impact from its initial descent had been so severe that the hull had disintegrated, and the relentless passage of time had reduced it to a state akin to scrap metal, utterly beyond repair. Even if restoration were feasible, it was doubtful that Earth's technology could achieve it. Determined to uncover something useful, I knew that leaving without excavating at least one valuable item would leave me unsatisfied. While the ship itself was irreparable, a diligent search might yield some beneficial artifacts. Observing my surroundings, I procured a long metal pry bar and began to dig. After excavating 2 to 3 meters into the wreckage, I unearthed a metal box containing an intriguing object. Opening the box, I discovered 3 lens-like items. I exclaimed, a smile creeping across my face. The moment I laid eyes on the lens-shaped objects, I speculated that they might resemble energy detectors. Yet, I remained uncertain of their precise function. Holding one of the lenses in my hand, I gauged its weight. It seemed operational, though I hesitated to trust its technological integrity after such a long passage of time. Before long, I realized my concerns were unfounded, and my true apprehension lay elsewhere. As I examined the lens, it suddenly emitted a sound, beep, and upon contact with my skin, it appeared to self-activate, displaying a series of cryptic symbols in a pale green hue. Startled, I regarded the now-activated detector with a sense of trepidation. Alien detection devices often possess communication capabilities. Would this lens inadvertently reveal Earth's location? Although Earth's position in the cosmos is not a secret, many interstellar factions deem our planet insignificant. Recklessly broadcasting a signal could be perilous, potentially attracting unwanted extraterrestrial attention. Given Earth's current military capabilities, we would be ill-equipped to confront such entities. However, not all detectors possess communication features, and it was remarkable that this alien technology had remained intact for so long. Contemplating this, I held the lens aloft, noticing that the readings on its display remained unchanged. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that there was only a single line of symbols, comprising merely 4 digits, and aside from the lens and its mounting frame, there was no visible antenna. After some deliberation, I chose not to dwell on deciphering the symbols displayed on the lens. Instead, I returned it to the metal box and continued my search through the spacecraft. Ultimately, after confirming that no further useful items remained, I grasped the box and departed the crescent-shaped valley. Hastening my pace, I skillfully evaded the predatory gazes of numerous beasts lurking nearby, swiftly making my way back. The moon hung like a silver disk in the sky, surrounded by a tapestry of twinkling stars. Upon returning to my dwelling, I once again opened the metallic box under the dim candlelight and picked up one of the lenses. Beep, beep, beep. The lens activated upon sensing the heat from my skin, quickly revealing a stream of data. Consistent with the previous readings, the data set was minimal, consisting of a singular sequence of characters. The inability to comprehend them was inconsequential, as I surmised that this device functioned similarly to an energy detector, with the data displaying a coherent pattern. Regardless of whether it operated on a decimal or binary system, there was at least some underlying logic to it. Carefully analyzing the data displayed on the lens, I oriented it toward myself and began to channel energy from within. Indeed, I noted that the symbols at the end of the data sequence began to fluctuate. Furthermore, as the data oscillated, a discernible alternating pattern emerged that I meticulously transcribed each symbol onto paper for further examination, soon realizing that the characters were divided into 4 segments, each likely representing a positional value. Thus far, the initial 2 digits had remained unchanged. Fortunately, my background as an electrician, with knowledge of digital circuit principles, provided me with a glimmer of insight into deciphering this information, regardless of the numerical base. I could deduce the values from the data fluctuations. After numerous trials, I confirmed that the final digit of the lens exhibited a total of 16 variations, suggesting that the displayed data was likely a hexadecimal representation. Cross-referencing the displayed characters with my understanding of hexadecimal notation, I directed the lens toward myself and calculated my maximum energy output. Beep, the lens revealed a sequence of data, which, when converted to Earth's hexadecimal equivalent, read 002F.in decimal form, this translated to 47. Thus, my current energy level or combat power stood at 47 points. This figure was commendable, at least among Earth's inhabitants. Reflecting on the data, I couldn't help but smirk. A year prior, upon my arrival in this realm, my combat power had barely grazed 15. In the span of a year, I had nearly tripled my capacity, a remarkable achievement indeed. Now, equipped with a concrete numerical reference, my training felt more focused, though I remained uncertain whether this data aligned with the universal standards of combat power calculation in comparison to the energy detectors utilized by Frieza's forces in the original narrative. My device lacked geographic tracking capabilities. Moreover, given the simplistic character display, it evidently did not possess communication functions. It was merely a straightforward energy detector. However, its detection range appeared considerably broader, with the 4-digit hexadecimal format capable of identifying combat powers of approximately 65,000. Regrettably, I could only induce minor fluctuations in the detector's final 2 digits at present. Nevertheless, a sense of calm washed over me, igniting a fervent enthusiasm within. This quantification was enlightening, while I had always been aware of my growth. The precise extent had remained elusive. With this energy detector, it felt akin to a video game, watching my level rise continuously, a tangible manifestation of my progress that invigorated my motivation in the martial arts building. I sat across from Icifer. Following our weekly mentoring session, he had retained me for a private discussion. "Teacher," I said, offering a slight nod in his direction. Previously, I had utilized the detector to assess Icifer and the other elders. Under normal conditions, their readings hovered between 60 and 70, with Icifer boasting the highest at 74. Yet, I understood the true nature of Earth's martial artists, and I suspected this was not their maximum combat potential. In a genuine display of power, Icifer's combat strength could very well surpass 80. Have you encountered any challenges in your training during this time? Icifer inquired with a smile. Thus far, I have felt quite well and have not encountered any bottlenecks. I replied. Mu Yang replied. As AI Safu nodded solemnly, he earnestly stated, "In approximately 3 years, a grand martial arts tournament will be held on Maple Leaf Island in the southern region. Masters from around the world will gather there. This is a rare opportunity for training, and my intention is for you to represent the Tianxin School at this event." The notion of a martial arts tournament gathering the world's top experts sent a thrill through Mu Yang. Was this not the legendary first martial arts tournament? "Teacher, please enlighten me with the details of the tournament," Mu Yang implored eagerly. Ai Safu chuckled lightly and replied, "Even if you did not inquire, I would have elaborated for you." He regarded Mu Yang with a gentle smile and cleared his throat. "Regarding the tournament, its full name is the First Martial Arts Tournament. In truth, it has already been held many times. Initially, it was merely a private exchange among the top sections. However, as the scope of communication has expanded over the years, the tournament has grown increasingly grand, primarily organized by renowned sections. Yet, the participants have now broadened to encompass the entire martial arts community. The upcoming event will be the 11th iteration of the First Martial Arts Tournament. In previous years, our Tianxin School lacked the strength to send disciples, but you are the most outstanding among our new generation. Hence, I hope you can represent the Tianxin School in the competition. It matters not whether you achieve a commendable rank. Consider it a valuable training opportunity. Ai Safu patiently explained, estimating that if Mu Yang diligently practiced over the next 3 years, attaining a good standing in the first martial arts tournament should not pose a challenge. However, claiming victory would be considerably more difficult. Ai Safu's expectations were modest. Securing a place among the top 8 would suffice. Yet unbeknownst to him, his assessment of Mu Yang's potential was rather understated. 3 years hence, the 11th First Martial Arts Tournament. Mu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the first time he comprehended the chronological context of his existence within the Dragon Ball universe. Previously, due to the current backward state of Earth's technology and the isolation of information, he had struggled to ascertain how many years remained until the narrative commenced. Now, the information AI Safu provided about the first martial arts tournament offered him a crucial reference point. In the original story, Sun Wukong participated in the 21st tournament, meaning Mu Yang was 10 tournaments ahead, equating to 30 years. However, Mu Yang shook his head. The interval between the 21st tournament and its predecessor was 5 years. Not 3, therefore. 10 tournaments would amount to 50 years, plus the upcoming 3 years. This indicated that there were at least 53 years remaining until the story begins. Calculating thus, it implied that Mu Yang had traversed into the Dragon Ball world 54 years prior to the narrative's commencement. Mu Yang couldn't help but marvel at the lengthy duration. 54 years was substantial. By the time the story begins, he would be in his 60s or 70s, a frail old man. After receiving the news about the first martial arts tournament from his teacher AI Safu, Mu Yang bid farewell and returned to his humble dwelling, pondering the implications of the tournament. With a clear understanding of his temporal context, Mu Yang found a sense of tranquility. His gaze fell upon the energy detector housed within a metallic case, and a faint smile graced his lips. Let me not dwell on events over 50 years hence. For now, I shall focus on honing my skills. The forthcoming tournament will be my first step toward making a name for myself in this world. In the original narrative, the Turtle Sage, having lived for over 300 years, remained vigorous and was celebrated as the god of martial arts, actively participating on the historical stage until the story began. This suggested that when one's power reaches a certain level, employing certain means could indeed prolong one's lifespan. Legends claim that the Turtle Sage achieved longevity through the consumption of elixirs or by ingesting the immortal grass found in the Forest of Immortality. Which account is credible remains unclear to Mu Yang. While it might be miraculous for 1 or 2 individuals like the Turtle Sage, Crane Hermit, Tao Pai Pai, and Baba to have lived for centuries, the occurrence of 4 such beings undoubtedly implies a reason behind it. As long as this reason exists on Earth, Mu Yang believed he, too, had the opportunity to obtain it. With this thought, the modest goal of surviving until the story's inception seemed increasingly attainable. Of course, Mu Yang's aspirations extended beyond mere survival. He desired to maintain a robust physical state, unlike the Turtle Sage and Crane Hermit who would be frail when the narrative commenced. In the tranquil morning, nature's beauty unfolded. The breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft whisper, while frogs croaked at the edges of the fields. Dew-covered grass swayed in the distance, and the serene forest echoed with the sounds of insects and birds. On a hillside, a young man concentrated on gathering energy within himself. Suddenly, he tensed as if facing a formidable foe, radiant energy coalescing into a sapphire point at his fingertips. With a commanding shout, he thrust his arm forward, unleashing a torrent of energy between his fingers. Tenshin Chigo. Like a laser, it swiftly traversed the air, the slender beam accompanied by a fierce whirlwind, striking a stone weighing over 70 pounds in the distance. A thunderous explosion ensued as the stone shattered into countless fragments, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air, obscuring the view. As the haze dissipated, Mu Yang gasped lightly, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. His Qigong wave had finally reached the level of his teacher AI Safu. 3 years had passed since Mu Yang acquired the energy detector. Day after day, for a full 3 years, Mu Yang had matured from a boy into a graceful young man at 17. Throughout these years, his strength had steadily increased. After extensive training, Mu Yang's physique had been significantly enhanced. The physical constitution of Earthlings could not compare to that of Psiots. Thus, he could not engage in reckless extreme challenges like Sun Wukong. However, thanks to the effects of the acceleration space, Mu Yang's combat power had now reached 85. While this figure was not particularly high and could not compare to contemporaries like Sun Wukong, it was nonetheless impressive for an Earthling. During these years, Mu Yang had not deliberately sought to enhance his combat power. Rather, he had invested more time in comprehending foundational martial arts within the acceleration space, striving to evolve each technique into countless variations before integrating and optimizing them. Mu Yang understood that Earth was merely a lower-tier planet, implying that its ceiling was quite low. A lower-tier meant that upon eventually reaching the pinnacle, there would be no one to guide him. He would have to rely solely on his own exploration. Thus, to facilitate his future development, Mu Yang consciously honed his comprehension during this early limited growth phase. In fact, even AI Safu, his teacher, was unaware that, unbeknownst to him, His disciple had already acquired the capability to contend with him in battle. At this point, with every punch Mu Yang threw, he could sense his strength increasing. One day, a month before the first martial arts tournament, preparations were underway. Due to inadequate transportation, traveling from the Great Green Mountain in the northern hemisphere to Maple Leaf Island in the south would consume considerable time. Thus, on this day, Mu Yang packed his belongings and, accompanied by Uncle CC, embarked on the journey to Maple Leaf Island. Mu Yang, do your best. Achieving a good result would be splendid, but even if not, the experience gained is invaluable, AI Safu encouraged, placing his rough palm on Mu Yang's shoulder as they parted. Rest assured, teacher, Mu Yang replied, his gaze resolute and his tone confident. That spirit is all I require. AI Safu remarked with a smile and a gentle nod. Mu Yang wore a faint smile, confident in his abilities. Around him, his fellow disciples craned their necks, enviously watching Mu Yang in the center. As expected of the senior disciple, he has the opportunity to participate in the first martial arts tournament. If only I could be as formidable, I would love to witness it firsthand. Indeed, for the next tournament, we shall surely participate. Thus, under the watchful gaze of all the elders and peers, Mu Yang elegantly raised his hand in a wave, shouldered his pack, and set off with Zai's towards the foothills. The journey to Maple Leaf Island necessitated the use of a steam locomotive, and the nearest train station was nearly 100 kilometers from Dakingshan. The horizon was adorned with the fiery hues of the setting sun. As the twilight painted the skyline in shades of crimson, by the time Mu Yang and Zai hastened their steps towards the only town with a train station nearby, a full day had elapsed. The town was named Chongshan, deriving its title from the towering peaks that descended into the uncharted wilderness of the primordial mountains. It served as the sole conduit for the surrounding villages to the outside world, presenting a stark contrast to the villages at the foot of Dakingshan with its evident prosperity. The existence of the train station played a pivotal role in the development of Chongshan. As they traversed the streets, various shops lined either side, with merchants vocally promoting their wares, exuding a burgeoning modernity reminiscent of the early 20th century. Seizing the opportunity before the sun sank below the horizon, Mu Yang and Zai made their way towards the train station, queued to purchase tickets, and soon Zai secured their tickets, handing one to Mu Yang. Long-distance trains to the south departed every 2 days, while those passing through their destination ran only once every fortnight, with the next train scheduled for the following evening. Consequently, Mu Yang and Zai would need to linger in this town for a day. With ample time remaining before their train's departure, they sought out lodgings. Zai, accustomed to traveling, guided Mu Yang to a nearby and adjacent to the train station. He then methodically explained, "This journey will require us to endure a fortnight aboard the train. Tomorrow, while we have the time, you should procure some essentials." "Understood," Mu Yang replied, following Zai. Having been accustomed to the rustic landscape of the countryside, the quaint town brought forth a semblance of familiarity from a past life. Subtly enchanting yet feeling like a distant memory. It was not unfamiliar, yet the sense of novelty was palpable. That night, Mu Yang once again entered the accelerated space for his training, a habit he had cultivated. The night passed in silence. The next day, Mu Yang strolled alone through the town streets. Considering the need to spend a fortnight on the train, he purchased some basic necessities. This marked Mu Yang's first venture away from Dakingshan to such a distant town since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Although the sights before him differed from the continuous flow of floating ships he had envisioned, the power of technology had undeniably transformed the town, filling him with a sense of wonder. After acquiring all he needed, Mu Yang ambled through Chongshan, burdened with various packages, marveling at the genius of briefs. The inventor of the Universal Capsule Technology. No wonder the Universal Capsule Corporation had become the largest company in the world. Its convenience for travelers had indeed propelled an era forward. However, at present, thoughts of the Universal Capsule were futile, as Dr. Briefs might have only just been born, clad in a pristine martial arts uniform that fluttered in the breeze. Mu Yang attracted glances from passers-by as he walked the streets. In this era, martial artists were held in high esteem, yet due to the isolation of transportation, few had actually witnessed one in person. Even apprentices garnered significant attention, and thus, Mu Yang's presence in his martial attire drew many curious glances as he returned to the inn and organized his belongings. When the time was right, Mu Yang and Zai made their way to the train station in advance. Surrounding travelers also carried their own bundles, each appearing hurried, seemingly anxious to catch their departing trains. Beside the platform, the steam locomotive billowed scalding steam, enveloping the area in a misty haze. After ticket inspection, they boarded the train and located their compartment. Stowing their luggage on the overhead rack, Mu Yang settled on the edge of his bunk. gazing out at the passing scenery. Their compartment was spacious, accommodating 6 individuals. Besides Mu Yang and Zeiss, there were 2 other passengers who resembled merchants. After exchanging cordial greetings, Mu Yang fell into a meditative silence. With a resounding whistle, the steam locomotive commenced its journey, the heavy train rumbling to life. The clattering of wheels against the iron tracks echoed in his ears as the landscape blurred past. In all honesty, the steam locomotive's speed was not particularly swift, averaging around 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Even if Mu Yang exerted himself fully, he could surpass it, yet not with the same relentless pace. Maple Leaf Island lay beyond a maritime expanse in the southern region. Thus, upon reaching their destination, they would need to board a ferry to reach it. The train clattered over hills, transitioning from plains to rolling hills and then into mountainous terrain. As dusk descended, the brilliance of stars began to pierce through the clouds. After several stops along the way, 10 days swiftly passed. By this time, new passengers had taken the place of the previous merchants. A well-dressed young couple had boarded, accompanied by their 2 daughters, approximately 5 years old, charmingly delicate and exuding an air of affluence. One day, while Mu Yang sat in meditative practice, he felt a sudden chill on his cheek and opened his eyes to find a brown-haired little girl gazing at him with her glistening, doe-like eyes. "April, do not disturb this big brother while he is practicing," admonished the girl's mother, a courteous young lady who cast an apologetic glance at Mu Yang as she cradled her daughter. "You must apologize to the big brother." With that, the young mother turned to Mu Yang, saying, "I am sorry for my child's disruption. It's quite all right," Mu Yang replied with a smile and a shake of his head. "I am sorry, big brother," the brown-haired girl said, glancing at her mother, her lips pouting an apology. She reached into her pocket and produced a jar of candies, offering, "Big brother, these candies are for you. They are very sweet." Witnessing the girl's reluctance to part with her treats, Mu Yang chuckled softly, shaking his head and declining the offer. No need. Keep the candies for yourself. "Yes, April loves candies the most," the little girl beamed upon hearing this, her sapphire eyes sparkling with joy as she carefully unwrapped a candy and popped it into her mouth. "Sister, I want some too." April's younger sister, a golden-haired little girl, chimed in with a sweet voice. "Here you go." What a considerate little girl. Mu Yang smiled as he watched April delicately unwrap a candy and offer it to her sister. He. The brown-haired April let out a melodious laugh, as if the world held endless joy for a child. Observing April's playful charm, Mu Yang's mind drifted to Meisha. It had been quite some time since that fellow had returned since she enrolled in the Superpower Academy, which also resided in the southern region. As he embarked on this journey to participate in the grand martial arts competition, he pondered whether he should pay her a visit. "Perhaps I shall wait until after the competition to surprise her," he mused inwardly. Through their ensuing conversation, Mu Yang learned that the young couple before him was named Claren and Phimia, researchers at a comprehensive research institute. They were taking this trip during their holiday to visit family. Accompanied by their 2 daughters, April and Cypril, with sapphire-like blue eyes, they inherited their parents' hair colors, one brown, the other golden. It is said that innocent children are the most endearing. Mu Yang had previously been skeptical. Yet after meeting April and Cypril, he became a believer. These 2 delightful children were indeed irresistibly charming. The train continued its swift journey along the tracks for several more days, and with the noticeable change in climate, it signified that they had entered the southern region. This time, the northern hemisphere was still basking in summer, while the southern hemisphere was enveloped in the chill of winter. Thus, upon disembarking, the breath they exhaled formed visible clouds. "Good luck at the martial arts competition, young sir." Claren, the young man, tipped his hat and readied his suitcase for departure. "Thank you for your kind words," Mu Yang replied with a smile. Mu Yang, Mr. Zeiss, should fate allow, we shall meet again. This journey has been quite delightful, if not for our prearranged itinerary. We would have loved to witness the prowess of martial artists. Goodbye, big brother." April vigorously waved her arms, then tugged at her mother's hem as they made their way towards the bustling platform outside. "Goodbye," Mu Yang smiled in return. This seemingly mundane journey was infused with an extra touch of joy, thanks to the innocent little girl, and he hoped there would be another opportunity to meet. Yet, Mu Yang was acutely aware that the chances of that happening were exceedingly slim. At that moment, Shishi, with his luggage in tow, quietly observed from the side, after the clan and couple departed with their children. He turned to Mu Yang and said, "Let us not linger. We must make haste. There lies a strait between us and Maple Leaf Island, and after we exit the train station, we'll need to transfer to a ferry." "Understood, Uncle Shishi. Let us set off." Mu Yang nodded with a smile, increasingly reflecting on the inconveniences of transportation in this era.it was no wonder that the World Martial Arts Championship was held once every 5 years. As traversing the journey consumed an extensive amount of time. Of course, should one possess the prowess akin to Sun Yukong, one could swim halfway around the globe, yet Mu Yang had not yet attained such capability. Maple Leaf Island, separated from the vast southern regions by a mere few dozen kilometers of strait, was bustling with activity that day as it welcomed the quinquennial World Martial Arts Championship. As the event drew nearer, formidable martial artists from various schools around the globe converged upon the island, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Unlike the original version of the championship, here it was merely a gathering for exchanges among different schools. Not yet officially sanctioned by the Earth government, the esteemed organizing faction of the 11th World Martial Arts Championship was known as the Maple Leaf School, and Maple Leaf Island served as their base. Although the Maple Leaf School did not possess the might and fame of the Turtle School or the Crane School, it was nonetheless a distinguished martial arts faction in contemporary circles. We should find a place to stay, as the championship will commence in 3 days, spanning 2 days of competition followed by a 3-day exchange event, Shishi explained as he led Mu Yang through the quaint town at the foot of Maple Leaf Island. So, must everyone reside in this town? Mu Yang questioned, observing the throngs of pedestrians and doubting whether the small town could accommodate such an influx of outsiders. Shishi nodded. According to tradition, the organizers will arrange lodging for those who placed in the top 50 of the previous competition. And the top 8 competitors' disciples will also receive special accommodations. The Maple Leaf School is a large faction, so they have ample rooms to house the participants. However, for smaller schools like Tianqin School, which had neither disciples in the top 8 nor participants in the previous top 50, lodging arrangements must be self-managed. Mu Yang nodded in understanding after hearing this. Privileges for schools and competitors indeed seemed to favor the strong. He calculated that this would likely reduce the number of attendees by half, making it plausible for the town's inns to accommodate the influx as they conversed. Shishi led Mu Yang to a quaint inn, where the staff greeted them warmly and showed them to their room. After a simple meal, Mu Yang began to prepare for the upcoming World Martial Arts Championship. His daily meditation and training remained uninterrupted. Yet considering he was in a new place, Mu Yang refrained from entering the accelerated space. Just as he was immersed in his practice, Shishi entered the room. Mu Yang, would you care to take a stroll outside and familiarize yourself with the surroundings? Sure, Mu Yang replied. Much like preparing for an important exam by familiarizing oneself with the venue, he decided to conclude his training for the day and wander the town with Shishi. These are the martial artists of Earth. There certainly are not a few. Following Shishi, Mu Yang surveyed the area. As more competitors gathered, he estimated around 100 individuals were present, predominantly young disciples clad in various martial arts uniforms, along with some instructors like Shishi. With his current strength, Mu Yang was unable to gauge the opponent's prowess through energy perception, but he could sense a general threat level. Expanding his spiritual awareness, he did not detect any hostile auras, indicating that the 100 or so individuals before him were not his adversaries. Come along. We shall first register at the Martial Arts Hall. Unaware of Mu Yang's discreet assessment of the martial artists, Shishi led him towards the registration area. The competitors we just saw were primarily from medium or even smaller factions, so their strength is not particularly formidable. The truly powerful schools have consistently achieved notable results in previous competitions. Hence their disciples are personally welcomed by the Maple Leaf School upon arrival at the dock. Mu Yang nodded, recalling that Shishi had mentioned this previously. Like attracts like, even within the martial arts community, distinctions in strength and hierarchy existed. This was a topic grounded in reality. Between individuals and schools, bonds could form based on shared martial philosophies, yet divisions could also arise from disparities in strength. A complete egalitarianism was non-existent. The more formidable the faction, the more it emphasized the display of etiquette, which was fundamentally rooted in strength. When disparities in power existed, the courtesies extended might be merely symbolic and polite. Only when strength was comparable could genuine respect be manifested. For instance, the organizers would arrange early receptions for the seed competitors and disciples of major schools participating in previous championships. This was a world where strength spoke volumes. Only the less esteemed ordinary factions would need to fend for themselves upon arrival. Among the most renowned factions in the contemporary martial arts world were the Turtle School, Crane School, Dueling Temple, Maple Leaf School, Qianhe School, Cross Fist, Monster Clan, and the legendary Guardians of the Sacred Land. Shishi recounted these factions with familiarity, shaking his head as he added, "However, in recent years, both the turtle and crane schools have largely faded from prominence. And the guardians of the sacred land reportedly have clan rules that prevent them from easily leaving the Kylan sacred land. Thus, in the past few decades, Dueling Temple, Maple Leaf School, and China School have emerged as the most prominent factions." As Shishi spoke of the current landscape of the martial arts world, Mu Yang could discern a sense of wistfulness in his tone. This was not to say that the experts from these prestigious factions were inherently superior to those from smaller schools. Indeed, smaller schools also produced formidable masters, such as Mu Yang's teacher, Isifu, who was undoubtedly a strong figure. However, due to Tianqin School's relatively modest scale, it found itself categorized as a medium faction. The larger factions naturally boasted a greater number of disciples, resulting in a stronger overall quality compared to other schools. In addition to these experts, there existed a unique group of powerful beings on Earth, intelligent monsters capable of human speech, typically possessing the appearance of wild beasts. However, categorizing them solely as beasts would be inappropriate due to their intelligence. Maple Leaf Island was an island that rose in the center and sloped downwards on all sides, like many islands. The climate was exceptionally pleasant. Even in the midst of winter in the southern regions, the island was graced by gentle breezes. At the heart of the island stood a majestic peak known as Maple Leaf Peak, where a grand martial arts hall resided halfway up its slopes. This hall belonged to the Maple Leaf School, and it was here that the current World Martial Arts Championship would be held. The winding path leading to the foothills was adorned with lush greenery and melodious birdsong, while the stone path was flanked by dense foliage, gazing through the mountain pass into the distance. The crystalline waters glimmered beautifully, and the gentle breeze carried the scent of the sea. Upon entering the martial arts hall, the gathering of martial artists increased, and Mu Yang scanned the surroundings. He noticed many individuals clad in Maple Leaf School uniforms leading groups on tours, which he surmised were disciples from prominent factions. Mu Yang, come over here, Shishi called from the side, prompting Mu Yang to hurry over and register his name at the registration desk. Tianqin School, Mu Yang. The staff repeated the name, confirming its accuracy before handing him a number tag. "This is your number. You will draw lots based on it for the competition." "Thank you." Mu Yang politely expressed his gratitude, glancing at the tag bearing the number 241 before carefully stowing it away. At this stage, the martial arts championship was not yet an entertainment event open to spectators. Thus, the rules of the competition differ somewhat from those of later generations. In this arena, no preliminary selections are conducted to enhance the spectacle. Each match takes place directly in front of the masters of various schools. Firstly, the caliber of participants is markedly different from that of later times, rendering selection unnecessary. Secondly, the discerning eyes of the professional spectators are keener, allowing for a more profound observation of each contestant's strengths and weaknesses, making every match a rigorous trial for the competitors. Naturally, this system of competition also amplifies the pressure, as it can be said that every contestant must exert themselves to the utmost to avoid bringing disgrace upon their school. After completing the registration, guided by a disciple of the Maple Leaf School, Mu Yang toured the martial arts hall. He then settled under a tree not far from the registration point, quietly observing the contestants arriving to sign up. At that moment, the sun hung low in the sky, and distant seagulls cried out. Noticing the time, the staff in charge of registration began to pack up, and both Mu Yang and Shishi did not linger. Returning to their lodging point, 3 days swiftly passed, and at the registration deadline, Mu Yang learned from the event organizers that a total of 315 contestants had signed up for this tournament. This number is considerably higher than that of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, as described in the original text, indicating that martial arts cultivation is still quite prosperous at present. However, in later years, due to the rise of technology and the entertainment-oriented nature of martial arts tournaments, many schools chose to retreat from the public eye, resulting in a gradual decline in professional competitors. This is a historical trend, an inevitability that on that fateful morning, the World Martial Arts Tournament finally commenced. The Maple Leaf Martial Arts Hall buzzed with activity. "Ah, look over there. That is Master Xiaolin from the Dueling Temple, and the one beside him must be his disciple." A voice of astonishment rang out, and the entire hall erupted in excitement. Mu Yang turned to see an elderly monk clad in a yellow robe entering the hall, accompanied by a young, handsome monk. Wasn't Dueling Temple the place where Klin had once trained under Master Rashi? Mu Yang squinted, sensing an immense aura emanating from the old monk, quietly taking out his energy detector for a scan. The data revealed an astonishing power level of 105. A combat power of 105 is exceptionally formidable among Earthlings. To put it into perspective, during the Dragon Ball Z era, Master Roshi's power level was merely 139. Although this Master Shaolin may not rival the god of martial arts, he is certainly one of the titans within the martial arts community. Truly, a school with a long-standing heritage possesses profound depth. Shishi gazed toward the Dueling Temple contestants, unsure whether to feel envy or admiration. Uncle Shishi, I shall not be outdone by them, Mu Yang declared, his gaze fixed on the several young monks beside Master Shaolin. Then you must give it your all, Shishi smiled, encouragingly patting Mu Yang on the shoulder. For him, as long as Mu Yang could achieve a top 8 finish in the tournament, he would be immensely satisfied. As for competing against renowned schools like Dueling Temple, perhaps that was better left aside. Noticing that Shishi did not take his words seriously, Mu Yang smiled wryly and chose not to comment further. It was evident that Uncle Shishi's faith in his abilities did not match that of Isaf, though it was understandable given that the Tianxin school had languished for a long time. Compared to other illustrious schools, it was only natural to be regarded with skepticism. He wondered what expression Shishi would wear when he displayed his true strength in the current martial arts tournament. The older generation of martial artists primarily took on an observing role, while the younger generation remained the mainstay. As for the master named Shaolin, Mu Yang recognized that he was not his match. However, he felt an urge to compete against others. Alas, once again, a disciple from the Turtle School had not participated. As he passed by the podium, Mu Yang overheard such a lament. There's nothing to be done. It is said that Master Wu Tian has not taken on any disciples for many years, another person replied. Mu Yang sidled past, ears perked up, contemplating, with 50 years remaining until the plot unfolds. Master Roshi should have already taken Gohan as his pupil by now. Not allowing Gohan to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament must be due to his belief that it is unnecessary. Gohan is Master Roshi's most outstanding disciple, ultimately surpassing even his master in achievements. Now, with 50 years before the plot commences, the youthful Gohan is undoubtedly in a period of rapid growth, close to dominating the scene. Participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament holds little significance for him. Mu Yang. The competition is about to commence. Remember to give it your all. Do not underestimate any opponent, Shishi admonished. As Mu Yang had previously only battled beasts in the primitive mountains without any experience facing other humans. Shishi, concerned that Mu Yang might struggle to adapt, patiently advised him. Rest assured, Uncle Zai. Mu Yang nodded earnestly and solemnly, then adjusted the belt at his waist, embodying a spirit of determination. At the podium, the leader of the Maple Leaf School began to explain the rules of the tournament, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. As the applause subsided, it was accompanied by the resounding clang of a gong, signaling the official start of the competition. Below, Mu Yang continuously scanned the esteemed individuals above using his energy detector. 105, 110, 98, 103, 118, these were all formidable figures. Aside from the older generation, the younger contestants were comparatively weaker, thus Mu Yang did not bother to measure them. However, the exceptional ones likely had power levels of around 60 to 70, presenting a notable gap from his own. Soon, the matches began. Following the draw, disciples from various schools were divided into 8 competition zones to vie for supremacy, with each zone determining the strongest contestant to advance to the top 8. There were no preliminary strength tests or revival mechanisms. It was a pure contest of raw power, aside from the top 8 from the previous tournament being designated as seed contestants across the 8 zones. Everything else was straightforward and unyielding. Mu Yang's blood surged with excitement. This was the competition he had longed for. Standing in the candidate area, he could already feel the turmoil within him. This emotion was reminiscent of the fervor he felt during his own college entrance examinations. On the stage, the first match between different zones had commenced, and disciples from various schools fought fiercely. Some contestants, unfortunately, faced opponents of vastly superior strength and were eliminated, leading to their dejected sighs. Such outcomes elicited a wave of murmurs from the audience. But luck is also a facet of strength. All present were distinguished martial artists, and after briefly lamenting the fates of those with decent abilities, their attention swiftly shifted back to the next match. At this moment, Mu Yang was also focused on the ongoing battles. Although the movements of these martial practitioners were swift and fierce, to his eyes, they seemed to unfold in slow motion, each action not only appearing sluggish but also rife with openings. Such levels of competitors participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Muyang mused that if he were to take the stage, a mere flurry of his fists would suffice to send them sprawling. The disparity was glaringly obvious that in this instant, Muyang was certain that he would achieve commendable results in the tournament. Contestant 241, please proceed to ring 13. A staff member called out loudly, "It's my turn to compete." Muyang nodded lightly, his eyes gleaming with calm determination as he walked toward the designated ring, gracefully leaping onto the stage. From below, Shishi called out, "Muyang, maintain your composure. Do not feel overwhelmed." "I understand," Muyang replied, flashing a confident smile toward Shishi before turning his gaze to his opponent. Facing him was a young man of moderate stature, dressed in a blue martial arts uniform. Upon seeing him, Muyang smiled. "I encounter a disciple of the Maple Leaf School in my first match. Well then, let me witness the strength of a disciple from a grand school." Muyang steeled himself, opting not to employ his energy detector, instead relying on his instincts. This approach was to hone his ability to perceive energy. Maple Leaf School. Kane, the disciple from the Maple Leaf School, joined his hands in a gesture of respect and slightly bowed. Muyang returned the gesture. Tianqin School, Muyang. Following this, the two assumed their stances, gauging each other's strength, and it was ultimately Kane, the Maple Leaf disciple, who initiated the attack. As Muyang's eyes subtly shifted, his aura transformed accordingly, his gaze tracking the movements of his opponent. This was his first formal competition. Muyang had no intention of holding back from the very outset. The opponent's fists and feet were about to make contact. Muyang silently exclaimed, his body suddenly swaying, and as he swayed, he inadvertently shifted behind Kane. It soon became evident that the disparity between this fighter named Kane and Muyang was significant. With his footwork deftly changing, Muyang had already seized the opportunity. What incredible speed! When did he position himself behind me? Faced with the unexpectedly emerging Muyang, Kane was drenched in cold sweat. However, being a disciple of a prominent school, Kane clearly possessed formidable skills. Lowering his body and crossing his arms, he narrowly evaded the impending danger. After several back-and-forth exchanges, Muyang had roughly gauged his opponent's level. It was time to quicken the pace and bring this match to a close, and thus Muyang broke into a grin. With a mere thought, the speed of his hands accelerated once more. Kane was taken aback by the swiftness of Muyang's movements. His body involuntarily hesitated, and the simple attacks he attempted left him at a disadvantage, forcing him to retreat to the side. Bang! Muyang's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, producing a resounding thud that caused the stone slabs of the martial arts platform to tremble and crack slightly. Witnessing the sudden display of power from Muyang, Kane was both shocked and compelled to retreat, as an overwhelming momentum bore down upon him. Suddenly, a blurred shadow darted past Kane's eyes, leaving him with no option to evade. He could only cross his arms in defense. Thud! A colossal pressure descended upon him, causing Kane to stagger and slide back several meters. His arms felt numb, and with a bitter smile, Kane resolved within himself, "Wait, I concede this match," just as another attack from Muyang was imminent. Kane hastily called for a stop, and with that, he regretfully descended from the platform. The match concluded with contestant number 241, Muyang, emerging victorious. Upon witnessing one contestant voluntarily concede and exit the platform, the staff promptly raised their flags and announced loudly, "Remaining on the platform, Muyang rightfully claimed the victory of this battle." Outside the ring, spectators watching the match at arena number 13 were taken aback as Kane stepped down. To think that Kane from the Maple Leaf School had lost, it seems that the contestant named Muyang warrants attention. Though the duration of this match was brief, it accentuated the evident gap between the two. Throughout the encounter, Muyang maintained dominance over Kane, and in the limited exchanges, Kane could not capitalize on any advantage. The disparity appeared considerable, and Muyang's impressive performance left a lasting impression on the audience and fellow competitors alike. His strength should not be underestimated. Those acquainted with Kane were particularly astonished upon hearing the news. They had expected him to last through several rounds, not to lose right from the start. Witnessing this match, other competitors cast serious glances at Muyang, adding his name to their list of contenders to watch. What a pity for senior brother Kane. A disciple approached, noticing Kane's pallor, and asked, "Senior brother, are you all right?" Kane waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I'm fine, just need a moment to rest. That last punch was truly formidable. Was that person really that powerful?" The younger disciple was both astonished and sympathetic for senior brother Kane. Knowing that Kane's prowess was exceptional among the many disciples of the Maple Leaf School, if even he could not withstand a single blow from the opponent, Could it be that this individual surpassed their own disciples? Do not underestimate him. His true strength may be beyond our imagination, Kane said earnestly. Only through actual combat can one truly gauge Mu Yang's capabilities. He is yet to unleash his most potent techniques. It is entirely possible that this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament may reveal a dark horse. Tenshin School, why have I never heard of it before? Simultaneously, he felt quite frustrated, vexed by his own misfortune. Nevertheless, given the absolute disparity in strength, he accepted his defeat with grace. Meanwhile, after concluding his match, Mu Yang returned to the resting area and subsequently participated in several more contests, achieving victory in each. This only intensified the sense of threat felt by other competitors in the same division, prompting them to take him seriously. With a thunderous clap, Mu Yang launched a rapid assault, sending his opponent flying out of the ring. In yet another match, he triumphed over an elite disciple from a martial arts dojo, returning to the platform with remarkable poise. Uncle Shishi, I have a general understanding of the levels within the martial arts tournament. Mu Yang said. Shishi's face flushed slightly, astonished by Mu Yang's performance. Well done. You have consecutively defeated elite disciples from major schools. Maintain this momentum and strive for even better results. Previously, Shishi had high hopes for Mu Yang, believing he had the potential to reach the top 8. However, reaching such a stage was merely an aspiration. Whether he could truly achieve it remained uncertain. Yet now, based on Mu Yang's current performance, a spot in the top 8 seemed all but secured. Greedily, Shishi began to hope for even greater accomplishments from Mu Yang. If he could secure the championship, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire martial arts world. I am thinking too far ahead. Such a distant prospect. Yet, he could not suppress his thoughts. If senior brother Isifu were to witness Mu Yang's performance in the tournament, he would surely be thrilled. Mu Yang smiled at Shishi, firmly believing that in the absence of the older generation of martial artists, it would be difficult to find rivals among his contemporaries. The tournament progressed fervently, and in the second-floor stands of the martial arts arena, a female elder from the Qianhe school spoke up. The number of participants in this year's martial arts tournament is on par with previous years, yet it has yielded quite a number of elite competitors. Ha, Elder Naley, I have heard that among the younger generation of your Qianhe school, there is quite a promising talent, remarked the leader of the Maple Leaf School, pointing toward the second arena. Isn't that the young girl over there? Elder Naley smiled and replied joyfully. Lizzie is indeed a fine talent, but I also find Aluo from your Maple Leaf School quite impressive. A mutual admiration society. Indeed, the leader of the Maple Leaf School said with great satisfaction, nodding in appreciation, before turning to Master Xiulin from the Duolin Temple, who sat half-closed-eyed in meditation. Master Xiulin has a broad perspective, remarked the leader of the Maple Leaf School with a light chuckle. That is because he is confident in his own predictions, Elder Naley added. At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted from the opposite side of the martial arts arena. The elders turned to see a young man clad in a white martial arts uniform relentlessly attacking a monk who happened to be an elite disciple of the Duolin Temple. At this point, Master Xiulin opened his eyes, losing the calm demeanor he had previously maintained. Who was that young man in white? How can he dominate Wu Ting? The accompanying staff, flustered, quickly flipped through the roster and found the corresponding number, stating, that individual is named Mu Yang, hailing from a sect called Tenshin School. Tenshin School. That name seems familiar, thought Master Xiulin, his brow furrowing as his white beard trembled, yet he could not recall where he had heard it. Elder Naley interjected, this Tenshin School appears to be a very ancient sect, albeit one that has remained relatively obscure. It originates from an ancient lineage. Indeed, exceptional talents arise in this world, and Wu Ting has encountered a formidable opponent. Master Xiulin lowered his head, lost in thought, before suddenly laughing and saying, no matter how obscure an ancient sect may be, its ability to endure through the ages must signify its merits. It seems Wu Ting has not come in vain. Master Xiulin genuinely viewed the outcome of the match with equanimity. Victory or defeat was of little consequence. The Duolin Temple no longer required such trivial accolades. He merely hoped that this competition would allow his disciples to gain valuable experience. Engaging with good opponents is rare, and the others, perceiving Master Xiulin's thoughts, nodded in agreement. My disciple Kane, he too has fallen to that individual. The leader of the Maple Leaf School perused the current tournament chart, astonished to discover that Mu Yang had indeed defeated Kane. While Kane was not the top seed of the Maple Leaf School, he was still a disciple highly regarded by its leader. Initially, it was thought that his opponent would be Wu Ting, yet he had been eliminated so early. It appears we must keep an eye on that young man named Mu Yang. A few senior practitioners began to take notice. engaging in playful banter amongst themselves. As the younger martial artists continued to emerge, the martial arts community would undoubtedly flourish, much to the delight of these elders. On the second floor stands of the martial arts arena. The members of Lu, including the esteemed Master Fengye, continued their discussions. However, the situation on the arena stage was changing rapidly. At this moment, Mu Yang and a disciple of the Dueling Temple named Wu Ting had unleashed formidable power, exchanging fierce blows in a relentless onslaught, creating a series of blurred afterimages that surpassed the limits of ordinary human perception. Mu Yang and Wu Ting launched into an all-out assault, their palms colliding with a thunderous sound. Impressive, Mu Yang gasped slightly, retreating a few steps, realizing that this was the first opponent he had encountered in the competition whose strength was on par with his own. The disciples of Dueling Temple were indeed not to be underestimated. It seemed he would need to employ his ultimate technique. With a grin, Mu Yang planted his foot firmly on the ground, halting his retreat, causing the stone slab beneath him to shatter into a web of cracks. He then leaped forward, a powerful force propelling him upward, sending the broken stones flying in all directions. Celestial Heart Qigong. Mu Yang's eyes narrowed, his right hand raised, fingers poised like a sword, a terrifying aura emanating from his entire being. As his voice faded, a glimmer of cold light flashed between his bright eyes, and a brilliant blue beam of energy materialized between his fingers, shooting forth like a laser, surrounded by several swirling winds. Resembling a ferocious beast from ancient times, charging towards Wu Ting with a savage, bloodthirsty aura, sensing the explosive energy radiating from Mu Yang and the unstoppable wave of Qigong, the elders of Lu, including Elder Fengye, suddenly stood up, their faces reflecting disbelief. This was a Qigong wave, comparable to those of the older generation of martial artists. Remarkable, it was astounding that someone so young had achieved such a level. The martial arts elders watched in astonishment, unable to contain their gasps. What? Mu Yang's Qigong has become this powerful? Sis rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The Celestial Heart Qigong was something even he could not casually unleash. Yet Mu Yang had executed it effortlessly during the competition, evoking a sense of envy within him. At that moment, Sis realized that his young disciple might have surpassed him in strength. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into a frenzy. No way. He unleashed a Qigong wave. The possibility of a contestant using a Qigong wave against Wu Ting made the outcome truly unpredictable. Both spectators and competitors widened their eyes in anticipation. Be careful, Mu Yang shouted across the arena at Wu Ting. His aura surged, a powerful presence bearing down, the chilling energy rendering resistance nearly impossible. Swish. Faced with Mu Yang's overwhelmingly fierce attack, even the elite disciple of Dueling Temple turned pale. However, Mu Yang's attack was already upon him. In the realm of experts, the slightest margin could determine victory or defeat, and at this moment, Wu Ting had lost the initiative, leaving him with no option but to face defeat. Boom! The immense force of the Qigong wave struck Wu Ting, causing his face to turn white as he soared into the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily beyond the arena's edge. Mu Yang of the Celestial Heart Flow emerged victorious, advancing to the top 8. With a whistle, the dust settled as Mu Yang, in a formidable display, defeated the seed contestant from Dueling Temple to secure his place in the top 8. Thank you for the match, Mu Yang said calmly. Bowing respectfully, Wu Ting wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and returned the gesture with his palms together. Wu Ting had actually lost. Elder Nali of the Qianhe Flow clicked her tongue softly, remarking to herself, "It's quite normal. Given the aura he displayed earlier, he may reach our level in just a few years. Is that even possible?" "He is so young," sighed Master Xiaolin, reciting a silent mantra. Both Kane and Wu Ting fell to that young man. "I wonder what chances Aluo and Lizzie have," inquired Master Fengye with interest. "I don't hold out much hope." Elder Nali shook her head. "Lizzie is no match for that individual. Among the rising stars of the various sects, Wu Ting of Dueling Temple could be considered among the very best if he had fallen to Mu Yang. The others likely had little chance of victory." Master Fengye nodded. "Indeed, it is quite rare for someone so young to unleash such a powerful Qigong wave in today's martial arts world." At this moment, he had nearly concluded that the champion of this martial arts tournament would be none other than Mu Yang. "Ha ha ha. Well done, Mu Yang. If Brother Isafe knew you had defeated the elite disciple of Dueling Temple, he would surely rush over in excitement. Unfortunately, the distance from Dakingshan to Fengye Island is quite far. Brother Isafe will not have the opportunity to witness your sweeping prowess. As soon as Mu Yang stepped down from the stage, Sis approached him with excitement, showering him with praise. Mu Yang smiled modestly. "Uncle Sis, I've merely reached the top 8. The competition is far from over. Sis shook his head vigorously. It's not the same. Not the same at all. Entering the top 8 and defeating Wu Ting are entirely different matters. Originally, Sis had thought that if Mu Yang could secure a spot in the top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament, he would have accomplished his goal. After all, among so many sects, how many could claim a top 8 finish? That alone was quite satisfying. However, from Mu Yang's current performance, it seemed he was not inclined to stop there. Although both had achieved a place in the top 8, their significance was utterly distinct. Wu Ting was not only an elite disciple of Dueling Temple but also a leading contender for the championship of this World Martial Arts Tournament. If Mu Yang could defeat him, did that not mean he had a chance at claiming the championship title? If Mu Yang were to win, it would undoubtedly elevate the Celestial Heartflow's reputation. Even now, even if Mu Yang were to concede defeat and withdraw from the subsequent matches, Sis knew well that having witnessed the power of Mu Yang's Qigong wave, his name had already begun to resonate throughout the martial arts community. How many martial artists possess the ability to unleash a Qigong wave? Mu Yang was certainly among that select group, and it was a matter of great honor. The upcoming matches should not bear too much pressure. He should take it easy, for he had already secured a spot in the top 8, and every victory from here on out would be a step forward. Sis enthusiastically patted Mu Yang on the shoulder, then noticed that Mu Yang's complexion had turned somewhat pale, expressing concern. You just unleashed a Qigong wave. Is your body okay? Mu Yang shook his head, indicating he was fine. My body is all right. A little rest will suffice. Then be sure to rest well. Sis nodded, refraining from saying more and standing by to allow him to recuperate in peace. As Mu Yang sat quietly to recover. Fierce battles continued on the other stages. The 315 competitors from around the world were fully engaged, fiercely vying for their chance to advance. Crackling sounds echoed as blurred figures darted across the arena. Accompanied by the shouts of the competitors, the ground suddenly erupted with numerous holes of various sizes, shattered stones flying everywhere, igniting sparks as they scraped the surface. Lizzie of Qianhe Flo emerged victorious. Advancing to the top 8. Aluo of Fingye Flo secured a win, also entering the top 8. Barney of the Cross Fist claimed victory, proceeding to the top 8. Jilo from the Western Village triumphed. Entering the top 8. As the competition progressed, the top 8 contenders were gradually determined. Alongside Mu Yang, the 8 strongest participants of this tournament had now been established. Mu Yang glanced at the list. Noting the competitors who had made it to the top 8. Aside from himself and a contestant named Play, the remaining 6 were predominantly disciples of large sections. One could not deny that these major sects excelled in nurturing their disciples. It was no wonder that after these prominent sects chose to retreat from the world, the level of martial arts on Earth had significantly diminished. After a brief intermission, once all results were confirmed valid, the sound of the gong reverberated once more, signaling the conclusion of the day's events. The top 8 matches were scheduled for the following day, allowing for a night of rest. Upon returning to the inn with Sis, Mu Yang discovered that he had become something of a celebrity. Numerous disciples from medium and small sects approached him, accompanied by their instructors, greeting him with warm enthusiasm, making Mu Yang feel the warmth of this world for the first time. Haha, you young folks carry on. I'll refrain from interrupting. With a satisfied grin, Shisi joined the other team leaders from different factions in a convivial drinking spree. Left behind, Mu Yang appeared rather helpless. However, this presented a splendid opportunity to forge new friendships. Much like the legendary Sun Wukong from the original tale, who formed a formidable entourage through the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, relationships often evolve from strangers to acquaintances. In a classroom setting, it may be challenging for underperformers to strike up conversations with top students. Yet, when the latter take the initiative to engage with the former, the outcome is profoundly different, akin to a goddess pursuing a mortal man. What Mu Yang did not anticipate was the unexpected arrival of Wu Ting, who intruded upon his lively discussion with a group of underperformers. Wu Ting's robust physique bore a resemblance to one of the 10 holy mages from fairy tale, Juvia, albeit appearing younger and more handsome. The two found an immediate rapport, discovering that their values and perceptions of martial arts were remarkably aligned. Had he not been uncertain about the monks of Duolin Temple's stance on alcohol, Mu Yang would have eagerly suggested a night of revelry. Time was fleeting, the night as cool as water. Ultimately, Mu Yang abstained from drinking and engaged in conversation with Wu Ting until the late hours. Collapsing into bed upon returning to his room, the following morning heralded the commencement of the quarterfinals of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. If the preceding matches across the 8 divisions served as mere appetizers, the quarterfinals represented the very essence of the tournament. Due to the significance of each bout, the participants collectively moved to the grand arena, where matches no longer occurred simultaneously. Drawing lots determined the opponents and the order of combat. mirroring practices of later generations. Upon completing his draw, Mu Yang made his way to the contestant viewing area, which afforded a more expansive perspective designed specifically for the competitors in their respective schools. The first match featured Lizzie from the China school facing off against Barney from the CrossFist school. This contest was evenly matched, captivating the audience's attention. Barney, a muscular man standing at 6 feet tall, excelled in the CrossFist style, delivering powerful and sweeping strikes with explosive energy. In contrast, Lizzie, a petite beauty under 5 feet tall, demonstrated agility and finesse, adeptly evading attacks with her flowing hair. The juxtaposition of their physiques, one tall and powerful, the other delicate and nimble, unfolded a real-life spectacle reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast, drawing enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Mu Yang and Shishi attentively observed from the sidelines, offering critiques while contemplating how they might respond in a similar situation. Mu Yang's focus was particularly intense, not merely due to Lizzie's striking beauty, though she certainly was attractive. Rather, he sought to absorb wisdom from the combat unfolding before him. A martial artist must continuously strive for improvement. For any semblance of complacency or lethargy risks stagnation or even regression. Compared to others from Earth, Mu Yang possessed a keen awareness of the formidable nature of this world. In the cosmos, there existed countless beings capable of catastrophic destruction, treating planets like mere marbles. The potential of Earthlings was already limited. Should he fail to exert himself and strive for progress, he would inevitably become prey. This understanding could only be fully grasped through first-hand experience in the Dragon Ball universe, a reality far removed from the entertaining portrayals seen on screens. Indeed, for an individual residing on a planet that could be obliterated at any moment, especially one cognizant of this peril, entertainment would be supplanted by an overwhelming weight of pressure, propelling them toward relentless training. There exists no greater impetus than a life-or-death crisis. The contest between Lizzie and Barney persisted for over 20 minutes, establishing a thrilling precedent for the quarterfinals, culminating in Lizzie's narrow victory. Though Barney too garnered applause from the audience, one match after another ensued, and soon it was Mu Yang's turn to take the stage. His opponent, Jilo, hailed from the humble village of Ping Fan, a dark-skinned youth who appeared younger than Mu Yang. Rumor had it he had not received formal martial arts training. Nevertheless, reaching the quarter-finals indicated his formidable prowess. As Mu Yang surveyed his opponent with a serious demeanor, he noted that Jilo's ability to advance to this stage without formal instruction suggested considerable talent. Perhaps Jilo was akin to a character like Yajirobe. Upon drawing Jilo as his opponent, others remarked on Mu Yang's good fortune, as Jilo was considered the least promising contender among the 8 finalists, making victory seem almost assured. Let the match begin. With the signal, both Mu Yang and Jilo adopted their stances, readying to attack. The match unfolded with little suspense. Mu Yang's combat prowess far exceeded that of Jilo, and it wasn't long before Jilo found himself on the defensive, ultimately succumbing to defeat. "Thank you. This match has taught me much," Jilo expressed earnestly as the bout concluded. Mu Yang regarded him with newfound admiration. "No need for thanks. If you were to receive formal instruction, you could become even stronger. Would you be interested in joining a reputable martial arts school?" Jilo shook his head, saying, "Not at this moment. I wish to rely on my own efforts and do not want to be confined by the frameworks established by predecessors." Mu Yang paused, reevaluating his perception of Jilo. He seemed to share a similar mindset, possessing a strong sense of purpose. However, without guidance from those who came before, the risk of straying into pitfalls increased. While it was possible to eventually navigate such errors, doing so could result in wasted time. A skilled teacher could significantly reduce the likelihood of taking missteps, as the wisdom of experience is invaluable. Yet, the merit of experience is contingent upon the individual. Encountering an instructor of inferior skill could render such experience detrimental, leading one further into error. Observing the resolute conviction in Jilo's eyes, Mu Yang nodded, stepping down from the stage without further comment. Shishi, watching from the sidelines, expressed admiration. "This Jilo is a promising martial artist. Though I do not entirely agree with his perspective, his determination deserves our respect." "Indeed," Mu Yang mused, "but it is a path fraught with challenges." That he reflected inwardly, applying this sentiment to himself as well. Drawing from memories of his previous life, Mu Yang was confident he would not falter excessively during the early stages of his training. However, as he advanced, the limitations of Earth would soon become apparent. And like Jilo, he might have to carve out his own path based on intuition, a journey destined to be equally arduous. Jilo's choice stirred Mu Yang's thoughts, but he quickly shook off the sentimentality, redirecting his focus to the next match. The subsequent bout featured Auro from the Maple Leaf School facing off against Booker from the Four Bodies School. Mu Yang paid close attention, as the name Four Body struck a familiar chord. It wasn't until Booker publicly executed the technique of his school, transforming into four distinct entities, that realization dawned upon him. Four Body Fist, he exclaimed, recognizing it as the technique used by Tenshinhan during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament in the original story. Remarkable. He could suddenly split into four, intensifying the pressure on Alro. Witnessing this unexpected maneuver, Shixi's eyes widened in astonishment. Perhaps, Mu Yang commented. The four-body fist may serve as a powerful trump card against ordinary martial artists. However, its efficacy against skilled opponents is not guaranteed. It possesses a critical flaw. As he observed the two combatants exchanging blows, Mu Yang continued, if all participants are of relatively low skill, then four attacking one can indeed create an advantage. Their speeds may differ, but not to an insurmountable degree. Conversely, in a one versus many scenario, one risks distraction and falling prey to the opponent's strategy. However, employing the same tactic against high-level martial artists may yield different results. You mean to say that dividing one's strength into four parts diminishes overall power, even with superior skills? If one cannot land a hit on the opponent, it becomes futile, Shixi pondered, falling into silence. Mu Yang nodded. Indeed, speed and power shift in significance at different stages. In a duel among masters, precision is paramount. Watch closely, Uncle Shixi. Alro is poised to counterattack. With that, Mu Yang's gaze returned to the arena, fully focused on the unfolding battle. Indeed, Aluo had managed to recover from the onslaught of the four Bukers and had discerned his opponent's weaknesses. The speed of that Buker has diminished, Shixi remarked in surprise. Exactly, Mu Yang replied with a nonchalant shrug. You noticed it so quickly, Shixi exclaimed, his eyes widening. Mu Yang gently nodded, refraining from mentioning that he had prior knowledge of the four-body fist vulnerabilities from the original text. Hiss, Shixi inhaled sharply. When did Mu Yang's vision and judgment become so astute? It was not merely a matter of identifying the weaknesses and techniques. The crux lay in the transformation of combat philosophies across different levels. As young talents like Mu Yang, Jiluo, and Aluo continued to emerge, Shixi suddenly found himself questioning whether he had aged on the arena. The match continued, and indeed, Aluo had seized control of the combat rhythm, rendering victory almost inevitable. Before long, as his opponent, Buker, exhausted his strength, Aluo seized the opportunity and triumphed in the match. At this juncture, the top four had been determined: Lizi, Mu Yang, Aluo, and a disciple from a major sect. After a brief intermission, the semifinals were to commence. Throughout the ensuing matches, Mu Yang remained composed. In fact, the masters of Fengye sect and Elder Ali from China sect had already reached a tacit understanding regarding the prospective champion. As anticipated, in the semifinals, Mu Yang calmly defeated Lizi, while Aluo advanced to the finals in the subsequent contest. The final confrontation was imminent, and the champion would soon be unveiled. The master of Fengye sect smiled lightly, proclaiming, the outcome is already apparent. I have high hopes for the contestant named Mu Yang. Elder Nali chuckled. This is not in opposition to the master of Fengye sect. Rather, it is simply that Mu Yang possesses a slightly greater chance of victory. At this moment, Master Hulin, fiddling with his prayer beads, softly remarked, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the champion will undoubtedly be Mu Yang. I concur. Another chimed in, Mu Yang from Tianxin sect will prevail. Others echoed the sentiment. For Mu Yang's performance in the earlier rounds had been remarkable. Among the younger generation, those capable of executing energy waves were few and far between. In the absence of Shixi and his contemporaries, it would truly be difficult for anyone to defeat him. You all, upon realizing that none regarded his disciple favorably, the master of Fengye sect's lips quivered in frustration. What happened to the supposed home advantage? Why had no one considered that aspect? However, reflecting on the previous matches, he could not help but shake his head. Well, since everyone shares this opinion, let's see. With such a prodigy emerging from Tianxin sect, aside from the legendary Koasan sect and Hexian sect, it seems unlikely anyone of the same generation could surpass him. Let us await the outcome. Maintaining a calm mindset, he thought, since the opponent was exceedingly talented. Losing would not be a disgrace. After all, he was not without support. Glancing at the other sects, the master of Fengye sect wore a smile. Not far from the stands, Shixi had also grown tense. The whispers of those around him filled him with exhilaration. His face flushed as he excitedly shouted, Go, Mu Yang. Give it your all. Please welcome the finalists, contestants Mu Yang and Aluo to the stage. As the staff's voice faded, Both Mu Yang and Aluo straightened their expressions, leaping onto the arena and locking eyes in front of the audience. This was the most exhilarating moment of the martial arts conference. As an atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the AIR.AT this moment, whether the competitors or their guiding instructors, all wore serious expressions, intently observing. The match begins. With the referee's command, both contestants tensed, every muscle in their bodies quivering. In an instant, Mu Yang took the initiative, becoming a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. When he reappeared, the sounds of fierce combat began to resonate. 3 days later, aboard the ferry at the dock, Shi was bent over his desk, fervently writing, transcribing the results of the world's greatest martial arts assembly into a letter to be sent back to the headquarters of the Dakingshan sect. As his pen touched the paper to record the final results, he could scarcely contain his excitement. In the 11th edition of the world's greatest martial arts assembly, the champion, unexpectedly, did not hail from a prestigious sect but was instead an underdog. Mu Yang from Tianxin sect, a name unheard of before the event. Although this championship bore some weight due to the absence of the older generation of martial artists, Mu Yang had undeniably emerged as a standout among the youth. Officially marking his entrance into the martial arts world, folding the letter and sealing it with glue, Shi carefully placed it into the mailbox. The post office had a direct line, and within about 7 or 8 days, this letter would reach ICE safe. Having completed this task, Shi exited the room. Just as the ferry was nearing the dock, passing by the dining hall, he noticed Mu Yang dining within, casting a glance at the increasingly darkening sky, signaling an impending rain. Mu Yang, after the ferry docks, will you return to Dakingshan with me, or venture out to explore on your own? Shi took a seat beside Mu Yang and casually ordered some snacks. I think I will explore for a while first. I intend to take this opportunity to experience the outside world before returning. This competition has provided me with profound insights, and there is much room for improvement in various areas. Mu Yang stated directly, setting down his chopsticks, as Shi's expression reflected understanding that he nodded. Indeed, broadening your horizons is beneficial. To be candid, your skills are already commendable. In comparison to us, the only gap lies in experience. Gaining exposure to the world's diversities will serve you well. Pausing for a moment, Shi added with a smile, you have grown. You can navigate these matters on your OWN.AS for specific training. We have little more to teach you. Based on the results of the world's greatest martial arts assembly, Mu Yang's performance had surpassed Shi's expectations. The only area lacking was in combat techniques. Perhaps due to insufficient combat experience, Mu Yang's responses against his opponents were somewhat disorganized. He could have secured victories more effortlessly, but had expended considerable effort instead, had it not been for his superior strength over his opponents. The final outcome might have been uncertain. In lower-level contests, the importance of technique was self-evident. Even in higher-level battles where strength escalated, combat techniques remained crucial. These were lessons that neither Shi nor I could impart. He would have to glean them through experience. All this required practice. Home while munching on snacks, Mu Yang nodded. In truth, he had recognized this himself, especially during the final match. Had his strength not surpassed Aluo's, the outcome could have been reversed, and Aluo of Frieza sect might have emerged victorious. History is written by the victors. Even if not penned by the victors themselves, the narratives crafted nonetheless affirm their triumphs. As the champion of this assembly, Mu Yang found various sects lauding this unexpected underdog during the post-competition exchange meeting, elevating him as a paragon. Yet, beneath the spotlight, Mu Yang was acutely aware of his considerable deficiencies. At best, he was merely commendable among his peers. Should he become arrogant from such praise, what achievements could he hope to attain? He must remain vigilant. Flattery is a sugar-coated bullet. The correct approach is to savor the sweetness while spitting out the bullet. Hence, after the exchange meeting, Mu Yang did not rush to return to Dakingshan with Shi. Rather, he planned to venture out for further training. Moreover, having arrived in the southern region, he felt compelled to take the time to visit the Super Ability Academy and check on Meisha. Otherwise, should she learn of his presence without a visit, who knows how she might reprimand him. After casually sampling some snacks, the skies outside opened up with a torrential downpour. Raindrops splashed upon the azure sea, creating a misty veil, while the wind and rain intensified the waves, compelling the ferry to reduce its speed. An hour later, as the rain gradually subsided, the ferry, delayed by the storm, finally docked in the afternoon. Mu Yang, I'll head back first. Please be cautious during your travels, and return when the time is right. Shi urged, reiterating his advice before parting. I understand. Mu Yang nodded. Take care. Shi, a straightforward individual, reflected that there was little more for two grown men to say, so he decided to leave it at that. He was confident that, given Mu Yang's current capabilities, he would encounter no danger while exploring on his own. After offering some parting words, he waved goodbye and set off alone with his luggage towards the train station. Observing Shi's figure gradually vanishing into the crowd, Mu Yang gathered his spirits. He soon turned in the opposite direction and too disappeared amidst the throngs of people. The location of the Super Ability Academy is nestled within a serene and secluded mountain forest in the southern region. Its exact date of establishment shrouded in mystery, although it has undoubtedly existed for a considerable time. Its enigmatic nature is akin to the Kalen Tower of the Kalen Sanctuary, steeped in local folklore brimming with wondrous tales. Allegedly, admissions occur every few years, with recruitment points established in nearby cities. Yet the precise location of the academy has never been disclosed to outsiders. In the tranquil forest, the sounds of birdsong filled the air. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of blue light pierced through the trees, causing mighty trees in its path to topple with a resounding crash. The earth trembled, reverberating with a thunderous boom, as birds took flight amidst the billowing smoke of the fallen giants. Carving a path through the ancient woods. Mu Yang had been wandering in this forest for several days, his provisions long since depleted. Whenever hunger struck, he would hunt wild game to satiate his appetite. And when fatigue overtook him, he would find a sturdy tree, ascend its trunk, and sleep soundly. Days passed, yet he had not caught even a glimpse of the Super Ability Academy. Surely it must be nearby. As he roamed through the woods, treading upon the verdant ground and forging his own path, the surroundings were lush and tranquil, devoid of any trace of civilization. Furrowing his brow slightly, Mu Yang extended his mental energy outward, yet still found no signs of anything unusual. It was indeed quite elusive, he mused, though it did not come as a surprise. If this academy truly was a place for cultivating super abilities, then discovering it would not be a simple task given their capabilities. Should he fail to find it, he would miss the chance to meet Bejita. With a soft sigh, Mu Yang felt a twinge of regret. Nonetheless, having journeyed this far, he was determined not to leave empty-handed. Even if the academy remained elusive, he was prepared to train here for a while. After some contemplation, Mu Yang located a nearby pond and sought out a relatively open area. He divided his energy wave into several segments, unleashing them to create a clearing amidst the dust and debris. Subsequently, he gathered timber to construct a simple shelter. His practical skills were at their peak. The environment was quite pleasant, serving as a temporary refuge. Observing the serene and idyllic scenery around him, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction, intending to settle here for the time being. He then cleared the obstacles between the pond and the hut, stacking stones to form a cooking platform and erecting a wooden frame for grilling, completing his rudimentary living arrangements. That should do it, he declared, wiping the sweat from his brow and clapping his hands together before venturing out in search of food. With a swift motion, Mu Yang transformed into a shadow, darting into the thicket, and soon returned, triumphantly carrying a rabbit. After skinning it and removing the entrails, he placed it on the grill over a low flame. Watching as the crimson meat gradually turned golden and the translucent fat dripped down, filling the forest with an enticing aroma. Having relished the roasted meat, Mu Yang felt his strength replenished and prepared to enter the acceleration space for training. After a moment of meditation, he summoned the energy within him and, with a swift motion, transitioned into a realm dominated by shades of gray and white. Here, time flowed at twice the speed of the outside world. In his current state, he could maintain this accelerated state for 3 hours, equating to 6 hours within. Exceeding this duration would result in mental fatigue. Training in the acceleration space not only doubled his time but also replenished his physical reserves, fostering tranquility and allowing for undistracted focus during his practice. Having participated in the World Martial Arts Championship, Mu Yang gained a more nuanced understanding of the levels within the Earth's martial arts community. Overall, there were indeed many skilled practitioners, such as the leader of the Maple Leaf School, Master Xiao Lin of the Duolin Temple, and Elder Nali of the Thousand Crane School, each a formidable force in their own right. And in comparison, Mu Yang still had much to learn. This gap stemmed from age and experience, which could not be bridged overnight. However, in terms of sheer combat prowess, Mu Yang was confident he would soon catch up to them. In the stark emptiness of the acceleration space, a robust and agile figure engaged in fundamental exercises. He leaped with vigor, nearly touching the ceiling with each bound. 9997, 9998, 9999, 10,000. Muyang executed over 10,000 kicks and jumps. Only when his legs began to feel sore did he pause, wiping the sweat from his face, determination glimmering in his eyes as he resumed his punching drills. Thud, thud, the thin air reverberated with the impact of his fists, sending shockwaves that produced a series of muffled thud sounds. Regrettably, Muyang lacked any weighted equipment. Otherwise, his training could have yielded even greater results. He retrieved an energy detector for a brief assessment, and the displayed data filled him with motivation. 97. Indeed, in just a few short days, Muyang's combat power had reached 97. This figure represented his peak output, and while formidable, it was already considered a high standard within the martial arts community of Earth, a force to be reckoned with in any discipline. However, at this moment, Muyang also recognized a troubling issue. As his combat power approached 100, the limitations of being human began to manifest. Subsequent increases in power had shown a noticeable slowdown. After several days of testing, Muyang became increasingly convinced that 100 was a formidable threshold for Earthlings, one that could not be surpassed merely through physical training. Those who successfully crossed this barrier were few and far between, each a remarkable martial artist. For Muyang, overcoming this hurdle was imperative. A mere 100 in combat power was insufficient. He yearned to grow even stronger. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, signaling that the time limit for training in the acceleration space had been reached. Thus, he centered himself to regulate his internal energy, and with a swift motion, his form vanished from the wide expanse of the acceleration space. Upon returning to the outside world, the profound mental exhaustion felt more pronounced than the fatigue from extended physical exertion. With a thud, he collapsed into a deep slumber. Approximately 6 or 7 hours later, Muyang awoke, his mental fatigue having dissipated. Next, he intended to practice his mastery of qi. His understanding of its application remained rather rudimentary, primarily because he had yet to encounter more accomplished practitioners of qi cultivation. Perhaps it was time for him to venture towards the Kalen Tower, he pondered. However, before that, there were still matters that required his attention. The Kalen Tower lay thousands of miles away in the northern hemisphere, and relying solely on foot travel would undoubtedly be a lengthy endeavor, especially since he no longer needed to focus solely on physical training. Thus, Muyang wished to delve into the art of aerial maneuvering. Should he succeed in soaring through the skies, his speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. This technique, known as wukongshu, is a secret skill of the crane school. Yet, when stripped of its mystique, it is not particularly sophisticated. Its principle is quite straightforward, primarily revolving around the manipulation of the internal qi. However, mastering it proves to be quite laborious. By condensing the qi within his body into a tangible form and projecting it from his palms or fingertips, one can unleash a qigong wave. Alternatively, by altering his approach, he could gradually release the qi from the soles of his feet, allowing it to envelop his body and counteract the force of gravity, thus enabling him to float. The high-speed flight of wukongshu resembles the wave-riding technology from his past life on Earth. With exquisite control over the shockwave contours, one can garner superior propulsion. Muyang recalled the scenes from the original narrative where Sun Wukong instructed Bidi Li in the practice of wukongshu. Compared to Bidi Li, Muyang's foundation was evidently far more solid. Unfortunately, the original text did not divulge any details, leaving him to explore the intricacies on his own. After several failed attempts, he soon managed to channel a subtle flow of qi along his thighs feet, releasing it evenly through the soles. During this process, Muyang truly began to levitate gradually as he wobbled to a height of 4 or 5 meters above the ground, gazing down at the verdant earth. His heart filled with an extraordinary tranquility. He then cautiously adjusted his posture, stabilizing his ascent to even greater heights. At that moment, the azure sky appeared as flawless as a polished mirror. Beneath him lay a lush, dense primordial forest with clear mountains and flowing waters, ancient trees standing in disarray, and a sense of ethereal vastness enveloping him. Floating was merely the foundational aspect of wukongshu. The next challenge lay in actual flight. This required the qi to permeate every part of his body, elevating the difficulty beyond mere levitation. High-speed flight demanded precise control over the shape of the shockwave surface, transforming resistance into potential energy. Muyang gradually emulated Bidi Li's training methods from the original narrative. 2 days later, he found himself soaring through the skies at will. With the practice of wukongshu complete, he resolved to head to the Kalen sacred land. Muyang surmised that if he could ascend the Kalen Tower and receive guidance from the immortal, his strength would undergo a tremendous leap, sufficient to surmount the formidable barrier before him. Of course, This journey to the Kalen sacred land was not solely to learn more advanced cultivation techniques from the immortal. It was also to acquire the miraculous healing herb, the Sinza bean. From Earth.I in the early days of the Dragon Ball world, Earth boasted many peculiar items, with the Sinza bean being one of them. Initially, the Sinza bean did not manifest any significant value. It merely alleviated hunger. However, in later stages, it became an undeniable lifesaver, capable of rapidly restoring stamina and instantaneously healing any injury. Unfortunately, as the Dragon Ball saga progressed, the production of Sinza beans dwindled drastically, making each bean akin to a treasure. Used sparingly. Fortunately, at present, the Sinza beans had not fallen victim to the ravages of Yachirobe, and the immortal still possessed a substantial stock. Let us go. Mu Yang let out a long howl as he soared higher into the air. However, as his perspective widened, just as he prepared to fly northward, a distant, idyllic region shrouded in a luminous veil suddenly captured his attention. It was a place enveloped in a shimmering light. And Mu Yang's expression turned to one of astonishment. It was the very location he had sought for so long. The sky was high, the clouds light, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. The warm sunlight cascaded down, filtering through the leaves and casting dappled spots of light upon the forest floor. Not far from Mu Yang, a rustle echoed through the great woods as slender creatures, startled, scurried deeper into the forest. Shaitan, the instructor asked you to patrol the area around the academy. How can you lie here idly? An irate voice broke through the tranquility. A boy clad in a blue uniform flew to Shaitan's side, his face marked by evident displeasure. Shaitan jolted upright, a sheepish smile crossing his face as he nonchalantly replied. Sammy, why are you so uptight? I was just taking a short break. Is that really worth getting upset over? Yet, upon witnessing the deepening frown on Sammy's face, Shaitan's voice dwindled to a whisper. Sammy glared at Shaitan. Dissatisfaction etched across his features. You still dare to say anything? The instructor specifically sent you to patrol, and what do you do instead? Yes, you are absolutely right. However, this is the Superpower Academy, not just any place. Who would come here? Besides, the principal is around. Does she not know? Is it really necessary for us to patrol? Shaitan retorted casually. Yet he complied, rising from the ground obediently. You fool, do you understand this is training? Sammy gazed at Shaitan with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. Fine, I won't argue with you. Let us continue the patrol. Shaitan, disinterested in further debate, utilized his superpower to elevate himself gently, gliding through the vast forest surrounding the academy. Sigh, this guy. Sammy shook his head, trailing behind him in their patrol. The Superpower Academy is a venerable institution dedicated to training individuals with extraordinary abilities, having existed for countless years, much like the Kalen sacred land. A realm apart from the mundane, the students here primarily hail from two sources. One, superpowered individuals brought in from the outside world, like Meshia. The other, children nurtured within the affiliated superpower kindergartens. Sammy and Shaitan graduated from a superpower kindergarten before advancing to this academy. In the original narrative, Oolong and Poir had also attended a transformation kindergarten in the south. However, Oolong was expelled for stealing a female teacher's underwear, while Poir's reasons for not entering the Superpower Academy remain unclear. Earth is a wondrous place, where in some obscure and remote regions, pathways leading to realms of magic, the underworld, and other unimaginable locales still exist. In ancient times, creatures that disrupted human life frequently emerged from these passages. During those times, superpowered individuals and martial artists, endowed with incredible powers, became the frontline defenders against these external threats. However, with the rapid advancement of modern technology, superpowered beings and martial artists gradually receded from the public eye. Oh, something's amiss. Just as Sammy and Shaitan were clumsily patrolling an open area, a dark spot suddenly soared from the sky. As it approached, the figure began to enlarge, taking on a more human form. Sammy and Shaitan noticed the silhouette, and Shaitan nudged Sammy with his elbow, saying, Sammy, what do you think that might be? I don't know, but whatever it is, we should stay alert. Sammy's expression turned serious as he floated upward to intercept the figure. Stop, this is the territory of the Superpower Academy. If you have no business here, please leave immediately. The youth soaring through the air was none other than Mu Yang, who was en route to the Kalen sacred land. Upon ascending to a certain height, he discovered a region that resembled an idyllic paradise not far from him. As he drew closer, he confirmed it was indeed the Superpower Academy he had been searching for. My friend, if this is the Superpower Academy, then you are correct. I am Mu Yang, from the martial arts sect Tianxin School. I have come to visit my junior sister, Meshia. Would you be able to notify her to come out? Mu Yang stated directly, clarifying his identity to avoid any unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, Sammy's demeanor softened, realizing Mu Yang was merely there to see Meisha. Wait a moment, I will have someone inform her. Sammy smiled as he gestured to Shaitan, signaling him to return to the academy. The number of students within the Superpower Academy is relatively small, and even if they are not well acquainted, they generally recognize one another. Shaitan paused momentarily before soaring back toward the academy. Observing the silent exchange between the two, Mu Yang understood that they still harbored some wariness. However, he was unconcerned. After all, this was the territory of the Superpower Academy, and Mei Xia was studying here. There was no need to stir up trouble. With a light chuckle, he descended to the ground to await her arrival. What should I call you? Mu Yang inquired. You can call me Sammy, he replied, maintaining a cordial demeanor as he leaned against a large tree. Sammy, you must have been at the academy for quite some time. Correct. For many years, I graduated from the Superpower Kindergarten. Superpower Kindergarten? I've heard of the Transformation Kindergarten. They teach transformation techniques there. Did you ever learn any? Upon hearing about a place of interest, Mu Yang's eyes brightened as he inquired. Sammy cast a surprised glance at Mu Yang and nodded, saying, the Transformation Kindergarten is indeed one of the affiliated kindergartens of the Superpower Academy. I have learned transformation techniques before, but my proficiency is lacking. I can only maintain the transformation for 10 minutes. Mu Yang nodded, thinking that was quite impressive, considering that in the original story, Wulong and Pool could only sustain their transformations for 5 minutes, needing a 1-minute rest in between. Sammy, who could manage 10 minutes, yet claimed it was insufficient, was either being modest or Wulong and Pool were genuinely weak. However, returning to the main topic, the Southern Transformation Kindergarten teaches simple foundational superpower skills, such as transformation techniques, which do not actually enhance the learner's inherent abilities but are quite effective for deception. Meanwhile, Mu Yang and Sammy engaged in casual conversation, gaining a superficial understanding of the Superpower Academy. After about 10 minutes, Shaitan returned from the direction of the Superpower Academy, followed by a slender, delicate figure. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, the girl, with her dark green hair just grazing her earlobes, was none other than Mei Xia, whom he had not seen in many years. At this point, Mei Xia was already 15, her body having matured and grown significantly taller, taking on the appearance of a budding young woman. Upon catching sight of Mu Yang from a distance, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she cheered, her form enveloped in a faint green glow, accompanied by a swirling green tornado as she dashed towards him. Senior brother, what brings you here to see me? Mei Xia's melodious voice echoed in his ears. Mu Yang caught her in his arms. The soft sensation and fragrant aroma momentarily stunned him, causing him to question whether the beautiful girl before him was truly the same Mei Xia who had once trailed closely behind him. She wore a loose black long-sleeved academic robe, the collar standing tall, the hem billowing like a coat. With a pair of sunglasses, she would undoubtedly be quite the sight. Wow, you've grown strong, he thought to himself. Gazing at the girl before him, I've missed you after all these years, so I thought I'd come to see you, he replied. Mei Xia giggled, casting him a sidelong glance. Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe that. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Mu Yang shrugged. Over the years, Mei Xia had not returned home, reportedly due to internal regulations of the Superpower Academy, which stated that one could only graduate and leave after reaching a certain age or meeting specific standards of ability. In order to protect beginners and conceal the Academy's location, gently brushing her fluffy dark green hair, Mu Yang turned to Sammy and Shaitan, saying, I haven't seen Mei Xia in a long time. I'd like to take her out for a stroll. Feel free. You too? Sammy replied with a gentle smile, departing with Shaitan. My mentor knows you're here. She granted me a day off, Mei Xia said enthusiastically, her fair hand cool to the touch, like jade. Senior brother, I haven't seen you in ages. Tell me about things in the sect. Of course, Mu Yang nodded with a smile, taking Mei Xia's hand as they headed towards his makeshift residence. The surface of the pond rippled gently, the water gurgling softly, surrounded by the sweet sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, creating a serene landscape reminiscent of a dream. Seated on the ground, Mu Yang and Mei Xia shared stories of amusing encounters from the past few years. When he mentioned his participation in the World Martial Arts Championship and his victory, he glanced at Mei Xia with pride. Indeed, he saw her face light up with astonishment, which made him feel even more triumphant. Senior brother, in just over 3 years, you've become so formidable, Mei Xia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, Mu Yang replied. A slight smile gracing his lips in Meixia's innocent presence. He felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, the worries that had weighed on his heart dissipating, leaving him in a state of bliss at that moment. Thoughts of science and Frieza faded into insignificance. That I want to participate in the next martial arts competition too. I will defeat you then, Meixia declared earnestly. That's no small feat, Mu Yang chuckled. Playfully pressing his palm against her head, suddenly recalling something, he pulled out a lens-like device from his pocket and handed it to Meixia. Meixia, this is for you. It was an energy detector. He had not mentioned the accelerated space. But he had not concealed the discovery of the alien spaceship either. Curious, Meixia examined the lens-like device. Is this the energy detector you mentioned? Alien technology? Yes, there are only 3 of them on Earth. So take good care of it. Mu Yang smiled at her. I understand now, Meixia exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she leaned in to peck Mu Yang's cheek, and Mu Yang was ready for it. But to his surprise, Meixia hesitated, her expression playful as she chuckled softly. Instead of a kiss, she stretched out her hand, her fingers flicking against Mu Yang's face with a light pop. Ahem, how mischievous. This script is not supposed to unfold this way. In such a beautiful setting, with innocent affection, shouldn't there be a kiss first? Rubbing the spot where Meixia had flicked him, Mu Yang coughed lightly, reminding himself that he did not have a thing for Lolis. The girl before him was no longer a child. She merely retained a youthful appearance. But youth mattered little. With a few years of nurturing, she would surely grow. He proceeded to teach Meixia how to use the energy detector, explaining the hexadecimal system and how to convert it into decimal. Meixia, quick-witted, grasped it swiftly. Once she learned, she eagerly tested it on herself, the reading converting to 41.41 battle power. Why is it so low? Is that considered high or low? Meixia looked up at Mu Yang with clear eyes. Mu Yang chuckled. That's quite impressive. That a reading of 41 indicated the energy within Meixia's body, and this result was certainly not poor. The source of superpowers is energy. Though this energy is more subdued and not purely explosive, the effects vary based on the type of superpower employed. However, one thing is common. The greater the energy value, the more effective the combat results. If Meixia were to use her superpowers now, even Mu Yang would find it difficult to escape. What's your battle power, senior brother? 97. Wow, that's quite a difference. Meixia's face fell. She had thought their levels would not be so disparate, yet she barely reached half of his battle power. Pouting, she playfully tackled Mu Yang onto the grass. Don't be silly. Your battle power is already quite impressive. The other disciples from Dakingshan only have battle powers in the 20s or 30s. Really? I wouldn't lie to you. After some playful banter, their stomachs began to protest. I am hungry, Meixia said, patting her belly. Let me treat you to my cooking today. Great, Meixia cheered, and Mu Yang felt a wave of happiness as they reverted to their carefree childhood selves, surrounded by a gentle warmth. Gathering firewood, Mu Yang ignited a flame, while Meixia brought in their catch. He took charge of cleaning the game, and soon, golden, sizzling food dripped with grease was ready, seasoned with all the necessary spices. The 2 siblings feasted heartily, enjoying their meal to the fullest. Alas, joyful moments are always fleeting. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was time to part. As they prepared to leave, Meixia looked back with teary eyes, reluctant to say goodbye. Senior brother, I'm going back now. You must visit me often. I will definitely come. If you don't, I will be upset. She pouted, her small nose wrinkling. Understood, Mu Yang replied, smiling at her pitiful expression, once assured by Mu Yang's promise. Meixia reluctantly soared towards the academy. Watching her diminishing figure, Mu Yang lingered for a moment, adjusting his mood. Raising his gaze to the clear, unblemished sky, Mu Yang's eyes gradually filled with determination. Then, soaring into the sky, it shot forth with a swift whoosh, racing towards the horizon, swiftly disappearing into the vast expanse of the heavens. The sacred land of martial arts, Kailan, is said to be the birthplace of martial arts on Earth. Nestled on a vast plain in the northern hemisphere of the Earth, it is backed by a majestic mountain range that remains perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, towering from south to north, piercing the clouds. Because of this, the majority of the moisture from the Western Ocean is obstructed on the far side of the mountains, preventing the vicinity of the sea from transforming Kailan into an excessively rainy rainforest. The sacred land of Kailan forms a vast basin, spanning over 100 kilometers, all adorned with dense forests that, from a distance, resemble a sprawling sea of green. Swaying gently in the breeze at the very heart of the sacred land stands the Kailan Tower, a conduit to the celestial realm. According to legend, only those who can ascend the Kylan Tower unaided may encounter the immortal residing atop it and receive their guidance. Over 200 years ago, during a time of unparalleled prosperity for martial arts on Earth, warriors flocked to challenge the Kylan Tower. However, following a catastrophic disaster that struck the world 250 years ago, martial arts sects suffered immense losses. To this day, they have yet to recover, resulting in a significant decline in those who dare to challenge the Kylan Tower. Yet today, a figure approaches the location of the Kylan Tower with remarkable speed. With a rustle, a shimmering light flickers past several snow-capped mountains, revealing a smooth skyline ahead. Mu Yang soars above the vast forests of the sacred land, and in his view, a towering spire rises towards the heavens. Its slender form rooted in the horizon, piercing the clouds above, obscured by pristine white billows. Finally arriving at the sacred land of Kylan, the slender silhouette must indeed be the Kylan Tower, astonishingly elongated. Mu Yang gazes in awe at the distant Kylan Tower. Witnessing it in person is far more breathtaking than he had imagined. Descending in altitude, he gradually approaches the Kylan Tower. The base of the Kylan Tower is approximately 2 meters wide, firmly anchored to the earth, while the ivory tower itself measures just over a meter in width, crafted from an unknown material, adorned with intricate totemic carvings, flowers and birds, human faces, and animal figures. Perhaps these totems represent an ancient humanity's reverence for nature. As Mu Yang's feet touch the ground, he looks up, gazing at the tower whose pinnacle remains unseen. He then stretches his limbs in preparation to officially challenge the Kylan Tower. It is indeed a world worthy of Dragon Ball, where, provided one finds the right practice that aligns with the rules, even an earthling can possess formidable strength. This must be a consequence of the world's inherent laws. Mu Yang is well aware that had he remained in his original world, he would not have been able to cultivate the power he now possesses, likely due to a pervasive force known as Qi permeating the universe. Now, he is ready to challenge the Kylan Tower. Suddenly, an arrow whizzes towards him, its icy tip glinting ominously. Mu Yang immediately extends his hand, catching the arrow effortlessly. That is not the way to greet a guest. He impales the arrow into the ground and speaks coldly. "Halt! What brings you here?" A voice calls from behind, and with a rustle, 6 or 7 Indian warriors, their faces adorned with stripes, emerge from the woods, bearing quivers full of arrows. Their attire is reminiscent of the indigenous bra from the original tale. Armed with long spears and sharp arrows, each wearing necklaces of animal teeth, all regarding Mu Yang with vigilant expressions, guardians of the sacred land. Mu Yang arches an eyebrow, immediately recognizing their identity. Strictly speaking, not everyone is qualified to challenge the Kylan Tower. Due to its towering height, attempting to challenge it entails considerable danger. These guardians reside year-round in the sacred land's great forest, tasked with its protection, serving as the first hurdle before one can confront the Kylan Tower. "Stranger, your skills are impressive. Reveal your identity." The foremost Indian, spear in hand, steps forward. "I am Mu Yang, from the Tianqin sect, here today to challenge the Kylan Tower." Mu Yang replies earnestly. The Indian's expression shifts to one of astonishment. "You are Mu Yang, the champion of this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament?" Mu Yang is taken aback. He did not expect the guardians residing in the sacred land to be aware of the tournament's news. Realizing that this era is not one where martial artists remain hidden, with frequent exchanges between sects, he nods. "Indeed, that is me." Upon confirming his identity, the demeanor of the Indians shifts noticeably to one of warmth. "I apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. My name is OS, Guardian of the Kylan Tower." The leader, named OS, expresses regret, gesturing for his companions to lower their weapons, then adds, "You mentioned you were here to challenge the Kylan Tower? After so many years, finally, someone dares to challenge it again. To be honest, this is no easy feat. One misstep could cost you your life, and my kin have attempted it, but all have failed. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The Guardian tribe is not numerous. Only the most exceptional warriors are deemed worthy to reside near the Kylan Tower. Given that even they have failed, the difficulty of challenging the tower is evident. "Thank you for your concern. I have long been mentally prepared," Mu Yang responds. Seeing his resolute attitude, OS nods. "Since you have journeyed so far, it might be wise to rest your body and wait until this time tomorrow to challenge it." "No need. I am in excellent condition and intend to challenge it now that I appreciate your kindness. But I must decline." Mu Yang shakes his head. OS looks at Mu Yang in surprise, stepping aside to clear the way. "In that case, I wish you good fortune." "Thank you." With that, Mu Yang faces the Kylan Tower, his leg muscles tensing explosively. With a whoosh, the ground erupts in a whirlwind, and harnessing this burst of energy, Mu Yang darts upwards at lightning speed, his toes lightly touching the protruding nodes of the Kylan Tower, in a few swift movements transforming into a black, vanishing from view. Below, the Indian guardians stare in astonishment at the now empty sky. Momentarily dumbfounded, unable to fathom the immense power displayed by Mu Yang. After a long pause, OS finally closes his mouth, gazing at his kin in disbelief. That young man is astonishingly strong. Perhaps he truly can meet the immortal of Kylan. Indeed, he lives up to his title as the champion of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Others exclaim in agreement that no, he is far more formidable than previous champions. OS shakes his head, his gaze returning to the towering Kylan Tower that pierces the clouds. The white clouds unfurl in the high skies, the ivory tower stretching between heaven and earth. As the height increases, the horizon begins to curve. Here, the air grows thin, and the temperature starts to drop. Mu Yang, with unwavering determination, ascends for over 10 kilometers, then wraps his arms around a protruding section of the Kylan Tower's surface to rest. These outward protrusions appear every 7 or 8 meters, seemingly designed for challengers to take a breather. However, not all challengers possess the strength to utilize these points, as a certain level of prowess is required. The construction of the Kylan Tower remains a mystery. It seems to reach infinitely upwards. Looking up, the tower vanishes into the vast, boundless sky, and the surroundings begin to transition into the troposphere. Logically, the oxygen here should be quite sparse, yet Mu Yang unexpectedly discovers that while the concentration of oxygen has indeed decreased, it remains sufficient to meet the essential requirements for life. Onward. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, Mu Yang gathers his resolve and continues his ascent. Throughout the challenge of the Kylan Tower, Mu Yang refrains from employing any aerial techniques, as the essence of climbing the Kylan Tower lies in testing one's physical endurance. Legend has it that atop the Kylan Tower lies a miraculous spring known as the Super Holy Water, which, with just a sip, can greatly enhance one's strength. However, in reality, it is merely ordinary spring water. The true power lies in the entire process of challenging the Kylan Tower. Even the fabled Super Holy Water, which genuinely unlocks potential, comes at a perilous price. It is a highly toxic substance, and a single misstep could lead to death, sending one before the King of Hell. Of course, speaking of the Super Holy Water, Mu Yang harbors some skepticism. In the original tale, after consuming the Super Holy Water, Sun Wukong experienced a significant boost in power. Was it truly the water's effect? Or did it activate the Scion bloodline within him due to his near-death state? This remains uncertain. Nevertheless, Mu Yang understands that without the backing of any bloodline, there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Each step must be taken with grounded effort. Thus, Mu Yang ambles and pauses, spending 3 days navigating the Kylan Tower. As the provisions on his person dwindled to a precarious level, he found himself unable to glimpse the pinnacle of the Kylan Tower even upon raising his gaze. This arduous journey was indeed taxing. One might surmise that a person of weaker resolve would have long since surrendered to despair at the onset of the narrative. Sun Wukong took an entire day and night to ascend the Kylan Tower. With my capabilities falling short of his, my ascent would undoubtedly take longer. Though I believed I was nearing the summit, Mu Yang seized a protrusion. Harboring a thought in his mind, he fashioned a makeshift harness with a belt he carried, ensuring safety measures while pausing to rest. This was not a violation of rules. He hastily consumed a bun and then stowed the harness away, continuing his climb. After another night had passed, just as Mu Yang was on the brink of depleting his supplies and had nearly tumbled from the Kylan Tower several times, a vague silhouette of a flattened sphere finally emerged in his blurred vision. That was the apex of the Kylan Tower. After 4 days, he had finally reached the top. At this moment, the sun was just beginning to rise, casting a divine glow upon the surrounding clouds and the Kylan Tower itself. That Mu Yang's spirits soared instantly, and he quickened his pace, darting into one of the 4 entrances located beneath the tower's summit. At last, he had ascended, breathless and exhausted. Mu Yang collapsed upon reaching the Kylan Tower's pinnacle. After a brief respite, the soreness in his thighs gradually subsided, allowing him the strength to survey his surroundings. This was a relatively spacious area, adorned with elliptical skylights. Aside from the central connection to the tower, which featured 4 entrances, several water basins were neatly arranged around the periphery, accompanied by a bathtub and a small bed for resting. This was clearly the dwelling place of the immortal. The immortal was not present here. He must be above, Not spotting the immortal anywhere, Mu Yang deduced that he should ascend to the second level. So he made his way up the staircase. The second level of the Kaling Tower was noticeably more expansive than the first, covering over 100 square meters, other than a stone platform in the center that held a water kettle. There was no superfluous ornamentation. The vast space was open, supported only by 12 intricately carved stone pillars separating the upper and lower levels. Mu Yang observed a massive crystal sphere floating above the stone platform, where the water kettle rested. This sphere, over 80 centimeters in diameter, was perfectly round and transparent, shimmering with a luster that suggested it was buoyed by some extraordinary force. He had never encountered such a crystal sphere before and could not recall whether it existed in the original text. At this moment, it remained motionless, seemingly stabilizing the entire Kaling Tower. In summary, the structure at the apex of the Kaling Tower resembled a flattened sphere, with the lowest level being the smallest at just over 30 square meters. The middle level was the most spacious, serving as the training ground for the Immortals martial artists. From the structure's design, it appeared that the training area was merely the central part of the tower's summit, with additional structures concealed above. Remarkable, you've made it this far. You are quite impressive, young man, said the immortal with white fur, leaning on a cane, having stealthily approached Mu Yang without his notice. When had he appeared? Mu Yang was taken aback, having felt no sign of the immortal's arrival, and began to scrutinize him. As expected of an immortal who had lived for over 800 years, his true strength was not discernible at first glance. You are the Kaling immortal? Mu Yang feigned ignorance regarding the immortal's identity. The immortal washed his face with a claw, stating, Indeed, young man, it has been many years since anyone has ascended here. Are you here to partake of the super sacred water? Upon Mu Yang's nod, the immortal squinted. It won't be easy. The super sacred water is not freely given. With a twist of his rotund body, the immortal positioned the super sacred water atop the central stone platform, adding, If you wish to drink it, you must seize it from my grasp. It was indeed a test of strength for the water kettle, and Mu Yang had anticipated this. He recognized it as the immortal's method of training martial artists. Thus, he solemnly performed a martial artist's greeting to leave a good impression and immediately commenced his attempt to seize it. Kaling immortal, I shall begin. The immortal nodded approvingly at Mu Yang's display of courtesy. But as Mu Yang lunged towards him, the immortal deftly altered his posture and evaded the assault with surprising agility. Youth, relying solely on brute force will not suffice. You are a disciple of the Tianqin school. Surely, you haven't forgotten the foundational principles of your own style? The immortal shook his head, noting that most martial arts on Earth had originated from the Kaling Tower, having lived for over 8 centuries. Any technique appeared crude in his eyes. I know quite a bit, you see. The Tianqin school was once formidable, though it has sadly waned over time. Your name is Mu Yang, is it not? It is evident that you have invested considerable effort into the fundamentals of your physique. Few martial artists from the lower realms can boast such a solid foundation. The immortal evaded. He spoke in a calm tone. With years of experience, he instantly recognized Mu Yang's strong foundation. Feeling a flicker of admiration, yet also perceiving his deficiencies, shaking his head, he remarked, While your foundation is polished to perfection, you still struggle to harness the energy within you. Lacking restraint, your energy resembles fireflies in the night, exposing your actions and intentions from afar. Perhaps this is indicative of the overall decline of martial artists from the lower realms, so I do not hold this against you. The immortal strolled leisurely, offering a piercing critique. Mu Yang halted, gazing intently at the immortal, expressing his reverence for the assessment. Just as the immortal had said, in the lower world, schools that understood the cultivation of energy were exceedingly rare. How could one master the art of restraint under such circumstances? However, this challenge was not insurmountable. The endearing immortal before him was undoubtedly a wise mentor in this regard. Thus, he spoke candidly. I implore you, Kaling immortal, to impart upon me the methods of energy restraint. There is no rush. Once you learn to harness the energy within your body, the art of restraint will naturally follow. The immortal yawned, ambulating around Mu Yang before nodding. To be frank, your Tianqin school's energy techniques possess unique qualities. After all, they are ancient secret arts, differing from contemporary practices, yet you have yet to master them fully. You must be weary from your arduous climb up the Kaling Tower. Take the time to rest and reflect. From tomorrow onward, I shall formally teach you the ways of cultivation. With that, the immortal waved his hand and ambled down the stairs. Mu Yang stood in a daze, watching the immortal descend. Clearly, after their brief exchange of tests, the immortal had gauged his potential, and formal training would commence the following day. This realization filled him with excitement. Yet soon fatigue washed over him, compelling him to lie down and drift into a deep slumber, soon snoring softly. To be frank, he was utterly exhausted. The following day, the sky cleared. The immortal retrieved a bag of dry flour from his supplies and instructed Mu Yang to eat a bit with the spring water before commencing the formal training. Chewing on the sticky, flavorless dough, Mu Yang's face contorted in discomfort. While the flour could stave off hunger, it was dreadfully unpalatable. He could not fathom how the turtle immortal had endured such harsh conditions for 3 years. In this regard, he had to admire the turtle immortal. After barely satisfying his hunger, once his strength had returned, Mu Yang approached the immortal once more. The immortal looked at him and said, "Oh, you have finished eating? Then let us begin your training. Please, bestow your guidance." Mu Yang replied earnestly. "Not at all," the immortal replied, eyes squinting as if in amusement. "Last night, I studied your experiences, and I intend to divide your training into 3 steps." As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers. "First, we will address the errors in your techniques. Due to the absence of a proficient teacher, many unnecessary flaws have crept into your movements, and you exhibit excessive actions. Fortunately, rectifying these should be relatively straightforward. Once they become ingrained, however, altering them will prove much more difficult." The immortal continued his exposition. Mu Yang listened attentively, showing his agreement. Having read the original text, he understood that extraneous movements would undoubtedly be a focal point for the immortal's corrections. From the outset, he had prepared for this aspect. In truth, the path of martial cultivation is inherently a process of simplification aimed at minimizing unnecessary expenditure during combat, a principle that Mu Yang had always grasped. However, prior to this, he had simply not encountered a capable mentor who could effectively guide him. Although Isaf could be regarded as a commendable warrior and a prominent martial artist, his instruction paled in comparison to that of a true master or immortal. It could be said that there are few individuals on the entire planet whose insights surpass those of an immortal. Furthermore, in the realm of Qigong cultivation, the techniques of the Tianqin style are quite remarkable and rather ingenious. Yet, you have yet to fully harness its essence. Thus it is imperative that you address this deficiency. Once your mastery of Qigong is refined, your strength will naturally see a substantial increase. Lastly, there is the matter of breath control. This is a rather vague concept. What constitutes effective breath control varies from person to person. Different individuals possess differing sensitivities to Qi, and while you may believe you have sufficiently contained your breath, it may still be glaringly apparent to some. I will not impose strict requirements on this aspect. No. Please let Master Kylan train me with the utmost rigor, Mu Yang earnestly implored, asserting that if he could not meet the highest standards of an immortal, how could he ever claim to stand atop the pinnacle of strength? The inability to surpass the threshold of 100 in combat power must surely stem from some deficiency in his training. This deficiency is not in the execution of movements, but rather in some unique requirement. With the physical aspect of development having reached its limits, could it be that mastery over breath control can elevate the practitioner to an entirely different realm? The cultivation methods of the Tianqin style diverge fundamentally from those of the turtle immortal style. He cannot merely replicate the original text due to his understanding. Mu Yang hoped to obtain advancement from the immortal. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the immortal's eyes as he stroked his beard and nodded. "Very well. I shall train you with the strictest standards, but I must forewarn you that my training is quite challenging. I am fully prepared. Please rest assured, Master Kylan." "Excellent." The immortal nodded. Gazing at the resolute young man before him, he produced a bell from seemingly nowhere and affixed it to himself. Having completed this, the immortal, much like the day before, lifted a water jug from the stone platform with his staff and declared, "Your task is to seize the jug that I have suspended from my staff. You may attempt this while I am asleep or distracted, employing any means necessary. Success in claiming the jug from me will signify your passage. Since this is the first phase, I shall keep the bell attached to me and will not remove it. When you manage to snatch the jug from my grasp, we shall proceed to the second phase of training. At that point, you will remove the bell and reclaim the jug from me once more, completing the task to move on to the third phase. As for the specifics of the third phase, we shall discuss it after the second phase is completed. It may well take a considerable amount of time just to finish the first 2 stages." Mu Yang was momentarily taken aback. This approach differed from how the immortal trained Sun Wukong in the original text, where the immortal did not wear a bell. Perhaps this was due to his own strength not yet reaching that of Sun Wukong in the original narrative. Thus, the immortal had lowered the training difficulty. The first phase was absent from the original text, with the second phase being the method used for Sun Wukong's training. Master Kylan, let us begin. Understanding the immortal's intentions, Mu Yang nodded and prepared to seize the jug. Clang, clang. As Mu Yang lunged forward, the immortal squinted and dodged, deliberately not concealing his aura. Consequently, with each evasive movement, the little bell jingled. Jingle, jingle. Following the sound, Mu Yang adjusted his trajectory, repeatedly coming tantalizingly close to grasping the jug. However, with a swift contraction of his hand, the immortal deftly lifted the jug with his staff and whisked it to another location. The air at the summit of Kylan Tower was thin, and before long, Mu Yang began to wheeze. The immortal paused, leaning on his staff. The environment atop Kylan Tower differed significantly from below. The air here was only half as dense as that below. If you do not control your movements and conserve energy, your body will soon reach its limits. That I understand, Mu Yang gasped, shouting as he took advantage of the moment to leap. The immortal laughed heartily. And just as Mu Yang was about to make contact with the jug, the immortal swayed, causing the jug to slip past him once more. Listen closely to the sound of the bell. Do not let my movements distract you. The immortal's voice suddenly rang in Mu Yang's ears, startling him. Upon closer inspection, a magnified face appeared before him. The immortal flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Just as Mu Yang reached out, the face disintegrated into a flurry of afterimages. You must minimize your expenditure of energy, find the optimal trajectory for your lunges, and simultaneously cultivate keen eyesight. In battle, one need not focus on every single movement of the opponent. Instead, learn to identify the critical points. Sometimes, a simple strike can yield decisive results. Much like this, the immortal concluded, his eyes narrowed into slits. The evasive maneuvers suddenly shifted. The immortal left behind several afterimages in his wake and directly extended his staff forward, which collided with Mu Yang's chest. Mu Yang's body convulsed as if a tremendous force had detonated within him, causing him to collapse, utterly incapacitated. That last attack was a test of your perception and decisiveness. Merely seeing is insufficient. You must also make a split-second decision. Impressive, Mu Yang gritted his teeth as he rose, rubbing his chest, his eyes ablaze with an intense desire to grow stronger. That was a mere trifle. Rest for a while. When you feel ready to continue, we shall resume training. The immortal chuckled heartily before yawning and reclining on a nearby bench to sleep. Mu Yang silently observed, committing the immortal's words to memory. Having the guidance of a wise individual on the path of cultivation can save one from many detours. Although he had been aware of the principles the immortal spoke of, he realized that practice is the best teacher. Merely listening without practice is futile. Engaging in both listening and practicing yields unparalleled results. Time passed, and within the span of 8 or 9 days, Mu Yang absorbed the martial insights imparted by the immortal like a sponge. His understanding of power and control had notably advanced, although his energy levels remained stagnant, failing to breach the 100 mark. He felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment, far exceeding any mere increase in combat power. By the 10th day, Mu Yang had significantly reduced his ineffective movements and minimized his vulnerabilities. During another round of the jug-snatching game with the immortal, he began to exhibit his own distinctive style. The immortal observed all of this with a knowing nod of approval. Finally, on the 18th day, Mu Yang successfully seized the jug from the immortal's grasp. The immortal seized the moment to reveal the truth about the so-called super holy water. In reality, it did not exist. The jug merely contained ordinary spring water. The true essence of cultivation lies in the process of claiming the jug. You may give it a try. Your strength has improved considerably. The strength the immortal referred to is not solely combat power, but rather a comprehensive ability. For martial artists on Earth, where energy levels are generally low, they place great emphasis on overall capability. The combat power measured by instruments does not solely determine the outcome of a battle. Combat power signifies a single strike's potential, while comprehensive ability encompasses all aspects, including combat techniques and strategies. In simpler terms, it is about how effectively one can strike an opponent. Naturally, the two are highly correlated. Higher combat power generally indicates a solid overall capability, as combat power forms the foundation of comprehensive ability. Master Kylan, I understand now. That is good to hear. The immortal nodded, removing the little bell from himself. Now, I shall no longer go easy on you. Please, Mu Yang exclaimed, filled with exuberance and seriousness, and he began to adjust his breath. He launched the first attack, his movement swift as the wind, striking with the speed of lightning. A white flash darted through the air, appearing before the immortal in the blink of an eye. Then swiftly changing direction to target the jug hanging from the immortal's staff. However, without the bell, the immortal's movements became even more enigmatic. With a casual smile, the immortal feigned an action, effortlessly luring Mu Yang into a trap. Thud, thud, the sound of his footsteps echoed, but Mu Yang could not see the immortal. His speed had reached its peak, yet the immortal's movements seemed even swifter. In the expansive training ground of over 100 square meters. Only two indistinct shadows flickered incessantly, while a biting wind surged towards the exterior of the Kylan Tower. Mu Yang's eyes diligently followed the movements of the immortal, yet the actions were shrouded in enigma. A mesmerizing dance of reality and illusion that left his vision feeling inadequate. While superfluous movements may lack necessity, the actions designed to bewilder an opponent were far from redundant. With a crackling sound, the immortal gracefully leaped, the wooden staff tracing a beautiful arc through the air, before deftly lifting the water jug to rest securely atop the central stone platform. That will suffice for today's training. Ponder upon it further this evening. The immortal gestured dismissively before retreating to rest. As Mu Yang observed the immortal's figure descending the staircase, he gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, and plopped down onto the ground. Once he had regained a semblance of composure, Mu Yang began to regulate the internal flow of his energy, and with a swift motion, he entered the acceleration space. At this moment, the acceleration space retained a radius of 10 meters, yet it had transformed significantly since before. As Mu Yang's strength approached the critical threshold of 100, a thick layer of clouds amassed in the pale sky above, swirling ominously like a tangible wall obscuring the heavens. Especially after ascending the Kylan Tower, the accumulation of clouds accelerated, causing the ceiling to descend ever lower. If this continued, it would not be long before the ceiling of this space would press down upon him. Gazing at the dense cloud layer, Mu Yang felt an impulse to shatter it, as if breaching that ceiling would unveil a vast, unobstructed path ahead. Patience, he thought. With the current progress, it may not be long before this acceleration space undergoes a transformation. To this day, the origins of the acceleration space remained a mystery to Mu Yang, leading him to conclude that it was a byproduct of his own traversal. Thus, he approached the management of this space with utmost caution. As time flowed, by the second month of Mu Yang's tenure in the Kylan Tower, the ceiling of the acceleration space had descended perilously close to the ground, threatening to severely impair its functionality. At this juncture, Mu Yang resolved to go all in, prepared to exhaust every ounce of his strength to shatter it. 2 months of cultivation had instilled in him the confidence to attempt such a feat. One night, beneath a canopy of brilliant stars and a luminous moon, Mu Yang seized the moment while the immortal had retreated downstairs to sleep. Quietly entering the acceleration space, he gazed upward at the seemingly tangible cloud layer, now a mere 3 meters above his head, effectively forming a ceiling. Adjusting his energy, he made his final preparations, with a powerful surge of energy accompanied by a commanding shout. Mu Yang's expression hardened into one of resolve as he fixed his gaze upon the heavens. Energy surged within him, concentrating between his hands, and in an instant, a resplendent azure light flickered to life, radiating brilliance within the confined space like a star. The outcome hinged upon this singular moment. Celestial Heart Qigong, he cried, unleashing a powerful thrust of his fingers forward. A dazzling beam of energy shot forth, the azure tendrils crackling as they sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, explosive sound as it pierced through the layers of clouds. Targeting the thickest region at the center, boom, the azure beam collided with the core of the ceiling, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very foundations of the space. The intensity of Mu Yang's energy wave, compared to months prior, had solidified significantly, with its penetrating and destructive power amplified exponentially. The collision produced a terrifying spectacle, reminiscent of the very dawn of creation itself. A vortex swirled, air currents scattering chaotically, the center rising high like an inverted trumpet flower, with a sound akin to shattering glass. The moment arrived when the heavens seemed to tremble and the endless clouds erupted as if the lid had been removed. Fracturing in an instant, the entire space convulsed violently, as though on the brink of collapse. The force of the explosion could no longer be halted, expanding the confines of this realm. Mu Yang, having exhausted his energy in the release, found himself drained, yet curiously, the overwhelming energy did not harm him. Instead, glimmering fragments rained down from the sky, landing upon him, all of which he absorbed. As time passed, and the dust settled, the world regained its tranquility. revealing a once again illuminated vision. The scene that emerged before Mu Yang was staggering. The sky had risen, the ground had broadened, the previous 10-meter radius had expanded to 1,000 meters, ample enough to accommodate a small mountain. Concurrently, as the acceleration space grew in size, Mu Yang sensed the shackles that had once restrained him beginning to vanish, rendering the path ahead seemingly smooth and entirely different from before. That it was akin to a prisoner breaking free from their cage, compelling him to let out a triumphant roar, his spirits soaring with elation. Utilizing an energy detector, he conducted a scan of himself. Beep, beep. The display revealed a series of data. Combat power at 121. In an instant, his combat power surged by over 20 points, reaching the level attained by Sun Wukong following the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. This was a monumental breakthrough. This acceleration space was undeniably intertwined with his strength. The ceiling that had obstructed the sky, was it not a manifestation of the limitations within his own body? The encroaching ceiling signified the proximity of constraints, while the act of shattering it embodied the breaking of those limits. All these transformations prompted Mu Yang into deep contemplation. Typically, the human limit on Earth was regarded as a combat power of 100, with few achieving a successful breakthrough. Yet, the acceleration space, which he communicated with on a profound level, seemed capable of manifesting his limits. It materialized the invisible barriers, allowing for substantial assaults to breach those confines. How wondrous a phenomenon this was. While ordinary individuals would accumulate power gradually post-limit, for Mu Yang, the breakthrough had also absorbed the energy of that transition, propelling him to an astounding 121 in one fell swoop. Realizing this, Mu Yang's spirits soared. If his assumptions held true, he possessed an extraordinary advantage. This revelation meant he could disregard the inherent gap between Earthlings and cosmic beings. Scions and other extraterrestrial entities were formidable due to their immense potential. Earthlings may be weak, but with sufficient effort. Breaking through multiple limits was not beyond reach. In comparison, the time acceleration function of the acceleration space seemed trivial. This was the true essence of a golden opportunity. Of course, this remained merely Mu Yang's conjecture. The specifics were unknown to anyone. Even if he was correct, and the acceleration space could indeed manifest his physical limits, the success of further breakthroughs was uncertain. After all, for Earthlings, surpassing the 100 combat power threshold was not insurmountable. But the challenges escalated with the subsequent thresholds of 1010, 000, that whether one could continuously break limits ultimately hinged upon innate racial talents. Yet for now, this notion provided Mu Yang with a glimmer of hope. Emerging from the acceleration space, Mu Yang found his thoughts in tumult, unable to settle. His tests revealed that with the shattering of his first limit, the time-flow ratio between the acceleration space and the external world had shifted from 2 to 1 to 4 to 1. In other words, time within the acceleration space now flowed at 4 times the speed of the outside world. Additionally, the acceleration space had acquired a storage function, allowing him to effortlessly place items within, eliminating concerns about space limitations, even without a universal capsule. Furthermore, thanks to the energy circulating within the space, he need not worry about spoilage. Truly an indispensable asset for home and travel, this was undoubtedly his greatest achievement in recent times. Overcome with joy, Mu Yang even chuckled in his sleep. The following day, when the immortal encountered Mu Yang once more, he immediately sensed a palpable transformation within him. In just one night, Mu Yang exuded a refreshed aura, markedly different from before. What a significant change in merely a single evening. The immortal mused perplexedly. Mu Yang, enveloped in a spring-like warmth, smiled radiantly. Last night, I came to understand some matters, and it feels as though I have transformed entirely. Ah, you have attained insight, breaking through the shackles of martial arts. The immortal nodded wisely, recognizing the profundity of such realizations. For 8 centuries, the immortal had indeed encountered individuals who achieved sudden enlightenment. It is a matter of fate and timing. And the immortal felt a sense of joy for Mu Yang. Nodding in acknowledgement, Mu Yang realized that his method of breaking limitations within the acceleration space bore a striking resemblance to the sudden enlightenment described by the immortal. The immortal remarked, "Since you have made significant progress in your abilities, it is time to make slight adjustments to your training. Today, take time to familiarize yourself with your newfound power, once you can wield it with ease. I shall provide further guidance." Mu Yang nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Immortal Kyland, it the moment Mu Yang began his cultivation atop Kyland Tower, on an island to the east of Earth, a cacophony of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the isle. Dozens of speedboats patrolled the waters surrounding the island, their crews clad in drab gray uniforms, resembling both an army and a band of marauders. Boss Lu Sha, the squad you sent out has returned. But they have yet to locate Clarin, reported a soldier, removing the earpiece from his ear to address their commanding officer. The officer inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of acrid smoke, and shot a menacing glare at the soldier, chastising him. Can't you send more men if you can't find him? The commander has issued a strict order to locate Clarin, even if he is dead. We must retrieve whatever he possesses. The soldier shivered at the reprimand, quickly replying, Yes, I will immediately send more personnel to the island. Don't you dare go, Lu Sha ordered impatiently, waving his hand before resuming his contemplation of the smoke. Commander Huayan is truly overstepping. After all, he is merely a lowly researcher. What on earth could he possess that warrants such a grand search? Never mind, I'm just here to fulfill my duty. Not to meddle in the affairs of the higher dash-ups. Lu Sha extinguished his cigar and reported the situation back to headquarters, only to receive an order that they must search at all costs. These bureaucrats only know how to issue commands. It's us underlings who do the actual work, he muttered darkly, spitting onto the ground. How ironic it was that the frontline commander of the Serpent Handler Legion was reduced to managing such a trivial task. Meanwhile, on the island, a golden-haired man crouched low with a child in his arms, hiding in a small grove. Had Mu Yang been present, he would have recognized this man as one half of a couple he encountered months ago on the train to Maple Leaf Island. The child in his arms was a little girl named April. At that moment, Clarin bore a gaping wound on his chest, the crimson blood soaking through his shirt. Cough, cough, Clarin wheezed, the slightest movement aggravating his lung injury, causing him immense pain. Daddy, are you all right? April whimpered, missing her mother and sister. Tears welled in the little girl's eyes as she pouted softly. Don't cry, April. Mommy and Sapril are fine, Clarin said, wiping away her tears, a hint of sorrow flickering in his gaze. But the boat we were on has sunk, and Mommy and Sapril haven't come back. They won't return, April insisted. Clarin's expression stiffened momentarily. He wanted to say something, but could not find the words. Just then, sounds of a search party echoed through the grove, prompting Clarin to quickly cover April's mouth. Once the searchers moved on, Clarin made a resolute decision, stuffing a thick set of blueprints and 3 jet black stones into April's little backpack. April, keep these safe. They are your father's research materials, he instructed, a flash of indignation crossing his eyes. Had it not been for these materials, perhaps their family would not have faced such calamity. Daddy. April sensed something amiss and called out anxiously. Clarin was a researcher at a comprehensive research institute, specializing in robotics. As for the 3 dark stones, he was uncertain of their nature. They were fragments he had extracted from a meteorite from outer space. Clarin never anticipated that his research would attract the covetous eyes of high-ranking officials from the Serpent Handler Legion. Their cruise ship had been ambushed during its voyage, leading to the loss of his wife and daughter to the sea. And he feared the worst for them. He placed his hand gently on April's head, saying, Be a good girl. There's a small cave over there. Hide inside and don't come out unless you hear me call. Okay, April whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Here, take this. It's your favorite candy. If you're sad, eat one, but save it. Clarin struggled to unwrap a piece of candy and placed it in her mouth, then tucked away the candy jar filled with her snacks into her backpack. After ensuring April was taken care of, Clarin, feeling weak, started to distance himself. Remember, don't leave that cave for the next few days. Okay, April replied, her voice trembling. Clarin gave his daughter one last deep gaze before turning to leave the grove, knowing that only by drawing the enemy away could he provide April with a glimmer of hope. After Clarin departed, the sound of gunfire echoed through the forest, darkness gradually enveloping the sky as a thin mist arose. April waited in the cave for her father to return. However, after 2 or 3 days passed with no sign of Clarin, hunger overwhelmed her. Sorrowfully, she consumed a piece of candy, carefully sealing the candy jar back in her backpack before stepping out of the cave. The biting wind howled, carrying a haunting sadness as it receded into the distance. April shivered as she staggered toward the homes on the island, Teak Island Tower, ever since breaking through the first layer of limitations. Mu Yang felt as though he had transformed entirely. The shackles that once bound him had vanished, and his training progressed with astonishing speed, akin to soaring through the skies. Within 3 months, he had successfully seized the water flask from the immortal. "My, when did you become so formidable?" the immortal exclaimed in astonishment, observing Mu Yang with wide eyes. The youth's rapid growth astonished him. Within a mere 3 months, he had managed to snatch the water flask from the immortal's grasp. It was worth noting that the last person to do so, the turtle immortal, had taken a full 3 years, a feat considered impressive. "Oh no, Immortal Kylan, you flatter me. It is your excellent teaching," Mu Yang replied humbly. "Don't try to butter me up," the immortal retorted, eyeing Mu Yang with a mix of admiration and disbelief. "I have imparted all the foundational knowledge that I can. Now, we move to the third stage, the gathering and perception of energy, which are much more profound concepts. At your current level, you can only grasp the gathering of energy. As for perception, that transcends the realm of martial artists." Mu Yang listened intently. Gathering energy was far simpler than perception, requiring only the attainment of a tranquil mind, while energy perception involved delving into deeper mysteries, necessitating the refinement of one's energy fluctuations to an exquisite degree. That is the realm of temple practitioners. The immortal informed him that he could only learn to gather energy here. To perceive the opponent's energy, he would either need to rely on his own insights or earn the immortal's recognition to obtain a token of passage to the temple for further training. Thus, for now, Mu Yang diligently followed the immortal's teachings on mastering energy control. Time flowed like fine sand, slipping away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Under the immortal's guidance, Mu Yang was experiencing rapid growth. Absorbing the essence of the immortal's martial arts while gradually grasping the essence of energy. At this point, he had achieved a level of internal restraint, no longer exuding the same overwhelming aura as before. "Sigh, I have nothing more to teach you." The immortal regarded Mu Yang as if he were a rare specimen. This young man was nothing short of extraordinary. In just over 3 months, he had rendered his teachings obsolete. Such talent was undoubtedly among the best on Earth. However, the immortal remained unaware that all of this was due to the assistance of a tool known as the acceleration space. Accepting the immortal's praise, Mu Yang smiled and said, "Thank you for your guidance during this time." "Indeed," the immortal nodded, stroking his beard. "It has been no trouble. The purpose of Kylan Tower is to cultivate exceptional martial artists. Though sadly, fewer and fewer are able to ascend each year. By the way, Immortal Kylan, I noticed you've been consuming a type of dry bean recently. Does that truly suffice to fill your stomach?" The immortal glanced at Mu Yang. "Oh, those are immortal beans. One can sustain you for 10 days without needing any other food." Mu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was well aware that what lay before him were the legendary Xiando, exceedingly precious in the later stages of the Dragon Ball saga. However, for the moment, they merely served the purpose of satisfying hunger, failing to showcase their true worth. Alas, Kylan Sage, with such a splendid treasure at your disposal, why must you insist on feeding me flour every day? This is truly excessive." He coughed lightly, adding, "It is a form of training for you. Martial artists must endure hardships, and consuming flour is a tradition passed down through the ages." A disdainful glare met him, causing even the sage to feel a hint of embarrassment. "Unfortunately, the yield of Xiando is quite limited. I can only harvest around 60 beans a year, and I consume approximately 40 of them. Which leaves me with very few. Kylan Sage, may we strike a deal? How about I descend below and fetch a batch of aquatic products for you? With your capabilities, I am certain you could preserve them well. I would be willing to exchange these for Xiando. What do you think?" Mu Yang squinted, calculating in his mind. If Kylan Tower could store flour, it stood to reason that it could also accommodate other items. Since the Xiando merely served to stave off hunger, what difference would it make to substitute them with aquatic products? Moreover, Xiando lacked flavor compared to the rich variety of seafood. If he were to prepare a small feast, it would surely be delightful. Seafood. Indeed, upon hearing Mu Yang's proposition to barter aquatic products for Xiando, the sage's eyes widened, sparkling with interest. However, in an effort to maintain his composure, he feigned tranquility, remarking, "That is a rather intriguing idea. It is inconvenient for me to leave Kylan Tower. If you are willing to assist me, it might be worth considering." Success. Mu Yang silently rejoiced, envisioning a multitude of Xiando waving at him. "Kylan Sage, how many Xiando do you intend to exchange?" he asked cautiously. "Naturally, the more, the better. I only require a few for myself. The remainder can be exchanged. Please wait a moment. I shall see how many Xiando remain." With that, the sage descended to the lower level of Kalen Tower, rummaging through boxes until he unearthed a large brown ceramic jar, adorned with the red characters Xian Do. Upon opening it, he discovered a trove of vibrant green dried beans. Estimating there to be around 15 to 16,000, such a bounty, Mu Yang could not suppress his frustration, lamenting the wastefulness of that gluttonous jackalope, who had squandered countless Xian Do, rendering it a challenge for Goku and his friends to even share one. This is all I have. I have saved these for over 800 years. With the diminishing yield of Xian Do, I must retain a few thousand for emergencies, and the rest will be traded for your aquatic products. At this point, the sage paused, his ears twitching. Of course, Xian Do is quite filling, and your seafood should be sufficient. Mu Yang replied without hesitation, absolutely. Then we have an agreement. The sage nodded in satisfaction. 1 Xian Do could sustain one for 10 days. If the seafood obtained in exchange could not last that long, it would be an unfair transaction. The sage retrieved an empty ceramic jar, filling it with Xian Do while explaining, in truth, these Xian Do surpass ordinary food in value, making them ideal for martial artists. They also hold their own in combat. Do you know why? Because they yield quick results. They can swiftly restore physical strength. Mu Yang replied earnestly. The mere satiating function of Xian Do was already a remarkable asset. Not to mention their healing properties, though the sage might not have experienced injury to appreciate it. Indeed, the sage glanced back at him, recognizing Mu Yang's keen grasp of the crux of the matter, nodding in silent approval as he sighed. However, seafood lacks such remarkable capabilities. Mu Yang felt a rush of urgency. He composed himself. You speak wisely, sage. Upon reflection, it does seem that way. However, I can provide even more seafood, ensuring your satisfaction. Moreover, we possess a stove that can roast various delectable dishes. I can bring one for you when I descend. Ha! I appreciate your thoughtfulness. To bring me one. The sage smiled with narrowed eyes. As he resumed filling the jar with Xian Do, Mu Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, internally acknowledging the sage's shrewdness in bargaining. Fortunately, the essence of trade lies in the proper exchange of currency. And with the right amount, a deal could be sealed. Over 10,000 Xian Do. Watching the sage fill another jar with several thousand Xian Do, Mu Yang felt his lips dry and his eyes gleam with fervor. Akin to a destitute soul suddenly surrounded by gold, his gaze brimming with insatiable desire, he swallowed nervously, trembling slightly as he accepted the jar brimming with Xian Do from the sage's hands. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, Xian Do did not hold much value, serving primarily as sustenance. Yet in the latter stages, they transformed into invaluable life-saving treasures, capable of swiftly restoring vitality and instantly healing various injuries. At this moment, the Xian Do remained unspoiled by jackalope, and the majority had fallen into Mu Yang's possession. Let me try one first, Mu Yang thought, retrieving a shriveled bean from the jar and tossing it into his mouth. With a crisp crunch, it indeed lacked flavor. Yet in the next instant, a surge of rich energy flooded his mouth, coursing through his entire being. Under the warmth of this flow, Mu Yang's mental state revitalized to its peak. What a treasure! These are life-saving gems. His eyes gleamed with admiration, and he carefully placed the jar down, securing its lid as if handling a divine gift. Each of the over 10,000 Xian Do would be meticulously calculated, sparingly used for critical moments. Alas, the few thousand Xian Do with the sage would also be wasted, destined to be squandered by Yachalobe. Mu Yang's ambition grew, even contemplating acquiring the reserved Xian Do from the sage. Ultimately, he decided against it, realizing that obtaining the majority was already a significant feat. Perfection was unattainable. With this thought, Mu Yang felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, he noticed 3 large water tanks arranged separately, distinct from the others in the corner. Kalen Sage, why are those tanks so distant from one another? He had a vague inkling regarding their purpose. It was said that the 3 tanks could reveal the past, present, and future. Those are instruments I use to observe the mortal realm. The energies of these 3 tanks are connected to that crystal ball upstairs, a divine relic passed down from ancient times. The sage wobbled his plump form, lifting the lid from one of the tanks, revealing clear, undisturbed spring water. Intrigued, Mu Yang approached, gazing into the tranquil waters. Unbeknownst to him, the waters in the 3 tanks combined held a familiar name, super divine water. This substance could unleash latent potential within the human body, yet it was also highly toxic. If the body lacked sufficient potential, super divine water would drain one's vitality, leading to a fatal outcome. Legends spoke of 14 powerful earthlings who had consumed it, yet none survived. Thus, Mu Yang regarded super divine water with trepidation, knowing it was beyond his merit. Just as he was observing the tank, ripples suddenly formed in the spring water, conjuring a series of peculiar images before his eyes. That it was a sunny day, and in the scene appeared a little girl with dark green hair and a boy with black hair, both intensely practicing their moves, perspiration glistening on their brows. Mu Yang recognized this as a memory from his childhood with Meisha, indicating that the tank revealed the past. Curious, he lifted the lid of the middle tank, revealing another scene to eye in the vast mountains. His mentor, Alice, was cooking in the kitchen, while in the living room, Isafu read the newspaper, representing the present. Upon opening the final tank, a different scene unfolded. That it depicted a bustling arena, lively with activity. Seemingly hosting a competition. On the stage stood a man and a woman. Mu Yang recognized himself, exuding an air of elegance and maturity compared to his current self, though not many years had passed. Opposite him stood a woman with waist-length black hair, her figure well-proportioned, her features somewhat indistinct. Judging by her alluring silhouette, she appeared to be in her 20s, radiating an extraordinary aura. What particularly captivated Mu Yang's attention was the pair of crystalline eyes of the raven-haired woman, akin to a spring's clear waters. To that moment, the two were engaged in a contest, with the formidable woman relentlessly advancing upon the future Mu Yang. This seemed to be a glimpse into the future, where Mu Yang appeared to be competing against someone. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The previous fragment vanished, replaced by a vast, profound starry sky. That it was yet another depiction of battle, yet this time featuring a girl of around 11 or 12 years. She too had ebony locks, and her opponent was Mu Yang. The girl wore an innocent expression, her gaze brimming with an air of haughty superiority. With a sudden exclamation, her golden eyes sparkled with a resplendent brilliance. Nevertheless, her opponent proved to be no ordinary adversary, as the balance of power remained elusive. Furrowing his brow, Mu Yang scrutinized this vision of the future, which appeared disjointed and perplexing. He was astonished to find that he could not discern the manner in which either party struck. From this vision, Mu Yang felt a sense of confidence regarding his future prowess. He inquired, "Kylan, what does this vision of the future signify?" The sage licked his palm and replied, "It holds no particular significance. For the future is uncertain. This vessel merely presents one of many possibilities, and each observer will perceive a different scene. There is no need to dwell on it." Mu Yang thought it best not to overthink the matter, and he would not allow himself to be troubled by it. However, he did recognize the aspects that appeared favorable to him. "Hey, Mu Yang, you've already taken the divine beans. When will you fulfill your promise regarding the aquatic products?" The sage, ever mindful of his transaction with Mu Yang, urged him as he noticed Mu Yang's lack of concern over the visions within the vessel. Mu Yang smiled. "Rest assured, Kylan, I am a man of my word. I shall procure the aquatic products for you shortly." "Yes, do so as soon as possible," the sage said, stroking his beard, his urgency dissipating. After spending some time recuperating in the Kylan Tower, Mu Yang waved his hand in farewell. "Kylan, I shall take my leave now. Await my good news." With that, he leaped from the Kylan Tower. As the fierce wind rushed towards him, Mu Yang felt as though he had transformed into a swift swallow, cleaving through the storm as he descended. Leaving the Kylan Tower proved far easier than ascending it. The biting wind caressed his face as he squinted his eyes, accelerating downward in the blink of an eye. He pierced through layers of clouds, and the horizon gradually straightened from its curvature. With a whoosh, a dark silhouette broke through the atmosphere, trailing a long wake behind it. Mu Yang was nearing the ground, and in less than 10 minutes, the dense forest below came into clearer view. Gazing at the splendid scenery in the distance, a surge of ambition welled up within him, reminiscent of the freedom of birds soaring through the sky. It had taken him 4 days to climb the Kylan Tower, yet his descent took mere minutes. As he neared the ground, he executed a maneuver to slow his descent, employing the sky dance technique to halt his fall. Then executed a sharp 90-degree turn, whooshing horizontally away from the sacred ground of Kylan. Like all sacred sites, the Kylan sanctuary possessed a peculiar essence, a mysterious force that dictated that only those who ascended from the base could succeed in climbing the Kylan Tower. Even high technology could not breach its heights, nor could it aid in the descent. Hey, did something just fly past, resembling a person? At the edge of the sanctuary, an indigenous guardian of the Kylan Tower spotted Mu Yang's retreating figure and asked in confusion, "Your eyes must be deceiving you. How could a person move with such speed?" A nearby companion scoffed. Perhaps I was mistaken," the individual replied, somewhat dumbfounded, before chuckling. Hey, you two over there, focus on honing your hunting skills. If you wish to become guardians of the sanctuary, you better take it seriously, an elder-looking indigenous man reprimanded as he noticed two individuals whispering while hunting. Guardians like them scattered throughout the Kylan sanctuary, living in tribal formations, and only the strongest within the tribe were selected to guard the Kylan Tower. Unbeknownst to Mu Yang, his passage through the Kylan sanctuary had garnered the attention of the indigenous tribe. At that moment, he had already flown beyond the sanctuary's confines, his mind racing with schemes to procure aquatic products for the sage. This concern was not insurmountable. He could venture to the harbor to purchase fish, where a diverse array of marine life awaited, sure to satisfy the sage's desires. Alas, the issue lay in his current lack of funds. Fishmongers would not part with their wares without compensation. Surely, he could not resort to thievery. Mu Yang recalled a legendary underwater treasure trove from the original tale, filled with riches. He remembered that when Sun Wukong faced the Red Ribbon Army, he had inadvertently stumbled upon this treasure while being pursued by General Blue. Regrettably, Mu Yang did not know the exact location of this hoard, and decades had passed since the events of that narrative. The treasure may well have ceased to exist. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind as he recalled Lan Chi and Le Ping from the original story, who had once thrived through plunder. Perhaps I too could engage in a bit of thievery. While order on Earth was generally stable, many remote corners still hosted gangs engaging in illicit activities. Robbing them would not trouble Mu Yang's conscience. He could justify it as a Robin Hood act, alleviating his current predicament. Of course, the lairs of bandits were typically found either in remote mountainous regions or along vital trade routes, in areas untouched by civilization. Clearly, the latter would yield more substantial catches. With this thought in mind, Mu Yang set out to locate the strongholds of these brigands. After soaring for over an hour, Mu Yang arrived at a desolate area, nestled between two cities, a thoroughfare frequented by merchants, yet surrounded by stark wilderness. An ideal location for robbery. He glided through the sky for a while, searching for traces of bandit activity, and soon spotted a vintage motorcycle racing through the wilds. The rider donned a red bandana, a dark scarf around his neck, and a patterned coat, with a long knife strapped to his waist, as if to announce his nefarious occupation. Following closely, Mu Yang soon discovered a cave beneath a mound of yellow earth, where a band of robbers had gathered. You are the ones I seek. Mu Yang's eyes lit up at having found his target, and he strode boldly into the presence of the brigands. Hand over everything of value. The sudden demand startled the robbers, who were in the midst of drinking. But upon seeing the youthful visage of the intruder, astonishment swiftly twisted into mockery. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Today is a rare occasion. Where did this naive brat come from, thinking he could rob me without a clue as to where he stands? The bandit leader, his face a mask of malice, smashed a ceramic bowl to the ground and brandished a gleaming blade. With a foot planted on a half-exposed skull, he sneered, "Boys, show this kid what it means to kill and plunder. We are the professionals here. Indeed, the boss speaks true. What a foolish brat." The other thugs erupted into cruel laughter, all drawing their knives in unison. The band of over 20 rogues lived blood-soaked lives, and compassion was a foreign concept to them. Killing and plundering were merely part of the trade, and there was no more lucrative business than this. Countless innocents had already perished beneath their blades, and even adding this boy to their tally would not count as significant. Mu Yang surveyed the cave and noted the scattered bones, and as the bandits approached with drawn weapons, a hint of coldness crept into his smile. Desperate souls, indeed. No wonder you dare to act so brazenly. Yet they seemed oblivious to who was truly robbing whom today. Since you refused to cooperate, do not blame me. Remember not to commit such heinous acts in your next life. Haha, this kid is jesting. The bandits exchanged glances and burst into laughter. However, their mirth was short-lived. With a low grunt, Mu Yang summoned a fraction of his strength, and suddenly, an immense force surged from beneath his feet. In an instant, countless afterimages flickered within the cave, as Mu Yang transformed into a harbinger of destruction, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Confronted by Mu Yang, the bandits were caught utterly off guard, and moments later, he returned to his original position as though the previous scene had never transpired. The sound of clattering metal echoed as various weapons fell to the ground, the bandits' eyes widening in shock, their sclerae marred by blood vessels. Yet, in the next instant, all the bandits collapsed, their faces etched with disbelief. Your deaths are inconsequential, Mu Yang declared with chilling indifference, his gaze coldly fixed ahead. Please, spare my life. They cried, I shall never dare to offend you again. The bandit leader, witnessing his subordinates being slaughtered by the demon before him, finally succumbed to despair, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Mu Yang regarded him with a frosty stare and asked flatly, "If I spare you, will you not continue your wicked ways? Individuals like you deserve to descend into the depths of hell. Even in the afterlife. No, I will give you all my treasures, everything. Please spare me." The bandit leader, gripped by terror, stumbled backward. Yet Mu Yang showed no inclination to let him off easily. A fleeting shadow darted past, and the bandit leader's scream marked the end of his existence. Surveying the corpses of the bandits, Mu Yang's expression remained icy. Killing you is merely ridding society of its scourge. As for the treasures, this place is hardly vast. Do you think I cannot find them myself? Casting a casual glance at the lifeless bodies, he shifted his focus and began to rummage through the cave. Ultimately, he discovered a grand treasure chest nestled in the farthest corner. Prying open its chains to unveil a dazzling array of gold, gems, and jewelry. This wealth, amassed from the bandits' daily plundering and disregard for human life, filled the chest to the brim. The sheer sight of these riches underscored the extent of their murderous deeds. With a silent sigh, Mu Yang transferred the entire chest into his acceleration space. Since breaking through the first level of limitation, this space had become a means of storage, though it required time to activate. Overall, the acceleration space served merely as an auxiliary tool, offering no advantage in combat. After surveying the now barren treasure trove, Mu Yang nodded. These bandits had toiled for years, even sacrificing their lives, only to have it all end as mere garments for another. Exiting the cave, he raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy toward the cavern, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the structure collapsed in on itself. Having completed his task, he turned without a backward glance and soared toward the nearby city, intending to convert a portion of the gold into currency before acquiring seafood. Meanwhile, in the eastern mountains of Earth, the headquarters of the Serpent Man Legion loomed majestically. Towering structures resembled castles, independent spires adorned with resplendent azure tiles that gleamed radiantly under the sun. Guards were stationed every few steps, maintaining a vigilant watch, each soldier clad in a uniform, patrolling the corners of the towers. With a whirring sound, a propeller aircraft circled and gradually descended onto the helipad. Commander Lusha and his entourage disembarked, following the guide into the opulent castle. In a lavishly decorated grand hall, Commander Lusha encountered their leader, a brawny orc with emerald hair, sharp fangs, and an intimidating demeanor. This was Commander Huayan, the supreme leader of the Serpent Man Legion. That moment, Commander Huai gnawed on a hunk of meat, swallowing it greedily before downing a bottle of liquor. Commander Huayan, Commander Lusha greeted with utmost respect. Huayan cast a cursory glance at Lusha and inquired, "How did you fare with the task I assigned you? What of the blueprints?" Beads of sweat formed on Lusha's brow as he stammered. "Commander, the blueprints were not found." "Not found? Then why return? Hurry and search." Huayan's cold gaze bore into Lusha, his eyes chilling enough to evoke a sense of dread akin to confronting death itself. With a darkened expression, Huayan pressed, "What of Claren? Where is he now?" "He is already dead," Lusha replied bitterly. With a crash, Huayan shattered the bottle in his hand, crimson liquid splattering across the floor. "What sort of incompetence is this? I instructed you to spare no effort, and this is the result. Do you understand how vital those blueprints are? They contain designs for robots. If we acquire them, the Serpent Man Legion can produce robots in endless supply, forming an indomitable fighting force. At that point, not just the United Kingdom, but the entire world will bow to us." Claren was exceedingly cunning. While his subordinates pursued him, he was mistakenly shot by a soldier. Lusha explained cautiously, "Dispose of that soldier." "What a fool." A glint of malice flickered in Huayan's eyes. Lusha felt a chill run down his spine at the command, urgently adding, "When Claren fled, he was accompanied by a girl. The blueprints may be with her. Then what are you waiting for? Go find her at once." "Lusha, I grant you one more chance to retrieve those blueprints. Otherwise, you know the consequences." "Yes." Lusha shivered at the weight of the moment, responding fervently before respectfully exiting the hall. Once outside, Lusha felt a wave of cold wash over him, his garments soaked with perspiration. "What shall we do now, boss?" his pale-faced subordinate queried, each encounter with Commander Huai and leaving them with a sense of impending doom. "What else can we do? We must mobilize all our forces to retrieve those blueprints." Lusha spat, his demeanor darkening. "And that incompetent soldier, who allowed him to fire? Are we really going to kill him?" The subordinate gulped. "If we don't, both of us will face execution," Lusha replied vehemently. This was his final opportunity. Within the Serpent Man Legion, there was no room for leniency. That if he failed to recover the blueprints, he was certain the commander would not spare him. The sea breeze swirled, revealing a picturesque landscape as seagulls soared above the shimmering waters. Heralding a new day for the distant island. In the early morning, amidst swirling mists, the island's farmers rose early, wielding hoes and herding cattle as they toiled in the fields, despite Earth's advancement into the technological age. Many regions remained untouched by modernity, still entrenched in a primitive agrarian lifestyle reliant on physical labor. By a babbling brook, a frail figure squatted, backpack in tow, carefully washing her small candy jar in the water. April had been wandering this island for over a month. Her once tidy attire had become tattered and stained from prolonged wear, with some areas even torn. The growl of her stomach signaled her dire hunger. Clutching her belly, April pouted in distress. Being so young and naive, she lacked the means to procure food, relying solely on the generosity of the island's residents. Tightly clutching her empty candy jar, the last sweet had long since been consumed days prior. "Daddy, Mommy," April called out helplessly, tears welling in her eyes as she cautiously placed the jar back in her backpack. Spotting smoke rising in the distance, she pouted and dashed toward the village. Knock, knock, knock. A farmer's household heard the knocking, and an elderly woman opened the door to find a timid little girl standing before her. "Grandma, I'm so hungry. Could you spare me some food?" April blushed, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. The elderly woman, seeing the delicate girl in such disarray, felt a surge of compassion and invited her inside, serving her a modest meal. Rural fare was often crude and lacked the flavor of city cuisine. Nevertheless, April, famished, devoured the food voraciously, pounding her chest when she choked. "What a poor child. Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" the elderly woman inquired, observing April's pitiful state. "There are many bad people chasing them. They have all vanished." April spoke through her tears as she ate, her sadness spilling over. "Alas," the elderly woman sighed, discerning from the girl's words that her parents were likely gone. Such was the way of the world. Though the United Kingdom had been established for over a century, many areas still harbored rebellious factions. "Grandma, do you have any candy?" "I want some candy," April mumbled, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, the mere thought of the sweet flavor of candy seemed to evoke warm memories of her time spent with family. She recalled a few days ago, after indulging in some candy, she dreamt of her parents. The elderly woman paused for a moment and said, "We live in a rural area, unlike the cities where candies are sold. However, we do have honey. Would you care to try some?" "Thank you," April graciously replied. The old woman smiled and, understanding her needs, brought out a jar of wild honey, rich in nutritional value. "Here, give it a taste." "Oh, how sweet," April exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she tasted a drop. "If you like it, you may take it with you." "Really?" April was overjoyed. She carefully retrieved a small jar from her backpack and poured the honey into it before sealing the lid. "Thank you, grandmother," she expressed her gratitude politely. The elder woman observed the little girl's obedient demeanor and couldn't help but entertain the thought of adopting her. Yet, April shook her head. She did not wish to remain on this small island. "Oh, what a delightful little creature," the woman mused as she watched April bow and depart on the other side. After filling her belly, the naive April meandered towards the port, drawn by the sounds of bustling activity nearby. With her head bowed, she stealthily slipped aboard a merchant ship. Meanwhile, on another front, Mu Yang, having seized all the treasures from a band of robbers, soared to a nearby city, casually locating an exchange office where he converted a portion of the gold and jewels into universal currency. "Sir, you have brought in 0.2 tons of gold and 120 pieces of jewelry, which amounts to a total of 110 million Earth coins. Would you prefer cash or a savings card?" After completing the calculations, the exchange office owner wiped his brow and nervously announced the figure. Mu Yang smiled but was astonished that such a small amount of treasure could yield such a fortune, revealing just how many had been victimized by that gang of robbers. "Please convert 2 million Earth coins into cash, and the rest should be placed on the card." Yes, I will take care of that immediately," the owner responded enthusiastically, quickly summoning staff to assist in retrieving 2 million in cash from the vault. Eager to please such a valuable customer, Mu Yang accepted the savings card and a metal box filled with cash, waving his hand in farewell. This Earth coin, issued by the United Kingdom, is globally accepted and holds purchasing power similar to the RMB from his past life. With this sum, he could be entirely free from financial worries. Indeed, the most lucrative ventures are often inscribed within the criminal code. After leaving the exchange, Mu Yang contemplated his next move and headed to the seafood market, intending to purchase several hundred tons of sea fish to present to the immortal as a token of gratitude. After all, he had taken over 10,000 divine beings from the immortal and felt he should show his appreciation. Casually tossing down a stack of bills, the fishmongers eagerly gathered 180 tons of seafood for him, nearly cleaning out the market's fresh stock. They packed the goods into large wicker baskets and assisted in transporting them to a secluded alley. There, Mu Yang opened the acceleration space and stored all the sea fish within. The immortal should be pleased now. After all, exchanging these sea fish for over 10,000 divine beings was indeed a lucrative deal. This was the advantage of information asymmetry. Had it been in a time after the story's beginning, Sun Wukong and the others would have understood the importance of divine beings, even with a hefty sum. They would not easily acquire even one. Cheerfully humming a tune, Mu Yang then procured a stove and some fuel from the market before soaring into the sky, swiftly heading towards Kylan Tower. Compared to the outdated modes of transportation, the skill of flight undoubtedly offered both environmental benefits and speed. From a practical standpoint, it could be regarded as equally essential as the Turtle School's Kamehameha and the instant transmission technique. As the scenery rushed by, Mu Yang maintained his high-speed flight, and soon the slender tower of Kylan came into view. Approaching the tower, he began to descend. Landing at its base, he first needed to retrieve the sea fish. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain his empty hands to the immortal. With this thought in mind, he swiftly opened the acceleration space. Instantly, a perfectly arranged 180 baskets of sea fish appeared on the ground. Releasing a distinct seafood aroma into the air. That moment, he noticed a crowd gathering nearby and turned to find the guardians of Kylan Tower, led by OSI, who held a bow and arrow. "Ah, you are the young man who previously challenged Kylan Tower, Mu Yang of the Heavenly Heart Flow," OSI remarked with a puzzled expression, especially upon seeing the baskets of fish beside him, his confusion deepening. What is happening? Wasn't he supposed to be challenging Kylan Tower? What does he mean by bringing so much fish? Mu Yang nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Long time no see." "These fish?" he inquired. Mu Yang smiled and replied, "These are gifts for the immortal Kylan. Since you are here, could you help me keep an eye on them while I step away for a moment?" OSI hesitated for a moment, then responded, "Gifts for the immortal Kylan?" After a brief pause, he stammered, "Could it be that you have already met the immortal?" "Yes, I climbed to the top of the tower and was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the immortal Kylan." Mu Yang affirmed with a smile, "Congratulations. You actually climbed Kylan Tower. It has been said that no one has succeeded in 100 years, OSI said with deep respect, now viewing Mu Yang as a legendary martial artist. As OSI conversed with Mu Yang, the guardians behind him exchanged astonished glances, whispering among themselves, "Is it true? He actually succeeded. This boy is truly exceptional. I wonder what the immortal Kylan looks like. It's a pity we do not have the right to meet her." These guardians, having grown up hearing tales of the immortal Kylan, could not fulfill their desire to see her due to their limited abilities. Thus, upon hearing that this young man had not only scaled Kylan Tower but also met the immortal, they all displayed expressions of admiration and envy. Mu Yang chuckled to himself, knowing that revealing the truth, that the immortal was merely a large white creature, would be a significant letdown. Everyone harbors dreams and places their most beautiful hopes in the softest recesses of their hearts. Whether it be people, objects, or certain memories, only through the passage of time do they become more exquisite. These things may no longer be entirely real or objective, yet they hold too much emotion, rendering them exceedingly precious. To carelessly expose the truth and shatter someone else's illusions is undeniably unethical. After a moment's reflection, Mu Yang spoke. "The immortal Kylan is a remarkably wise being. Under her guidance, my strength has progressed by leaps and bounds." OSI nodded in agreement, then pointed at the fish and asked, "How do you plan to carry these up? Climbing Kylan Tower is already quite challenging. If you were to bring those baskets of fish, the task would become even more arduous." "Isn't this also a form of training?" Mu Yang replied with a smile as he approached the baskets. In front of everyone, he effortlessly lifted one. The weight, around a ton, bore down on his arm, and Mu Yang frowned, not from the weight itself, but from the intense fishy odor wafting from the basket. Then, with a sudden push of his toes, a powerful force erupted from beneath him, propelling him skyward along the edge of Kylan Tower, quickly disappearing into the vast sky. Below, OSI and the others stood in stunned silence, staring blankly at the sky, which had been cleaved open by a whirlwind. After a long moment, they regained their senses and murmured, "Indeed, he is someone who has successfully challenged Kylan Tower. He is truly formidable. Did you notice? His strength seems even greater than last time," someone remarked, and the others quickly concurred. "Indeed, just a few months ago, he was not nearly this powerful. In just over 3 months, he has transformed entirely. Could this be the influence of the immortal Kylan?" With this thought, The Guardians felt a surge of admiration and a strong desire to attempt climbing Kylan Tower themselves. Yet, contemplating the difficulty of the climb, they could not help but feel somewhat disheartened. At that moment, at the top of Kylan Tower, the immortal reclined in a small lounge chair, dozing lightly. Suddenly, she sensed something and rolled over, rising from her chair. With her cane in hand, she made her way to the entrance of the tower. In no time, she spotted Mu Yang ascending, burdened with a large basket of fish. So many fish, she remarked. The immortal's nose was remarkably sensitive, allowing him to quickly discern that it was a fish from the sea. He grasped one of the fish with his clawed hand and brought it to his nose for a sniff, immediately revealing a look of rapture. While others were repulsed by the fishy odor, to the immortal it transformed into a delicacy. Mu Yang chuckled. Kylan immortal, this is merely a small portion. Beneath the Kylan Tower, there are 179 more such fish. Upon hearing this, the immortal's eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming, "Splendid, splendid. Mu Yang, you truly keep your promises." However, Kylan immortal inquired, "But how do you intend to store these fish?" "Ah, that is a trivial matter. Follow me," he replied. The immortal placed a fish into a water tank and then carried the remaining fish to the martial arts arena on the second floor. Pausing in front of a central crystal ball, he pointed at the crystal ball and said, "Behold that crystal ball. It is a treasure passed down from antiquity. The stability of the Kylan Tower relies on it." With that, the immortal leaped up and touched the surface of the crystal ball, which instantly shimmered with radiant brilliance. Simultaneously, all the sea fish on the ground vanished without a trace. The immortal squinted and remarked, "This crystal ball possesses the ability to store items without deterioration. Truly a marvelous treasure." Mu Yang gazed in astonishment, reflecting that the earth indeed harbored numerous treasures. Merely atop the Kylan Tower, there existed celestial beings, divine water, crystal balls, nimbus clouds, and wish-granting rods, though the latter had already been gifted to Master Rashi by the immortal. Mu Yang, why not hasten to fetch the fish from beneath the Kylan Tower? This too is a form of cultivation. Cultivation is one thing, yet I can't shake the feeling that you are more concerned about those fish," Mu Yang retorted, stifling a roll of his eyes. Though he did not express his thoughts and nodded, jumping down from the Kylan Tower, back and forth, he transported the fish over 100 times, and by the time he had brought all the sea fish to the surface, it was already noon of the following day. However, the immortal was not mistaken. This process indeed constituted a form of training. Mu Yang felt that after these trips, his strength had slightly increased, with his combat power rising from 128 to 132. Though it was merely a trivial increment, as the saying goes, every little bit counts. Quite commendable. You have proven reliable, and I am quite satisfied, the immortal declared contentedly, storing all the aquatic treasures within the crystal ball. With a mysterious glint in his eye, the immortal winked at Mu Yang, saying, "Considering your potential, I can offer you a promise." "What promise?" Mu Yang inquired with curiosity. "Haha, this is no light promise," the immortal replied, narrowing his eyes leisurely. "If you can persist in your training, when I deem the time is right, I shall take you to a far more exalted place. I tell you, that location is one even Master Rashi is unqualified to visit. Are you intrigued? Oh, by the way, the Master Rashi I speak of is Wu Tian, known below as the god of martial arts," the immortal clarified, ensuring Mu Yang understood. "Master Wu Tian." Mu Yang fell silent, fully comprehending that the mystical place the immortal referred to was indeed the temple. Yes, that very place. Even he lacks the qualifications to enter. For martial artists, that was the true sanctum. Do you wish to go? With my endorsement, you can. The immortal patted Mu Yang's shoulder, clearly optimistic about him. If such a place truly exists, I would certainly wish to go. Since the immortal had broached the subject of the temple, Mu Yang decided to be forthright, flashing a bright smile and expressing his enthusiasm. If there was any place on earth that could enhance one's strength, the temple undoubtedly ranked first. On the other hand, the immortal recognized Mu Yang's eagerness and chuckled. From Mu Yang's perspective, he hoped the immortal would one day recommend him for the temple. And the immortal, too, had considerations for endorsing talented individuals. Centuries ago, he believed Master Rashi possessed that qualification, but regrettably, it never came to fruition. It was indeed a pity that no one had ascended to the temple in a long time. "Kylan immortal, when do you think I could reach a level worthy of your endorsement?" Mu Yang asked. The immortal replied, "That is difficult to say. It depends on your subsequent efforts. I believe that day is not far off." Mu Yang said with a smile. "You are quite confident," the immortal remarked, observing Mu Yang. "Isn't it the essence of a cultivator to be full of self-assurance?" Mu Yang retorted, exuding a somewhat overconfident demeanor. The immortal paused for a moment, then nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, A vigorous pursuit of progress is commendable, but I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. The immortal had experienced Mu Yang's astonishing pace of cultivation. If anyone on Earth were deserving of his recognition, it would undoubtedly be Mu Yang. Turning back to the ground floor of the Kylan Tower, the immortal kindled a fire in a corner and skewered several sea fish, planning to prepare a sumptuous feast for himself. Soon, the fishy scent dissipated as it transformed into an enticing aroma. Relishing the scent, the immortal squinted in delight and devoured one fish in a few bites. "Delicious," he exclaimed, savoring the flavors and licking his palm before grasping another fish. By the way, Kylan Immortal, I heard that Master Wu Tian is referred to as the god of martial arts not only due to his formidable skills but also because it is rumored he has lived for over 200 years. Can humans truly live that long? Mu Yang asked curiously while enjoying the roasted fish. In truth, Mu Yang had been contemplating ways to extend his own lifespan with a mouthful of roasted fish. The immortal mumbled, "That old fellow, Master Rashi, has indeed lived quite long, but ordinary humans cannot reach such an age." "But why can Master Rashi live for so long?" Mu Yang pressed on, knowing that Master Rashi could potentially live even longer. Even when the original characters in Dragon Ball, like Bulma, began to show signs of aging, Master Rashi still appeared as spry as ever. Mu Yang suspected that even if all the Dragon Ball warriors perished, he would continue to thrive. There had to be a reason for his remarkable longevity. The immortal set down his fish and explained that is because Master Rashi consumed an elixir of immortality. "Is there truly an elixir of immortality in this world?" Mu Yang asked in astonishment, having thought such tales were mere fables, only to discover that Master Rashi had actually partaken of it. "There was once, and I too have consumed it. It was a celestial medicine specifically prepared for the immortals guarding the Kylan Tower. One pill can extend life by 400 years. At the time, Master Rashi persistently begged me for it, and I ultimately relented, giving him 4 pills, leaving me with no stock left. As he reminisced, the immortal felt a twinge of regret. He shouldn't have been so generous as to give Master Rashi 4 pills. The creation of the elixir of immortality was exceedingly challenging, requiring a very rare herb. However, that herb was exceptionally scarce, and the immortal could not produce a new batch in the foreseeable future. After hearing the immortal's explanation, Mu Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How extravagant the immortal was. Celestial beings, the elixir of immortality, wish-granting rods, nimbus clouds. He seemed to possess an endless habit of giving away treasures. However, this revelation clarified many things. After acquiring the elixir of immortality, Master Rashi must have shared it with Turtle Hermit at that time. They had yet to fall out, and the two of them each took 2 pills. Master Rashi kept one for himself and gave another to his sister, Fortune Teller Baba, while Turtle Hermit also gave one to Tao Pai Pai. Thus, Master Rashi, Turtle Hermit, Fortune Teller Baba, and Tao Pai Pai each received 1 pill, allowing them to live for so many years. "Kylan Immortal, how is this elixir of immortality made?" Mu Yang inquired. Sensing Mu Yang's keen interest in the elixir, the immortal continued, "While this elixir can extend one's life, making it seem quite alluring, it has a significant flaw. After consuming the elixir, one's potential becomes severely depleted, making it exceedingly difficult to enhance one's strength thereafter. Mu Yang, you are still young, and your potential is quite promising. There is no need to consider such matters. Moreover, even if you desired it, I no longer possess any. The elixir of immortality is, after all, a treasure meant for celestial beings, and its significance may not be as profound as one might imagine. The celestial beings, in fact, hope that Mu Yang can concentrate his thoughts on martial arts, for who knows, he may yet ascend to even greater heights in the future." Upon hearing this, Mu Yang nodded, gaining some insight into the efficacy of the elixir. Similar to the way the super divine water extracts potential to bestow immense power, the elixir of immortality demands the exhaustion of one's latent abilities in exchange for prolonged life. Consuming the elixir does not necessarily imply that one's martial prowess will cease to grow forever. Rather, it becomes increasingly arduous compared to before. Thus, it is reasonable to surmise that Master Turtle and his peers likely did not consume the elixir immediately upon obtaining it, but rather waited until their bodies began to deteriorate. Mu Yang took the Celestial S advice to heart and smiled, acknowledging, "You are right, Master Kylan. These matters are not for me to ponder at this moment." Before the activation of the acceleration space, he might have coveted the elixir's effects, but now, with the grander prospects laid before him, it would be foolish to forfeit the larger benefits for something trivial. Noticing Mu Yang's lack of further inquiries regarding the elixir, the Celestial nodded in approval, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes. It was undeniable that there was an allure to the topic of immortality. Something many long for with fervent desire to gain entry to the divine realm. One must first earn the Celestial's acknowledgement, and what the Celestial values most in prospective candidates is a robust will, capable of resisting various temptations. Otherwise, should a recommended individual falter, it would only lead to disastrous consequences. Master Turtle himself had lost his chance to enter the divine realm due to his inability to withstand the temptation of immortality. Keeping Mu Yang's performance in mind, the Celestial awaited the moment when Mu Yang's might would meet his expectations, at which point he would recommend him for ascension to the heavenly realm. By the way, the Celestial began, although I have promised to recommend you for higher realms in the future, there is one point I believe you should heed. Please, go on, Mu Yang replied. The Celestial cleared his throat and said, lately, it seems your power has been increasing quite rapidly. While this is not inherently a negative thing, it is not entirely positive either. That I advise you to take a moment to stabilize your current strength before hastily seeking further breakthroughs. From the Celestial's perspective, growth in power is generally a good thing. However, if it occurs too swiftly, it may lead to a superficiality that must be addressed, especially for a celestial being who is dedicated to mastering every nuance of energy. Mu Yang fell silent, trusting in the Celestial's discernment, though he understood that the Celestial's caution was also influenced by martial philosophy. After deliberating, he ultimately decided to heed the Celestial's counsel. I understand. For the time being, I will focus on solidifying my foundation. Those familiar with their own affairs know best. Ever since Mu Yang shattered the first barrier of 100 combat power, he felt as though his body had been unshackled. Encountering few obstacles in his training, the martial philosophies of Earth may not hold significant merit in the vast universe, dictated by levels of mastery. Earth's martial artists, for instance, are certainly not as refined as those from the divine realm. While the divine beings may not possess the depth of knowledge of the realm kings, this variance is due to differing positions, as one who stands higher can indeed see further. Nevertheless, Earth's martial arts, through prolonged exploration, possess unique merits, such as the meticulous mastery of power at lower levels, which is commendable. This mastery enables practitioners to unleash greater combat strength in times of crisis. Since Mu Yang was not likely to encounter a bottleneck anytime soon and there were no immediate threats on Earth, he resolved to adhere to the commendable traditions of Earth's martial arts, taking his time to consolidate his strength. Once he fully grasps it, he could potentially expand his understanding further, yielding unexpected benefits. Yes, that is indeed the way. A solid foundation is paramount. The Celestial felt a surge of joy, for there is nothing more gratifying than encountering someone receptive to his guidance. Master Kylan, it is getting late, and I must take my leave. I hope that when we meet again, I will have met your expectations. Train diligently. I have great faith in you. The Celestial responded as he rose, suddenly recalling something. He added, by the way, I have a golden cloud here that can be used for travel. Would you like me to gift you one? The Celestial intended to offer Mu Yang the Nimbus Cloud, which only those with pure hearts and no malicious intent could ride. Master Turtle had once shamefully taken one despite being unable to use it himself. Mu Yang was well aware of the Nimbus Cloud's attributes and quickly waved his hand, declining. No, thank you. I believe mastering the art of flight is far more significant than relying on external means. Not depending on outside forces is itself a form of training. In truth, he felt that even if he obtained it, he might not be able to ride it. If the Celestial discovered this, his carefully crafted persona would surely crumble. Master Kylan, I take my leave now. With that, Mu Yang leaped from the pinnacle of Kylan Tower, his figure gradually vanishing amidst the mist-like clouds as he departed. What a dedicated young man he is, truly devoted to his training. Gazing up at the azure sky, with only white clouds drifting below, one does not realize the disparity until it is compared. In contrast to Mu Yang, the former Master Turtle seemed like a stubborn rock, both shameless and lewd. The Celestial silently pondered. How did I ever give him the Rui stick and the elixir of immortality? Shaking his head, he recalled the vast array of seafood that Mu Yang had set aside for him, and with a leisurely demeanor, he turned away. Several thousand kilometers away from Kylan Tower, the vast ocean shimmered in a stunning blue, waves rolling majestically under the gentle caress of the wind. At that moment, a merchant ship was navigating through this expansive sea. The cramped cabin swayed incessantly with the waves, and in the dim light, April curled up in a corner, clutching her beloved candy jar. Her clothes were wrinkled and lost their luster. Beside her lay a somewhat tattered little backpack. So sweet. Truly delicious, April chirped, nibbling on her fingers. A cherubic smile brightening her face as she dreamed of indulging in delightful treats. Meanwhile, Commander Lusha, having departed from the headquarters of the Serpent Bearer Legion, rallied all his forces overnight. He centered his search around the island where it all began. Vowing to locate Clarence's daughter and the crucial blueprints. In the command hall, Lusha clenched a cigarette between his teeth, scrutinizing a maritime map on the wall. Continuously marking it was evident that several nearby islands had been marked with red crosses. Boss, we've already searched over a dozen islands, yet we have not found any trace of that little girl. You think she might not even be on the island? A subordinate nervously chimed in. Have the island's residents been interrogated? Lusha steadied his hand, turning with a fierce glare. We have questioned everyone, and there were no findings, the subordinate replied. With a sharp motion, Lusha flung the cigarette to the ground and stomped on it. Roaring, did someone not see Clarence fleeing with his daughter? How can we not find her? What are you waiting for? Continue to deploy more personnel, expand the search area, and search house by house. I refuse to believe we can't track her down. Yes, yes. Upon hearing their furious boss's roar, the subordinate turned pale, frightened into a hasty retreat. Damn it. Where on earth is that little girl hiding? Lusha's mood soured considerably if he did not find those design blueprints soon. Commander Wayne at headquarters would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon him. The mere thought of Wayne's bloodthirsty gaze sent shivers down Lusha's spine. No, I must resort to more severe measures. Otherwise, I will truly be finished. The intense urge to survive compelled Lusha to urgently reconsider his strategies. Time quietly slipped by, and before long, over 2 months had passed since Mu Yang left Kylan Tower. During this time, he traveled across Earth, practicing in the ways he knew, while integrating the teachings of the heavenly heart flow and the celestial's knowledge to continuously refine his martial arts. This endeavor was not merely a physical exertion but rather a profound theoretical exploration. As he continually validated the philosophies of both martial arts, Mu Yang was astonished to discover that there was a significant overlap between the heavenly heart flow and the martial arts of Kylan Tower. Although they differed in certain aspects, their foundational principles were remarkably aligned, suggesting a potential for harmonious integration. The Tianqin style of martial arts emphasizes the nurturing of the body through vital energy, using the physical form as a foundation to unleash combat prowess. Ultimately aiming to harness every breath of Qi.it is a method of consolidating one's essence and vitality. In contrast, the Kylenta martial arts focus on the agile manipulation of breath to alter physical actions, prioritizing control over the body and minimizing superfluous movements. At first glance, the two disciplines appear utterly unrelated, even seemingly contradictory in certain aspects. For instance, Tianqin style underscores the body's role in the process of circulating qi, while Kylenta advocates for the withdrawal of the physical form. However, upon closer examination, one discovers that the intersecting elements of both are entirely harmonious, both striving to maximize the efficiency of qi, while the remaining aspects complement each other perfectly. This peculiarity is intriguing. Although there exists a long-standing rumor that Kylenta is the origin of all martial arts on Earth, it is evident that the Tianqin style did not emerge from the former. Rather, they should coexist in parallel. Mu Yang has gleaned the connections between the two, yet he remains perplexed as to why this is the case, despite representing two distinct systems that ought to develop according to their respective cultivation trees. He vaguely senses that Tianqin resembles internal martial arts, while Kylenta embodies external martial arts, each possessing its unique strengths. Only through their confluence can a truly formidable martial philosophy emerge. At this moment, he acutely perceives the drawbacks of limited knowledge. Had his horizons been broader, perhaps the quandary before him would not seem so daunting. This issue may not be resolvable at present. Perhaps only through training in the temple can it be addressed. He shook his head, reminding himself that without long-term foresight, one is bound to encounter immediate troubles. A single additional consideration may yield a multitude of opportunities. Indeed, above Kylenta lies the existence of the temple, which harbors even more profound martial arts. Yet, that is beyond Mu Yang's current reach. Thus, he must rely on his own contemplation. Troubled by this dilemma throughout his journey, he suddenly found himself unknowingly above a vast ocean. With a splash, several large fish leapt from the water, only to dive back in with a resounding clap, sending a myriad of tiny waves cascading outward. Gazing upon the boundless sea, Mu Yang felt his spirits lift considerably. This ocean seemed a tranquil haven for a peaceful existence. With a gentle smile, he peered into the distance, where he could faintly discern boats casting nets for fish. In this era, to navigate a fishing vessel into the open sea was indeed a remarkable advancement. The location was merely a few hundred kilometers from the Great Green Mountain. However, apart from his previous crossing of a body of water during the World Martial Arts Championship, Muyang had yet to truly appreciate the grandeur of the ocean. Now that he had arrived, he intended to savor the experience. Thus, he made no further delay and flew directly toward a seemingly promising island, confronted by the tumultuous waves of the sea. The overwhelming energy always inspired a sense of humility. On a beautiful island by the sea, the environment was idyllic, with pleasant air and numerous low hills scattered across the not-so-large landmass. Originally, this place resembled a paradise untouched by the outside world. However, the violent actions unfolding at this moment shattered the tranquility. A group of uniformed men arrived on a yacht, disembarking onto the small island before entering a residential area. Instantly, chaos erupted among the island's inhabitants. Each visit from this group marked a disaster for the islanders. With a loud bang, one of them violently kicked open the door of a household, surveying the corners and rudely shouting at a farming couple inside. "Hey, it's time to pay this month's tribute. Sir, could you grant us a few more days? We truly cannot produce anything at the moment," the farmer, wearing a straw hat, pleaded. "Bah, if you don't pay, how can I report to my superiors? Be honest and hand over your valuables," the officer spat. But upon realizing that the couple indeed had nothing to offer, he begrudgingly smashed some dishes and seized a few items that appeared to hold some value. Such scenes unfolded. Muyang furrowed his brow and inquired. As far as he knew, the earth had long since entered an era governed by the United Kingdom, and such chaos should not be the case. The elder sighed and replied, "Alas, they are members of the Serpent Tamer Legion, a rather domineering armed organization that rules over a vast territory nearby, reigning supreme. Even the military might of the United Kingdom cannot suppress them." After the elder's explanation, Muyang gleaned the nature of the Serpent Tamer Legion. It was akin to the Red Ribbon Army from the original narrative, a remnant armed organization existing under the governance of the United Kingdom. The earth was indeed vast. Although it was nominally under the administration of the United Kingdom, there were numerous areas beyond its reach. However, compared to the Red Ribbon Army of later times, the current Serpent Tamer Legion was evidently more brazen. If the Red Ribbon Army was a clandestine private armed group hidden beneath the governance of the United Kingdom, then the Serpent Tamer Legion resembled a local armed force, possessing its own dominion. Good grief, it seems there are issues within the governance of the United Kingdom. Elder, what are your plans moving forward? Muyang gazed at the multitude of corpses strewn about, suddenly feeling a headache. Previously, the islanders could endure their lives under the tyranny of the Serpent Tamer Legion, but now that these ruffians had been slain on the island by his hand, it meant there was no room for reconciliation. "Alas, life has become unbearable," the elder sighed deeply, shaking his head. "In truth, we considered leaving this place, but we have grown somewhat attached. Yet, with today's events, even reluctance cannot alter our course." Muyang nodded. Though he felt some sympathy for the elder and the islanders' plight, he did not harbor guilt for having slain members of the Serpent Tamer Legion. In this matter, he felt no remorse whatsoever. The notion of "if I do not slay Boren, yet Boren dies because of me" struck him as absurd. He merely acted at an opportune moment, believing it to be the right course of action. Fortunately, the islanders were not ungrateful and did not blame Muyang for their forced departure due to the deaths he had caused. They may have already harbored thoughts of leaving this place. In the ensuing moments, the islanders began to pack their belongings, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Muyang, after acquiring a wealth of information about the Serpent Tamer Legion from the elder, took his leave. Clang, clang, clang. April trudged along the pebbled path, struggling under the weight of her backpack, her frail form making its way deeper into the wilderness, where the vegetation gradually thinned. Bewildered, April glanced down at the road beneath her. Realizing she seemed to have lost her way as she surveyed her surroundings, the colors around her had transformed into a dusty yellow, indicating she had entered a vast, flat plain. "I seem to have taken a wrong turn," she murmured, shrinking her body as her brown hair clung to her face, disheveled from lack of washing. 2 months prior, she had secretly boarded a merchant ship bound for the mainland. After disembarking, April had relied on her hazy memories to guide her home. However, the recollections of a 5-year-old girl could hardly be relied upon for accuracy. Thus, she wandered further astray, now oblivious to her current location. A distant roar echoed through the air, followed by a cloud of swirling yellow dust racing across the plain. Moments later, a light blue dinosaur appeared in pursuit of an antelope, towering over 2 meters in height, with dark eyes resembling light bulbs. As the distance closed, the blue dinosaur caught sight of April, inexplicably abandoning its prey to charge towards her instead. Thump, thump, thump. The ground trembled under its advancing footsteps. Terrified, April shielded her head, tumbling to the ground, tears brimming in her eyes as she whimpered. "Oh, how frightening. Please don't eat me." The blue dinosaur was now mere inches away, and April could feel the warmth of its breath. However, after a prolonged moment, she felt no pain when she dared to open her eyes. She locked gazes with the dinosaur's bulbous, dark eyes. This was an evidently youthful blue dinosaur, its large head bending towards April, with black horns adorning its crown and jaws, glimmering under the sun. Its plump belly was covered in white scales. A pair of small wings fluttered behind it, though it did not take flight, instead kicking up a cloud of choking dust. Eek, caw. The young blue dinosaur tilted its head and uttered a sound. Its gaze fixated on the honey jar clutched in April's arms. "Oh, you want some honey?" Realizing, April trembled as she opened the lid of the jar, extending it towards the creature. Sizzle, the blue dinosaur licked a taste and emitted a joyful sound. In that moment, innocent-hearted April seemed to forget her fear, excitedly lifting the honey jar to offer more. "You like it too? This sweet honey is the best. Do have some more?" Children delight in sharing their joy. And with a common interest, they can quickly become good friends. The little blue dragon licked April's fingers before leaning in to nuzzle her cheek. "Hee, please stop licking. Can you take me with you? I can't find my way back." "Caw," the little blue dragon chirped, appearing to understand yet not fully comprehending. At the edge of the chaise plain, a soldier-like figure was scanning the horizon with binoculars. At that moment, April and the young blue dragon entered his line of sight. The soldier paused, quickly comparing his drawings with what he saw, and after confirming, he immediately sounded the alarm. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm blared. "Quick, report to Boss Lusha. He has been searching for this girl, and she's right here on the chaise plane, accompanied by a dinosaur." "What? The boss is coming in person. All right, I'll keep a close watch on them." After hanging up, the soldier continued observing through the binoculars, his anticipation for glory driving him to diligently carry out his surveillance duties. In the command room of the Lusha Corps, Lusha felt a wave of relief upon receiving reports that the little girl had been located. He eagerly awaited the opportunity to capture her. It would be ideal if Claren's robot schematics were with her. Otherwise, he would need to make contingency plans. "Bring someone to me," Lusha called out, summoning his subordinate. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Prepare the aircraft. We need to reach the chaise plane as quickly as possible." The subordinate, startled by the urgency, exclaimed, "Boss, does this mean we've found the girl?" A rare smile crept onto Lusha's typically fierce countenance. "Indeed, we have found her. It seems expanding our search radius was effective. Damn, that little rascal can run. She's managed to get over 1,000 kilometers away, but she won't escape my grasp. Excellent news. Boss, we'll arrange for the expedition immediately." The subordinate's expression hardened as he hurried off to organize the flight. "Get going." Lusha waved his hand, feeling somewhat relieved, then reclined on the sofa, half closing his eyes. The recent pressure from headquarters had strained his nerves to the brink. Minutes later, a propeller plane took off from the airstrip, soaring towards the chaise plane over 1,000 kilometers away. 6 hours later, the aircraft hovered above the chaise plane, where the parched, dusty terrain lacked moisture. Upon landing, Lusha and his contingent disembarked, looking around eagerly. "Where is she? Where's that little girl?" A soldier at the outpost promptly reported. "Sir, the little girl is heading west along the nearest river. However, for reasons unknown, she is accompanied by a young dinosaur, and our men are hesitant to approach too closely for fear of alarming them." "Good work." Lusha patted the soldier's shoulder, his eyes glinting with malice as he turned to command. "Have everyone ready their weapons. I don't care about that dinosaur's fate. I want the girl alive." This time, he could not afford to fail, otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Lusha issued his stern warning. "Understood, boss." The members of the Serpent Tamer Legion led lives fraught with peril, akin to bandits, and upon receiving Lusha's orders, they all wore excited expressions. "Let us move." With a grand gesture, a group of individuals boarded the jeep, hastily making their way towards April's direction, weary from their journey. Meanwhile, April and her new companion remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger approaching them. On the other side, after assisting the island's residents in demolishing several nearby strongholds of the Serpent Legion and ensuring that their armaments would no longer pose a threat to the evacuation of the islanders, Mu Yang soared towards the great green mountain, and on this bright and breezy afternoon, a refreshing chill lingered in the air as the great green mountain stood majestically behind the primal mountain range. This time-worn mountain range shielded the area from the cold winds blowing in from the north, granting the vicinity of the great green mountain a perpetual spring-like climate with minimal fluctuations. As Mu Yang approached the great green mountain, he flew intermittently, unhurried in his pace. A sudden glimmer swept across the vast plains, and Mu Yang flew directly over the edge of the harsh sandy terrain. At that moment, a convoy below kicked up a long trail of dust, capturing his attention. This convoy consisted of over 20 open-top vehicles, filled with individuals clad in dull gray uniforms and armed with an array of standard firearms. The appearance of the Serpent Legion here was far from a good omen. Mu Yang furrowed his brow. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern their identities, confirming they were indeed members of the Serpent Legion. The small plains separating them from the Great Green Mountain did not bode well for the locals, who lacked the capacity to resist the firepower of the Serpent Legion. Thus, Mu Yang reduced his speed and veered closer to the convoy. Intending to ascertain their intentions, the mournful cry suddenly pierced the air from a distance, prompting Mu Yang to turn his attention that way, where he spotted another group of Serpent Legion members confronting a dinosaur-like creature. Chirp, chirp, the dark-eyed creature, a small blue dragon, glared fiercely at its foes, protectively standing in front of a little girl. The small blue dragon had several bullet wounds, crimson blood gushing from its body. Oh no. Little Ka, are you all right? April wailed, pressed against the blue dragon, tears streaming down her face. Damn it, if we can't deal with a mere hatchling, keep firing. Aim only at that dragon. Do not harm the girl behind it. The Serpent Legion's commander, Lu Sha, Command April erupted with joy, exclaiming, Big brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, little Ka would have perished, with heartfelt gratitude. April bowed to Mu Yang and then stealthily unfastened the small backpack on her back. She retrieved a jar of candy, raising it high with both hands, and declared, Big brother, this is April's favorite honey candy. There's just a little left. I give it to you. April, upon hearing the name, Mu Yang paused momentarily. Feeling a flicker of familiarity, a closer look at the little girl before him revealed her brown hair, enchanting eyes, and a sense of déjà vu in her gestures. It seemed he had encountered her before. Big brother, I have some candies for you. They're really sweet. Yes, April loves candies the most. A memory from half a year ago on the train flashed in Mu Yang's mind, and he suddenly recognized that this little girl was indeed the same one he had met on that journey. You are April. Do you have a younger sister? Mu Yang inquired. April's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. Big brother, how do you know? April has a sister, but Sapril is gone. She disappeared with mom and dad. April recounted her misfortunes in a fragmented manner, and as she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. At that moment, Mu Yang grasped the gravity of her situation. Witnessing her sorrow, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Those scoundrels from the Serpent Man Legion deserved nothing less than death. His gaze towards April brimmed with compassion. This little one was now an orphan. With a gentle sigh, he said to April, We are not far from my sect. Why don't you come with me? Can I bring little Ka? April whispered softly. Mu Yang glanced at the small blue dragon with its round, adorable head. Of course. Great. April cheered with delight. Mu Yang smiled slightly, bending down to lift April into his arms, soaring into the sky towards the direction of the Great Green Mountain, while the little blue dragon flapped its wings vigorously in pursuit. The chaise plane was now quite close to the Great Green Mountain, and shortly after, a towering mountain range loomed before them. It was the nameless primordial mountain range. The mountains stretched across the horizon. And after flying over several hills, the Great Green Mountain finally came into view. They had now entered the territory of Qinshan Town. After a brief flight, Mu Yang descended from the sky, walking alongside April on the rural path. Occasionally, busy villagers passed by, greeting Mu Yang with friendly waves, but a flicker of fear crossed their faces upon noticing the small blue dragon trailing behind them. April was astonished. It seemed that since arriving here, everyone recognized her big brother. Their friendly demeanor was reminiscent of the kind-hearted individuals who had once helped her, instilling no fear whatsoever. However, it appeared they were quite frightened of little Ka, despite its undeniable cuteness. Thump, thump, thump. Little Ka was not fond of crowded places, especially not of being scrutinized by countless curious eyes. It hurriedly trotted over to Mu Yang and April, peering curiously, causing April to giggle with delight. Oh, Mu Yang, you're back. Who is this little girl? Upon returning to the Tianxin Lu's residence, Isaf and his wife, Alice, who had already received word from the villagers, came out to greet them. their faces filled with confusion upon seeing the little girl and the young blue dragon accompanying Mu Yang. Master, mistress, Mu Yang greeted with a smile, and together they entered the house. The little blue dragon, too large to fit through the door, was left in the courtyard. Inside, Alice had already poured tea, and a platter of fruits adorned the table. Mu Yang offered an apple to April, then began narrating the events concerning April and the Serpent Man Legion to Isaf in a detailed manner. Upon hearing the tale, Isaf slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "Those scoundrels from the Serpent Man Legion are utterly despicable." Mistress Alice, gazing at the 5-year-old girl before her, felt a surge of sympathy. She embraced April tightly and said with a heavy heart, "Poor child, you have truly suffered, wandering alone for over half a year." April, dazed in Alice's embrace and clutching the apple, called out to Mu Yang. Brother Mu Yang smiled and reassured her, "This is my mistress. Think of her as your own mother." "Yes, consider me your mother," Alice added warmly. As a kind-hearted woman, she couldn't help but recall her daughter, Meixia, who lived far in the south and had not been seen for a long time. "Oh, look at you now. Come, let us get you cleaned up. I still have some of Meixia's old clothes. I'll buy you some new ones at the next market." A warm sensation washed over April, and she nodded lightly, like a whisper. Thus, as Alice led the bewildered April away to bathe, the room was left with only Mu Yang and his master, Isaf. In a brief silence, Isaf broke the stillness, joy radiating from him as he said, "Mu Yang, your performance at the martial arts conference was remarkable. You have brought great renown to our Tianqin Liu." Mu Yang smiled faintly, observing Isaf's elation without uttering a word. "You have no idea. When Shishi informed us that you had won the champion title of the martial arts conference, I could hardly believe it. How could I not know the extent of my disciple's prowess? It was only when Shishi returned to recount the details of the conference that I realized it was all true. What a clever boy you are, hiding your talents even from your master. You returned with the championship title without a word." The excitement that swept through Tianqin Lu upon Shishi's return is still fresh in my mind. "Master, it wasn't my intention to conceal anything. I genuinely did not anticipate my strength to be so formidable." Mu Yang chuckled lightly, acknowledging that his victory was largely due to the absence of seasoned martial artists from the previous generation. Isaf waved his hand dismissively, indicating his understanding. "I see now. I underestimated your growth rate. I heard from Shishi that you have completely mastered the release of Tianqin Qigong." "Indeed," Mu Yang affirmed with a nod. With that, he opened his palm, forming a sword with his 2 fingers, and a brilliant blue light emerged at his fingertips, resembling an energy sphere the size of a glass marble. Isaf gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. "Your mastery of Qigong has reached such an astonishing level. This is the result of my training during this time," Mu Yang replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand to dissipate the energy wave. "Huh? Splendid. It seems you have surpassed me by a considerable margin. Perhaps there is no one in all of Tianqin Lu who can rival you." Isaf exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he shouted, "Quick, tell me how you spent the past 6 months and how your strength has increased so dramatically." Mu Yang nodded and began to recount his experiences over the last 6 months. When he mentioned his visit to the Super Ability Academy to see Meixia, a hint of longing appeared on Isaf's face as well, upon discussing his encounter with Meixia and subsequent challenge at the Kailan Sacred Land. Where he ascended the Kailan Tower, realization dawned on Isaf. So that's it. When I first saw you, there was something about your demeanor that eluded my understanding. Every action seemed so casual, yet imbued with profound meaning. It must be the guidance you received from the Kailan Immortal, Isaf remarked with a sense of awe. The fact that his disciple had successfully ascended the Kailan Tower and received the Kailan Immortal's instruction was a source of immense pride. If this were to be disclosed, it would invoke envy from many. This revelation was far more astonishing than merely winning the championship at the martial arts conference. After all, the last person to ascend the Kailan Tower was the esteemed Wutian Master. Known as the God of Martial Arts, the guidance from the Kailan Immortal has been immensely beneficial, and she has promised that should I reach the level she deems worthy, she will recommend me for training in an even more sacred place. Mu Yang shared openly about his master. At that moment, Isaf's expression turned serious as he murmured, "An even more sacred place? Could it be the Divine Temple in the heavenly realm? Master, you know of the Divine Temple?" Mu Yang replied, astonished. Isaf nodded, reflecting, "Indeed, I have some knowledge of it. It is said to be an ancient secret passed down within our Tianqin Lu. Aside from us, I doubt anyone in the martial arts world knows that above the Kylin Tower lies a legendary divine temple. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang was somewhat taken aback. Isaf continued, in truth, the legacy of our Tianqin sect is far from simple. It is said that long ago, there were predecessors who resided in that legendary temple. Unfortunately, a great calamity over 250 years ago nearly obliterated the entire martial arts world, resulting in substantial losses for our Tianqin sect, which has yet to reclaim its former glory. However, I now see a glimmer of hope in you. Isaf gazed at Mu Yang, filled with sentiment and increasingly satisfied with his disciple, Mu Yang. Upon hearing this, was astonished. From his teacher's words, it seemed that the Tianqin sect indeed had predecessors who once dwelled in the temple. Could they have been celestial beings or their disciples? Regardless, they must have been extraordinary. As for the calamity over 250 years ago, he speculated it was the disaster caused by the great demon king Bic ravaging the world. No wonder the immortal regarded him with such esteem, even considering recommending him for training in the temple. If the predecessors of his sect had once resided in the temple or held positions of celestial authority, it would not be unreasonable for the immortal to take a particular interest in him. Perhaps he had indeed benefited from the legacy of the Tianqin sect's predecessors. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. He then recalled the similarities between the martial arts of the Tianqin sect and those of the Kylin, suddenly realizing they likely originated from the same temple transmission. He had never imagined that the Tianqin sect, which seemed sparsely populated, would have such a profound connection to the temple. Although it may have declined compared to the past, the Tianqin sect still held remarkable roots. Isaf laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Indeed, do not be misled by our small numbers. Our legacy is exceedingly reliable. Today is a particularly joyous occasion, so I shall have your master's wife prepare a sumptuous feast in the evening, inviting a few of your uncles to join us in celebration." "What are you discussing?" a gentle voice chimed in, as Ailes, the master's wife, emerged, holding hands with April. This moment, April had changed into a clean outfit, her hair neatly arranged by Ailes, tied back with a ribbon. "Brother," April called out cheerfully, her face radiant with joy. Isaf turned to his wife, and the little girl beside her, smiling. "We were just talking about preparing a delightful dinner for this evening and inviting everyone for some lively company." "Oh, if that is the case, we must commence preparations at once," Ailes exclaimed, covering her mouth. Even for a diligent woman like Ailes, preparing a lavish feast without modern conveniences would require considerable time and effort. Observing his wife about to start, Isaf said, "No need to rush. I will lend a hand shortly." He then turned to April. "Today is a celebratory day, as little April has come to our home, and we must treat her well. Brother, look at my dress. I love it," April exclaimed. For a little girl just over 5 years old, her memories were hazy, and her mood shifted rapidly, momentarily reverting to the innocent, carefree demeanor she had displayed when they first met on the train. "As long as you like it," Mu Yang replied with a soft smile. At that moment, wearing clothes from Meisha's childhood, April appeared lively and adorable. He suddenly felt that having such a sister was rather delightful. Taking April to the courtyard, they noticed the little blue dragon curled up on the ground, dozing, its tongue occasionally flicking out. The tranquil environment of the great green mountain made it quite content. Upon seeing Mu Yang and April approach, the little blue dragon lifted its head, letting out a series of chirps, then rolled over, exposing its snowy belly. Mu Yang watched with interest for a moment before leading April to explore the great green mountain. Familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, that evening, Eula, Zeiss, Carl, Clarissa, Yaris, and several other elders arrived at Isaf's humble abode. Upon seeing Mu Yang, they expressed their concern and engaged in casual conversation. Soon, everyone gathered around the dining table, toasting and sharing heartfelt sentiments. Mu Yang recounted his experiences once more, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all present. Naturally, the newly arrived April became the center of attention, and after introductions, she officially became a member of the Tianqin sect. The banquet continued late into the night, only dispersing when everyone was thoroughly entertained and slightly intoxicated. The following morning, April scampered over in her slippers, handing her small backpack to Mu Yang. "What is inside?" he inquired, accepting the bag, which showed signs of wear and was filled with various items, weighing heavily. April shook her head and, retrieving her cherished jar of candies, replied, "I do not know. This was given to me by my father before he left, instructing me to keep it safe." Upon hearing this, Muyang opened the backpack to reveal a thick stack of blueprints and 3 peculiar, dark stones. He glanced at them in surprise, asking, "The Serpent Legion seeks you for these?" "Yes." April nodded. Muyang recalled that the Serpent Legion had aimed to capture April to obtain the blueprints drawn by her father. Unfolding the stack of blueprints, he observed intricate designs that resembled mechanical schematics or electrical diagrams. In his previous life, Muyang had worked in high-voltage operations, allowing him to comprehend a small portion of it. This appears to be a design for a robot. After a moment, he set down the blueprints, beginning to understand why the Serpent Legion coveted them. That if the robots depicted in the blueprints were constructed and deployed in battle, given the current technological limitations, the Serpent Legion might stand a chance against the United Kingdom and potentially dominate the world. "What do you plan to do with these blueprints?" Muyang asked April. April pondered for a moment before responding, "Brother, I want to go to school and become a scientist, then study my father's blueprints." Gently stroking the little girl's brown hair, Muyang nodded. "Then it is settled. April shall become a female scientist." "Yes." April squinted her eyes, letting out a soft hum. "But do not neglect martial arts. You are also a disciple of the Tianxin sect now, and it is essential to balance knowledge with strength. In this world, without power, there is no safety, while many may live their lives without incident." Muyang did not wish for April to lead a mundane existence. "I understand," she replied. "What about these?" Muyang picked up the 3 oddly shaped stones, black and unrecognizable in material, when he squeezed one. It proved remarkably resilient. It was clear these stones were no ordinary objects. April bit her lip and softly said, "I do not know. My father did not tell me, but I will certainly figure it out later." The little girl lifted her head defiantly, her azure eyes filled with determination. Muyang was taken aback, gently caressing her fluffy hair, as if witnessing a star of science beginning to rise. "By the way, April, do you wish to avenge your parents?" "Yes, but my strength is insufficient." This. April's mood dampened. "What if I help you destroy them? Those Serpent Legion members are despicable. Allowing them to persist in this world will only breed further tragedy." Muyang held no fondness for the Serpent Legion, noting that in the original storyline, no organization called the Serpent Legion existed, implying it would eventually be defeated, making way for the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Now that Muyang had crossed paths with the Serpent Legion, their relationship was far from amicable. For enemies, Muyang believed in leaving no stone unturned. Even a hint of threat warranted complete annihilation. But they are quite formidable, and they have many people. April hesitated, but Muyang could discern her genuine disdain for the Serpent Legion, albeit her concern over their numbers. With a proud smile, Muyang scoffed. "Those fellows, no matter how many they are, cannot match me. On this planet, there are few who surpass my strength. Muyang was not being arrogant. It was simply the truth. Even the turtle sage, despite his wealth of experience, could not claim superiority over him. April's eyes sparkled as she recalled Muyang's display of power from the previous day, and with a determined fist, she exclaimed, "Then brother will defeat all those villains." Absolutely necessary. In the following days, April formally became a disciple under the Tianxin school, immersing herself in the foundational teachings of martial arts. Upon learning of April's aspiration to become a scientist, Isaf and Muyang deliberated and chose a suitable school for her to attend. Concurrently, to facilitate her martial training, they arranged for her to reside in the Tianxin school's dojo located at the foot of the Dakingshan mountain. This dojo served the common people, overseen by several disciples of the Tianxin school, who taught local residents some basic defensive techniques, thus establishing a presence of the Tianxin school within the community. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Serpent Husbandry Corps in the eastern mountain range of Earth, Commander Huai-In reviewed intelligence reports with a grim expression, his brow furrowing slightly. The documents indicated that the regional head, Lu Sha, seemed to have discovered something significant and led a contingent into the Shays Plain. But thereafter, they had not returned. Subsequent reports confirmed that Lu Sha and his subordinates had been found dead in that location, all victims of lethal strikes, their firearms never having been drawn, indicating a complete lack of opportunity for resistance. Furthermore, a gaping hole marked Lu Sha's head, a result of being pierced by a high-energy beam. Bang! He slammed the report onto the table, his mood foul as he lifted a glass of wine and drained it in one gulp. Who could have slain Lu Sha? Was it a passing master, or perhaps another faction with similar intentions, such as those from the United Kingdom? Huai's expression shifted between anger and contemplation, if it were the former. It was merely a chance encounter with no targeted malice. However, if it were the latter, It signified that others had also set their sights on that blueprint. Yet, regardless of the situation, the blueprint he sought was likely irretrievable, or the chances of recovering it were exceedingly slim. The uselessness of the situation was infuriating. Not only had Lu Sha lost his life, but he had also allowed the blueprint to slip away. Cursing Lu Sha's incompetence under his breath, Huayan pondered the subsequent course of action. If the blueprint fell into the hands of the United Kingdom or other factions, it would pose a significant disadvantage to the Serpent Husbandry Corps. Duolong, are you aware of any formidable martial arts sects near the Shays Plain? Huayan inquired of his trusted aide. Duolong quickly recalled the information in his mind and shook his head. The Shays Plain is an exceedingly desolate area, with scarcely any inhabitants within 100 kilometers. However, to the west lies a grand mountain range, teeming with monstrous creatures, which ordinary individuals cannot traverse. Beyond that range, there is a martial arts sect. But Commander, those sects possess profound strength and should not be trifled with, Duolong cautioned. Emphasizing the formidable nature of the martial arts sections, Huayan waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Let me contemplate this. As a leader of an armed organization, Huayan undoubtedly possessed a modicum of intelligence. He was well aware of the terror wielded by martial artists. Some powerful practitioners were unafraid even of firearms, rendering armed forces ineffective against them. Additionally, as a martial artist of the orc variety himself, Huayan possessed intimate knowledge of their capabilities. However, the current era was different. With advancements in technology, powerful weaponry was being continuously produced, diminishing the martial artist's intimidation factor against certain organizations. Nonetheless, even a hint of suspicion would not be overlooked by Huayan, although he could not afford to act personally. Bring someone here, Commander, Huayan commanded. Soon, the doors of the hall swung open, and a soldier clad in a drab gray uniform rushed in. Commander, how may I assist you? Immediately contact the assassin, Mr. Tao Bai Bai, and inform him that I have a task to entrust to him, to locate a specific blueprint. Here is the exact address. Huayan jotted down the address and handed it to his subordinate. Had Mu Yang been present, he would have recognized that the address was none other than the Tianxin School's outpost at Dakingshan. Strike while the iron is hot was the simple intent of Commander Huayan. If the blueprint happened to be there, that would be splendid. Even if it were not, it would merely cost a bit of money. Matters that could be resolved with money were trivial. Huayan genuinely hoped the blueprint was there. Upon hearing that he needed to contact the ruthless assassin Tao Bai Bai, the soldier's face paled instantly. Is there a problem? Huayan glared coldly. The soldier trembled as if under the gaze of a demon, stammering, "No, I will attend to it immediately." With that, he scurried out, practically tumbling over himself. Huayan scoffed disdainfully, reclining comfortably on his plush sofa. Just then, a violent rumble echoed from afar, a thunderous sound reminiscent of artillery fire, causing the entire castle to shake, the chandeliers above swaying precariously as if they might fall at any moment. An earthquake? No, it was an attack directed at this very location. Huayan's expression darkened instantly, his face a mask of murderous intent as he stepped outside, only to find the guards rapidly organizing defenses. What is happening? Huayan demanded, his voice laced with menace. Commander, we are being invaded at headquarters. Our forces are unable to withstand the onslaught, a guard reported, his face ashen and gun in hand. Huayan paused, startled by the implication of being unable to withstand, and then his already fierce demeanor turned even more savage. Damn it, this is the headquarters of the Serpent Husbandry Corps. Who has the audacity to invade here? There's a young man, came the reply. Thousands of kilometers away, in a small town's inn, the phone rang urgently. Ring. The call was from the assassin organization's dedicated line. Hello, it's my time off. Please do not disturb me. A man with braided hair answered, freshly showered, his hair still damp, his voice cold and uninviting. Apologies, Mr. Tao Bai Bai, but a task has been issued by the Serpent Husbandry Corps. They implore you to accept it. And you may set the price. The operator on the other end spoke cautiously, fully aware that he was conversing with the world's foremost assassin. Tao Bai Bai's interest piqued, yet his tone remained icy. I have no time. Sir, everything is negotiable. 0.4 million. Everything is negotiable. Who is the target? A martial arts sect called Tianxin, a minor faction, the operator relayed. Tao Bai Bai stroked his beard, twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, and sinisterly remarked, a martial arts sect. You know I generally do not take on tasks against martial arts sections. The operator stammered, aware that Tao Bai Bai hailed from a martial arts lineage himself. His assignments had always targeted individuals, with no precedent for engaging an entire sect. Humph, the price must increase, Tao Bai declared bluntly. Very well. The operator wiped the sweat from his brow. 30 million, not a penny less. With that, Tao Bai hung up the phone and sat beside the bed, lighting a cigarette, quickly filling the room with a haze of smoke. Tianxin, the sect of the reigning champion of the World Martial Arts Championship? After a moment's contemplation, Tao Bai extinguished his cigarette and donned his distinctive attire. Tailored black trousers and a pink long coat, emblazoned with a large crimson character for kill across his left chest. As if stained with blood, he reserved this outfit solely for work. After adjusting his appearance, Tao Bai strode out of the room and approached the inn's front desk. Boss, his cold voice sent chills down the spine. The bespectacled proprietor turned at the sound, and upon seeing Tao Bai's attire, cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. The world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai, how could he be in my establishment? The innkeeper's countenance turned pale. What can I do for you, esteemed guest? He stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. Tao Bai fixed a frosty gaze upon him. How far is it to the eastern primitive mountain range? Approximately 2,600 kilometers, the innkeeper replied, bowing and scraping. That is quite a distance. Tao Bai stroked her chin thoughtfully, beginning to pace around the hall, her keen eyes surveying her surroundings as she extended her fingers to tap lightly against the stone pillars in the corners, as if searching for the perfect support. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded, having selected one of the pillars. With a resounding thud, she leaped and struck the chosen pillar at both the top and bottom, her subtle force penetrating deep within, compromising its internal structure and creating 2 fracture points. Then, with a sharp crack, the entire pillar succumbed to her strength and collapsed. The innkeeper, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, widened his eyes, utterly transfixed and lost in shock. Yes, this is the right direction, Tao Bai declared, pinpointing her aim before forcefully hurling the stone pillar away. With a swift whoosh, it transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the clouds above. Consider this fortunate reprieve a token of gratitude for your holiday, she remarked to the innkeeper. With a nimble leap, she activated her aerial technique, her figure becoming a mere afterimage as she pursued the swiftly departing stone pillar. Given Tao Bai's formidable throwing strength, reaching the Great Green Mountain would require several successive bursts of speed. With a resounding splash, as her silhouette faded from sight, the innkeeper could no longer sustain himself. His legs buckled and he fell to the ground. His complexion turned pale as he gasped. Good heavens, that person is none other than the world's foremost assassin, the bloodless killer, Tao Bai. How have I survived her presence? Suddenly, a wave of apprehension washed over him, prompting him to hastily shut the inn's door, fearful of attracting trouble. Surviving this encounter with Tao Bai was a stroke of luck. He knew that such fortune would not last. For his safety, it would be wise to find refuge elsewhere. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Serpent Man Legion was engulfed in thick smoke, flames rising high, as the sounds of exploding shells and gunfire intertwined in a cacophony. Boom! Another building was struck by artillery, debris raining down amidst the billowing black smoke as the fortress continued to crumble, leaving craters of various sizes scattered across the ground. Today was undeniably a day of reckoning for the Serpent Man Legion. The architect of this destruction was none other than Mu Yang. After concluding his conversation with April, Mu Yin, a swift shadow darted from behind Mu Yang, quickly paralleling him. That it was a rapidly flying stone pillar, atop which stood a figure with a gaunt, sharp visage, adorned in eye-catching, flamboyant attire, particularly the striking character for kill emblazoned upon his chest. As Mu Yang recognized the individual's appearance, especially his eccentric garb. His heart skipped a beat, and his expression turned gravely serious. The world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai. This uniquely distinctive outfit could only belong to Tao Bai. In the original narrative, Tao Bai undertook a mission from the Red Ribbon Army to obtain the Dragon Balls, only to be ultimately defeated by Son Goku, who had ascended the Kirin Tower at that time. His mode of transportation was indeed a stone pillar, mirroring the current scenario. That it was unexpected that this preeminent assassin maintained his decades-long habit of traversing the world upon a mere pillar. But wait, Tao Bai was heading towards the Great Green Mountain. Beyond the primitive mountain range lay the Great Green Mountain, and in an instant, Mu Yang's countenance darkened. He could only hope that Tao Bai was merely passing through. Tao Bai's prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Even when compared to Master Roshi, He was hardly inferior, he was among the elite few on Earth. Should his destination be the Great Green Mountain, it would spell disaster for everyone. Hey, young one, are you a disciple of the Crane School? I don't believe I've seen you before, Tao Bai inquired, his voice laced with arrogance upon noticing the use of the Crane School's unique flight technique. Mu Yang offered no reply. Instead, he leaped onto the stone pillar, standing opposite Tao Bai. Tao Bai, where are you headed? Mu Yang asked earnestly. Tao Bai's expression soured. Junior, has Master Rashi not taught you the importance of respecting your elders? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? His tone was cold and devoid of warmth, yet he restrained his murderous intent due to Mu Yang's affiliation with the Crane School. Mu Yang mused inwardly, realizing that Tao Bai had mistaken him for a disciple of the Crane School, and took the opportunity to observe him quietly. Overall, Tao Bai's appearance was hardly impressive, even bordering on shabby. A gaunt face, a frail body, and an outfit and hairstyle that were jarringly mismatched, giving him an appearance of fragility. Yet this very individual was among the most skilled in the world. Thus, even Mu Yang dared not underestimate him. Tao Bai's combat power was approximately 135, not significantly weaker than Master Rashi. In fact, his extensive experience in killing rendered him exceedingly adept at the art of assassination. This made him an exceptionally troublesome opponent. And a flurry of thoughts raced through Mu Yang's mind. While Master Rashi might exercise restraint due to the decorum of a martial artist, typically refraining from severe measures, Tao Bai was different. For him, murder was a mundane affair, a mere job. Studying the most effective methods of killing might very well constitute his daily training. Familiar with the original text, Mu Yang understood the depths of Tao Bai's treachery. After encountering Son Goku, who had scaled the Kirin Tower and subsequently being defeated, Tao Bai had immediately cast aside his dignity and pride as a martial artist, begging for mercy. However, when he perceived an opportunity, he would swiftly resort to ambush, only to ultimately meet his demise at Goku's hands. The evidence painted a clear picture. Tao Bai was a consummate egoist, cunning, despicable, and ruthless, devoid of any martial artist's code of ethics. Yet it was this very lack of principles that allowed him to avoid unnecessary entanglements in confrontation. He seized more opportunities, perhaps embodying the quintessential qualities of a killer. Upon hearing Tao Bai's icy inquiry, Mu Yang appeared to have an epiphany. Slapping his forehead, he donned an apologetic smile and said, Uncle Tao Bai, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. It was merely my excitement. Master often speaks of you, mentioning that you are the world's foremost assassin, your strength rivaling that of the so-called god of martial arts, the old turtle. This is my first time meeting you in person, and I couldn't help but overstep. My apologies. Noticing that Tao Bai seemed unresponsive, though his expression softened slightly upon hearing the old turtle, Mu Yang felt reassured and continued with a smile. Uncle, are you on a mission this time? Tao Bai raised an eyebrow, his expression growing stern. That's something you can casually inquire about. Ah, I see that it was presumptuous of me. Mu Yang quickly apologized, all the while assessing Tao Bai, who did not appear overly angered. Uncle, just ahead lies the primitive mountain range. Beyond that is the Great Green Mountain. I have been training in this area and am quite familiar with it. If you have a mission, I would be willing to lend you a hand. At this, an expression of surprise flickered across Tao Bai's face. He nodded, acknowledging, it is rare to see such filial piety. Your master has indeed taught you well. Not at all. It is my honor to witness your prowess. Uncle, Mu Yang replied humbly. Tao Bai nodded with a smile, saying, this task involves a martial arts sect, and among its disciples are skilled fighters. Come forth, let me assess your strength first. Otherwise, if they were to injure you, it would be difficult for me to explain to your master. With that, he gestured for Mu Yang to approach. Mu Yang, hearing this, smiled modestly and expressed his eagerness for guidance as he moved closer to Tao Bai. Maintaining an air of superiority, Tao Bai appeared genuinely intent on mentoring his junior. However, just as Mu Yang closed the distance to within a step and a half, Tao Bai's murderous intent erupted as he struck, shouting, Ding wave. Almost simultaneously, Mu Yang reacted, unleashing a powerful punch. Thud, the fist collided with the Ding wave, causing the vibrant red energy to veer off course, with a resounding crash. Both Mu Yang and Tao Bai were knocked back half a step, each gazing at the other in astonishment. Life is but a performance, reliant on skillful acting. Perhaps neither had anticipated that the other shared the same intention. Tao Bai burst into laughter. How amusing! I did not expect to encounter such a talented youth among the younger generation. Seeing the ambush fail, Muyang couldn't help but sigh in regret, judging by Tao Baibai's actions. He might have already discerned that Muyang was not truly a disciple of the Crane School. The only reason he continued this charade was that his instincts as an assassin alerted him to danger. Oh, it seems I was mistaken. You are not a disciple of the Crane School at all. Tao Baibai stroked the stubble on his lip, adopting a pose of nonchalance. Yet his gaunt face exuded a chilling demeanor, and his eyes gleamed with ruthless intent that I never claimed to be. Nor did you ever truly misunderstand, did you? Shaking his head, Muyang met Tao Baibai's gaze with composure, knowing the pretense could no longer be maintained. I knew it. The Crane School has no one of your caliber, Tao Baibai declared, falling silent. The two stood atop the swiftly flying stone pillar, hurtling through the mountainous terrain towards the great green mountain. Suddenly, Muyang sprang into action, channeling energy within his body to momentarily levitate using the flight technique. He raised his foot and forcefully stomped down upon the speeding stone pillar with a thunderous crash. The pillar veered off course, plummeting towards the primitive mountain range at a sharp 90-degree angle. The sound of splintering echoed as the pillar broke in two during its descent. One segment disintegrated midair, while the other crashed into the ground, creating a deep 2-meter-wide, 3-meter-long crater, accompanied by a resounding boom that reverberated throughout the surroundings, sending debris flying and enveloping the area in thick clouds of dust. Coughing, two figures emerged from the haze, landing a short distance from the impact site. They covered their noses, showing no signs of injury. Kid, not bad at all. I wonder where you picked up that flight technique. You wield it quite well at such a young age. You possess considerable strength. If you continue to grow, you might achieve great things. Even I find myself appreciating your talent. However, it is unfortunate that you crossed me. Tao Baibai. Encountering me is your greatest misfortune. Tao Baibai shook his head lightly, as if everything were well within his control. Muyang scoffed. How laughable. Techniques are created. Who decreed that the flight technique could only belong to the Crane School? TSK, an arrogant junior. The flight technique is profoundly intricate. Do you think it can simply be created at will? I have yet to see anyone in this world capable of developing techniques that rival the flight technique. Tao Baibai disdainfully remarked that, compared to the era of the martial sage over 2 centuries ago, the current martial arts world has significantly declined, with the transmission of Qigong rare, and even more so the creation of techniques utilizing it. If the application of Qigong techniques were so easily devised, the Kamehameha and Dodon Ray would not have become legendary moves in his view. Muyang seemed like a petty thief who had covertly learned techniques from his Crane School, yet refused to acknowledge it. Such a person deserves to be killed 1,000 times over. That can only be attributed to your ignorance, Muyang retorted coldly. Indeed, this era pales in comparison to the martial sage's time. But it is not devoid of talent. Humph. At these words, Tao Baibai snorted with a glint of menace flashing across his brow, the cold aura surrounding him intensifying. He spoke icily. You arrogant fool, you have successfully provoked me. It just so happens that I haven't killed anyone in the past few days. A warm-up before my mission would be quite fitting. I shall show you what it means to wish for death. This statement was returned with equal fervor, as he beheld the arrogant, maniacal laughter of Tao Baibai. A cold glint of murderous intent flickered across Muyang's face, regardless of whether Tao Baibai's current target was indeed from the Tianqin school. He was determined to ensure Tao Baibai's complete obliteration from this world. With this thought, Muyang are centered around him. A nauseating aura of murderous intent began to spread. After years of being an assassin, the souls that had perished at the hands of Tao Baibai numbered in the millions. Frowning, he sensed the wicked energy emanating from Tao Baibai. The energy detector in his arms crackled and flickered, displaying a reading that had astonishingly reached 144, a significant increase from before. This was what was referred to in the martial arts of Earth as explosive energy. After going berserk, Tao Baibai's energy surged dramatically. Yet, it still paled in comparison to the 150 combat power he had exhibited during his battle with Sun Wukong. Although he could not see the reading on the detector, Muyang could feel the rise in the opponent's aura. He pondered that if he exerted all his strength, they might be evenly matched, but it would surely end in mutual destruction. Shall I go all out? Muyang clenched his teeth and resolved. This was a life-or-death battle, not a martial arts competition. He had to defeat his opponent at all costs. Ha. So now you know fear. Do you? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the world's greatest assassin. Tao Baibai contorted his grotesque visage. Due to the overwhelming explosive energy, his body was under immense pressure, causing every muscle to tremble incessantly. Hearing this, Mu Yang let out a cold chuckle and unleashed his own aura to the fullest. A surge of energy enveloping him that was no less formidable than Tao Bai Bai. As he spoke, he repeatedly bowed his head. Mu Yang cast a cold smile, as if observing a mere clown. He had no intention of showing mercy at such a time. Today, there was no way he would allow Tao Bai Bai to leave alive. Bow as you might, no matter how many times you prostrate yourself. Not a single punctuation mark of your words shall I believe. After several bows without any response from the other party, Tao Bai Bai maintained a stoic expression, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, it seemed he understood that appeasement would not grant him a path to survival. His demeanor turned resolute. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, my elder brother, He Xian Ren, will not spare you. He has only me as his brother. If you take my life, it will only bring danger to your own kin. Humph, have you said enough? Mu Yang interrupted disdainfully. Whether He Xian Ren will learn of today's events is irrelevant. Do you think I fear him? To aspire to become a powerful entity in the universe? How could a mere He Xian Ren threaten me? If he truly comes seeking vengeance, it would only lead to his own demise. Regardless, Tao Bai Bai's fate was sealed today. Then you shall die for it. Tao Bai Bai shouted vehemently, suddenly producing a grenade and pulling its pin, hurling it towards Mu Yang. Upon witnessing this, Mu Yang's face darkened with murderous intent. This Tao Bai Bai truly remained consistent in his decades-long resolve, resorting to such underhanded tactics even in his final moments. However, Mu Yang, having regained his full strength, would not be struck by a mere grenade. He effortlessly leaped, his toes grazing the ground as he kicked the grenade back towards Tao Bai Bai. No! Tao Bai Bai screamed in a fit of hysteria. Boom! The explosion erupted, engulfing Tao Bai Bai in a massive blaze. For an ordinary individual, such a tremendous explosion would spell certain death. But Tao Bai Bai was no ordinary man. Having lived for hundreds of years, he must possess some means of survival. This grenade was less a tool to threaten Mu Yang than a contingency for himself, deceiving the enemy with feigned weakness and employing trickery. Tao Bai Bai played this act of feigned death with remarkable skill. As noted in the original text, it was during his confrontation with Sun Wukong that Tao Bai Bai had survived an explosion. Such a minor ruse could fool Sun Wukong, but not Mu Yang's discerning eyes. Suddenly, Mu Yang glanced towards a direction in the forest, chuckling. Ah, Tao Bai Bai, do you think you can escape? With that, he unleashed a wave of energy towards that direction. Whoosh! The energy wave tore through everything in its path, obliterating the trees along the way. That on the other side of the forest, severely injured, Tao Bai Bai leaned against a large tree, his eyelids drooping. Blood oozing from his 7 orifices to that moment. He sensed a terrifying energy drawing near. Before he could react, a brilliant blue energy appeared before him. There was no escaping it. His mind blanked, with a piercing sound. A sharp energy beam penetrated his chest and exited through his back, causing his consciousness to fade. Cough. Impossible. I am the world's greatest assassin. How could I die from asphyxiation? His mind spiraled into a dizzying haze. And Tao Bai Bai's lips trembled, his words laced with deep resentment. Mu Yang stood before him, his icy gaze fixed upon him. You only have yourself to blame for choosing the wrong opponent. Ha ha, I was wrong. I should not have taken on this task. As death approached, he gasped. Now, can you tell me who commissioned you for this task? Cough, cough. Just as Tao Bai Bai began to regain a flicker of consciousness, a sinister look crossed his face. You shall not extract that from me. It is the serpent man core, is it not? Mu Yang leaned closer, whispering in his ear. Upon witnessing Tao Bai Bai's eyes widen in shock, Mu Yang smiled. No need to speak further. Rest in peace. You. Tao Bai Bai's consciousness began to dissipate, his voice gradually fading away. Dead, Mu Yang stepped forward to inspect, confirming that Tao Bai Bai had indeed perished. With a smile, he unleashed a series of energy waves at Tao Bai Bai's corpse, ensuring that it was reduced to ashes. To eradicate the roots of future troubles, even in an age devoid of advanced robotics. Mu Yang decisively obliterated any trace of Tao Bai Bai. After completing this task, Mu Yang paused in silence for a moment, retrieved a fresh set of clothes from the acceleration space, and then leaped into the sky, heading towards the Tianqin sect stronghold. By the time he returned to the Tianqin sect, the day was drawing to a close. Mu Yang arrived at Isaf's residence and recounted the day's events. Upon hearing Mu Yang's account, Isaf was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his disciple, during a single outing, had not only eradicated the Serpent Man Corps headquarters, but had also dealt with the assassin Tao Bai Bai on his way back. Tao Bai Bai was no ordinary individual. He ranked among the top 5 in the martial arts world, his name instilling dread in the hearts of many. The fact that such a figure had been slain by Mu Yang was, in itself, astonishing. Taking a deep breath, Isaf composed himself, saying, "Do not spread word of this matter that I have heard that Tao Bai Bai shares a close relationship with the Hesian sect, although your strength may render you unafraid of them. You are still young. It is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. For now, keep this under wraps." As he spoke, Isaf shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, the martial arts world is not what it once was. It can no longer withstand turmoil." "Understood. As long as the Hesian sect does not provoke us, I will not take action against them," Mu Yang assured earnestly. Hearing this, Isaf smiled. "Fortunately, you returned just in time. Had Tao Bai Bai found this place, the consequences would have been dire." Mu Yang nodded in agreement. The overall strength of the Tianqin sect was relatively weak, leaving them utterly defenseless against Tao Bai Bai. His encounter with and subsequent defeat of Tao Bai Bai was entirely unexpected. Prior to this, Mu Yang had never considered that he would have any dealings with the world's foremost assassin. However, as he continued to grow, it was inevitable that he would cross paths with notable figures in the martial arts realm. Yet, to directly eliminate Tao Bai Bai was somewhat of an exaggeration. If this matter were to spread, it would surely cause a stir. This is all the fault of the Serpent Man Corps. Thankfully, Tao Bai Bai is dead, and the Serpent Man Corps has been eradicated, leaving this incident as a headless enigma for now. As for whether any clues would emerge from the assassin organization, Mu Yang believed there was a possibility. After all, this task had been commissioned by the Serpent Man Corps, and if someone were to investigate, they could uncover the destination of this mission. However, Mu Yang felt confident in his ability to deny any involvement. After all, Tao Bai Bai did not ultimately reach Deqing Mountain, and no battle had occurred here. Given that Tao Bai Bai had killed countless foes, it was not surprising that he might have encountered enemies along the way. Those enemies are truly despicable for having killed Tao Bai Bai, nearly causing the Tianqin sect to take the fall. Mu Yang had dinner at Isaf's home, where Alisai, the master's wife, prepared a sumptuous spread, which she and April served together. There were 6 dishes in total, accompanied by a bowl of soup, with a well-balanced mix of meat and vegetables, creating a richly varied meal. Mu Yang, do eat more, Alisai said, resembling a caring mother as she repeatedly served him more food. With a smile, Mu Yang offered his bowl for a refill. "Thank you, mistress." Isaf laughed heartily, uncorking a long-preserved fine wine and pouring each person a glass. "Come, everyone, let us sample the flavor of this wine I have cherished for so long." "Master, I want a drink," little April exclaimed, lifting her small glass and taking a sip, only to grimace at the taste. "What is this? It's awful. I don't like it." "Ha ha ha, April cannot handle alcohol. She should eat more vegetables." Isaf laughed boisterously. "Ugh," April pouted, her cheeks flushed after just one sip, her head spinning. Seeing April's rosy face, Alisai reproached Isaf. "If April can't drink, then don't give her any. Look at her now." She stood up, pouring a glass of water from the kitchen and handing it to April. "Here, drink some water to rinse your mouth." Feeling parched, April gulped down the tea, then lowered her head to eat, vowing never to touch alcohol again. Isaf chuckled, slapping his forehead in amusement. After dinner, the master and disciple began to chat leisurely. He told Mu Yang, "Mu Yang, your strength has surpassed mine. The path ahead is yours to navigate, and I can offer no further guidance, only that you must rely on your own insights. Our Tianqin sect has a martial arts hall in the village beneath Deqing Mountain, where April usually trains. I believe you can go there to meditate for a while and also guide your fellow disciples. The martial arts have reached a level within you that merits a period of introspection, which would undoubtedly be beneficial. In terms of cultivation, Isaf has fallen far behind Mu Yang, and it is beyond imagination to comprehend the current realm of Mu Yang. The path ahead must be traversed solely by Mu Yang himself." Indeed, Mu Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he truly needed to take some time to reflect on his training. The Tianqin Martial Arts Academy is indeed a fine place for such contemplation. Aside from enhancing his own cultivation, he could also offer guidance to the younger disciples there. "Will you be staying at the Martial Arts Academy with me, brother?" April inquired, her eyes sparkling like clear blue crystals. With a smile, Mu Yang affectionately tousled April's chestnut hair, responding, "Yes, I will also oversee your training." Although you aspire to be a scientist when you grow up, you must remember that scientists are often frail. A strong physique will undoubtedly aid you in your research. April giggled. I understand now. That evening, after the family dinner concluded, April settled down in Isafe's home. The following day, she and her little companion, the blue dragon Xiao Ka, appeared bright and early at Mu Yang's residence. Brother, we are heading down the mountain. The sound of their melodious voices rang out from outside. Upon opening the door, Mu Yang was greeted by April and the flapping little dragon. All of April's belongings were bundled in cloth bags, hanging around the neck of the small blue dragon, which was curiously nudging its large head against Mu Yang's abdomen, emitting soft macaw sounds. Mu Yang chuckled and said to them, "Please wait a moment while I gather my things." Returning inside, he placed all necessary items into the acceleration space, then clapped his hands and took April's small hand, saying, "Let us descend the mountain." As they walked, April continually tilted her head to observe Mu Yang, seemingly puzzled as to why his hands were empty. "Brother, where are your things?" April could not contain her curiosity. "I have put them away," he replied casually. Why didn't I see them? Hurry and let Xiao Ka carry them." With a faint smile, Mu Yang explained, "I used a special method to store them. Of course. You cannot see them, Do. Is that so?" April blinked her eyes in wonder. "Ha!" Mu Yang laughed heartily, choosing not to elaborate further on the matter, lest the inquisitive young girl delve deeper into questioning. They exchanged laughter and banter along the way, the beautiful scenery swiftly retreating on either side. Before long, they turned from the winding path onto the main road, entering the village at the foot of the Great Green Mountain. There are approximately a dozen villages beneath Great Green Mountain, and they found themselves in a relatively large one, home to over 300 households and nearly 2,000 villagers. The Tianqin Martial Arts Academy is situated in the western part of the village. Its geographic location quite convenient. Due to the presence of the academy, this area has gradually evolved into a marketplace for the surrounding villages, bustling most vibrantly during the academy's cultivation instruction events. As Mu Yang and April walked along the village path, the villagers greeted them with friendly nods. Even the small blue dragon accompanying them elicited no signs of fear. "Wow, what a cute dragon. Its head is so big." Several children raced down the street, pointing excitedly at the blue dragon. "Rom." The little dragon raised its head and called out, striking a majestic pose that Mu Yang smiled at April, saying, "Xiao Ka is quite popular here." April beamed with delight. "Of course, Xiao Ka is so well behaved. Everyone loves it." Mu Yang nodded in agreement. This village, with its 2,000 inhabitants, maintained a simple way of life. The buildings were predominantly wooden and modest. In addition to farming, hunting constituted a significant part of their livelihood. Thus, many villagers would spend their leisure time learning combat skills at the Tianqin Martial Arts Academy. April and the Blue Dragon had become well acquainted with numerous villagers during their stay at the academy. Continuing towards the academy, they arrived at its western edge after a 10-minute walk. The Tianqin Martial Arts Academy is not particularly large. The main building consists of only 6 or 7 indoor training halls. However, beyond the main structure, several makeshift outdoor training areas have been established with fencing, designated for the local villagers' practice and learning. The academy students are generally categorized into 3 groups. The first comprises direct disciples like April, who have been formally accepted into the Tianqin lineage and can study all its martial arts. The second group consists of martial arts enthusiasts from nearby areas or gifted youths from the village, who can become students by paying a fee to learn combat techniques. The third group includes villagers who merely observe. The instructors do not provide them with specific guidance, and their understanding depends solely on their own efforts. Of course, through selection, the academy also recruits a number of individuals to serve as permanent instructors, responsible for imparting basic martial arts knowledge to the students. Presently, the first category of students is the least numerous, as there are only a handful of direct disciples within the Tianqin lineage. Aside from a few who require experience and reside at the academy, the remaining disciples, like April, are still young and need to pursue their cultural education in the village. As Mu Yang and April pushed open the doors and entered the academy, they found many disciples already engaged in their training, most of whom were children from the nearby villages. Since there is a school not far from the academy, the village parents are eager for their children to learn some self-defense techniques. If they can demonstrate potential for further development, being accepted as students at the academy is an excellent opportunity. Senior brother Mu Yang is here. Senior brother Mu Yang is here. As soon as they stepped inside, The disciples inside began to shout excitedly, and soon a group of 3 or 5 youths rushed over. They appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, officially recognized disciples of the Tianqin lineage, along with some older individuals who were martial arts enthusiasts training at the academy. Senior brother Mu Yang, we heard you won the championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Can you tell us about it? Yes, please share with us. The younger disciples chattered incessantly, and even other students studying in the academy gathered around, gazing at him with admiration. With a smile on his face, Mu Yang noted that not many within the Tianqin lineage had been aware of the World Martial Arts Tournament prior to his victory. However, since he had claimed the championship, Isafe and the others had certainly spread the news vigorously. As a result, it became well known throughout the surrounding areas, and the number of students at the Tianqin Martial Arts Academy increased significantly. Just listen to that name, the World Martial Arts Tournament. How noble, how prestigious. Since senior brother Mu Yang won this competition, doesn't that make him the greatest martial artist in the world? While this perception may have contained some inaccuracies, in truth, with Mu Yang's current prowess, he would indeed be qualified to claim the title of the world's #1. All right, I will tell you all about it shortly. Mu Yang nodded with a smile. Senior brother Mu Yang, what brings you to the academy today? Did the instructor send you with any special tasks? Inquired one of Mu Yang's junior sisters, named Nisi, who served as a temporary instructor at the academy. Mu Yang replied with a nod. Indeed, I will be residing at the academy for a while. If you have any questions regarding your training, feel free to ask me. Really? That's wonderful. We have many questions that need answering. The disciples expressed their excitement at the prospect of Mu Yang staying at the academy. The instructors had often remarked that Mu Yang's abilities had surpassed their own, and the students were eager to learn from him. Similarly, the other students in the academy, upon hearing Mu Yang's words, displayed expressions of exhilaration. Most of them lacked innate talent for martial arts, but were fervently aspiring to become martial artists. To have a champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament guiding them was an extraordinary honor. They resolved to dedicate themselves to learning, knowing that even a small piece of knowledge would be invaluable for their lives. At this moment, April pulled over a nearby senior brother and asked, "Hey, Aya, what is the World Martial Arts Tournament?" The disciple named Aya glanced at April and replied, "The World Martial Arts Tournament is a grand event where martial artists from around the globe participate. It is said to be held once every 5 years. Once every 5 years." April let out a loud cry, counting on her fingers, and was soon frightened. After all, she was only a little over 5 years old. Upon reflection, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament seemed quite formidable. Indeed, Aya said proudly, it is a grand event attended by the world's finest martial artists. The most recent one took place 6 months ago, during which brother Mu Yang participated and triumphed over all opponents to claim the championship. Sister April, do you not find that impressive? Yes, very impressive, April exclaimed, nodding her head like a little chick pecking at grains. Resembling an infatuated admirer, suddenly, she recalled the strength her brother had displayed when he rescued her, descending from the sky and swiftly defeating a group of villains. Her brother was undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Mu Yang observed the excitement among the crowd and raised his hand to calm them. All right, continue your training that I will accompany April to put away our belongings. If you have any questions later, feel free to ask me. Brother Mu Yang, allow me to show you to your room. A junior disciple volunteered, leading Mu Yang and the others to the backyard. In front of the Tianqin Martial Arts School. There were 6 or 7 indoor training halls, while behind them lay a large courtyard with 8 or 9 rooms designated for the disciples and instructors' residence. After Mu Yang departed, the students in the dojo gradually returned to their senses, resuming their practice under the guidance of their instructors, executing punches and kicks with precision. The curriculum primarily focused on fundamental techniques, yet mastering them could also lead to becoming an imposing martial artist. On this particular day, due to Mu Yang's presence, the dojo was infused with an unusual atmosphere. The students practiced with fervor, and the resident instructors were particularly serious, imparting knowledge with a solemn demeanor. Everyone was driven by an unspoken motivation that on the eastern side of the dojo, groups of students practiced basic moves under their instructor's supervision, which constituted the foundational training at Tianqin Martial Arts School and was repeated multiple times daily. Yet, this seemingly mundane practice exuded a vigorous aura. In a small corner, April donned her martial uniform under the tutelage of her senior sister Nisi, diligently practicing her punches and kicks, each motion executed with clarity, while a small blue dragon dozed nearby. Meanwhile, on the western side of the dojo, older students engaged in one-on-one sparring. Delving into the realm of combat, two slightly older students grappled with one another, employing Tianxin techniques for offense and defense. Their solid foundational skills were evident, showcasing a deep understanding of the art of combat, making it quite a spectacle. That moment, Muyang suddenly called for a halt. The two students looked at him in confusion. Stop for a moment. You two have previously studied other martial arts, correct? The two students nodded. Yes, we learned from a combat master before and have been experimenting on our own since. Muyang replied. No wonder. After all, fighters and martial artists are different. I noticed that your movements earlier had a certain abruptness. While your strikes were forceful, they exhibited sharp edges. However, there was a lack of coordination, leading to insufficient follow-through. This is because you have not mastered the rhythm and power of your punches. Try again. Combat emphasizes ferocity and aggression, aiming to overwhelm opponents while providing a thrilling spectacle for the audience, stimulating hormonal responses and evoking explosive emotions. Yet, in comparison to martial cultivation, it lacks internal energy control and overall harmony, appearing somewhat forced. That Muyang approached the two students, pointing out their muscle movements as they punched. Here, lower your arms a bit. Lift your legs higher, just like that. When you strike, focus on maintaining momentum, that is momentum. But do not exhaust all your strength. Reserve some for unexpected situations. The students trained. Muyang continuously corrected their errors. With his keen eye and understanding, his insights struck like lightning, resonating profoundly with the students. Brother Muyang, I have some questions. A junior named Aso stepped forward. Despite being only 14 and of slight build, he, like Nisi, served as a temporary instructor at the dojo and possessed considerable talent. Muyang regarded the junior and extended his hand. Come, attack me. Only through genuine combat can one identify and rectify issues. Aso nodded earnestly, entering a combat mindset. He appeared quite formidable. Muyang smiled approvingly. At his current level, he could discern much simply by observing, particularly in lower-tier martial arts. He could identify problems from an opponent's initial stance. I'm coming, brother, Aso declared. Muyang nodded. Let us begin. Yes, Aso shouted, launching himself at Muyang with determined footsteps, his movements sharp and decisive, devoid of unnecessary noise. A feat requiring years of diligent practice. Muyang inwardly acknowledged this. Moving in response, that Aso's attacks were swift and clean, yet for some reason, they felt as though they were striking a sponge, lacking impact. After several exchanges, Aso found himself unable to land a hit on Muyang, his stamina depleting rapidly. Do not exert all your strength. There are too many extraneous movements. Reflect on what your instructor taught you. What are the fundamentals of Tianxin? While physical strength is vital, avoid unnecessary fatigue. Muyang's gentle voice reached Aso's ears, and a moment of clarity struck him, prompting his movements to elongate. Maintain this state, and let your breathing become more even. After about 10 minutes, seeing that Aso had met the training requirements, Muyang instructed him to stop. All right, that will suffice for now. Reflect on this when you return and adjust your condition. Thank you, brother, Aso said with reverence. Greatly inspired by the earlier guidance, Muyang waved his hand. No need for thanks. We are brothers. Aso stepped away from the training area to contemplate. The remaining disciples could hardly contain themselves. Aya, who had previously conversed with April, approached Muyang with a serious expression. Brother Muyang, I wish to engage in a genuine battle with you. Muyang regarded him with a knowing smile. Are you certain? The outcome may be quite disheartening for you. Aya responded earnestly. Teacher Clarissa often tells me that I focus too heavily on winning and losing. However, I believe one must experience failure firsthand to truly understand the disparity. Brother, please do not hold back. Let me witness the difference between us, so I may strive to catch up. Muyang's smile faded as he regarded Iwaya. It is commendable that you possess such awareness. Very well, I shall allow you to witness the difference between a true expert and yourself. With that, Muyang's demeanor shifted, emanating an inexplicable aura akin to a powerful tide, overwhelming all present and casting a pallor across their faces as though they bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Brother Muyang's presence is astonishing, rivaling that of teacher Isafu. He seems even more formidable. The students whispered among themselves, their eyes wide with awe, all except for April, who remained oblivious, blinking innocently. Begin. Aya sprang forth, lowering his body slightly, charging at Muyang with the ferocity of a rampaging boar. Unbeknownst to him, Yang had already seen through his movements. With a slight shift, Aya's attacks completely missed their mark. "What is that?" someone exclaimed, pointing at the shadows in the training hall. The others turned to look, and in the next moment, they were all stunned. Several afterimages appeared where Aya had struck, faint yet discernible, revealing Yang's multiple silhouettes, each indistinguishable from the real one. That this technique is known as the Phantom Fist, a manifestation of images left behind at the original position after the body has moved at high speed through a special maneuver. Although these phantoms lack any offensive capability, they serve excellently to confound adversaries. Standing aside, Yang elucidated, and as he finished speaking, his body suddenly accelerated, producing a multitude of similar phantoms within the confines of the narrow dojo. The phantoms now appeared even more lifelike compared to the earlier ones. To use a modern expression, the pixelation of these phantoms was significantly higher, akin to 1080p. Presently, there were 18 phantoms in total. "Aya, can you discern which one of these is truly me?" Identifying the real body amidst the phantoms necessitates exceptional visual acuity and judgment, a feat not easily accomplished by an ordinary martial artist. Of course, if one could sense the aura, distinguishing the genuine from the false would be feasible. However, even Yang had yet to master this skill, let alone Aya. Faced with his senior brother's enigmatic technique, Aya sighed in resignation, realizing the chasm between their abilities. His expression turned grave. Since his eyes could not discern the true form, he would have to rely on brute force, with a flurry of punches. Aya launched a fierce assault, his speed so tremendous that the dozens of trainees and onlooking villagers could scarcely follow his movements. When he shattered the 17th phantom, a flicker of joy crossed his face as he clenched his fist and targeted the final apparition. However, he missed. His fist swept through the last phantom, achieving the same result as before, passing right through its chest. "Another miss," Aya exclaimed internally, suddenly sensing impending danger at that moment. Yang's figure appeared abruptly behind him, raising a knife hand aimed at his neck. "One last point I must impart. Since we are adversaries, do not trust a single word your opponent utters. When I say one among these 18 phantoms is me, do you genuinely believe it?" Aya's eyes rolled back as Yang's knife hand struck his neck, the sudden impact rendering him dizzy, and he collapsed to the ground. "Asuwa, take Aya away." Yang beckoned to Asuwa. Once Asuwa had escorted Aya out, Yang turned to address everyone present. "What I just conveyed applies equally to all of you. When venturing into the world, remain vigilant and do not believe everything you hear." "Understood, senior brother." The assembly responded in unison, having just undergone a vivid lesson in reality, nodding in agreement. Particularly those who had braved the outside world understood that it was far from an ideal paradise. "Very well," Yang nodded in satisfaction, pleased that everyone had absorbed his words. Had it been Mei Xia, the response may not have been so compliant. After a brief exchange with the group, Yang exited the martial arts hall and strolled alone through the streets. Shortly after his departure, Aya regained consciousness from his fainting spell. Upon hearing his fellow disciples recount Yang's words, he couldn't help but lament. "It seems our disparity with senior brother is quite pronounced." "Indeed, senior brother Yang knocked you out with a single strike," Nisi chuckled, covering her mouth. Aya shot her an exasperated glance and retorted, "If it were you all, you wouldn't fare much better," Asuwa remarked calmly. "Senior brother Yang's strength is undoubtedly on par with several of our instructors, and it is quite possible that, as the teachers have said, he has surpassed everyone in the Tianqin style." Perhaps. The others fell into contemplative silence, with only April firmly believing in Yang's prowess. However, having practiced martial arts for only a few days, she was bewildered by the conversation between her senior brothers and sisters. On a street that was not particularly bustling, villagers drove cattle and sheep past, flanked by blacksmith shops and general stores that a little further ahead stood an inn, a rare place of leisure in the vicinity. Entering the inn, Yang casually selected a seat by the window, and when the server approached, he ordered a dish of fried beans and several meat dishes. The fried beans were deep-fried, offering a crispy and fragrant taste, while the meat was prepared through a special technique, yielding delicious flavors that were rich yet not greasy. Accompanied by a bowl of light sake, with its low alcohol content, a few sips provided immense satisfaction. At that moment, Yang was thoroughly enjoying himself. "Yang, it has been quite some time since you last visited," a melodious female voice chimed, as a waitress approached, carrying a plate of snacks. The girl had deep blue hair and was the daughter of the innkeeper. Having frequently brought Mei Xia to the inn for outings in the past, Muyang had grown familiar with her over time. "Sister Marlene, I have come to check on your business. Please, sit." Muyang chuckled. Gesturing to the seat opposite him, Marlene promptly took her seat, smiling. "It's been a while. What have you been up to?" "I've been out training." "Wow, your reputation has grown immensely. Everyone in the village knows about you now." Marlene mentioned Muyang's victory in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. For a small village, it was indeed noteworthy news that Muyang nodded with pride, grinning. "During my travels, I also met Mei Xia. She misses home quite a bit." Reflecting on Mei Xia, Marlene's face displayed a hint of nostalgia. "I wonder when she'll return. She might still have a few years left until she finishes her studies." The two conversed like siblings, exchanging pleasantries until the inn grew busier, prompting Marlene to assist in the kitchen. As she was leaving, she suddenly remarked, "By the way, when little Mei Xia returns, do you have any plans to marry her? You two seem rather well matched." Leaning in, she whispered, "I've heard that several girls from neighboring villages are inquiring about you." Muyang was taken aback for a moment, replying, "This matter doesn't concern you. Sister, perhaps you should find an heir for your families in first." "Hee, feeling shy, are we?" "Don't worry. I've already found someone suitable." "Really?" Muyang asked, astonished. "Absolutely," Marlene replied proudly. "Congratulations. When will we celebrate with some sweets?" Muyang offered his blessings. "Soon. You must come, of course." Nodding, Muyang resumed his solitary meal by the window after Marlene departed. Yet, for some reason, her earlier words seemed to resonate within him, stirring ripples of contemplation regarding future marriage. He realized he had been in this world for nearly 5 years. And with many more years ahead, it was indeed time to consider such matters. That he had achieved a modest level of success and felt no anxiety on that front. Mei Xia would be an excellent choice. Having always possessed a solid foundation, and during their last encounter, he noted her growing beauty. In truth, Muyang held no rigid notions regarding a future partner. Companionship should first be founded on mutual attraction, followed by comfort in each other's presence, devoid of entanglements or constraints. Neither should be a burden to the other. Beyond that, a reciprocal appreciation of each other's qualities would suffice. Passionate love often lacks longevity. Ultimately, it tends to settle into the mundane routine of daily life. Should such simplicity remain familiar, akin to the scent of the beloved being indistinguishable from one's own, it would signify having chosen well. Love and familial affection are closely intertwined, with the latter often proving more enduring. At that moment, the image of a nimble figure drifted into his mind. Mei Xia. Muyang smiled faintly before frowning again, pondering her youthfulness. After resting for a while in the inn, he gazed out the window at pedestrians carrying various farming tools, pulling carts, and driving oxen. Some were local farmers, while others were passing merchants. Setting down his wine cup, Muyang stood and walked to the counter to settle his bill. With a substantial fortune now at his disposal, financial concerns had long ceased to trouble him. One might assert that for any martial artist, the avenues to wealth are countless. Merely seeking out a treasure trove, vanquishing a band of robbers, or, at the very least, establishing a dojo to impart knowledge, or even taking on the role of a mercenary to uphold justice in the world, would surely yield substantial income, rendering them largely untroubled by financial woes. Thus, it is perplexing why figures such as Sun Wukong and Krillin continue to lead such frugal lives. After meandering alone through the streets for a while, Muyang entered an ironworks shop, where he had once commissioned a set of weighted training equipment. "Young Muyang, come in and have a look. Is there anything you need?" The proprietor of the ironworks greeted him warmly. "You carry on with your work. I'll browse," Muyang replied with a nod, then began to peruse the shop. The ironworks was stocked primarily with agricultural tools, along with kitchen implements such as cleavers and iron pots. In a corner, several sabers hung, alongside a few sets of weighted gear for training. Muyang glanced at the owner, surprised to see that he had taken the initiative to sell the very items Muyang had previously commissioned. It seemed that the recent surge in interest in martial arts, spurred by Muyang's victory at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, had allowed the owner to profit modestly. After surveying the shop, Muyang shook his head. These ordinary metallic weights were no longer of use to him. "Oh, you have any smaller, denser metals?" he inquired. The owner shook his head apologetically. "I'm afraid we don't have that kind of metal in this small town. You'll have to look in a larger city." Muyang nodded, exchanged pleasantries with the owner, and then departed, making his way towards the martial arts dojo. Upon returning to the dojo, he found that the students had already finished their lunch and were now resting in the courtyard. Martial artists must judiciously arrange their training, Relentless practice is not conducive to progress. Thus, the dojo allocated 2 hours for rest after lunch. Brother, brother, came the delicate and melodious voice of April. Yang turned to see her squatting in the shade of a tree in a corner of the dojo. A little blue dragon dozing beside her. What are you reading, April? Yang asked, noticing the book she held. She opened it wide. I'm learning arithmetic, Yang chuckled. These are lessons for the classroom that you've worked hard this morning. You should rest just like your senior brothers and sisters. I can't sleep. April pouted. Yang smiled warmly, ruffling her hair. Children are often brimming with energy, blissfully unaware of fatigue, and unlike the others. April had become notably more studious at such a young age. By the way, how does it feel to practice martial arts? Yang inquired. April grimaced. I'm so tired. Yang responded cheerfully. That's to be expected. Diligent training will enhance your physical prowess. She murmured softly, then turned her attention back to her book, finding a comfortable spot against the little blue dragon. Seeing this, Yang chuckled and stood up to walk over to a few of his younger brothers. After receiving guidance from Yang earlier that day, the students in the dojo seemed to have found a sense of understanding. However, their grasp remained somewhat shallow, obscured by a veil of uncertainty. Thus, when Yang approached, they eagerly gathered around him, hoping to extract the answers they sought. Yang, of course, shared his insights patiently. Once he had resolved their queries, he returned to his room to begin his own training. In a swift motion, Yang entered the acceleration space. After breaking through the first level of physical limitation, the time flow within the acceleration space had transformed to a ratio of 4:1. And as his strength grew, so too did the duration for which he could maintain this state. He could now sustain the acceleration space for 5 hours, equivalent to 20 hours within the vast ethereal expanse. A thin veil of energy enveloped the 1,000-meter radius, and Yang inhaled the vitality-laden air, instantly feeling invigorated and refreshingly alive. Surrounded by this boundless space, he commenced his training. Suddenly, Yang moved swiftly, his figure flickering for an instant before another version of himself appeared nearby, a remnant of his Phantom Fist technique. Heavenly Heart Qigong, Sky Dance Technique, Phantom Fist. He unleashed a flurry of techniques. Azure light weaving through the space, rendering the acceleration space vibrant and colorful. Beyond these techniques, Yang had not delved deeply into the application of Qigong. Although the inheritance of the Heavenly Heart style contained profound knowledge, it had remained largely theoretical. Previously, even Isaf had not fully grasped it, hence it had not been passed on to Yang. Now, Yang's prowess far surpassed that of Isaf, who had recently entrusted him with the entirety of the legacy, grooming him as the next generation's leader. According to Isaf, the ancient teachings of the Heavenly Heart style may have originated from a divine temple, and thus Yang resolved to thoroughly study these techniques. Time flowed swiftly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, apart from guiding his junior brothers and sisters, as well as April, in the dojo, Yang dedicated himself to exploring the intricacies of the Heavenly Heart style within the acceleration space. Naturally, he also took some time to attend the wedding of Marlene, the daughter of the tavern owner, who was marrying a hunter from the village, someone who had trained at the dojo and possessed commendable skills. Subsequently, he ventured to the southern region to visit Mejita. After all, she was his designated future wife, and it was imperative to safeguard her from others. The casual visit to assert his claim was indeed necessary. Notably, he had the support of Isaf and his wife during this trip, as they believed that Yang was the most suitable match for their daughter, despite her being merely 14 or 15 years of age. Having settled these trifles, Yang focused intently on his training. The Heavenly Heart style, reputedly the essence from the Divine Temple, had proven immensely beneficial in just half a year, even with the enhancements afforded by the acceleration space. He had only scratched the surface of its depths. Nevertheless, the benefits were profound. Now, when Yang unleashed his full power, his combat strength reached an impressive 150 points, far exceeding that of Master Rashi. Comparable to the strength of Sun Wukong when he defeated Tao Pai Pai. Throughout these 6 months, while Yang's own abilities had soared, his junior brothers and sisters also made remarkable progress, each achieving combat strengths of around 40 to 50 points. Though this was still far from Yang's level, it was nonetheless impressive, placing them among the ranks of the rising stars from major sections. Furthermore, the students remaining at the dojo also benefited from Yang's guidance, their strength steadily increasing. One day, after months of diligent training, Yang resolved to venture out once more. Unlike Sun Wukong, who possessed a unique bloodline that enabled him to thrive effortlessly. Mu Yang understood that he must explore far and wide, absorbing the strengths of others to enrich his own martial understanding and maintain his vitality. After briefing Aya and the others, Mu Yang packed his belongings and prepared to set off. "Brother Mu Yang, wish you a safe journey." At the entrance of the dojo, Azur and the others bid him farewell. "Master brother, when you return, I will surely amaze you," his junior brother Aya said earnestly. Nis and April also expressed their reluctance, waving goodbye as they called out, "Brother, remember to come back often." Mu Yang nearly stumbled at their words, which sounded oddly reminiscent of a daughter marrying far away. Yet, the life of a martial artist is unpredictable, and it could be years before he returned, much like a daughter occasionally visiting her family after marrying into another household. "Rest assured, take care to train well." He waved to everyone with a gentle smile, then leaped into the air, soaring away using the sky dance technique, quickly vanishing into the vast expanse of clouds. Under the azure sky, Mu Yang navigated through layers of thin mist, propelled by the moist air that clung to his hair, soon forming droplets of water. Numerous ancient martial arts sects still existed across the globe, while their strengths might not match Mu Yang's. Exchanging knowledge would still be beneficial. His first destination was set for Duelin Temple. After exiting the Great Qing Mountain, he altered his course and sped towards the temple. Duelin Temple, situated in the southern hemisphere, shares its status as an ancient tradition with the Maple Leaf sect, both steeped in history. It is said that Duelin Temple was established upon the ruins of the ancient Shaolin Temple, which had been set ablaze, though Mu Yang harbored no interest in discerning the truth of this legend. Undoubtedly, Duelin Temple stands as one of the formidable sects on Earth, with Master Shaolin being a titan of martial arts. Its notoriety is, to some extent, derived from its association with Krillin, a former Dragon Ball warrior. However, among Dragon Ball enthusiasts, the impression of Duelin Temple is generally rather unfavorable. This disdain stems from a distaste for the clowns. The several senior disciples of Krillin depicted in the original work resemble little more than ornamental cushions, easily dispatched with a few strikes, contributing to the somewhat tarnished image of Duelin Temple. Yet, following his participation in the martial arts tournament held on Maple Leaf Island, Mu Yang came to realize that Duelin Temple was far from simple, for it housed many skilled practitioners. As the cold wind howled and the seasons shifted, a figure swiftly traversed the sky, the distant horizon taking on a curvilinear shape. Mu Yang found himself near the Duelin Temple's residence, the tranquil forest looming ahead. Perched upon perilous heights, Duelin Temple sat in a remote location frequently plagued by ferocious beasts. Surrounded by sparse human habitation, treacherous peaks, and inconvenient access, the mountain path leading to Duelin Temple was paved with stone slabs, winding along the fissures of the cliffs, stretching endlessly to the summit. An ancient and towering temple stood resolutely. "Master Shaolin, Mu Yang has come to pay his respects," boomed a resonant voice that echoed throughout the mountains, resounding in waves. After a brief wait outside, the imposing gates creaked open and a monk clad in yellow robes emerged, revealing himself as Wu Ting, who had once sparred with Mu Yang at the martial arts tournament. "Ha! Mu Yang, what brings you here? Please, come in." Wu Ting, with his robust frame, moved to greet Mu Yang with warmth. Mu Yang replied with a calm smile. As a distinguished representative of ancient traditions, Duelin Temple has always remained hidden. My visit today is not only to pay homage to Master Shaolin, but also to seek some enlightenment in my martial practice. Wu Ting, taken aback for a moment, ushered Mu Yang into the temple and summoned another monk with a few words. After a year apart, Wu Ting realized that the gap in their strengths had not diminished. In fact, it had widened. He remarked to Mu Yang, "Master is currently discussing insights on martial arts with several elders. You may have to wait a while. In the meantime, allow me to show you around the temple." "Thank you," Mu Yang nodded gently, having no objections, and thus began to tour Duelin Temple under Wu Ting's guidance. Although Duelin Temple resided in the lofty mountains, its interior was surprisingly spacious, beyond the halls for disciples to worship. There were vast open areas where the monks practiced martial arts. As Wu Ting led Mu Yang through the temple, they witnessed numerous monks forming orderly lines, honing their techniques under the direction of a martial monk. "You have quite a large scale here," Mu Yang observed, pointing to the distant monks. The martial monks were arranged with precision, each exuding vitality and spirit, numbering at least 100, far exceeding the disciples of Tianqin Lu. Wu Ting chuckled, saying, "These are the newly initiated disciples. Please, follow me." Assuming the role of a guide, Wu Ting led Mu Yang on a tour. "How have you been training? I feel increasingly unable to see through your depths," he inquired, noting the stark contrast from their previous encounters, where the gap had not seemed as pronounced. "If you ventured out and sought experience as well, you could achieve skills akin to mine," Mu Yang replied as they walked. "This is the result of my training at the Kalan Sacred Land." "The Kalan Sacred Land?" Wu Ting exclaimed, committing the name to memory. Soon, Mu Yang had perused much of Duolin Temple. And at that moment, Master Xiaolin emerged from the inner hall. Upon seeing Mu Yang, a formidable aura surged forth, palpable in the air. Master Xiaolin, sensing this presence, felt a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. His usually calm demeanor now adorned with disbelief. How has this young man cultivated? He pondered. Compared to their previous meeting at the martial arts tournament, the boy before him now radiated an entirely different energy. Embodying the essence of a master, Master Xiaolin did not allow himself to be negligent and promptly approached Mu Yang. "Master Xiaolin," Mu Yang addressed him coolly. During their last encounter, Xiaolin had been the elder. Yet now the roles had reversed. With Xiaolin's combat prowess at 105, he seemed merely competent in Mu Yang's eyes. Master Xiaolin, undeterred by Mu Yang's nonchalant tone, smiled warmly and invited him in. "Young brother, please enter. The respect for strength is an immutable truth." Even though Mu Yang appeared quite youthful, his martial prowess surpassed that of old. No one would dare to criticize his demeanor, for it was the dignity of the strong. Mu Yang stayed at Duolin Temple for merely a day, and on the following day, he departed in the company of Wu Ting and Master Xiaolin. In that brief time, Mu Yang exchanged insights with Master Xiaolin and demonstrated astonishing power that left everyone awestruck. Within the entirety of Duolin Temple, not a single soul could stand against him. Such youth, yet with strength surpassing all, a new legend seemed to be unfolding. As Wu Ting gazed at Mu Yang's receding figure amidst the forest, he felt a profound sense of admiration. Not long ago, they had been equals, yet now he could only look up in awe. "Master, I too feel it is time for me to seek experience," Wu Ting declared resolutely, as if he had made a significant decision. "Have you decided where to go?" Master Xiaolin inquired. Wu Ting paused in thought, recalling Mu Yang's prior words. "Yes, I intend to visit the Kalan Sacred Land." Master Xiaolin nodded. "Indeed, the Kalan Sacred Land is the birthplace of martial arts. It would be beneficial for you to go. By the way, there is a Kalan Tower there. You might consider challenging it. In my youth, I never managed to ascend it, and I hope you will succeed. In his younger days, Master Xiaolin had attempted to conquer the Kalan Tower, but fell midway due to exhaustion, and subsequently failed several times before conceding and returning to preside over temple affairs, never attempting the challenge again. Now he placed his hopes upon Wu Ting. "Yes, I have noted that," Wu Ting replied, placing his hands together in silent reverence. "Very well." Master Xiaolin smiled at Wu Ting's determined expression, reminiscing about his own youth, his gaze drifting towards the distant, fog-laden mountains, momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, after departing Duolin Temple, Mu Yang continued on his planned journey, visiting various sections. The endeavor to amalgamate the strengths of diverse martial arts was no simple feat, and Mu Yang was prepared for a long and arduous struggle. Next, he arrived at the Cross-Fist sect, which bore resemblance to Tianxin Lu and had numerous dojos in the area. Mu Yang approached them directly, this time without revealing his identity, opting instead to employ a more forceful method to challenge them, compelling them to exert their utmost efforts. This approach, while likely to offend, yielded substantial rewards. Unconcerned with the potential for enmity, Mu Yang continued to confront various schools in a straightforward and aggressive manner, eager to experience their unique techniques. Before long, whispers began to circulate within the martial arts world about a certain fanatic who was relentlessly challenging major sects. With several renowned factions already falling to his might, their identities shrouded in mystery. Initially, many dismissed this fanatic as reckless, seeking fame through combat. However, as more and more skilled practitioners fell to him, even legendary figures succumbed, prompting a realization that this might indeed be a legendary figure in the making. Mu Yang's relentless challenges instigated a wave of panic among the various sects, prompting them to close their doors for fear of becoming the next target. Simultaneously, many began to reconsider. If this individual truly sought fame, why hide his identity? It became apparent that rumors were often unreliable, and it was wiser to avoid entanglement in such murky waters. One day, on a sandy beach where white waves crashed against the shore, shattering into fine droplets, Mu Yang's gaze sharpened. His entire being converged with energy, gathering into his palm. With a resounding whoosh, a luminous orb materialized. Its brilliant and flawless hue reminiscent of a luminous pearl, radiating with an enchanting clarity. Yet, this diminutive energy sphere encapsulated the majority of Mu Yang's internal energy. After enduring extensive training, he had finally crafted this energy orb. Grinning at the incessant, piercing hum emanating from the sphere, Mu Yang felt a wave of satisfaction. Suddenly, with a vigorous thrust of his arm, he propelled it forward, exclaiming, "Tianxin slash!" A surge of energy erupted from the waist, causing the brilliant energy sphere to tremble violently, morphing into a crescent shape. It then accelerated to its utmost limit, shooting straight across the surface of the sea with a whoosh. The ocean erupted in a tumultuous roar, dividing into two halves along the trajectory of the celestial strike. The tiny splashes resembled water boiling under intense heat, vaporizing under the overwhelming energy, accompanied by a blazing fireball ascending skyward, its blinding white light entwined with a frenzied tempest, radiating outward in all directions. Mu Yang stood at the eye of the storm, letting the hurricane lash against him. While such an energy attack might seem trivial in the vastness of the cosmos, akin to a casual strike from an ordinary martial combat type extraterrestrial, on present-day Earth, its might was comparable to the Qigong cannon of Master Wu or the world-shattering palm. Satisfied as he observed the ocean's surface gradually calming, Mu Yang took a brief respite before preparing to depart. That moment, a small boat drifted into view, with a figure aboard shouting towards Mu Yang, "Hey, was that you who unleashed that Qigong wave just now? What technique was that? Can you show me again?" Hearing this, Mu Yang paused in his departure, casting his gaze toward the small vessel. The young man aboard appeared rather unremarkable, around 20 years of age, seemingly of similar age to Mu Yang, with a bundled cloth bag slung over his back, dressed for a long journey. However, upon closer inspection, Mu Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing something peculiar about the individual. "Interesting, this person's strength seems formidable as well." A hint of surprise flickered across Mu Yang's face. The small boat drew nearer, and the person leaped onto the shore before Mu Yang, launching an attack without waiting for consent. Attacking without inquiry, a glint of cold light flashed across Mu Yang's face as he scoffed softly, swiftly extending his hand to grasp the incoming fist, and with a powerful toss, sent both the individual and his belongings flying. Immediately, he executed a swift evasive maneuver, positioning himself before the individual even touched the ground. With his body descending and arms bent, he unleashed a fierce punch. "Ah!" the young man cried out in disarray, his shout momentarily halting him midair. "Kamehameha!" the young man exclaimed, bringing his palms together as a beam of deep blue energy surged towards Mu Yang. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Yang's eyes. Yet his technique did not falter. Confronting the oncoming energy wave, he promptly summoned his own power, extending his fingers forward as a faint glow began to shine. Tianxin Qigong. The two energies collided in midair, producing a cataclysmic shockwave that reverberated through the atmosphere, with the residual energy morphing into a fierce whirlwind that spread outward. At this moment, Mu Yang had gleaned the young man's identity from his attack and, considering the current era, the conclusion became even clearer. No need for further words. This individual must undoubtedly be Sun Gohan, the esteemed disciple of Master Roshi. However, the unprovoked assault still irked him. One could call it straightforwardness, but the less generous would deem it foolishness, truly believing that an immediate attack constituted sparring. Such an exchange should only occur if both parties were willing. Consequently, Mu Yang resolved to impart a lesson. As one Qigong wave dissipated, Mu Yang swiftly closed the distance towards Sun Gohan. Once Mu Yang became serious, Sun Gohan struggled to keep up. Having already been somewhat off balance from his previous Kamehameha, he now found himself wavering under Mu Yang's relentless assault, reduced to a state of utter disarray. Bang! Bang! The waves of the sea were cleaved apart as Sun Gohan's expression morphed into one of disbelief. His complexion paling. Mu Yang maintained a stoic demeanor as he exchanged blows with Sun Gohan, alternating between soaring into the sky and plunging beneath the waves, churning the ocean into chaos. After a while, Sun Gohan lay sprawled on the sandy ground, gasping for breath, his face marred with bruises, and his clothing reduced to tatters. In stark contrast, Mu Yang appeared significantly better. though his complexion was slightly pale. He still retained a more composed appearance. "Hey, I merely wanted to say hello. Must you be so ruthless?" Son Gohan lamented, his face a mask of despair, feeling decidedly unlucky. Mu Yang, with a frosty expression, replied, "Is this how one greets another?" Launching an attack without reason, Son Gohan offered an awkward laugh. "I just got a bit carried away. Upon seeing your Qigong wave earlier, I couldn't resist, and I must say, your skills are quite impressive, apart from my master. You are the first to engage me for such a prolonged period, and you even managed to defeat me. Humph. Mu Yang scoffed, retrieving an energy detector to assess Son Gohan's power level, which astonishingly registered at 143. Goodness, he is already stronger than Master Roshi decades hence. However, he still falls slightly short in comparison. Son Gohan is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. In the original narrative, even the formidable Son Goku, who easily vanquished Teopaipai, succumbed to Son Gohan. Although Gohan was in a weakened state then, his combat power certainly exceeded 150. At this moment, the youthful Gohan must be on the cusp of his prime. Noticing Mu Yang's lack of response, Son Gohan awkwardly chuckled. "Haha, I am Son Gohan, a disciple of the Turtle School. Mu Yang, hailing from the Tianqin School," Mu Yang stated coolly. "So you are Mu Yang, the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament?" Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise, then nodded. "Indeed. With your strength, it is only natural that you would become the champion. Unfortunately, my master believed I had no need to participate in the last tournament. Otherwise, I could have encountered you sooner. Thank goodness you didn't compete last year. Otherwise, I would have been no match for you," Mu Yang thought to himself. His prowess had skyrocketed after ascending the Kalen Tower. Just a year ago, his combat power barely exceeded 80, rendering him no contender for Son Gohan. Being thoroughly outmatched would not have been pleasant. "Hey, your Qigong earlier was remarkable, called Tianqin Qigong. Was it? Might I see it once more?" Son Gohan's incessant chatter lingered in Mu Yang's ears. Mu Yang shot him a glance. "Do you wish to be struck again?" Son Gohan, sheepishly chuckling, promptly sealed his lips. By the way, as a disciple of Master Roshi, why are you not training at his side? "What brings you out here?" Mu Yang inquired. Son Gohan replied, "Oh, my master believes I am ready to venture forth on my own, so he sent me out to train. However, shortly after setting sail, I witnessed the Qigong wave you released, prompting me to row over. Mu Yang nodded, realizing that he had unwittingly attracted Son Gohan's attention. Since he mentioned he had just begun his training, it implied he had yet to settle at Korin Tower. "Where do you plan to go?" Son Gohan scratched his head, candidly admitting, "I haven't quite figured that out yet." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with keen interest, he proposed, "But I just remembered a great place. Would you care to join me to explore it?" "What place?" Mu Yang inquired. "The arena of the fortune teller Baba," Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly. "I once heard my master mention that he has a sister living in the desert, and fortune teller Baba is knowledgeable about many things in the world. Moreover, she has 5 formidable warriors at her disposal. I believe we could challenge them." Upon hearing this, Mu Yang's thoughts stirred. It is said that fortune teller Baba possesses omniscience regarding earthly matters and has the ability to communicate with the afterlife, which draws many to seek her divination services. Thus, Mu Yang felt intrigued by Son Gohan's proposal. However, the warriors at fortune teller Baba's place seemed rather ordinary, right? "Are you sure the warriors there will be formidable?" Son Gohan appeared somewhat puzzled, responding, "I heard there are many beings from different races there, even souls from the afterlife. They should be quite powerful." "Very well then, it would be worthwhile to see." Initially, Mu Yang had no intention of going. But upon reflection, it seemed that apart from the sacred temple, there were no other places on earth where he could enhance his strength. Perhaps a visit to fortune teller Baba's palace might yield some benefits. Thus, the two reached a mutual agreement to venture to fortune teller Baba's abode. Fortune teller Baba's residence lay atop a parched riverbed, once a thriving oasis. However, with climatic changes, the area had transformed into an expanse of desert. As Mu Yang and Son Gohan approached the sandy terrain, a scorching heat wave enveloped them, and the temperature surged above 40 degrees Celsius. "We're almost there." According to the map, the two individuals advanced swiftly, and soon before them appeared a verdant oasis, at the center of which lay a crystal-clear lake. The palace of the fortune teller resided in the very heart of the lake, surrounded by several coconut trees. As soon as they stepped into the realm of the fortune teller, the scorching heat waves outside vanished as if by enchantment, replaced by a refreshing breeze that felt akin to spring. Mu Yang could not help but marvel. Judging by the transformation of the surrounding environment, the fortune teller indeed possessed remarkable abilities that, upon officially entering the domain of the fortune teller, both Mu Yang and Sun Wukong distinctly sensed a mysterious power saturating the air, one they had never encountered before. Unlike anything on Earth, unconsciously, Mu Yang began to regard the fortune teller with newfound respect, realizing that she likely did not merely owe her longevity to a chance consumption of an elixir of immortality. Everyone, please form an orderly line. Do not push if you fail to adhere to the rules. Your qualifications will be revoked. A ghostly figure floated in the air, adorned with a pointed hat, directing the crowd at the entrance. Look, that seems to be a ghost, Sun Wukong whispered. Mu Yang took a closer look. It was indeed a ghost. The fortune teller possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse between the realms of the living and the dead, employing ghosts to serve her. A truly impressive feat. As they spoke, Mu Yang and Sun Wukong found themselves at the back of the line. Most of those gathered before the fortune teller's palace were renowned tycoons from various regions, either seeking treasures or precious artifacts, hoping to have the fortune teller read their fortunes. Yet, regardless of their power and influence in their own lands, they were required to wait patiently in line here. Look at those two individuals. They come empty-handed, utterly lacking in decorum, guffawed a wealthy man carrying a suitcase, addressing another wealthy patron beside him. Indeed, how dare they show up without money? I wager they will soon be thrown out by the fortune teller's attendants. Sneered another, who fancied himself superior. Since the fortune teller charged a considerable fee for her services, this was not a venue for the impoverished. The individuals waiting in line were mostly clad in impeccably tailored suits, their shoes gleaming, many accompanied by multiple bodyguards. Perhaps they are considering challenging the fortune teller to waive their fees, remarked a slender, wealthy man leaning on a cane, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. With their feeble frames, do they truly believe they can succeed in a challenge? I dare say no one has ever triumphed in the fortune teller's trials. She merely offers such challenges to indulge the fantasies of the less fortunate. Last time I was here, I saw a hulking man over 2 meters tall attempt to challenge the fortune teller's warrior. Guess what happened? What occurred? He was knocked down in the first round. Ha ha ha. A chorus of laughter erupted among the wealthy, finding amusement in belittling the less fortunate. This pack of scoundrels. Sun Wukong's face flushed with anger, and he clenched his fists, ready to confront them. Mu Yang observed coolly, shaking his head slightly. Do not act impulsively. Why stoop to their level? After all, some of them are merely wealthy without the means to enjoy their riches. What are you on about? Sun Wukong questioned. Perplexed, a rotund wealthy man, incensed, turned to them, and his bodyguards quickly encircled him. Humph! Mu Yang's gaze swept over them, and a cold huff resonated like thunder in their ears, causing the wealthy man's face to drain of color. What are you all lingering for? Hurry up and teach them a lesson. The wealthy man shouted in a fit of rage, but when he regained his senses, he suddenly heard a series of thuds. His bodyguards had all collapsed to the ground. What do you want? Stay back. This is the fortune teller's domain. The wealthy man, paralyzed with fear, fell to the ground. Mu Yang approached him, casting a disdainful glance. Did you not hear what I said? Some individuals have wealth but no life to spend it. Are you going to kill me? The wealthy man stammered, terror etched on his face. It was you who stepped forward. Mu Yang replied, his tone unwavering. Did I? The wealthy man opened his mouth, at a loss for words. What? Speak. Nothing, he mumbled, glancing at his fallen bodyguards and the other wealthy patrons, who now retreated in fear of entangling themselves in trouble. Feeling utterly disheartened. That suitcase seems quite nice. Mu Yang suddenly diverted his gaze, pointing at the suitcase on the ground. Sir, if you like it, I can gift it to you. The wealthy man stammered. Is that appropriate? Mu Yang feigned hesitation. Material wealth is trivial. It is my honor that you find it appealing. The wealthy man's righteous facade faltered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Then I shall reluctantly accept it. With that, Mu Yang lifted the suitcase and returned to Sun Wukong's side, saying, you see, just moments ago, they claimed we were empty-handed. Now, with a little stretch, we have everything we need. He shook the suitcase lightly. Sun Wukong, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, exclaimed, you just told me not to act impulsively. Why did you rush in first? Fool! I meant for you not to act rashly out of anger. Swinging your fists and returning with nothing. Think about it. That would be a true loss point one must contemplate before acting. Impulsiveness solves nothing. Sun Wukong suddenly understood, slapping his forehead. I see now. I have learned my lesson. Hey, you lot, could you refrain from bickering at my doorstep? An elderly voice sighed, as an old woman in a black witch's garb floated over on a crystal ball. Her wrinkled visage appeared somewhat droopy, resembling a ghost from a distance. Fortune teller, please assist me. These two insolent individuals are defying the rules you have set and have even stolen a gift I intended to honor you with. The wealthy man exclaimed, seeing the fortune teller as his savior, scrambling towards her. The fortune teller ignored his pleas, waving her hand to summon a group of guards. Come, drag him away. I do not welcome this man, nor those beside him. Toss them out. Fortune teller, I have not violated any rules. Please spare me. The expressions of the previously mocking wealthy men turned pale as they pleaded for mercy. However, the guards remained indifferent, seizing them and casting them out into the scorching desert, where the blistering sand forced them to flee in disarray. Tears and snot streaming down their faces, Mu Yang's attention was now fixated on the old woman, or rather, the large crystal ball beneath her. Such a crystal ball also existed atop the Karen Tower. She was the sister of the turtle hermit, the fortune teller. Images of a colossal figure known as Lord Zuno, who possessed knowledge of all things in the universe, surfaced in his mind. While Lord Zuno was aware of all in the cosmos, the fortune teller was privy to all on Earth. You two youngsters truly lack decorum. Ah, you are the disciples of that turtle hermit, the fortune teller observed, immediately discerning much about them. Very well, come with me. Seemingly aware of their intentions, the fortune teller did not inquire further and turned toward the palace. Mu Yang and Sun Wukong exchanged glances and followed closely behind. Phew, it is fortunate we refrained from speaking too much earlier. Otherwise, we would end up like those unfortunate souls who lost their chance for a reading. That would be a significant loss. After the group vanished, the remaining wealthy patrons shook their heads in relief, grateful they had not spoken out of turn like the previous individuals. Those who came here were either seeking wealth or opportunities for advancement. No one wished to squander their chance. Indeed, if I lost my qualifications, I would never find the underground gold mine. Nilius is at a great loss. The mine he holds has yet to be surveyed. And it surely belongs to me now. As the crowd outside buzzed with chatter, the fortune teller led Mu Yang and Sun Wukong to an arena at the center of the lake. Youngsters, you seek to challenge my warriors, do you not? Heh, there are hardly any on Earth who can rival you. Yet I have some here. The fortune-telling matron chuckled, her hoarse voice somewhat eerie. As long as you manage to defeat the two warriors here, I shall grant each of you a free reading. Mu Yang was taken aback and inquired, aren't we supposed to defeat 5 individuals? The fortune-teller shot him an irritable glance. Only 2. I do not possess such a plethora of skilled fighters. These are the only ones I could procure with great difficulty. For you, additional warriors would hold no significance. Her statement bore truth, and Mu Yang nodded in agreement. Let it be clear, even if you succeed in your challenge, I will only offer you 1 reading. Do not presume you can exploit this challenge to receive endless readings from me. The fortune-telling matron had established the challenge merely to inject a modicum of amusement. She had never contemplated providing free readings. What a miserly individual she was. After hearing her words, Mu Yang gained a clearer understanding of her avaricious nature. She and the turtle hermit were indeed peculiar siblings, one greedy, the other lecherous. The crane hermit brothers were no different, one treacherous, the other venomous. Among these 4 long-lived beings, none could be deemed normal. Madam, our guests have arrived. At this moment, a specter approached the fortune-telling matron. She nodded and replied, my clients are here. Please do not be overly startled. With that, she cast a glance toward the entrance leading to the palace, and 2 figures emerged from the passage. They were 2 elderly men with graying hair, both clad in white martial arts attire. One was of short stature, sporting a grizzled beard, and notably, emblazoned on his chest was a red character for martial. The other appeared frail and decrepit, yet an enigmatic aura enveloped him, rendering his features indistinguishable. These were the esteemed warriors the matron had mentioned. How could they be 2 old men? Sun Wukong, upon recognizing them, worried that he might inadvertently cause them harm. Do not be complacent. We might very well lose today, Mu Yang remarked gravely after their appearance. Sun Wukong, startled, questioned, what do you mean? Are you suggesting we cannot defeat them? Mu Yang nodded. Observe the halos upon their heads. They signify beings from the underworld. Sun Wukong gasped. Are you saying those 2 gentlemen are deceased? Indeed, Mu Yang confirmed, scanning the 2 figures. He had already deduced the identity of the one adorned with the red character, if his conjecture was accurate. He was none other than Wu Tai-do, who had sealed the Demon King Piccolo more than 250 years ago. For the other, he remained an enigma, and Mu Yang was at a loss to ascertain his identity. In his prime, the Demon King Piccolo possessed a battle power of approximately 260. Wu Tai-do could not have matched him in combat. Thus, it was only through arduous training in the demon sealing wave that he managed to imprison him. Nevertheless, Wu Tai-do's battle power was still no less than 200. His contributions to saving the Earth are commendable. Even upon entering the underworld, he retained his corporeal form, allowing him to continue his training. After enduring more than 250 years of rigorous cultivation in the realm of the strong, it is unfathomable to gauge the extent of Wu Tai-do's strength. The prospect of the impending battle filled Mu Yang with exhilaration. It seems someone has recognized our identities. Wu Tai-do, remarked the elderly man standing beside him. Wu Tai-do smiled at the two young men in the distance. That young man must be Mu Yang. His insight is indeed commendable. At that moment, the fortune-telling matron floated a crystal ball before the two. Wu Tai-do, Master Noah, these are the two individuals present. Thank you, Wu Tai-do replied softly. The fortune-telling matron hastily responded. Not at all, not at all. This venerable elder was her brother Turtle Hermit's mentor and, by extension, her own teacher. Moreover, the fortune-telling matron had shared a close relationship with Wu Tai-do's daughter, Wu Faun. In every regard, Wu Tai-do was her elder. Young man, as a disciple of the Turtle School, your opponent is none other than Master Wu Tai-do. Perform well, do not disappoint. The fortune-telling matron floated back to the center of the arena. Addressing Sun Wukong. Wu Tai-do, Sun Wukong repeated in confusion, feeling the name was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he recalled the identity of the elder before him, and, trembling, pointed, You are the Master Wu Tai-do who sealed the Demon King Piccolo. Indeed, and you are Wu Tian's disciple. Quite impressive. Your temperament is not as erratic as Wu Tian's, yet your strength has far surpassed his. Even I, at your age, could not compare to you. Wu Tai-do chuckled lightly. Expressing his satisfaction with Sun Wukong. Being a young man, Sun Wukong felt his entire being stiffen upon receiving such praise, stammering, Master, you flatter me. Wu Tai-do waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Are you not here to challenge the warriors? I shall be your opponent now. Unleash your full power. Do not worry about injuring me. Your current strength is manageable for me. Yes, yes. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, affirming his readiness. The opponent being Master Wu Tai-do rendered victory and defeat inconsequential. This battle would surely yield invaluable lessons. Madam Fortune Teller, Master Wu Tai-do is a figure from over 200 years ago. What a coincidence it is that he is here today. Did you foresee our arrival? As Sun Wukong prepared to engage in battle, Mu Yang approached the fortune-telling matron. The time for souls to return from the underworld was limited to a single day. Mu Yang believed it improbable that he would encounter Wu Tai-do on such a fortuitous day. The only explanation was that the fortune-telling matron had orchestrated this encounter, akin to how Sun Wukong met Sun Wukong here in the original tale. The fortune-telling matron chuckled, her sagging skin compressing into an even more unsettling visage. There are few things unknown to an old woman on this planet. Is it not your desire to engage with formidable opponents? Did you truly arrange this? Mu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Do you doubt the matron's capabilities? I am also aware that you personally eliminated Tao Bai 6 months ago. Do not worry. I shall keep that to myself, and I share your disdain for those Crane Hermit brothers. The fortune-telling matron sneered. Mu Yang nodded, recognizing that as long as this matter remained concealed, it would not attract the attention of the Crane Hermit. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Mu Yang as he glanced at the elderly figure beside him. Since Master Wu Tai-do was Sun Wukong's elder, could this elder be a senior of the Tian Xian school? Coincidentally, the old man directed his gaze toward him, prompting Mu Yang to hastily return a smile. With this newfound curiosity, Mu Yang's perception of the elder shifted entirely. Where he had previously overlooked him, he now perceived familiar traits in the old man. Could he truly be a senior of the Tian Xian school? Mu Yang pondered. Although he knew this was not necessarily a bad thing, the thought of confronting the ancestor of a sect, especially one that had long since passed, made his head spin. Forget it. I shall not dwell on this. His attention shifted back to the martial arena, where Sun Wukong stood poised to face Wu Tai-do. In that instant, the atmosphere grew unbearably tense. The air shimmered with a faint vibration as neither party made a move, and the scene descended into an eerie silence, Thud, like the sound of a great bell tolling in a moment of dazed clarity. It felt as if an invisible vortex swirled around the two, lending their figures an ethereal quality. Mu Yang observed as Sun Wukong's body began to shift, seemingly searching for an angle to attack. Yet, time passed, and no action was forthcoming. Truly, Master Wu Tai-do was an unparalleled presence. His composure was simply unmatched. Beads of sweat began to trickle down Sun Wukong's forehead. Each time he met Wu Tai-do's enigmatic gaze, he felt a surge of anxiety, as if his every intention was laid bare before the elder. Across from him, Wu Tai-do maintained a serene smile. Even before the battle commenced, Sun Wukong found himself ensnared in a predicament. The disparity between them was immense. Mu Yang's expression turned serious as he observed. Although he could not discern the intensity of Wu Tai-do's energy, the unfolding scene indicated that Wu Tai-do's strength far surpassed Sun Wukong's, rendering this battle a formidable challenge for him. Whoosh! After a moment of hesitation, Sun Wukong ultimately chose to strike it that very instant. Wu Tai-do's figure began to move in response to Sun Wukong's advance. The two figures vanished without a trace, followed by an intense cacophony of clashes reverberating through the air. The ground's rocky surface began to fracture, sending small stones flying in all directions. Crack, crack. Two brilliant flashes collided, then veered apart, each pause erupting into powerful cyclones that stirred waves upon the surrounding lake. This was a battle of considerable caliber, one that even the most seasoned martial artists struggled to comprehend. Fortunately, those present were no ordinary individuals. Mu Yang's gaze darted about, adjusting angles to keep pace with the movements of Sun Wukong and Wu Tai-do. Sun Wukong started strong, yet the tide soon turned against him. Mu Yang's expression grew solemn. On the martial arts platform, Sun Wukong exerted every ounce of his strength, unleashing a barrage of unconventional techniques. However, each of his attacks seemed to be anticipated by Wu Tai-do, who effortlessly sidestepped and countered, utilizing Sun Wukong's momentum against him. The entire exchange unfolded with an air of tranquility, evoking an indescribable sense of enjoyment. The booming sounds of ruptures and impacts intertwined rhythmically, akin to a melodious symphony. In that moment, time appeared to lose its meaning. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. The ground and sky sparkled with blinding flashes, as if countless fists were interlacing in combat. The fortune teller chuckled. It has been many years since I witnessed such a splendid battle. Today is truly a rarity. That young man, Sun Wukong, possesses remarkable talent, though he is a tad too inexperienced. Against Wu Tai-do, this level of power simply will not suffice. The elder known as Noah lifted his head and spoke slowly. Mu Yang's expression turned grave as he discerned that Sun Wukong had fallen into Wu Tai-do's rhythm, a perilous predicament in any confrontation. Once one loses grasp of the rhythm, it becomes all too easy to find oneself in a disadvantageous position. Both mental and physical stamina would swiftly deplete, and should he fail to extricate himself and regain control, defeat would be imminent. Seeing this, Mu Yang sighed. Victory seemed unattainable. Compared to Wu Tai-do, Sun Wukong was vastly outmatched in both experience and strength. He then pondered how the outcome would differ if he himself were in the fray. The answer was clear. He would lose. This realization left Mu Yang in a deep silence, despite years of rigorous training. His prowess only surpassed Sun Wukong's by a hair's breadth. Truthfully, he had never encountered such a high-level battle. Thus, he recognized that faced with Wu Tai-do, he would find himself in the same predicament. Truly, Wu Tai-do is a master of his generation, continuing to refine his skills even in the afterlife. On the martial arts platform, both combatants had unleashed their ultimate techniques. Kamehameha, Sun Wukong roared, propelling a wave of energy from his palms. Wu Tai-do, seemingly taken aback for a moment, maintained a smile as the formidable Kamehameha surged toward him. As if he had yet to reveal his true power, he stepped back slightly, placing his hands before him, and exclaimed, "Kiku!" In response, an even more overwhelming torrent of energy shot skyward, rendering Sun Wukong's Kamehameha as feeble as a child's attempt. The energy beam bore down on him, swiftly consuming the Kamehameha and advancing relentlessly. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong's face drained of color, his teeth clenched as he summoned his ultimate move once more. Universal shockwave, he bellowed. Instantly, a dazzling, pale golden light enveloped his palm, surging toward the energy beam. Yet, Wu Tai-do's hand traced a graceful arc through the air, propelling the energy beam with amplified ferocity. Sun Wukong felt a sharp pain in his chest as his energy dissipated, and he was violently hurled away. He spun through the air, landing clumsily on the ground. However, Wu Taidu had already appeared behind him. Sun Wukong had lost. Mu Yang shook his head in disappointment, yet his heart raced with exhilaration from the outset. He had understood that the outcome of this contest was fated. Nevertheless, the process remained a thrilling spectacle. Wu Taidu, hands clasped behind his back, smiled. Young man, you even mastered the universal shockwave. That energy wave you just unleashed must be a technique devised by Wu Tian. Correct? Not bad, but your energy levels are a bit lacking. Sun Wukong forced a smile. Master, I have lost. I am no match for you. Haha, do not belittle yourself. I have merely practiced for a few hundred more years than you. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong realized that given a few centuries of training, he too could reach such heights. His confidence restored, he respectfully bowed to Wu Taidu. Very well. Wu Taidu emerges victorious in this contest. Sun Wukong, please step aside. The fortune teller declared the results and then shifted her gaze toward Mu Yang. At this moment, the elder named Noah nodded, indicating that it was their turn to compete. Upon hearing this, Mu Yang felt a jolt of determination, promptly nodding in acknowledgement before leaping onto the martial arts platform. He dared not underestimate this enigmatic elder, so from the moment he set foot on the stage, he focused all his energy. A fierce whirlwind suddenly enveloped him, swirling around his form. Yet, in the face of Mu Yang's soaring battle intent, Noah stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a gentle smile gracing his features. Impressive, a fleeting glance at his opponent made Mu Yang's pupils constrict. The elder's calm demeanor radiated the confidence of a seasoned martial artist. With furrowed brows, Mu Yang deliberated the timing of his attack. Suddenly, he leaned forward, his leg muscles quivering as he unleashed a powerful thrust. With a resounding crack, the azure stone tiles beneath him shattered, sending shards flying. Harnessing this momentum, Mu Yang dove toward Noah, launching an assault. Whoosh! His body shot forth like lightning, leaving a long afterimage in his wake, his fist colliding with the air, producing a dull thud. As Noah evaded Mu Yang's fierce onslaught, he vanished with a swish. Reappearing at Mu Yang's side. A hand, as if shrouded in the heavens, reached out toward him. What astonishing speed! Mu Yang was taken aback, his pupils flaring with brilliance as he quickly adjusted his stance to defend against Noah's strike. He had deliberately conserved energy in his attack to allow for a reaction in critical moments. Noah smiled, extending his arms, and suddenly, it felt as though Mu Yang was ensnared by a magical force. His body involuntarily moving toward Noah. With a swift motion, Noah struck, and Mu Yang found himself unable to evade, the blow landing squarely on his chest with a resounding impact. Pain surged through him as he was sent soaring through the air. Tracing a graceful arc in midair, Mu Yang quickly spread his arms, unleashing a surge of power that halted his descent, allowing him to leap back onto the stage. Young man, your vision still needs sharpening. You must practice. As the words left Noah's lips, he vanished once more. In that instant, a radiant light emanated from Mu Yang, his fist coiling with energy as he struck in a chosen direction. With a resounding thud, his fist was met by a waiting palm. Haha, not bad. You've made progress, but it's still insufficient, the elder Noah praised. His subsequent attacks growing even more ferocious. Mu Yang dodged and weaved to evade Noah's relentless onslaught. Despite his frail appearance and aged visage, Noah fought with the vigor of a youthful warrior. His assaults came in waves, fierce and predatory, echoing like a wild beast roar. After several rapid maneuvers, sweat beaded on Mu Yang's forehead. He retreated, then retreated again, covering dozens of meters, yet Noah pursued without relent, denying him even a moment's respite. Heaven's heart, slash. Mu Yang growled, his expression darkening as he unleashed a crescent-shaped energy wave. The thin, glimmering blade of energy surged toward Noah. Noah's brow furrowed slightly as he faced the incoming attack, conjuring a similar wave in response. Heaven's heart energy, a beam of light pierced the air, colliding head-on with Mu Yang's heaven's heart slash. Instantly, the atmosphere above them roiled, a tempest of wind erupting in all directions. Indeed, it was a technique of the heaven's heart style. Mu Yang instinctively squinted his eyes, but at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such trivialities. Thud, thud, thud. After a brief collision, the two quickly became entangled in combat once more. On the martial arts platform, two fleeting shadows clashed incessantly, accompanied by a series of resonant drumbeats that sent shivers down the spine. Mu Yang's expression turned grave as his eyes darted swiftly, tracking his opponent's movements, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. One punch, two punches, three punches, bang, 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 swoosh. His fists pummeled the martial arts platform, sending dust and debris flying. creating immense craters on the once flat surface. How formidable! Sun Wukong swallowed hard, unable to discern what was transpiring on the stage. This was the true strength of Mu Yang. He had shown restraint before. He could not fathom the identity of his opponent, who seemed to be a match for even Mu Yang. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, his voice trembling from shock, when they had met by the seaside. He had thought Mu Yang was merely slightly stronger than himself, yet witnessing the current battle, he realized the disparity was far greater. Mu Yang's prowess was not just marginally superior in terms of combat skills and timing. He was leagues ahead. If he were to engage Mu Yang in battle, he would likely be obliterated in mere moments. Sun Wukong gulped again, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. How has he cultivated his strength? Haha. That young man named Mu Yang has truly grasped the essence of Master Karen's teachings. Given time, he shall surpass me. Wu Taidu remarked pensively from the side. Sun Wukong inquired, Master, are you referring to the Master Karen who resides atop Karen Tower? Are you suggesting that Mu Yang has received guidance from him? Wu Taidu nodded. Indeed, if you have the opportunity, you should visit Karen Tower. It would be beneficial for you. As he spoke, Wu Taidu seemed to reminisce, recalling the arduous training he had undergone atop Karen Tower with the Moffin Wave. Sun Wukong nodded, committing Wu Taidu's words to memory, and his attention returned to the martial arts platform. At that moment, Noah had discerned Mu Yang's true capabilities and nodded. That is sufficient. I have gauged your strength. To reach such a level at your age. You have met my expectations. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yang asked, are you a senior of the Heavenly Heart School? Although he had suspected from the outset that this elder might belong to his own school, it was only when Noah unleashed the Heavenly Heart Key that he was utterly convinced of his identity as a senior of the Heavenly Heart School. Haha, a senior of the Heavenly Heart School, you could say that. However, I would prefer you refer to it as the Divine Heart School. Noah replied with a smile. Mu Yang was taken aback. Divine Heart School? Yes, the Divine Heart School. While you are astonished, I must inform you that you will soon understand the reason for this name. Now, let me demonstrate the true gap between you and the strong. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he ceased to play around. His figure suddenly flickered and disappeared from Mu Yang's view. Disappeared? Outside the arena, Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes. Master Noah is finally making his move. Wu Taidu's expression turned grave. The fact that even Wu Taidu referred to him as a master spoke volumes about Noah's significance. Quickly, he scanned the surroundings, searching for Noah's whereabouts. Yet it seemed as if he had completely vanished, and no matter how hard Mu Yang looked, he could not find a trace of him. Senior Noah cannot have left the arena. He must still be nearby, Mu Yang thought cautiously. Since there was nothing around, he surmised that Noah could only be above. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Mu Yang's gaze shot skyward. Nothing. The clear sky held only a few white clouds. With no sign of Noah to be found, where could he have gone? Mu Yang's mind raced. Suddenly, an ancient voice whispered in his ear, Little one, I am right here. In the void. A ripple occurred, and Noah's figure suddenly materialized. Mu Yang was taken aback, realizing that Noah had not disappeared at all. He had simply remained in place. Although he stood right before Mu Yang, he was enveloped in an enigmatic aura that made it easy to overlook his presence. At that moment, Mu Yang recalled the profound teachings of the Heavenly Heart School that Isaf had imparted to him, and a realization dawned upon him. This was the application of spiritual energy unique to the Heavenly Heart School. Setting it apart from conventional practices, martial arts on Earth emphasized the cultivation of qi, while other schools merely focused on the rudimentary practice of it. Perhaps the Turtle Hermit School and Crane Hermit School, having inherited Wu Taidu's martial arts, possessed some degree of spiritual training, but it remained superficial. Only the Heavenly Heart School comprehended qi in a completely different manner, emphasizing spiritual cultivation alongside the practice of qi. At the time, he had found it perplexing, questioning whether the Heavenly Heart School's emphasis on spirit had led to an overinterpretation of qi, causing them to become ensnared in trivial details. Yet now, it seemed that he had been overly naive. The Heavenly Heart School had not strayed from the path, but rather delved into depths that others could not fathom. Mu Yang suddenly smiled, realizing that there was such an application for spiritual power. Reflecting back, was it not thanks to the training in the Heavenly Heart School that he had navigated the acceleration space with such ease? Understanding this, a surge of excitement washed over his face. He then composed himself and, putting his knowledge into practice, swiftly lunged towards Noah. Noah smiled and shook his head, extending a finger and flicking it in the air. With a thud, but there was no contact. Muyang was sent flying backward as he landed. Muyang rubbed his forehead where Noah's finger had flicked him and dived back into the fray. Noah traced another arc, and this time Muyang was sent hurtling outside the martial arts platform. As Muyang tumbled out of the arena, he suddenly recalled Bobo from the temple. The attack style of the man before him bore a striking resemblance to Bobo's, effortlessly sending opponents away. In the original Dragon Ball, Bobo was perhaps the most overlooked supporting character. All right, let us conclude this. With that, Noah nodded at the fortune teller. The fortune teller understood and floated her crystal ball to the center of the martial arts platform. Oh dear, Muyang, Sun Wukong, you have both failed your challenges. It seems I cannot provide you with a divination. Muyang leaped back onto the martial arts platform and asked, Fortune teller, may I inquire about them? These two are indeed your seniors. As for Wu Taidu, there is no need to elaborate. He is the master of that young man, Wu Tian. Regarding Master Noah, the fortune teller glanced respectfully at the silver-haired Noah. He is the founder of your school, and he was also the previous Divine One. The founder of the Heavenly Heart School, the previous Divine One. The fortune teller's words sent ripples through Muyang's heart, akin to a stone cast into a lake, stirring up great waves within. The founder of the Heavenly Heart School was actually the previous Divine One. The sudden revelation left Muyang astounded. Throughout the entire narrative, mentions of the previous Divine One were scarce, only alluded to in fragments by the current Divine One. It was said that the previous Divine One had detected a malevolent intent within the child of the Namekian Caddis, leading to the eventual emergence of Demon King Piccolo, which precipitated the calamity over 250 years ago. However, to associate the previous Divine One with his own school was a thought Muyang had never dared to entertain. While he was aware that long ago, a predecessor from his school had resided in the temple, suspected to be a disciple of the Divine One, or even having held the position himself. Due to the Heavenly Heart School's decline, Muyang had naturally leaned towards the notion that the former could have ascended to the temple and received training from the Divine One, a legendary tale within the realm of earthly martial arts. This seemed more aligned with common logic. Who would dare overreach and covet the Divine One's throne? Yet now, the news he had received was so monumental that it left him astounded. Muyang exclaimed in shock. You are the founder of the Heavenly Heart School? Noah, or rather, the previous Divine One nodded. Indeed, I founded the Heavenly Heart School to select the next Divine One. Alas, in the end, no one was able to meet my standards. No wonder he preferred to refer to the Heavenly Heart School as the Divine Heart School, for his true identity was that of the Divine One, and the purpose of founding the Heavenly Heart School was to select the next Divine One. It was truly unimaginable. Muyang shook his head and wondered at that moment. Sun Wukong was left speechless, asking Wu Taidu, Master, is there truly a Divine One in this world? Wu Taidu proclaimed. Indeed, there exists a more sacred place beyond the Kalen Tower, known as the Temple of the Celestial Deity, where you may cultivate your skills in the future. Proceed, shouted the previous celestial deity, Noah, as he hurled an object towards Muyang and Sun Wukong. With a clang, Muyang instinctively caught the flying item, revealing a string of exquisite bells upon opening it. Celestial deity Noah remarked, I am aware that you have already passed Kalen's trial. This is the token for your journey to the temple. Present it to Kalen, and she shall escort you there. As for the young lad beside you, Sun Wukong, he may temporarily train at the Kalen Tower. Am I truly qualified to go to the temple now? Muyang blurted out. He had previously received the sage's assurance that he would be permitted to train at the temple when the time was right, and now with Noah's endorsement, he could ascend to the temple at any moment. Could this be the advantage of having connections? Was his ancestral celestial deity opening doors for him? Noah's aged visage broke into a smile. You are indeed qualified. Only through training at the temple can you truly enhance your abilities. This universe is vast, and Earth is but a mere speck within it. The potential of Earthlings is limited. The future of this world relies on your guardianship. Muyang wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that the physical constitution of Earthlings could only be described as frail compared to the cosmos. Even with the aid of the acceleration space, he felt as though he were walking on thin ice, fearing that his power might stagnate at any moment. Sage, did you and the celestial deity come to Earth merely to test us? Sun Wukong, having regained his composure, inquired. Indeed, as far as I know, spirits from the underworld cannot easily traverse to the mortal realm. Even if they do, it is only for a day, Muyang replied, casting a glance at the fortune-telling elder. Having previously learned that Wu Taidu and celestial deity Noah's presence in the mortal realm was indeed due to her influence, was their purpose truly to assess the strength of the younger generation? At that moment, the fortune-telling elder chimed in. Hee, this is all thanks to me. I brought them here. Sun Wukong curiously asked, Elder, why would you do such a thing? Oh, it is a prediction. She leaped down from her crystal ball. I've been dreaming of peculiar occurrences lately. Perhaps it is an ominous premonition, prompting me to seek answers in the underworld. It was during that time that I encountered Master Wu Taidu and the others, and thus invited them to accompany me to the mortal realm. The elder's ability to traverse the underworld is considered a form of inheritance. She is quite esteemed there, frequently serving as a guide for others. Legend has it that her abilities are linked to the supreme old lord of the Five Elements Mountain, the place closest to the underworld, and even her crystal ball may have originated from there. Elder, what exactly do you mean by an ominous premonition? Mu Yang recalled the details from the original story, noting that the only calamity that had befallen Earth before the plot commenced was the reign of the demon King Piccolo, which occurred over 250 years ago and had long since passed. There had been no other disasters before the story began. The elder shook her head. I'm unsure. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. Mu Yang nodded slightly, choosing not to press further. At this juncture, celestial deity Noah took over the conversation. At that time, Wu Taidu and I had not returned to the mortal realm for several centuries, and we were curious to see how things had changed. Therefore, when the fortune-telling elder extended her invitation, we accepted and even requested her to perform a divination, specifically selecting the day of your arrival. Well then, our time is limited to a single day. As your ancestral sage, I should impart some knowledge to you. Be sure to remember it. With that, Noah and Wu Taidu exchanged a glance. The fortune-telling elder smiled, allowing her spectral servant to lead her back to the grand hall, leaving the time for Noah and the others. Wukong, follow me. Wu Taidu beckoned to Sun Wukong. With respect, Sun Wukong approached. Yes, Master Wu Taidu. Subsequently, Wu Taidu guided him to the base of a coconut tree beside the arena, where he began to impart his martial arts insights, leaving the arena to Noah and Mu Yang. After Wu Taidu departed, celestial deity Noah fell silent for a moment before beginning to explain the fundamental conditions of the universe. In this vast cosmos, countless races exist, and we Earthlings are but a feeble species among them, inherently frail. Thus, our potential cannot compare to that of other races. This is an innate disparity. The Tianqin flow is a cultivation method I developed after becoming a celestial deity that serves not only to select the next celestial deity, but also to enhance the physical condition of Earthlings. However, it has many shortcomings and is rife with flaws compared to the prevalent cultivation methods in the world, which is why it has only been disseminated on a limited scale. Mu Yang listened intently, realizing that this was likely why only a small group of practitioners at the Dakingshan practiced this particular method. Thereafter, celestial deity Noah gradually analyzed the intricacies of the Tianqin flow, imparting this novel approach to cultivation. Mu Yang felt as though a veil had been lifted from his mind, clarifying many previously confounding aspects. Compared to the Turtle School and Crane School, the Tianqin flow places greater emphasis on bodily cultivation. Its core principle revolves around nurturing the body and replenishing vital energy, with less focus on combat prowess. At this moment, Mu Yang comprehended that this cultivation method was conceived by the former celestial deity Noah to improve the physical constitution of Earthlings. The races of the universe are classified according to their innate abilities, divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level races. Earthlings are merely an inconspicuous low-level race. The classification of races corresponds to the combat strength of individuals after they reach maturity, as well as the rank of the planets they inhabit. Based on the cosmic classification of planets, those with a maximum combat strength below 1,000 are deemed low-level planets, while those with strength between 1,000 and 10,000 are classified as mid-level planets, and those exceeding 10,000 are categorized as high-level planets. The low-level races naturally refer to those dwelling on low-level planets. The combat strength of their members does not exceed 1,000 upon maturity. However, Earthlings, whose combat strength is in single digits, are pitifully weak. Nevertheless, low-level planets and races still comprise the majority in the universe. Mid-level and high-level races are relatively rare, almost scarce. This may be a manifestation of a balance mechanism within the universe, where races with exceedingly low combat strength often dominate in terms of population, numbering in the billions or even hundreds of billions. celestial deity Noah had encountered a race with a combat strength of only one in the underworld, their numbers reaching terrifying levels, amounting to trillions. Conversely, races with higher combat strength are generally fewer in number. For instance, the Scions are few in number, and the Frieza race is even more pitiable, nearing extinction. Compared to those terrifying races born with the power to annihilate worlds, the individual strength of Earthlings appears utterly insignificant. After entering the celestial realm, celestial deity Noah's horizons broadened significantly. Upon witnessing the myriad powerful races within the universe, he felt a sense of shame when reflecting on Earthlings, whose energy values typically fluctuate in single digits throughout their lives. The Tianxin flow, even after its development, remains imperfect. During my several centuries in the celestial realm, I have endeavored to refine it, but with limited success. As he spoke, a hint of helplessness crossed Noah's aged features. Although the Tianxin flow had undergone his enhancements, it still failed to fundamentally strengthen the physical constitution of Earthlings. He estimated that even if the new Tianxin flow cultivation method were widely propagated, it would only raise the energy values of Earthlings from a lamentable sub-5 to approximately 20, which would be the best possible outcome. Celestial deity Noah gazed at Mu Yang. You are the heir of the Tianxin flow, perhaps the most outstanding heir in many years that I hope you can continue to advance it. I long to see it evolve into the celestial deity flow. Noah's aspiration was for Earthlings to surpass the formidable threshold of 100 in energy values. Although this would still not elevate them beyond the status of low-level races, it would represent significant progress compared to their previous standing. Mu Yang sighed upon hearing this. I shall do my utmost. He could not offer a promise, nor did he harbor such grand ambitions. He was but an ordinary individual, content to safeguard himself while providing some measure of protection to his fellow Earthlings. A task he believed he could accomplish, as it is inherent in every Earthling to feel such responsibility. However, he must sacrifice his own interests and embark on a journey alongside all of humanity. Regrettably, his capabilities are limited, and he harbors no such lofty ideals. The impoverished focus solely on their own well-being, while the accomplished extend their aid to the world. Mu Yang has always believed himself to be merely one of the impoverished. As if perceiving Mu Yang's thoughts, the deity Noah sighed. This was indeed a daunting task, and he would not impose undue burdens upon him. Do your utmost. Once you arrive at the temple, kindly convey my regards to Bobo for me. Bobo is the guardian of the temple and has served several generations of deities. Should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, feel free to consult him. He is likely to resolve most of your queries. Noah the deity instructed. Time trickled by, and soon the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the desert landscape. This is where we part ways. Everything I could teach you has been imparted. The rest is up to your own diligence, Noah the deity said, glancing back at Wu Taidu, who had concluded his guidance of Sun Wukong, since the souls of the underworld were ill-suited to meddle in the affairs of the living. Both Noah the deity and Wu Taidu could only remain in the realm of the living for a single day. Thank you for your teachings, Master, Mu Yang expressed with gratitude. A smile graced the aged face of Noah the deity as he waved his hand. Remember, the path of a warrior knows no bounds. Remain true to your heart, forge ahead bravely, and diligently enhance your strength. The forthcoming era belongs to you. It is time for us old bones to return to the heavenly realm and enjoy our rest. Rest assured, Master, I understand what must be done, Mu Yang replied, nodding with determination shining in his eyes. Noah the deity, seeing this, smiled in satisfaction. Deities, too, possess emotions. There exists no absolute dichotomy of right and wrong. A truly selfless deity does not exist. Mu Yang's fundamentally good nature, even with a hint of gray lurking within, would serve as his driving force, harmless and unproblematic. Were one to be devoid of desire, progress would be exceedingly difficult. Reflecting on the scene from centuries past when the son of the nameless alien Kadaz knelt before him, Noah the deity contemplated his previous decisions. Had the division of Kadaz's son, the formidable demon King Piccolo, stemmed from a lack of that inner desire, time drifts away like smoke. And Noah the deity sighed. Where in the world can one find a true innocent? He realized he had been too demanding of himself back then. Moments earlier, as Noah the deity provided Mu Yang with personalized instruction, Wu Taidu was also on the opposite side, imparting his centuries of wisdom to Sun Wukong. Beneath the coconut tree, Sun Wukong stood face to face with Wu Taidu. I just assessed your skills. It seems Wu Tian has taught you quite comprehensively. He hasn't tarnished his reputation as the god of martial arts. Due to the limited time today, I shall refrain from reiterating the details. I observed that aside from employing a technique known as Kamehameha, you also possessed the universal shockwave, which is indeed commendable. Today, I shall teach you 2 additional techniques. Please enlighten me, Master, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Excitement illuminating his expression. It is worth noting that both Kamehameha and Universal Shockwave are signature moves. One can only assume that the new techniques Wu Taidu intends to impart will be equally impressive. With this thought, he gazed at Wu Taidu with even greater reverence. The techniques I am about to teach you are called Ki, Cannon and Demon Seal Wave. Unlike your Universal Shockwave, both Ki Cannon and Demon Seal Wave possess immense power. But they are highly taxing on stamina, so be judicious in their application. Wu Taidu stated earnestly that Wu Taidu's ultimate techniques are twofold: the Universal Shockwave and the Ki Cannon. In times past, he imparted these techniques to both Master Roshi and Master Crane, who subsequently evolved them into Kamehameha and Dodon Ray. However, in comparison, Universal Shockwave and Ki Cannon are more formidable and deplete stamina at a greater rate, particularly the Ki Cannon, which, if overused, can lead to exhaustion akin to the Demon Seal Wave. I have taken note, Sun Wukong replied solemnly, his eyes sparkling with fervor. He had heard his master, Master Roshi, speak of these 2 techniques. Legend has it that the Demon Seal Wave is a compulsory sealing technique. Once ensnared, even energy far exceeding that of the caster cannot escape. Master Roshi himself possesses this technique, but refrains from teaching it due to its exorbitant cost for the Ki Cannon. It is a secret technique of the Crane School. Even Master Roshi has never mastered it. Yet its power is undoubtedly on par with the Universal Shockwave. The fact that Wu Taidu is personally imparting these 2 techniques fills Sun Wukong with immense excitement. After a while, having completed the transfer of techniques and demonstrating them, Wu Taidu is thoroughly pleased with Sun Wukong's innate talent. It seems that the Turtle School will have a worthy successor. Wukong, your talent is exceptional. Whenever you have the opportunity, visit the Korin Tower. It will greatly enhance your strength, Wu Taidu advised, glancing over at Noah the deity, who had ceased his activities and begun conversing. Signaling that the instruction was nearing its conclusion, Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, then turned to Wu Taidu at that moment. The fortune teller approached and announced, "Gentlemen, your time has come. Please follow me back to the underworld." Wu Taidu laughed heartily, nonchalantly joining Noah the deity. A whole day has passed so swiftly. Earth, dear Earth, it is time to bid farewell. Filled with nostalgia, both Wu Taidu and Noah the deity sighed as they walked towards the entrance of the underworld. Accompanied by the fortune teller, "Safe travels, esteemed masters," Mu Yang and Sun Wukong called out as they watched the figures of Wu Taidu and Noah the deity gradually fade into the distance. Finally exhaling deeply, "I never imagined that today I would have the chance to meet our masters," Mu Yang remarked. "Indeed," Sun Wukong replied, regaining his composure before asking, "Mu Yang, where do you plan to go next?" "And you?" Mu Yang countered. "I intend to heed Master Wu Taidu's advice and head to Korin Tower," Sun Wukong replied. "Then we shall travel together. I am heading there as well." Mu Yang smiled. "To be precise. Mu Yang's destination is the temple atop Korin Tower. He has already received a token from Noah the deity that grants him access to the temple. That small bell serves both as a token and a pass. Without that bell, even if one knew the temple floated above Korin Tower, they would be repelled by the mysterious forces surrounding it, unless one possessed the strength of a super scion or obtained another token or permission. Entry to the temple would remain forever out of reach. It seems we truly are on the same path. Shall we head over now?" Sun Wukong suggested. "Let us go." With that, Mu Yang bid farewell to the fortune teller, then ascended into the air, propelling himself towards the sacred land of Korin with a swift motion. Sun Wukong stood dazedly in place. "Hey, how did you just fly off? How can I possibly keep up with your speed?" he thought, somewhat disheartened. "We agreed to travel together, yet you took off alone." As a disciple of the Turtle School, he had never learned flight techniques. Sun Wukong chuckled wryly as he gazed at Mu Yang's figure disappearing into the clouds, collecting himself before sprinting after him. Instantly, a cloud of golden dust began to rise rapidly in the vast desert as Sun Wukong dashed towards the sacred land of Korin Tower. After a 6-month absence, Mu Yang once again set foot within the realm of Korin Tower. This time, he did not linger at the base but changed direction as soon as he could discern the tower's form. Accelerating straight towards the summit, with a whoosh, a powerful gust of wind trailed behind him, striking against the ivory tower. Mu Yang ascended vertically, the turbulent wind scattering the clouds surrounding Korin Tower, revealing a vast expanse of azure sky. Before long, the bulbous peak of Korin Tower appeared before him. "I have arrived," I can't believe it has only been a little over 6 months since my last visit. Mu Yang softly mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he slowed his pace to enter the second level of Corinne Tower. On the first floor of Corinne Tower, the sage was tending to a fire, preparing fresh seafood, occasionally flipping the fish and brushing sauce over them. Ever since Mu Yang had delivered a bounty of seafood, the sage's life had greatly improved, allowing him to indulge in culinary creativity and enjoy a much higher quality of life. Suddenly, the sage sensed a presence ascending Corinne Tower. He pondered what was happening lately, as visitors had been arriving frequently, and upon recognizing the visitor, he realized it was Mu Yang. Mu Yang, what brings you here? Do you believe you have met my expectations? He inquired, noticing that Mu Yang's energy had indeed surged significantly. The immortal squinted his eyes. It had been just over half a year since their last encounter. Yet he was suddenly astonished to discover that Mu Yang's aura had increased significantly. Tieste, truly worthy of his expectations, the lad possesses commendable talent. The immortal stroked his beard, secretly pleased with himself. Mu Yang smiled warmly and presented the string of bells given to him by the god of Noah. How did you come by this item? The immortal's eyes widened as he approached to take the bells from Mu Yang's hands. Scrutinizing them closely, the mysterious energy enveloping the bells was unmistakable. It bore the divine power of the deity, and the immortal promptly deduced its significance. He too possessed a similar string of bells, which served as a token to the temple. The divine power contained within the bells was irreplaceable, beyond imitation. How curious! How did this young lad acquire such a string of bells? Could it be that a bell from the mortal realm had been overlooked and fortuitously found by him? This was bestowed upon me by the god of Noah, Mu Yang explained. The immortal murmured, the god of Noah? Suddenly his eyes widened in realization. Are you speaking of a white-haired, white-bearded old man? That fellow has already passed away. Hasn't he? Mu Yang replied. I encountered him at the fortune-telling old woman's place. Consequently, Mu Yang recounted the events that unfolded during his visit to the fortune-teller. Upon hearing this, the immortal exclaimed, so it was at the fortune-teller's. That indeed poses no issue. The old woman is quite remarkable and well-connected in the underworld, and my goodness, I didn't expect the god of Noah to be unable to restrain himself and come to the mortal realm. Having lived for over 8 centuries, the immortal had witnessed several generations of deities. Thus, he held some understanding of why the god of Noah might venture into the mortal domain. Now that you have received a token from the god of Noah, the doors of the temple shall naturally open for you. By the way, the temple hovers above the Kylon Tower, and you are now qualified to enter. The immortal addressed Mu Yang. And how shall I gain entry to the temple? Mu Yang inquired, aware that there were 2 methods to ascend to the temple. One could either employ the formidable void technique or harness the power of the Rui stick. However, both methods would subject the individual to a trial by lightning during the ascent. Mu Yang believed his current mastery of the void technique fell short of the required standards to enter the temple. You will need an item known as the Rui stick. Once you place it atop the Kylon Tower, it will transport you to the temple. Suddenly, the immortal seemed taken aback, slapping his forehead. I forgot. I have already gifted that Rui stick to the turtle hermit. Therefore, I apologize, but you must retrieve the Rui stick yourself. I knew it would come to this. Mu Yang rolled his eyes. Kylon immortal, please tell me the whereabouts of the turtle hermit. Indeed, the turtle hermit resides in the East Sea, over 100 kilometers away from the mainland. In his turtle hermit's abode, the immortal licked his palm and relayed the turtle hermit's address to Mu Yang. Mu Yang nodded gently, committing the address to memory. However, he did not rush to the East Sea. Instead, he approached the charcoal fire and directly took a skewer of roasted fish that the immortal had placed there. The immortal, witnessing his carefully prepared food being consumed by Mu Yang, approached angrily. Hey, why are you eating my roasted fish when you should be seeking the Rui stick from the turtle hermit? Mu Yang replied nonchalantly, there's no rush. If I go alone to find the turtle hermit, he won't believe me. What if he refuses to give me the Rui stick? Therefore, I must wait for someone. The immortal's ears perked up. Who are you waiting for? You will find out shortly. He should be arriving at the Kylon sacred land now. Mu Yang understood that if he attempted to find the turtle hermit alone, given the latter's temperament, he would not readily part with the Rui stick. If the turtle hermit demanded that he collect photographs or albums of beautiful women from around the world as a condition, that would be quite troublesome. The champion of the world's foremost martial arts competition collecting albums of beautiful women would be a disgrace if it spread through the martial arts community or reached Mei Xia's ears. Thus, he intended to bring son Wukong along. Meanwhile, the hapless son Wukong, arriving at the Kailan's sacred land, was unaware that Mu Yang awaited him atop the Kailan Tower. He stood below, gazing in shock at the towering structure that seemed to touch the heavens. Swallowing hard, Sun Wukong encouraged himself and began to climb the Kailan Tower, soon disappearing into the clouds. Half an hour later, the immortal stood before a water tank, observing the scene within. Is this the person you were waiting for? He is far more formidable than you were when you first ascended. The immortal gazed in astonishment at the image of Sun Wukong, noting that the abilities displayed during his climb of the Kailan Tower surpassed even those of the Turtle Hermit and Mu Yang of yore. This is the result of the guidance from martial sage. Mu Yang too stood before the water tank, watching Sun Wukong's image with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Goodness, he has improved tremendously in just 1 day's time. He is the disciple of the Turtle Hermit. Having him accompany me to retrieve the Rui stick would surely yield success. As you wish. However, it seems this lad may be somewhat unfortunate in crossing paths with you. The immortal yawned. As Mu Yang clearly intended to play a trick on the boy, he waved his hand, indicating that as long as Mu Yang did not waste his fish, he cared not for the rest. Mu Yang smiled lightly, remaining silent. Another half-hour passed, and Sun Wukong finally exhaustedly reached the summit of the Kailan Tower. Upon arrival, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, only to find Mu Yang's cheerful face before him. Well done, you ascended rather swiftly. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, gasping, you were truly ungrateful, leaving me behind. Mu Yang laughed heartily, don't worry, I won't leave you behind this time. Come with me to the Turtle Hermit's abode. What? I just got up here, and now you want me to go back down? Sun Wukong's mouth fell open in disbelief as he stared at Mu Yang, his fingers trembling slightly. What on earth does this guy mean? Observing Sun Wukong's reaction, Mu Yang chuckled, I happen to need to retrieve something from your master, the Turtle Hermit, and I would like you to accompany me. If you doubt me, you can ask the Kailan Immortal. Besides, this is also a form of training, is it not? One must endure hardships to rise above others. A martial artist cannot be defeated by a mere setback. I trust you understand this principle. You. Sun Wukong's face turned pale as he nearly spat blood. How could there be such an unscrupulous person in the world? Meanwhile, the immortal nodded in agreement, clearly approving of the sentiment. Climbing the Kailan Tower repeatedly was indeed a form of training. The immortal was well aware of this. Otherwise, the original story would not have had Sun Wukong drop the 4-star ball from the Kailan Tower, compelling him to jump down and retrieve it. Though Mu Yang's intention to have Sun Wukong descend immediately upon his arrival was somewhat playful, the principle remained valid and would indeed benefit Sun Wukong's training. On this side, disregarding Sun Wukong's resistance, Mu Yang completely ignored him and pushed him toward the edge of the Kailan Tower. Hey, what are you doing? That's too dangerous. I'm telling you, jumping down is much faster than climbing up. You'll reach the ground in mere minutes. Mu Yang chuckled as he positioned Sun Wukong at the edge of the tower and gave him a gentle shove. A scream echoed as Sun Wukong plummeted from the tower top. I'm going to die, Mu Yang. I can't fly. As the speed of his descent increased, Sun Wukong's expression contorted. He vowed to keep his distance from Mu Yang in the future. This guy was too much of a trickster. Reflecting on how unfortunate he had been since encountering Mu Yang over the past few days, he couldn't help but feel exasperated as he watched Sun Wukong gradually disappear into the mist. Mu Yang turned to the immortal and flashed a bright smile. What do you think of this fellow? Not bad. He possesses far more resilience than you do, the immortal remarked, tapping his cane thoughtfully. Mu Yang grinned. When he returns, you must train him well. He has great potential and may very well become a master in the future. The immortal shot him a glance, lightly responding, training martial artists is my duty. Do I need you to remind me? I suppose I have overstepped, Mu Yang replied with a serene smile, and then jumped down from the high tower. The immortal watched as Mu Yang vanished from sight. Momentarily stunned, before returning to his grill, adding more charcoal, and placing fresh fish upon it. Speak candidly, rather than training others, it finds greater pleasure in preparing its own meals, along the shores of the East Sea. With the gentle caress of the sea breeze and the melodic calls of seabirds, it becomes evident that, as described in the original text, the distance from Kame House to the mainland is not particularly great. By the coast, Sun Wufan, lost in thought, clutched 2 withered beans in his hand, carefully storing them away. These mystical beans, known as Sinza beans, were a gift from Mu Yang, and he possessed only 3 in total. Having already used one. The Kame House of Master Rashi lay more than 100 kilometers to the east, surrounded by numerous small islands. Due to the treacherous reefs beneath the waves, large vessels could not approach. Only speedboats could navigate the waters. No need for such inconvenience. I can simply fly there, he declared. At this stage, engaging in long-distance runs or weightless repetitive physical exercises holds little significance. Rather, employing the technique of flight is itself an exercise in mastering qi, signifying that each stage emphasizes different aspects of training. Sun Wufan, momentarily at a loss for words, sighed despondently. But the problem is, I cannot perform the flight technique. I need to find a boat. Mu Yang looked at him with disdain. What boat? A simple plank will suffice. Look over there. I believe that would be quite suitable. Following Mu Yang's, Sun Wufan spotted a coconut tree as thick as a thigh. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he lamented, "Fine, if you say it will work. Then so be it." Sun Wufan had grown weary of arguing. It was merely a matter of lacking a boat. As long as there was a place to step, even a tree stump could navigate the vast ocean. Thus, he unleashed a wave of qi, dragging a section of coconut trunk into the water to serve as a makeshift raft. "Let us go," he called out, confirming Master Roshi's location before soaring toward Kame House. Soon, a splash erupted as Sun Wufan plunged into the water, and the two ventured further into the ocean. Shortly thereafter, a dark spot emerged on the surface of the water. It was a solitary little island. "Do you see that small island ahead? That is Kame House, where Master Roshi resides," Sun Wufan pointed out. At last, we have arrived. Following Sun Wufan's gesture, Mu Yang, with keen eyesight, discerned the outline of the island. A small landmass swaying upon the ocean, roughly 300 to 400 square meters in size, adorned with a pastel pink cottage and a few scattered coconut trees. Once we land, I need to discuss the matter of Master Mateto with the teacher. You can handle the topic of the Rui Bang, Sun Wufan stated in advance. That Mu Yang waved his hand dismissively. All right, just provide proof of my identity. Sun Wufan pursed his lips and fell silent. And soon they entered within a kilometer of Kame House, where everything on the island became vividly cleared. On the golden sandy beach, waves lapped at the shore, and in a shaded area, Master Roshi lay comfortably on a small bed. A rather unremarkable book draped over his face, in a deep slumber. Master Roshi, Master Roshi. Several calls roused him from his dreams, and he rubbed his eyes, focusing on the two figures before him. Wufan, did you not just depart? What brings you back? This, Sun Wufan cast a troubled glance at Mu Yang. Mu Yang cheerfully interjected. You must be the legendary Master Roshi. I am Mu Yang, a disciple of the Tianxin style. A disciple of the Tianxin style. Master Roshi smacked his lips in recognition. He was very familiar with that name, having heard it mentioned by Master Mateto hundreds of years ago. As he examined the young man standing beside his disciple, Master Roshi rubbed his eyes again. Oh, this young man is quite extraordinary. Whether through Mu Yang's stance or the regulation of his energy, Master Roshi sensed an enigmatic depth. It was a spiritual intuition, a remarkably strange feeling, as if the person before him was not truly present. Master Roshi's murky eyes suddenly cleared, and he regarded Mu Yang with a solemn expression. You possess the remarkable ability to perfectly conceal your energy. Master Roshi remarked in astonishment. This is the result of training under Kalen. Mu Yang replied with a subtle smile. You scaled the Kalen Tower. Master Roshi expressed surprise. Not only I, but Sun Wufan also ascended. We are here to request the Rui Bang. Mu Yang briefly recounted the events atop the Kalen Tower, while Sun Wufan supplemented with details regarding the fortune teller. Upon hearing that they had encountered Master Mateto, Master Roshi interrupted Sun Wufan. Wait, Wufan, you mentioned you met Master Mateto? Quickly, tell me more. Master Roshi's expression turned serious. Indeed, Sun Wufan nodded and elaborated. As Sun Wufan recounted his experiences, Mu Yang attentively observed Master Roshi, who appeared hunched, with a slightly disheveled white beard, exuding an aura of frailty. However, Mu Yang understood that this was merely superficial. Master Roshi's nearly 2 centuries of cultivation had honed his internal energy to perfection. The reason for his seemingly weak demeanor was due to the complete concealment of his energy. Suddenly, Mu Yang's gaze caught sight of a Dragon Ball hanging around Master Roshi's neck. A 3-star Dragon Ball. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Mu Yang's eyes. This was the second Dragon Ball he had encountered, and combined with the 6-star Dragon Ball held by Meishia, he was now aware of the whereabouts of 2 Dragon Balls. Casting a subtle glance, Mu Yang maintained his composure. It was not that he was not tempted by the power of the Dragon Balls. He too wished to gather them for a wish, but in this era, collecting all 7 proved exceedingly challenging. Originally, with the fortune teller's assistance, he had hoped to gather the 7 Dragon Balls, but the fortune teller had made it clear that she would not assist him in divination. And he found himself powerless. It seemed that to collect the Dragon Balls, he would have to wait for the arrival of Bulma or find Dr. Briefs to develop a Dragon Ball radar. Shaking his head, Muyang cast aside the thought of searching for the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Master Roshi had concluded his conversation with Sun Wukong and turned to Muyang with a serious expression. I understand your intentions. While I do not know the purpose behind your request for the Rui Bang, it originally belongs to Kalen, and if you wish to take it, it is only right that it returns to its rightful owner. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve it for you. With that, Master Roshi leaned on his staff and walked toward Kame House, despite his usual carefree demeanor that hinted at being an old lecher. When confronted with serious matters, Master Roshi became remarkably solemn, radiating the essence of a martial artist. Compared to the likes of Tao Pai Pai, whom he had previously defeated, the two were worlds apart. He truly deserved the title of God of Martial Arts. Muyang marveled at this, conversing with Sun Wukong along the beach. After a while, Master Roshi emerged holding a red staff. Here, take this. It is the Rui Bang, which I have kept for over 200 years, yet it has seen little use. Gratefully accepting the Rui Bang from Master Roshi's hands, Muyang nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Master Roshi. Master Roshi waved his hand dismissively. Call me Kame Sennin. Muyang paused, then smiled. Very well. Kame Sennin, we shall take our leave now. Wait a moment, Master Roshi called out. Muyang looked at him in confusion. Master Roshi continued. You are also a martial artist. I can see that your strength surpasses that of Wufan. Frankly, I previously believed Wufan to be the most exceptional martial artist I had encountered, but it seems there are heights yet to be reached. And the world contains talents such as yourself. When I trained under Master Mateto, I visited your Tianshin style. Your methods of cultivation are unlike any other, imbued with an air of profound mystery. Back then, I was too young to grasp the intricacies of it. Would you, perchance, allow me to sense your energy? Of course. Muyang readily agreed. As Master Roshi aged, he began to feel the innate limitations of being an earthling. Upon seeing Muyang, he was reminded of events from many years past, particularly the matters concerning the Tianshin style. After Muyang consented, he waited for a brief moment before suddenly releasing his control over his aura. Instantly, a formidable presence emanated from Muyang, enveloping those present with a unique pressure that transcended the ordinary. Master Roshi and Son Gohan were the first to be engulfed by this aura. While Son Gohan, having previously encountered Muyang's might, felt relatively unperturbed, Master Roshi was not so fortunate. Over 250 years old. His extensive experience made him acutely aware of the immense pressure brought forth by Muyang's extraordinary aura. It felt different. Unlike any martial arts he had ever encountered. It was profound and lingering. Though fierce, it was devoid of any wasteful energy, as if everything was under some form of control. This was the martial way most suitable for humanity. As Master Roshi absorbed the overwhelming aura emanating from Muyang, he murmured to himself, contemplating that had he practiced this method in his youth, he might have achieved even greater heights. However, such reflections were now too late. Having consumed the elixir of immortality, transcendence was no simple feat certainly. The reason Muyang's aura could evoke such awe in Master Roshi was not solely due to its strength. It was primarily the unique mental effects it produced. The Tianshin style's energy techniques are designed to nourish the body, integrating mental fortitude into the practice, an approach typically accessible only after reaching the divine realm. Moreover, Muyang was employing a newly revised Tianshin-style energy technique, refined by the god of Noah, rendering it far more profound than its predecessors. Divine flow would not be an exaggeration. After a while, Muyang gradually reigned in his aura. Master Roshi and Son Gohan remained ensconced in their earlier astonishment. Eventually, Master Roshi exhaled deeply, acknowledging, I can certainly perceive the distinctiveness of your Tianshin style. Should this entire set of techniques be disseminated, the martial world might once again ascend to its former pinnacle. In Master Roshi's mind, only the martial world of 250 years ago could be deemed the peak. As for the present, all martial artists merely resembled mudfish floundering in shallow waters. Muyang nodded noncommittally, yet internally disagreed. If the newly established Tianshin style merely allowed martial artists to revert to the era of the martial titan, it would be a gross underestimation of the god of Noah's efforts over the centuries. The method capable of elevating the average combat power of earthlings from below 5 to 20 should not be underestimated. If it could be widely adopted, surpassing the martial world of 250 years ago would pose no challenge whatsoever. Of course, no matter how excellent a training method may be, It cannot ensure that every individual becomes a remarkable warrior. Talent is an insurmountable barrier. Enduring hardship is a requisite for initial training. Achieving modest success is certainly feasible. However, the true extent of one's journey depends on whether one is suited to tread this path. Some are born warriors, some scientists, and others chefs. Forcing a warrior to become a chef to become a scientist, or a scientist to practice martial arts may lead to a fruitless endeavor, resulting in the failure of all three pursuits. Though he harbored such thoughts, Muyang chose not to voice them, nor did he have the inclination to correct Master Roshi's misjudgment. With matters concluded, he graciously and respectfully took his leave, stating, "Master Roshi, I shall take the Rui stick with me. Gohan and I have other matters to attend to, so I bid you farewell." Master Roshi nodded and turned to son Gohan, who stood nearby, saying, "Go to the Korin Tower and attentively heed the guidance of Master Korin. He is far more formidable than I am." "Yes, Master Wuten," son Gohan replied respectfully. Subsequently, Master Roshi watched as Muyang and son Gohan departed from the Kame house. Once the two became mere specks on the horizon, merging with the azure sky, Master Roshi sighed in contemplation before his expression shifted to a lecherous grin. He retrieved a little notebook adorned with indescribable illustrations and placed it over his head. Drifting off to sleep, this old man is hopeless. When Muyang and son Gohan returned to the top of the Korin Tower, only a day had passed since their departure. The sage took the Rui stick from Muyang, examining it carefully. After a moment, he nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is the item. Gohan, you stay on the first floor while I take Muyang to the entrance leading to the Divine Realm." He then proceeded to the second floor, with Muyang quickly following suit. Although son Gohan was curious, he understood that he had no role to play in that area, so he simply sat on the ground to rest. The second floor of the Korin Tower was not Muyang's first visit, yet he still felt it was excessively spacious. The area was open and unobstructed, supported by 12 intricately carved stone pillars, with no walls at the edges. Apart from a stone platform in the center holding the super holy water and a crystal ball floating above it to stabilize the Korin Tower, there were no other superfluous adornments. Muyang inquired of the sage, "How do we ascend to the top of the Korin Tower from here?" "Quite simply. You can use the flying technique, can't you?" "Follow me," the sage replied as he led the way to the edge of the second floor's railing. Extending his wooden staff outward, the sage adeptly leaped onto the outer side of the tower's curvilinear surface, then gracefully tilted his body, making his way toward the pinnacle. Observing this, Muyang employed the flying technique to follow suit. "Master Korin, given the curvature of the tower, does the uppermost level contain a similar substantial space as the first?" Muyang inquired casually while floating alongside the curving outer edge of the tower. The sage responded, "Indeed, there exists a third level within, which connects to the internal space of the crystal ball. It is where I cultivate the magical beans, accessible only through the crystal ball." Muyang nodded, resolving a lingering question in his mind. "Here we are. This is the spot." The sage halted at a golden, arc-shaped protrusion at the very top of the tower, resembling a small spire, with a small hole at its center designated for inserting the Rui stick. By inserting one end of the Rui stick into this small hole and loudly proclaiming for it to extend, it would carry you to the Divine Realm, although one might encounter lightning along the way. The sage paused for a moment before continuing. "Remember to wear your bell necklace. It serves as a token. Only upon seeing that will the overseer of the Divine Realm permit your presence. Otherwise, you will be treated as an intruder and cast down." "I understand," Muyang replied, having noted these essential points while reading the manga. The sage's reminder merely reinforced his impressions. That he then inserted the Rui stick into the designated spot at the tower's peak. Once secured, Muyang tightly grasped the Rui stick and, following the incantation, shouted, "Rui stick, extend." As soon as the words left his mouth, the stick radiated a crimson glow, indeed elongating at an ever-accelerating pace, swiftly whisking Muyang away into the cerulean sky. Watching as the figure of Muyang faded from view, the sage wiped his face with a paw, pondering, "This fellow should be able to pass the test, right? Ah, never mind. It's not my concern. He won't die from it. However, Master Roshi's disciple could use some honing." With that, the sage leisurely made his way back down to the first floor of the Korin Tower. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered in the sky. The Rui stick carried Muyang higher and higher. He was nearly beyond the atmosphere. Strangely, the surrounding air did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into numerous dark clouds. With a resounding crash, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck down upon Muyang, causing him to shudder and nearly lose his grip on the Rui stick. This space felt peculiar. It seemed he was no longer on Earth. Mu Yang wore a pained expression, his martial arts attire having been torn to shreds by the recent lightning strike. He had long understood that the path to the temple was fraught with challenges and trials, and he had mentally prepared himself for this. Now, all he could do was persist relentlessly, waiting to traverse this layer of alternate space before he could enter the dimension of the temple. Time passed slowly, and Mu Yang could scarcely recall how many times he had been struck by lightning. Each strike resonated through his body like popping beans, leaving him in a state of both discomfort and an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Finally, this arduous phase came to an end as the thick, dark clouds in the space abruptly dissipated, revealing a breathtaking azure vista once more. He was close now. Mu Yang's heart surged with excitement as he spotted a small red dot appearing in his line of sight. The higher realms were vast and ethereal, and in this space, neither belonging to Earth nor the outer cosmos, a hemisphere temple, vibrant as fire, floated timelessly. In truth, the temple was mobile, yet it had remained steadfastly in place for countless years. With a soft pop, the other end of the magic staff perfectly embedded itself into the base of the temple. Mu Yang turned and climbed up a staircase along the temple's edge. At last, he had arrived. This was the temple. Stepping onto the temple platform, Mu Yang inhaled deeply, filled with anticipation as he prepared to survey his surroundings, when suddenly a shadowy figure appeared silently before him. Greetings. Facing him was a dark-skinned figure clad in what resembled traditional Arabian garb, who waved in his direction. The two were mere inches apart, and the abrupt appearance of the figure startled Mu Yang. "Ah!" he exclaimed, instinctively stepping back, only to realize that this incredibly dark figure was none other than Bobo. Of course, besides the celestial beings, Bobo was the only other entity within the temple. However, Bobo's sudden appearance was remarkable. Mu Yang had just arrived, and yet Bobo had materialized without a trace. Could this truly be the state of a heart as still as water? It felt overwhelmingly tranquil, a state Mu Yang could not attain. Regaining his composure after the initial shock, Mu Yang returned the greeting. "Hello, this is my token." He knew that Bobo, having lived in the temple for an extensive period, likely possessed strength surpassing even the celestial beings. So he had prudently presented his token early on. Oh, this item. Bobo examined the bell closely, seemingly assessing its authenticity, which sent a wave of anxiety through Mu Yang. Could it be that Bobo did not recognize this bell? "I know you are a disciple of the Tianxin lineage," Bobo remarked after a prolonged silence. Mu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, this bell belonged to the previous celestial being. "Have you met him?" Bobo's eyes were devoid of expression, hollow yet perceptive. Mu Yang nodded. "Yes, the celestial being Noah has returned from the underworld, and he asked me to convey his regards to you." Follow me that we shall meet the celestial being." Perhaps due to the fact that Mu Yang held the token of the previous celestial being, Bobo did not test Mu Yang's abilities, but instead led him directly to meet the celestial being. Realizing this, Mu Yang followed closely behind Bobo towards the entrance of the palace on one side of the temple. As he walked, he observed the temple's layout, which was reminiscent of the grand depictions in comics. The temple in the celestial realm was remarkably spacious. Aside from a few rows of trees and golden palaces, there was an utter lack of life. This was due to the entire temple floating in an alternate layer of space. Surrounded by serene silence, those without permission could not enter without resorting to force. Just as Mu Yang was advancing in Bobo's wake, Bobo suddenly spoke. "Your name is Mu Yang, correct?" Mu Yang stiffened and nodded. "Yes, learn my way of walking. Your steps are too chaotic, your heart is unsettled." "This is not good." Bobo's tone was calm, even somewhat detached, although Mu Yang had already learned to control his aura during his time at Kalen Tower. He was still far from achieving true tranquility, akin to the calmness of the sky. "I appreciate the guidance," Mu Yang replied. Adjusting his stride. It was worth noting that even the mighty Sun Wukong had been thoroughly schooled by Bobo upon his initial arrival at the temple. And Mu Yang's cultivation was not on par with that of Wukong at that time. He was, in Bobo's eyes, inadequate. However, Mu Yang was fully aware of this and followed Bobo's instructions diligently, soon discovering the key to his movements. Bobo continued ahead, not turning back, yet he could sense the adjustments in Mu Yang's steps and heartbeat, leading him onward. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of a grand hall. Bobo stated, "This is the residence of the celestial being. He is a magnificent deity, and you must show him the utmost respect." Seeing Mu Yang nod in acknowledgement, Bobo pushed open the grand doors. Celestial being, I have brought the individual diamond, came a weary response as a green figure emerged from within the hall. It was the celestial being, originally a Namekian who had fled to Earth during a catastrophic climate disaster on Namek. The celestial being approached Mu Yang, gazing at the young man before him. Seemingly reminded of his own youth, that he nodded thoughtfully. It has been many years. You are the first mortal from the lower realms to set foot in the temple. Bobo, arrange for him to reside here. His training will be your responsibility. Understood, Bobo replied. Youth, training in the temple is no easy feat. I hope you can diligently follow Bobo and achieve further advancement, the celestial being said, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Mu Yang's handsome visage. I will strive to do my best, Mu Yang declared, radiating confidence. Very well. The celestial being was somewhat taken aback, surprised by Mu Yang's eagerness. He had anticipated that Mu Yang might insist on being his disciple. Yet the young man accepted Bobo as his trainer without hesitation. This nonchalance sparked a flicker of expectation within the celestial being regarding Mu Yang's future. Had Mu Yang been aware of the celestial being's thoughts, he would have protested vehemently, for he had known from the outset that Bobo would be his trainer. Bobo had served several celestial beings within the temple and possessed strength that surpassed even that of the celestial beings themselves. So Mu Yang felt a sense of anticipation regarding his training under Bobo. Thus, Mu Yang and Bobo departed the celestial being's dwelling, returning once more to the outer plaza. At this altitude, the air was even thinner than at the peak of Kalen Tower, necessitating careful consideration for every movement, as vigorous actions were ill-advised. Young man, now attack me, Bobo said, standing in the center of the plaza without any preamble, initiating the training directly. Mu Yang's eyes sparkled with determination. Bobo's straightforwardness resonated with him, for he was not one to engage in idle chatter. Bobo, be careful. I am about to strike. Just call me Bobo. All right, Bobo, here I come. As soon as Mu Yang's words fell, his focus sharpened entirely on Bobo. With a swift motion, he left a series of afterimages in his wake and quickly sought an opening for his attack. However, he found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. Despite Bobo standing casually, without any defensive posture, Mu Yang sensed an overwhelming aura of invulnerability surrounding him. Any assault he contemplated seemed utterly futile. This sensation had been encountered before with the celestial being Noah. Yet Bobo exuded a simplicity that felt profound. It was not that Bobo was stronger than Noah. Rather, he had honed his foundation to an extraordinary degree. Was this the essence of Bobo's mastery? Such composure stemmed from a vast disparity in strength. Mu Yang's expression grew serious. Suddenly, Mu Yang made his move. The flickering afterimages momentarily stilled as he crouched low and launched himself like a bolt of lightning toward Bobo's figure. A bit slow, Bobo remarked, just as Mu Yang's fist was about to connect. With his hands behind his back and an impassive expression, Bobo effortlessly shifted from one position to another, allowing Mu Yang's strike to pass harmlessly by. If you wish to land a hit, you must calm your mind and grasp the speed of lightning. Bobo's voice echoed in his ears, the first half reaching his right ear and the latter half arriving at his left. The eerie switch of channels revealed just how swift he was. Mu Yang was taken aback, greatly admiring Bobo's prowess. With merely this single maneuver, he had already delivered a resounding warning. Here it comes. A sudden, inexplicable alertness surged within him. Before Mu Yang could react, Bobo reappeared directly in front of him, his toes raised, delivering a kick to Mu Yang's abdomen. Instantly, a tremendous force propelled Mu Yang into the air. Tracing a trajectory across the sky, just as he was about to land, Bobo materialized again, almost spectrally. Right here, Mu Yang twisted his body, launching an attack. Smack! A hand grasped Mu Yang's leg, and Bobo, with an impassive expression, flung him away once more. Mu Yang stumbled and fell to the ground, but quickly regained his footing. I'll come at you again. You're far from it, Bobo replied, shaking his head in a daze. His fingers curling slightly, sending Mu Yang flying again. Ouch, that hurts, Mu Yang cried out in dismay. Do not let overconfidence cloud your judgment. Your realm is still insufficient. That a mind as tranquil as still water is not as simple as you imagine. It is best for you to begin your training from the fundamentals. Bobo spoke languidly, then began to instruct Mu Yang on the methods of cultivation. Bobo's approach to guidance contrasted sharply with that of celestial beings, who preferred to let others grasp the essence of cultivation through action. In contrast, Bobo was direct, pinpointing the crux of the issues. This was because celestial beings typically dealt with martial artists at relatively lower levels of cultivation, where the key points were not deeply profound, allowing for personal insight through careful contemplation. More importantly, this practical approach also nurtured the learning capabilities of martial artists, ushering them into the grand realm of cultivation. However, Bo, residing within the temple, occupied a higher plane. Without direct guidance, one could spend decades attempting to grasp even the slightest semblance of understanding, a futile endeavor that it was akin to the different stages of learning. In elementary education, the focus is on teaching students how to be individuals and fostering independent learning, imparting methods of study. Yet in secondary and especially tertiary education, the emphasis shifts towards directly imparting specific knowledge, with fewer educators teaching students how to learn. This is because, through the process of elimination, the inadequately skilled and those unfit for learning have already been weeded out. What remains are the survivors, those adept at absorbing existing knowledge. Subsequently, under Bo's tutelage, Muyang embarked on his journey of cultivation within the temple. In the vast, boundless void, a hemispherical structure, resplendent in red and reminiscent of Incan culture, floated solitary amidst the gentle clouds and sparse air. On the expansive plaza, Muyang sat quietly upon a stone slab, his eyes closed, his demeanor serene, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Beside him, Bo stood silently, his calm gaze unwavering. You have already learned to restrain your breath from Chiron. Next, you must learn to sense it. Simply sit in stillness like this, beginning with mental discipline. When you comprehend the essence of swift as lightning, tranquil as the sky, your speed and movements will transform, and your breath will contract to a minimal state. Thump, thump, thump. With each faint tremor, Muyang, eyes shut, seemed to hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart. He immersed himself in the realm of understanding imparted by Bo suddenly. The surrounding sensations shifted entirely. He felt as if he had taken flight, that it was as though he stood upon a tranquil lake, its surface pristine and reflective, mirroring the scenery in perfect clarity. In the stillness, he beheld reflections as beautiful as a celestial paradise. In the clarity, every detail was captured, revealing the splendor of nature. Also serene, peaceful, and harmonious, he could distinctly feel his body undergoing a metamorphosis, a surge of power seemingly elevating him significantly. Yet in reality, his energy remained unchanged. This was merely a psychological effect, as his spirit underwent a profound transformation. Indeed, just like that. Continue to attune yourself to your third perspective while you remain seated here. I will elaborate further on the spirit of martial arts. Bo spoke slowly. The sensation of breath is not merely about standing before someone and gauging their energy intensity. That is the most rudimentary and coarse form of understanding. When another's energy reaches a certain level, even an ordinary martial artist can roughly gauge their opponent's strength. True breath sensation involves closing your eyes and being able to anticipate your opponent's movements. It is even about merging with nature, perceiving all that surrounds you. The reaction time of the naked eye pales in comparison to that of the mind. Thus, using your spirit to perceive serves as a more effective means of exhibiting power. Moreover, the limitations of the naked eye are many. Both excessive brightness and darkness can impair a martial artist's judgment. Therefore, transcending the limitations of sight to perceive actions through breath is a further elevation. This system proves remarkably effective for most races within the universe. Bo produced a ribbon, instructing Muyang to cover his eyes. Next, attempt to locate my position while completely blind. Begin by sensing the breath I emit. Bo articulated each word, gesturing before Muyang, his fingertips intermittently releasing bursts of energy. Bo's control over energy was nearly flawless. When not released, it was as if it were non-existent, yet when unleashed, it cascaded like a waterfall, powerful and overwhelming. Instantly, the tranquil surface of Muyang's inner lake rippled slightly, and he keenly sensed that beneath his feet, the previously serene reflection of the lake began to twist in small circles. The once magnificent natural scenery suddenly bore signs of distortion. You should be able to sense it now. You can make judgments based on sound, airflow, and vibrations, ultimately gleaning insights to learn to perceive through energy. Bo's voice remained as calm as ever, seemingly detached from the mundane world. Yet Muyang could still sense the kindness within. Bo's guidance was given with utmost dedication. Muyang listened intently, committing each of Bo's words to memory. Bo's comprehension of energy and mental state far surpassed that of those from the lower realms. Every word and action carried the profundity of a higher understanding. Thus, time gradually slipped by as Mu Yang engaged in his cultivation within the temple, his perceptual abilities steadily enhancing in the lower realm. In a remote village, dense woods enveloped the area, and towering mountains loomed. Clip-clop, clip-clop, the driver urged the horse-drawn carriage along the winding mountain path. Suddenly, a stone was dislodged from the trail, flying off the edge of a cliff, quickly vanishing from sight, beneath the cliffs nestled between the mountains. A gray-white stone door trembled slightly, shedding a cascade of gravel. This door was adorned with bizarre patterns, its surface cracked, as if it had stood in this valley for countless years. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the stone door shook once more, a fissure appearing between the tightly shut panels, slowly parting. A green creature with pointed ears cautiously emerged from the crack, glancing at the blazing sun hanging in the sky. Upon being bathed in sunlight, the creature emitted a shrill cry, seemingly startled, and swiftly retreated. After a considerable period, more creatures of the same kind, emboldened, cautiously ventured out of the door. The little valley instantly buzzed with activity. Within the temple, as the door swung open, the aged deity stood at the edge, his expression shifting suddenly. "Deity, has something transpired in the lower realm?" Bobo inquired with concern. The deity sighed and nodded. "A portal connecting to a minor demon realm in the lower realm has been opened. Fortunately, there are no powerful demons nearby. Earth is a remarkable place, serving as a conduit to the underworld, the demon realm, and other mysterious domains. In ancient times, humans on Earth were frequently harassed by other races, leading to the development of martial arts. Although these portals have been systematically closed through the efforts of ancient Earth's ancestors, remnants of pathways occasionally re-emerge over the long passage of time. The minor demon realm lingers around Earth, an auxiliary space of the demon realm. Deity, should I close the portal? Bobo asked. The deity shook his head. No need to worry. They are merely minor demons, incapable of stirring much trouble. By the way, how is Mu Yang's cultivation progressing? The deity was unconcerned about the minor demons, focusing instead on Mu Yang's development. He has gradually grasped the essence of breath. Truly, he is worthy of being the descendant of the Noah deity. Cultivate him well, as the lower realm requires a formidable martial artist. Indeed, I will ensure he receives thorough training. Indeed, O celestial being, Kalen has sent me a message informing me of an exceptionally skilled martial artist in her realm, who has applied to be brought to the temple in due course. At this moment, Bobo spoke of the matters concerning the Kalen Tower, revealing that a celestial being had recently sent him a request to elevate Sun Wukong to the temple. Then let them come forth, remarked the celestial being, a smile gracing his aged, wrinkled visage. For over 250 years, no one had qualified for ascension to the temple. Yet now, two candidates had emerged almost simultaneously. The temple had remained tranquil for centuries. The last time it experienced such vibrancy was during his contest for the position of celestial being with another. In that competition, the celestial being Noah ultimately chose him as his successor. Reflecting on the calamity that ensued from his desire to ascend, a pang of guilt washed over the old celestial being. Had it not been for him, the great demon Piccolo would not have ravaged the lower realms, and the martial arts in the earthly domain would not have faced such a dire decline. All of this was intertwined with his actions. Over 2 centuries had passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was time for him to contemplate the search for a worthy successor. Time flows indifferently, oblivious to the years. At this moment, Mu Yang had been cultivating in the temple for an entire year. During this period of rigorous training, under Bobo's guidance, Mu Yang grasped the swiftness akin to lightning and cultivated a serenity reminiscent of the vast sky, learning to sense others' movements through their aura. To facilitate this training, Bobo transported Mu Yang to a small chamber within the temple, utilizing a machine to teleport him to a unique training environment, one that was not of Earth's realm but a fabricated space. Reminiscent of a dreamscape, entirely manipulable to Bobo's needs. This marked the transition from theory to practical application. Within that illusory realm, Mu Yang found himself fishing in a serene valley, accompanied by birds, the placid lake's surface mirroring the tranquility of his heart, allowing him to comprehend the profound essence of serenity. After achieving this mental state, he then entered another illusion to withstand the onslaught of lightning, thereby attaining a speed akin to lightning itself. Of course, in reality, his speed did not quite match that of true lightning. On this particular day, after concluding his training, Mu Yang immersed himself in a luxurious hot spring. The water within these springs was no ordinary water. It had been purified by the temple's powers, allowing him to wash away fatigue and rejuvenate his body, nurturing his physical form. This was perfectly harmonious with the heavenly heart flow martial arts that Mu Yang practiced. The delicate streams of water cascaded over him as he rose from the spring, droplets clinging to the tips of his damp hair. Wiping the misty mirror, he beheld a fresh and elegant figure, a young man with dark hair. His eyes sharp and piercing like those of a hawk, exuding an aura of intimidation. Unbeknownst to him, his battle power had surpassed 200. Mu Yang chuckled softly. During this time, his greatest achievement was not merely the enhancement of his combat prowess, but a comprehensive elevation of his overall character. Having undergone various training regimens within the temple, he had developed a composure capable of confronting any adversity. On Earth, he had nearly reached an invincible state, although he was immensely satisfied with his progress. The thought of the vast universe, where even the minions under Frieza boasted power levels exceeding 1,000, ignited a fierce sense of urgency within him. Upon entering the temple's plaza, a figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform was sent flying. Landing before Mu Yang. Instinctively, Mu Yang raised his leg and delivered a swift kick, sending the individual further away. Came the cry of distress. Oh, Sun Wukong, you seem quite disheveled. Mu Yang remarked. It's one thing for you not to catch me, but to kick me as well. Sun Wukong lamented as he struggled to rise from the ground. Having just arrived at the temple, he was undergoing training under Bobo, enduring similar hardships to those Mu Yang had faced a year prior. And now, even the only person he recognized here was bullying him. Mu Yang retorted disdainfully, this is merely fundamental training. I am assisting you. I mastered these techniques in no time. Bobo added, indeed. Sun Wukong's progress pales in comparison to Mu Yang's. Sun Wukong stammered, regardless, I simply cannot learn it. What does it mean to comprehend various realms? I have never encountered such concepts before. Mu Yang, have you completed all your current training? Bobo inquired casually. I have essentially mastered it. Mu Yang replied, exuding confidence. Bobo nodded, stating, then, starting tomorrow, we shall embark on a new training regimen. I will ensure that you both become competent warriors in the shortest time possible. And Sun Wukong, you must strive to keep pace. Oh, Sun Wukong replied dejectedly. A new training program. Mu Yang's lips curled into a slight smile, filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. As the sun and moon danced in the heavens, time sped by. The following day, Bobo led Mu Yang down the winding corridors of the temple. Mu Yang had traversed this corridor numerous times, and as they descended, grand doors appeared every few meters, each leading to an independent space designated for the trials of martial artists. One could only imagine the immense effort the great deity had invested in constructing this temple. Mu Yang followed closely behind, yet Bobo showed no signs of stopping. Bobo, if we continue downward, we shall reach the end. Mu Yang could no longer contain himself. We shall arrive shortly, Bobo replied, hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely ahead. This is a special training ground I have prepared for you. You must train diligently within. As they approached the temple's depths, Mu Yang speculated, could Bobo be leading him to the room of spirit and time? It seemed the only place within the temple that aligned with Bobo's description. The room of spirit and time has a time flow several hundred times faster than the outside world. One day outside equates to 1 year inside. Moreover, it is said that the air is thin, with temperatures fluctuating between -40 and 50 degrees Celsius, and the gravity is 10 times that of Earth, conditions that could be deemed exceedingly harsh for anyone. To endure a solitary year in such a vast, desolate environment would present a monumental challenge to one's psyche. Those with weak wills or unfocused minds might easily succumb to hallucinations, especially regarding the food inside. It would be an exaggeration to describe it as delicious. If Bobo were indeed taking him to the room of spirit and time, one could foresee that the upcoming year would be more arduous than what Sun Wukong would face. Yet, the overlapping functionalities of the room of spirit and time, with his accelerated space, left him feeling vexed. However, Bobo's subsequent actions dispelled his assumptions. Their destination was not the room of spirit and time. We have arrived. This is the place, Bobo announced before a colossal door, which he promptly opened, revealing a pitch-black void within. Mu Yang halted, curiosity piqued as he inquired, what is this place? Step inside. This is your trial ground. It is fraught with peril, and you must defeat the strongest being within to emerge safely, so proceed with caution. Realizing that Bobo had described the interior as fraught with peril, Mu Yang felt a chill run down his spine, yet he stepped forward with resolve. Bang! The massive door slammed shut the moment Mu Yang entered, isolating him in a new realm, another trial space. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he found himself engulfed in darkness. losing all sense of his surroundings. When he regained consciousness, he discovered himself in an ancient forest. The dense foliage surrounded him, the air refreshing, as a light mist hung over the lush greenery. Water cascaded over moss-covered stones, while birds perched on branches, emitting a melodic call. An illusion. Muyang frowned, instinctively associating it with Bobo's machine-generated training environments. Drawing from his previous experiences with illusion training, he quickly discerned that he was indeed in another fabricated world. However, unlike typical illusions, this one was remarkably lifelike, nearly indistinguishable from the real world. At this moment, Muyang chose not to employ his floating technique but instead walked down the mountain path, intent on understanding the dynamics of this illusion. Bobo had tasked him with defeating the strongest entity in this realm. In other words, within this illusory realm, there exist adversaries that one cannot currently conquer. Otherwise, it would not be deemed a trial. Bobo's original words were, "Only after you have vanquished the strongest within can you emerge." So tread carefully. Bobo's admonition to be cautious indicates that the opponent's strength surpasses his own by a considerable margin. Contemplating this, Muyang felt a surge of fighting spirit ignite within him. Due to his inherently exceptional qualities, Muyang's training over the past few years had been remarkably smooth sailing. Particularly after unlocking the acceleration space, a fortuitous ability, he had scarcely encountered any setbacks. The most arduous battle he faced was during his initial confrontation with Tao Bai Bai. Nevertheless, he ultimately triumphed through the power of the Senza Beans. It could be said that, until this day, the martial artists of Earth could no longer keep pace with Muyang's progress. Yet, he had not truly faced adversity. Gradually cultivating a sense of invincibility and solitude, he yearned for a battle of equal footing, not out of any masochistic tendencies, but rather to test the fruits of his training. Engaging an enemy in combat is fundamentally different from sparring with Bobo, as it would further awaken Muyang's latent potential. As he traversed the mountain path, Muyang emerged from the forest into a modestly populated town. The townsfolk hurriedly scurried about, burdened with large bundles, seemingly fleeing in panic. Muyang grasped the hand of one individual. "Fellow villager, what is happening here? Where is everyone rushing off to?" The person, eyes wide with alarm, replied to Muyang's kind inquiry. "Run. The demon is coming. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Releasing the individual's hand and observing their stumbling retreat, Muyang pondered, "A demon? Is this my trial?" With that thought, he closed his eyes to sense the air around him, and indeed, there was a palpable aura of malevolence pervading the atmosphere. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing within them. Silently he declared, "It has arrived." Sure enough, from the far end of the town came the anguished cries and the wails of children. Muyang's figure flickered, appearing in an instant at the other side of the town. Before him stood a grotesque creature, cloaked in dark green scales, reminiscent of both a dinosaur and a monstrous bird, radiating an aura of wickedness. This was the demon. Its combat power hovered around 100. Muyang sensed its energy, estimating its fighting capacity. Just as he arrived, he beheld the creature in the midst of its atrocities. Gulp. The dinosaur-like demon opened its cavernous maw and swallowed a human whole, chewing briefly before unleashing a torrent of flames, igniting several nearby thatched roof houses. Delightful. Now to fulfill the command of the Dark Lord. Foolish humans, how splendid it would be to obediently submit to the will of the king. The dragon demon raised its head, spewing forth a blazing inferno. Instantly, a portion of the town transformed into a hellish landscape, filled with the sound of countless screams. "Help! Is there anyone who can save me? I don't want to die. Mother, I'm scared. It's so hot, so painful." Many were engulfed in flames, writhing on the ground in their death throes. Witnessing this, the fleeing townsfolk were gripped by even greater terror. Some had abandoned their belongings to escape, with many forsaking their wives and children in their haste. "Damn it!" a commanding voice rang out, as Muyang appeared before the crowd, first delivering a kick to send the cowardly individuals who had abandoned their families flying. He then approached the dragon demon, and upon seeing the injured groaning in agony, a fierce anger flared within him. A powerful energy wave surged forth, striking with such swiftness that the arrogant dragon demon was momentarily caught off guard. With a thud, the energy wave penetrated its chest. The demon's grotesque head wore a look of disbelief, its eyes gradually dimming. "How could I perish at the hands of such a lowly human? The Dark Lord will not spare you." "Humph," Muyang scoffed, releasing another barrage of energy waves, each a dazzling spectacle of light. The demon's head disintegrated into a cloud of azure smoke. The Dark Lord is the superior of this demon. It was easy to deduce from the scene before him that Bobo had transported him to a world ravaged by the demon race. Here, human life was as expendable as grass, where demons preyed upon the innocent, and that Dark Lord was most likely the entity he must defeat. Hero, thank you for slaying the demon and saving us all. You must be the legendary martial artist, for only a martial artist possesses the power to vanquish demons. The panicked residents of the town, witnessing the demon's demise, flocked to him, showering him with praise. Their obsequiousness causing Mu Yang to frown, especially those who had previously abandoned their families to flee, now prostrating themselves before him, only deepening his displeasure. He commanded, "Silence. Speak. What has transpired here?" He pointed to a random villager. The villager, momentarily stunned, seemed unsure whether to be bewildered by Mu Yang's selection or to question why the esteemed figure before him appeared so uninformed. However, fearing to provoke the mighty presence, he cautiously responded, "My lord, the entire world is now under the dominion of the demon race. These demons are brutal and bloodthirsty, taking pleasure in the slaughter of humans. Although the martial artists have united, they remain no match for the demon race. There is no safe haven left in the world. We can only cling to survival, fleeing to wherever we might find refuge." Mu Yang nodded, not doubting that the villager would deceive him regarding such grave matters. As there was no need for subterfuge, he comprehended that humanity in this world might indeed be on the brink of despair. Just moments ago, that demon possessed a combat power of around 100. How many more of its kind could there be? Even if humans were formidable, they could not contend with the demon race. Continue. The villager swallowed hard, now viewing Mu Yang as a reclusive sage. Isolated from worldly affairs, the number of demons is virtually limitless. In our battles against them, the martial artists have suffered defeat after defeat, with countless masters perishing on the battlefield, especially the Demon Lord, King Piccolo, who is unmatched. Wait, did you say King Piccolo? Hearing that familiar name, Mu Yang's expression flickered momentarily. Yes, yes, the villager answered anxiously. King Piccolo. This name resonated profoundly with Mu Yang. Upon hearing it from the villager's lips, he suddenly realized the world to which Bobo had sent him. This was indeed a realm shaped by the cataclysm that transpired over 250 years ago. Recalling the scene from the animation where Sun Wukong trained in the temple and was sent back in time by Bobo to meet Master Mateto, Mu Yang understood he was experiencing something similar. I see now. Mu Yang gestured to the villager, his understanding crystallizing that he ceased further discussion with him and took to the skies, swiftly making his way toward the Corin Tower in this world. If this world was indeed modeled after King Piccolo's reign, then it must still be Earth, with the Corin Tower and the existence of the gods. As for whether the temple existed, he was uncertain. However, based on his faith in the miraculous nature of the temple's chambers, he believed it had been fashioned in accordance with historical events. This raised a pressing question. King Piccolo, in his prime, must possess a combat power of at least 260. Mu Yang was undoubtedly no match for him. Thus he needed to seek assistance. Bobo, you have presented me with a formidable challenge. The strength of King Piccolo is something I cannot rival at this moment. Bobo had stipulated that the condition for his return was to defeat the strongest entity within this illusory realm, and aside from the uncertain existence of the temple, the undisputed strongest being here was indeed King Piccolo. With a swish, a bright streak cut through the void, revealing scenes of devastation that resembled a hellish nightmare. Black smoke billowed, flames soared, and countless lives were subjected to the demon's merciless slaughter. A sense of malevolence hung thick in the air. Mu Yang furrowed his brow, a thought flashing through his mind. Strange, the cataclysm in history does not seem to have been as brutal as what I see before me, according to his understanding of the narrative. It was King Piccolo himself who instigated the terror that enveloped the world. However, his subordinates did not possess as many demons as the scene before him suggested. It seemed as if the number of demons in this world had been artificially adjusted, multiplied several times over. Yet, pondering such matters was futile at this moment. Focusing his mind, Mu Yang began to accelerate, and soon the Kalen Tower appeared before him. Ascending along the tower structure, Mu Yang reached its pinnacle. At this juncture, besides the immortal, there was another individual present, a man with a white beard clad in a white martial arts uniform. He was the martial sage conducting research on the demon's sealing wave atop the Kalen Tower. Who are you? The immortal was startled by Mu Yang's sudden appearance, his plump figure displaying a demeanor of heightened vigilance. Kalen immortal and martial sage, Mu Yang leaped into the training ground, his gaze fixed intently upon the two. Compared to the immortal and martial sage he was familiar with, The two before him exuded identical auras and energy attributes that it was as if this illusory world had captured a segment of authentic history and replicated it. "Do you recognize us?" After a brief moment of confusion, the immortal, having detected the human essence emanating from Mu Yang, regained his composure to some extent. "Your reputations are quite formidable. I have a modicum of knowledge about you." Mu Yang replied noncommittally. Reflecting on the immortal's earlier fright, he wondered if such a reaction had ever occurred in the chronicles of history. The immortal squinted at Mu Yang, expressing astonishment. "I never anticipated that there existed a young man as powerful as you in this world. It truly defies my expectations. Perhaps only you can stand as a rival to the great Demon King Bick and another monster." "Another monster? I thought there was only the great Demon King Bick." Mu Yang inquired in confusion. "Oh, do you not know? There are two monsters wreaking havoc in the world below." "What?" Mu Yang was taken aback. Aside from the great Demon King Bick, there was indeed another monster. How could this be possible? Was the history he knew merely a fabrication? Suddenly, Mu Yang realized that this world might not be an entirely faithful representation of historical facts, but rather had undergone special modifications. From the immortal's words, this hypothesis seemed to be firmly substantiated. Without a doubt, all of this was the handiwork of Bobo. Truly, in society, Bobo is a force to be reckoned with, a man of few words but great resolve. His pure heart might be as deeply opaque as his skin, leaving Mu Yang at a loss for how to repay the trust he had placed in him. One great demon king was already overwhelming. And now there was another. At that moment, the martial sage approached, seeing Mu Yang's bewilderment, and elucidated, "There are two demon kings causing chaos in the lower world. In addition to the great demon King Bick, there is another demon named Maruku, who unleashed the demons from the demon realm after opening the portal. Mu Yang realized. No wonder there are so many demons. It would be impossible for only the great demon King Bick to generate such numbers. There exists another demon king. Suddenly enlightened, he felt the situation had become dire. Merely contending with the great demon King Bick alone was already beyond his capacity. Now, with an additional demon king, he considered withdrawing entirely. "Youth, I hope you can join forces with me to save this world," the martial sage earnestly invited. Mu Yang regarded him calmly, refraining from hastily agreeing, instead questioning, in light of such significant events occurring in the lower world. Do the celestial beings of the temple remain indifferent? In the original narrative, it was due to the symbiotic relationship between the great demon King Bick and the celestial beings, coupled with the fact that Bick did not possess the capability to annihilate the entire world, that the celestial beings and Bobo chose not to intervene. However, now that another demon had entered the fray and humanity was on the brink of extinction, could the temple truly stand idly by? What perplexed Mu Yang was that both the immortal and the martial sage appeared puzzled upon hearing his words. "Young man, what is this temple you speak of?" "Huh?" Mu Yang's lips twitched as he grasped the layout of this world. It turned out there was no temple at all. "No, it's nothing." Mu Yang shook his head, no longer fixating on the issue of the temple. He turned to the martial sage. "Are you planning to research sealing techniques to confront the great demon King Bick?" "I have such intentions, but the techniques I am currently studying can only be used against the great demon King Bick. There is no method available to counter Maruku. The release of the demon sealing wave requires a tremendous expenditure of physical strength. Almost a life-for-a-life gamble. Before your arrival, I was nearing despair regarding the future of this world. Fortunately, in this critical moment, a strong human has emerged, ensuring that I would not sacrifice myself without anyone left to confront Maruku. May I learn from you?" "Of course." The martial sage's eyes brightened, cautiously stating, "The technique I am attempting to create is called the demon sealing wave. However, it possesses a fatal flaw. Once the caster releases the demon sealing wave, they are nearly guaranteed to perish alongside the sealed entity." "You articulate your points clearly." Mu Yang regarded him with surprise. When it comes to matters of life and death, one must indeed be forthright. After hearing this, a hint of admiration crossed Mu Yang's face. To be candid, had he been in the same position, he might not have disclosed such sensitive information. In comparison, only a martial artist of such noble character as the martial sage would be worthy of ascending to paradise after death. Then, Kalen Immortal, how formidable is this demon named Maruku compared to the great demon King Bick? The combat prowess of the great demon King Bick is approximately 260. Since Maruku can wreak havoc in the world alongside Bick and cause such significant destruction, he must be exceptionally powerful as well. Very strong. His strength may even surpass that of the great demon King Bick. The immortal replied with a bitter expression, as far as I know, the great demon King Bick and Maruku have had brief contact. After which their factions became distinctly divided, maintaining a certain tacit understanding. However, in terms of territory, Maruku's domain is somewhat larger, encompassing about 60%. Thus, it can be deduced that Maruku's strength is certainly greater than that of the great demon King Bick, though not by a vast margin. Otherwise, they would not be able to maintain such a tacit understanding. Indeed, the immortal concurred with Mu Yang's assessment. Mu Yang nodded. Beginning to organize his thoughts, Bobo's directive was for him to defeat the strongest entities within this world. This notion of defeat surely did not refer to mere sealing. It implied a direct and honorable slaying of the opponent. Otherwise, this so-called trial would lose its significance. Naturally, Mu Yang still intended to learn the demon sealing wave, along with the heaven-shocking palm and key cannon. Drawing inspiration from others can yield great rewards. These techniques are immensely powerful and can provide a reference for Mu Yang's future development. The pressing priority was to hasten his training. Every moment in the lower realm was fraught with slaughter, and time was not on their side. The martial sage stroked his beard, his expression urgent. Although cultivation cannot be achieved instantaneously, they truly could not afford to delay. Yes, we cannot afford any more delays. We must swiftly develop methods to counter those two demon kings. The immortal realized, ceasing to engage in fruitless discussions with Mu Yang, no longer probing into his origins. To him, as long as Mu Yang was human, that was sufficient. The peaceful aura surrounding him signified that he was a valuable ally for humanity. Observing the immortal and the martial sage resumed their discussions on the research of the demon sealing wave. Mu Yang quietly stood by, empathetically understanding their sentiments, despite reminding himself that all of this was merely an illusion, and that the two individuals before him were merely specialized NPCs. The authenticity of sensations such as breath, fear, hunger, fatigue, and even pain rendered the term illusion inadequate. This was, in essence, an alternative reality. He wondered whether sustaining injuries or dying here would also translate to real harm or death, given his current strength. He could not hope to contend with even the great demon King Bick alone, let alone face a potentially stronger Maruku. Amidst the stimulation of various sensory nerves, Mu Yang felt a shiver of genuine urgency wash over him. Perhaps this situation represented the greatest challenge he had ever faced. Yet, even in the face of such challenges, he felt no fear. If it was a challenge, then let it come with greater ferocity. The flames of determination ignited within his eyes. In the days that followed, Mu Yang remained atop the Kalen Tower, training alongside the martial sage. Although his strength had surpassed both the martial sage and the immortal, he still gleaned much from their teachings. Particularly, their accumulated experience in developing new techniques was invaluable and not inherently tied to one's own strength. Each night, Mu Yang would activate the acceleration space, continuing his training within, as the rich energy enveloped his body, replenishing the exhaustion from the day. This moment, his ability to activate the acceleration space had significantly enhanced compared to before, with a fourfold increase in time. Mu Yang essentially had an entire extra day for cultivation compared to others. Magic sealing wave. Without any warning, a dark green spiral energy appeared in the training grounds of Kailinta, swirling in the air as if distorting space itself. However, it only lasted for a brief moment before the green energy seemed to lose its power, dissipating like a fleeting dream. Cough. Wu Taidu was drenched in sweat, his complexion turning pale. Observing this, Mu Yang quickly handed him half a celestial bean to help restore his stamina. Hurry, eat it. Thank you. Wu Taidu accepted the celestial bean and soon regained his strength after consuming it. He sighed. Almost there. This level of the magic sealing wave still cannot contain the likes of Lord Bick or Melikal. No worries, we can continue. I have faith that you will perfect the magic sealing wave, Mu Yang encouraged, recalling how, in the original narrative, Wu Taidu ultimately succeeded in his research on the magic sealing wave. However, this illusory realm had undergone significant changes compared to the original world, making his memories here somewhat unreliable. Wu Taidu smiled, his strength fully restored, thanks to your celestial beings. I was granted the opportunity to truly manifest the magic sealing wave. Otherwise, my research would not have progressed so swiftly. I never expected such miraculous items existed in this world. The celestial being nodded in agreement. Indeed, this celestial being is truly extraordinary. I wonder where you obtained it. Mu Yang smiled knowingly. appearing somewhat enigmatic. In truth, the celestial beings originated from Kailinta, though it was the Kailinta of the real world. This trial space was devoid of any temples, and even celestial beings were absent. Mu Yang lamented silently, wishing he could gather more celestial beings. That he was uncertain, however, if using celestial beings on those in the illusion would allow them to be returned afterward. Mu Yang, you've already mastered the universal earth-shaking palm and the energy cannon. Your strength must have significantly increased, right? The celestial being shifted the topic, gazing intently at Mu Yang. Mu Yang nodded. Indeed, my energy has improved, but I am still no match for Lord Bick and the others. At this point, Mu Yang suddenly closed his mouth, his expression turning serious as he looked in a particular direction. What's wrong? The celestial being inquired softly, noticing Mu Yang's sudden silence. However, soon after, the celestial being too looked towards the same direction. His brow furrowing. The tremendous aura was approaching us, Mu Yang stated. Hiss, it's the aura of Meliko. Damn it. How did he discover Kailinta? The celestial being gasped, his body trembling with fear, his voice quivering. Kailinta was situated within Meliko's domain of control, and he was now advancing towards them. Undoubtedly, their whereabouts had been exposed. Kailan celestial being. Are you saying Meliko is coming here? Wu Taidu, unable to sense Meliko's energy, gleaned the meaning from the conversation between the celestial being and Mu Yang. Indeed, Meliko is on his way. What shall we do? Kailinta's barrier cannot stop him. The celestial being was in a state of panic. The unique feature of Kailinta was its ability to intercept all climbers using external powers, preventing them from ever reaching the tower's peak. However, for someone as powerful as Melikuhuo, this layer of testing was essentially meaningless. There was no time for anything now. We must leave immediately. Mu Yang's mind raced. None of them were a match for Melikuhuo at present, and confronting him head-on was not a wise choice. He was not one to be obstinate. Until victory was assured, swift evacuation was paramount. Yes, we must leave quickly. At this moment, the celestial being cast aside his principles, hastily rummaging through to gather useful items. He then summoned a golden nimbus cloud, tossing the items onto it. Hurry, the farther we escape, the better. The celestial being piloted the nimbus cloud at the front, while Mu Yang and Wu Taidu exchanged glances before following closely behind. However, after flying for a while, they sensed that the sinister aura behind them was not only still present, but growing nearer. This is bad. Meliko is closing in. The celestial being's hair was tousled by the wind as he kept glancing back anxiously. Whoosh! A dark figure surged from behind, swiftly closing the distance to Mu Yang and the others. With crimson hair, azure skin, and an eerie array of tattoos covering his body, Meliko stood before them, his green eyes glowing with bloodlust. Damn it! The celestial being exclaimed, his face paling in despair. This guy Meliko? Mu Yang maintained a stoic expression, cautiously extending his aura to probe, only to be met with a chilling coldness. What a terrifying being! Feeling the waves of frost emanating from Meliko, Mu Yang shivered, his muscles feeling as if they were frozen, and a sense of dread washed over him. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent. Haha, you are the last batch of martial artists from Earth. You were quite easy to find. Meliko licked his lips, his cold words dripping with malice. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Mu Yang, his eyes flickering with intrigue as he sensed that this young man was the strongest among the trio. A rare powerhouse amidst the generally weak earthlings. Though he was still far inferior to himself and that creature named Bick, Mu Yang's combat power of over 200 was indeed astonishing among the Earth populace. Kid, are you interested in serving me? I can spare your life, Meliko offered with a sinister smile, looking at Mu Yang with an unsettling charm. Impossible. Is that so? What a pity. Meliko feigned regret, his expression one of mock sorrow. Yet, without further ado, he unleashed a nauseating dark aura. The space around them rippled slightly, and in the shimmering waves, his body suddenly vanished. Before Mu Yang and the others could react, Melikuhuo had already appeared right before them, his azure face nearly touching theirs. His voice, cold as a nightmare, echoed as Meliko cruelly proclaimed. The hand shot forward, slowly rising. The motion was unhurried, accompanied by a radiant glow as a brilliant energy surged towards Mu Yang and his companions. What? Boom! Before they could react, a torrent of energy surged from all directions, overwhelming in its intensity. Soon, the three were engulfed in a vortex of energy. Seeing this, Mu Yang shouted, spreading his arms in defense. Heavenly Heart Slash. Countless crescent-shaped energy blades erupted, slicing through the swirling energy, annihilating it. Having completed this, Mu Yang and Wu Taida drew together, cautiously eyeing Melakuhuo. Melakuhuo glanced at them with surprise, yet his expression remained unchanged. Eye in his eyes. The resistance from Mu Yang and the others was laughably futile, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a whoosh, Melakuhuo's form blurred as he moved rapidly. This time his speed even greater. Mu Yang's eyes darted, trying to track his movements. However, the disparity in their strengths became evident. All he saw was a fleeting blur that appeared and disappeared, never revealing a distinct trajectory. Whoosh! A blue flash materialized before him. Revealing a grotesquely enlarged face, the sense of horror flashed in Mu Yang's eyes as his body absorbed a violent blow that it felt as if a gigantic boulder had struck him, injuring his internal organs in an instant. He coughed up blood, his complexion turning ashen. That moment, Melakuhuo turned his attention towards Wu Taidu and the celestial being. Splash! Blood sprayed like raindrops from the sky. Melakuhuo's attacks were so rapid and brutal that Wu Taidu and the celestial being had no time to react. The terrifying energy pierced through their bodies. Heh. 2 down, just 1 left. His green eyes betrayed no emotion. For him, killing was merely a daily routine. Bastard! Witnessing Wu Taidu and the celestial being perish at Melakuhuo's hands. Mu Yang's eyes turned crimson, his rage reaching its zenith. Heavenly Heart Energy, Universal Earth-Shaking Palm, Energy Cannon, Heavenly Heart Slash. All the techniques he had mastered were unleashed in a torrent. In an instant, waves of blue, gold, and white energy surged forth, infused with the seething fury of Mu Yang. These energies intertwined, forming a formidable net that surged toward Maruku. Faced with such terrifying energy, a flicker of surprise flashed in Maruku's eyes. He then let out a cold laugh, a mocking expression creeping across his face. How absurd it was for this earthling to think such a trifling amount of energy could harm the great Maruku. With a dismissive wave of his hand, a black energy sphere materialized in his palm, which he nonchalantly pushed towards the swirling energies. The black sphere detonated upon contact with the mixed energies. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, as a terrifying orb of light suddenly expanded in the void. The chaotic energies reacted violently, akin to a colossal storm that swept away everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers. The terrifying energy waves continuing to propagate relentlessly. Occurring high in the sky, these waves transmitted particularly far, spreading across the globe. Gradually, as the brilliance faded, only a faint mist remained. Yet, in the vast expanse of the sky, Maruku stood alone. Mu Yang's figure had long since vanished. Humph! He actually escaped. Maruku stared blankly at the empty sky, his expression darkening to the point it seemed ready to drip with ink. He had anticipated that his opponent would be sharpening their blades in vengeance for their fallen comrades. Yet it turned out to be mere sleight of hand. Enraged, he bellowed, then smirked. That human boy truly believed he could escape from my grasp. With a huff, Maruku released a plume of pitch-black smoke from his hand. As the smoke appeared, it dissipated into wisps, and with his emerald green eyes wide open, Maruku vanished into the azure sky 100 kilometers away. On a desolate plain, Mu Yang's battered figure emerged from behind a stone wall. Coughing up blood, his face turning deathly pale, with a sigh, he lamented, "That Maruku is indeed formidable." Both the martial arts champion and the immortal lost their lives at his hands. The true battle had yet to commence. And his side had already suffered 2 casualties, weighing heavily on Mu Yang's heart. He realized that defeating both the great demon king Piccolo and Maruku would be a daunting challenge. The impression Maruku left on Mu Yang was one of unyielding strength. Although he had never directly confronted the great demon king Piccolo, Mu Yang instinctively felt that Maruku was far more powerful. As for why the two could maintain a clear distinction between each other, Mu Yang was uncertain. Putting other thoughts aside, recovering his strength was of utmost importance. With this in mind, Mu Yang calmed his thoughts. He chose not to use the Senza Beans, instead activating a passage into the accelerated space. Within the mist-shrouded accelerated space, Mu Yang appeared on the flat ground, and as he did, strands of energy began to flow toward him. Here, he could devote himself entirely to healing without the fear of being discovered. With a soft rustle, a trickle of vital energy entered his body, and Mu Yang's complexion gradually regained its rosy hues and earthling. He lacked the Scion's inherent capacity for continuous enhancement. Thus, the Senza Beans were primarily a life-saving treasure for him, rather than a means of breakthrough. Therefore, Unless it was a matter of life and death or an unavoidable situation, he would strive to conserve the sins of beings. When injured, he would enter the accelerated space to recuperate, which also served to enhance the resilience of his cellular structure to some extent. After 20 hours in the accelerated space, 5 hours had elapsed in the outside world, and Mu Yang's body had fully recovered. He stood up, his bones cracking with a symphony of pop sounds, and he sensed a slight increase in his internal energy. With his body restored, Mu Yang had time to contemplate the matters ahead. Through his encounter with Maruku, despite being at the mercy of his opponent, Mu Yang had discerned the gap between their strengths that Maruku's power was undoubtedly superior to that of the younger Great Demon King Piccolo. With Piccolo's battle power at 260, Maruku's was at least above 280, nearing 300 that compared to his own battle power, just over 200. This represented a staggering disparity. Mu Yang had confidence in challenging the Great Demon King Piccolo with a battle power of 260. Even if he could not defeat him, retreating with composure would not pose much difficulty. However, against Maruku, he felt compelled to resort to trickery. His strength was simply too lacking. If he did not hasten to augment his power, this trial would be insurmountable. Realizing the extent of their disparity, Mu Yang resolutely decided to find a secluded place for rigorous training. He understood that beings of the caliber of the Great Demon King Piccolo and Maruku would be considered mere cannon fodder in the vast cosmos. If he could not prevail against them, then in this perilous world of Dragon Ball, he might as well pursue a career as a chef and retire to a life of comfort. Thus, upon exiting the accelerated space, Mu Yang surveyed his surroundings. The desolate plain was devoid of life, and he soon selected a direction to traverse, quickly entering a stone forest. The scene here was as arid as a desert, with stone pillars resembling bamboo shoots connected together. Among the stone formations, there were cavities suitable for shelter from the wind and rain. Such bizarre rock formations were commonplace in the Dragon Ball universe. Deciding to train here for the time being, Mu Yang resolved that the true training would occur within the accelerated space, with this location merely serving as a temporary refuge. Once his mental faculties had regained their vigor, he swiftly re-entered the accelerated space. Under the influence of time acceleration, Mu Yang began a period of secluded training. Whenever his mental energy began to wane, he would emerge from the accelerated space. And so the cycle continued. Mu Yang felt his power gradually rising. One day, in the luminous expanse of the accelerated space, a unique little world formed within a 1,000-meter radius. Standing at the center, Mu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, striking a pose and calling out in a booming voice towards a particular direction. Spirit Bomb. Buzz. A brilliant beam of energy erupted from his clasped hands, sweeping forward in a grand display. Majestic and awe-inspiring. After unleashing the Spirit Bomb, Mu Yang swiftly teleported to the path it would take, adopting a defensive stance. Heavenly Heart Slash. The crescent-shaped energy blade glimmered like a silver moon, gracefully rotating in midair, suddenly bursting forth with a terrifying radiance beneath its beautiful silver glow. Boom! The two waves of terrifying energy collided in midair, erupting into a tremendous explosion. The horrific detonation sent shockwaves visible to the naked eye radiating outward, resembling stars collapsing. As the smoke cleared, Mu Yang raised his head to gaze at the tumultuous sky, patting his chest to shake off the ash from the explosion. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he summoned his strength. Crack! Golden arcs of electricity enveloped his palm, dancing between his hands. Universal Shock Palm. In the void, waves of energy rippled forth as the golden palm generated intense electric flashes, carving a path of terror through the air. Once the chaos subsided, Mu Yang stood still, recuperating for a moment before scanning himself with his energy detector. The soft beeping soon revealed a reading. Battle Power 246. Mu Yang nodded. This figure was already quite close to that of the Great Demon King Piccolo. Just then, a wave of fatigue washed over him. The time in the accelerated space had concluded. Upon exiting, he found the sky adorned with a full moon. As it was nighttime, the moon hung like a disk, radiantly bright, surrounded by twinkling stars, with a galaxy stretching from the northeast to the southwest, like delicate gauze embellishing the night sky. After retrieving a fierce beast he had hunted during the day, Mu Yang gathered wood to build a fire. Igniting it with his energy wave, he savored a highly nutritious dinner, then lay down on a piece of beast hide to sleep. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Mu Yang began a new day of training, practicing the punches that had nearly become second nature, maintaining a calm demeanor. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous presence appearing in his awareness. Moving swiftly above the plane, as it arrived, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he looked up. Sure enough, a vivid crimson figure came into view, with blood-red hair and azure skin. It was Maruku, the demon, battle power 285. Heh, Earthling, I have finally found you. Mailukahuo squinted his eyes, exuding a malevolent aura. Mu Yang calmly gazed at Mailukahuo, secretly channeling the energy within him, poised to launch an attack at any moment. After this period of cultivation, Mu Yang felt that he had acquired the strength to engage in battle with his opponent. Having always been referred to as a human from Earth, could it be that you, a member of the demonic clan,